Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, excruciating pain. Aseading anguish enveloped Zhang Yi entity. This was not merely a sensation, it was a stark and brutal reality he was enduring. At that moment, he found himself mercilessly trampled by those he had once trusted and assisted, friends and neighbors alike. Fists, feet, and sticks fell upon him like a relentless storm. In this world ravaged by scarcity, they showed no regard for Zhang Yi's past kindness. They turned against him with vicious intent. As he hovered near death, he vaguely perceived his cherished goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing amidst the crowd, her demeanor pitiful as she cried out, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must allocate me a larger share of the supplies." It was this very woman who had deceived Zhang Yi into unlocking the door, ultimately leading to his demise. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon his own foolishness and kindness, which had rendered him a stepping stone for others in this desolate world. How he longed for a chance to start anew. This time, he would show no mercy to anyone. He would live solely for himself. In an instant, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. Yet, the very next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat upright on the sofa. The hellish scenes he had just endured replayed vividly in his mind, the horrifying pain still fresh. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his body quickly drenched in sweat. What is happening? Was I not killed by those monstrous neighbors? Regaining his composure, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place is familiar to him. It is his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air, however, fills him with an unexpected sense of bewilderment. For in December of the year 2050, Earth was profoundly affected by the cataclysmic explosion of a supernova located 500,000 light-years away, ushering in a worldwide Cambrian storm. Global temperatures plummeted, and the average temperature in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resides, dipped to a chilling -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, with relentless snowstorms burying the entire city for an entire month. It is said that in the northern regions of Huaghua, temperatures plummeted to a terrifying -100 degrees, with the land entirely entombed in ice and snow. A vast array of species faced extinction, with over 95% of humanity perishing in this calamity. Zhang Yi rose from his seat and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, consuming more than half of it in quick gulps. Though the refrigerated water was chillingly cold, to him at this moment, it was akin to nectar from the heavens. In the apocalyptic times, the only means for people to obtain water was to venture outside into the extreme cold, braving temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees to dig up snow and melt it for drinking. Such endeavors could easily lead to death by frostbite. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. The displayed date read November 12th. There remained exactly 1 month until the impending doom. "It seems I have been reborn." Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, quickly coming to terms with the reality of his situation. The experiences of that month could not have been a mere dream, especially the excruciating pain of being torn apart, which felt far too real. Zhang Yi lifted his gaze, and after surviving the ordeal, his heart swelled with immense gratitude. Meanwhile, a piercing glimmer flickered in his eyes. He remembered distinctly those who had caused his demise in the past. In this lifetime, he vowed to live earnestly, harboring no compassion for those beasts. Furthermore, ensuring his own safety was paramount. He must exact a ruthless revenge on those who had wronged him. However, at present, Zhang Yi's foremost concern was how to survive in the impending apocalypse set to arrive in a month. His living conditions were relatively favorable. Orphaned at a young age, he had inherited a spacious 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. With savings exceeding 2 million, he was reasonably well off by ordinary standards. Yet with the onset of the apocalypse, a profound scarcity of resources would ensue globally. Relying solely on his limited funds would be utterly insufficient for long-term survival. After all, sustaining oneself necessitates an immense array of supplies. In light of the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi aspired not just to survive, but to ensure that his future life maintained a certain quality. Both nourishment and entertainment were essential, otherwise prolonged hardship would surely lead to mental collapse. Moreover, possessing weaponry was imperative. Only then could he safeguard his well-being and fulfill his quest for vengeance against his neighbors. At that moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes. Believing his right eye had momentarily blurred, he instinctively rubbed it. Yet, unexpectedly, a peculiar thought surged into his mind. It appears that this beam of white light is intrinsically part of him, and within his mind, information bathed in white light emerges. With a mere thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness swiftly immerses itself within that radiant beam. Upon entering, he discovers an immense expanse of blinding whiteness. The vastness of this realm is unfathomable, filled solely with a blank canvas. Is this an alternate dimension? It dawns on him that since his rebirth, he has acquired certain extraordinary abilities. A wave of exhilaration sweeps through Zhang Yi. It seems that exposure to gamma rays has catalyzed a mutation within his body, endowing him with remarkable powers. With this boundless space at his disposal, storing supplies for the impending apocalypse becomes remarkably more convenient. However, Zhang Yi is eager to ascertain the capacity of this space and whether there are limitations on the objects it can accommodate. His consciousness promptly returns to his room, where he begins to experiment by placing various items from his home into the expansive void. He starts with a teacup and a basin, which are effortlessly absorbed. Zhang Yi then attempts to fit larger appliances into the space televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, and vacuum cleaners. The wide expanse welcomes them all, absorbing each item without hesitation. Moreover, with merely a thought, Zhang Yi can summon these objects back from the void. However, he finds that items subjected to formidable external forces or those that do not exist independently are challenging to incorporate into this realm. For instance, when he attempts to extract a piece of flooring from the ground, there is no response whatsoever. It seems that this alternate dimension is governed by numerous rules. I must take my time to explore them. However, the sheer enormity of this space capable of storing objects allows me to amass a vast array of resources. He licked his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yi served as a supervisor in the warehouse of Walmart in South China. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart possesses an extensive inventory. In China, it operates 3 colossal warehouses located in Central, South, and North China. These warehouses are of formidable size, particularly the South China warehouse. Completed in 2040, it measures 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, encompassing an area exceeding 1 million square meters. It has been hailed as the largest warehouse in the world and was once lauded by the president of Walmart's Greater China region as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, the world officially recognizes only 7 wonders, while the 8th wonder is often self-proclaimed, numbering in the thousands. Nevertheless, the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse indeed dominate the global warehousing sector. The supplies housed within can sustain the consumption of millions across several cities for an entire week. In essence, if Zhang Yi could completely empty one warehouse and transfer its contents in his own space, he would not only be free from worries regarding supplies in the face of an impending apocalypse, but could also live in unparalleled luxury for not just one lifetime, but for 10 lifetimes with such an abundance. Most crucially, Walmart maintains a stringent quality control policy. The warehouse contains no inferior, obscure brands. Whether it be food, everyday items, or luxury goods, all are reputable and well-regarded brands. If Zhang Yi were to deplete an entire warehouse of Walmart's inventory, he would not only be untroubled by the scarcity of resources in a dystopian future, but could also revel in a life of utmost ease. Zhang Yi, as the supervisor of the warehouse, is intimately familiar with every shelf, monitoring device, and staff schedule within the facility. Emptying the warehouse is certainly not a daunting task for him. After resolving to take action, Zhang Yi felt a significant sense of ease wash over him. Grumble at that moment, his stomach voiced its discontent. Zhang Yi patted his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had ordered. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chuckled and shook his head, opting to forego the takeout. In just a month, the world will come to an end. I must savor as many delicious dishes as possible before the opportunity slips away. Why be so stingy with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he now yearned for some warm, delectable food. What is the purpose of money at this point? Once the apocalypse arrives, currency will turn to mere waste paper. It is far wiser to spend it all now rather than let it go to waste. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi resolved to seek out a high-end restaurant he had previously hesitated to visit, ready to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, greeted by a scene of serene tranquility, filled with the joyous laughter and contentment of humanity. Numerous parents accompanied their children, frolicking in the community square, their faces radiating blissful smiles. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that, in a month's time, this idyllic tableau would dissolve into nothingness. He hastened out of the community, and not far from there stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would cost no less than 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a sum Zhang Yi had previously hesitated to spend. However, now he felt no concern at all. Having been resurrected from death, a grand celebration was in order. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a seat by the window and proceeded to order every dish from the most extravagant section of the menu, along with a bottle of Ch. Lafite red wine. This extravagant feast quickly depleted 50,000 yuan. Even the restaurant staff regarded Zhang Yi with ambiguous glances, convinced he must be a wealthy scion. After all, what ordinary person would indulge in such lavish fare for a single meal? Zhang Yi remained indifferent to their perceptions. When the table was laden with delectable dishes, he began to devour the food voraciously. Perhaps it was the result of enduring 6 months in a frozen apocalypse. But the exquisite flavors brought him to the brink of tears. His manner of eating became somewhat ferocious, drawing the attention and whispers of nearby patrons. Yet, Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He understood that in the face of impending doom, people would kneel and beg for a mere packet of instant noodles. In that moment, all civilization and morality would evaporate into thin air. As Zhang Yi was enjoying his meal in the restaurant, a woman passing by outside suddenly halted her steps. She was a vision of elegance, with flowing long hair, exquisite makeup, and adorned in Gucci high heels, carrying a Louis Vuitton bag on her arm. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in a previous life. Accompanying her was her close friend, Lin Canning. As they strolled past the Michelin 3-star restaurant, they couldn't help but steal glances inside. Both had long yearned for the opulence of such establishments. Yet their financial constraints prevented them from indulging in such luxuries. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from observing the interior with discerning eyes, perhaps seeking a worthy air of wealth to ensnare. To their astonishment, Fang Yuqing spotted Zhang Yi seated within, a lavish array of exquisite dishes laid out before him. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he possibly afford to dine here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Canning, equally astonished, covered her mouth and remarked, "I had no idea Zhang Yi was so affluent." As she spoke, she cast a somewhat suggestive glance at Fang Yuqing and added with a smile, "Yuqing, you truly are fortunate. The suitor pursuing you is, it seems, a hidden wealthy heir. Just look at that spread. It must cost at least 50 or 60,000. Who else could afford such an extravagant meal?" Lin Canning's tone was tinged with envy, for she knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. However, Fang Yuqing had always kept him in suspense, neither rejecting nor fully accepting his advances. Fang Yuqing is a quintessential gold digger, having always believed that she could marry a high-quality rich second-generation heir and live the life of a wealthy matron. However, she is reluctant to cast aside Zhang Yi, a man of modest means who possesses a car and a home in Tianhai City. Thus, Fang Yuqing has long viewed Zhang Yi as a backup option. Her principle regarding this backup is simple: neither to initiate, nor to reject, nor to take responsibility. Today, witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in a lavish meal worth several tens of thousands on his own, Fang Yuqing could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden affluent heir? Resting her chin on her hand, she began to ponder. The more she considered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, are there not countless characters in television dramas who, despite being wealthy, choose to disguise themselves as ordinary individuals in their quest for true love? She believed her own words, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were indeed true, it would save her considerable effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her persistently. She felt that with just a nod, he would promptly propose. Lin Canning, standing nearby, urged, "Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi." In truth, she was eyeing the sumptuous feast laid out before them. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, a place where ordinary individuals seldom had the opportunity to savor such exquisite cuisine. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and replied, "That wouldn't be appropriate. It might lead him to think I am a materialistic woman. Let's wait outside and pretend we happen to run into him." Fang Yuqing is no fool. She would not lower her stature for a mere meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she intended to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only in such a manner could the two of them, in the future, be together, enabling her to exert control over Zhang Yi, compelling him to remain her devoted admirer. Thus, they concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi's emergence. After indulging for over an hour, Zhang Yi contentedly patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star cuisine, while rather ordinary, was a delightful feast for one who had just been reborn from the apocalypse. He intended to visit a nearby supermarket to procure some supplies, a precautionary measure to assess the storage capacity of the alternate dimension, ensuring no future complications would arise. Although he possessed considerable confidence in transporting goods from the Walmart warehouse, prudence is the mother of safety. After all, he had endured hunger and could not afford to let any mishap transpire. Zhang Yi paid swiftly and exited the restaurant, greeted by the warm smiles of the staff. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and rosy earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. Such tactics were classic maneuvers of a manipulative seductress, aiming to unwittingly stir a man's emotions. Fang Yuqing, the quintessential green tea princess and white lotus, was undoubtedly well-versed in this art. Yet, it was a pity that Zhang Yi was no longer the naive admirer he once was. Not long ago, he had suffered a tragic demise at her hands, a fate most lamentable. She had even sought to break his ribs to concoct a soup. As he contemplated this, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, radiating an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. Eliminating her would pose no moral dilemma. Should he take her life? Fang Yuqing, feeling the chilling intensity of Zhang Yi's stare, nervously inquired, Zhang Yi, what is wrong with you? Zhang Yi swiftly reined in his gaze, responding indifferently, it's nothing. I mistook you for someone else. He abruptly altered his course of thought. Allowing this woman to perish so easily would be far too lenient. Furthermore, taking action against her now would likely invite legal repercussions that he wished to avoid, especially with the apocalypse on the horizon. It would be far more satisfying to let her experience the despair of the end times before orchestrating her demise. With ample time to prepare and the advantage of memories from his previous life, Zhang Yi possessed countless methods to ensure her suffering. Thus, there was no immediate need to deal with her. At present, the priority was to establish the safest sanctuary, ensuring his survival and comfort in the face of impending chaos. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies. Zhang Yi maintained a notably frosty demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining sensed something amiss. However, under the impression that Zhang Yi was merely a wealthy scion, they were not incensed by his attitude. Rather, they approached him with renewed interest. What was so wrong with a wealthy individual displaying a bit of temperament? That was simply a mark of elegance. Oh, Zhang Yi, were you dining at this restaurant earlier? Lin Kaining remarked casually. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. This woman was no better than the other, both being cut from the same cloth. She bore her share of the blame for the food that led to his demise. Zhang Yi responded coldly, his hands stuffed in his pockets as he turned toward the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurriedly followed. Zhang Yi, where are you headed? Fang Yuqing inquired with a gentle smile. To the supermarket, Zhang Yi replied, his tone remaining indifferent, tinged with impatience. If it were not for his desire to let her experience the despair of the apocalypse, he would have readily ended her life. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Kaining and quickly added, what a coincidence. We were planning to buy some things as well. It's on the way. At this point, Zhang Yi understood. They must have seen him dining lavishly at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, leading them to mistakenly believe he was some hidden wealthy heir. Thus, their sudden warmth toward him made sense. He couldn't be bothered to engage with them and continued his path toward the supermarket. Yet, the more indifferent he appeared, the more convinced Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were of his affluent status. After all, what justified such arrogance? The two trailed closely behind him, with Fang Yuqing intentionally brushing against him at times. Whenever Zhang Yi glanced her way, she would feign shyness, turning her head away. Her face flushed as if she were exceedingly bashful. Zhang Yi scoffed inwardly. You are quite the actress, green TBTCH. If you were to pursue an acting career, you would undoubtedly win an Oscar. Upon entering the supermarket, he grabbed a shopping cart and proceeded inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurriedly pushed their carts to follow him. Zhang Yi, are you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi approached the food section and coldly remarked, Is it not permissible for me to eat alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes brightened, and she quickly interjected, "Oh dear, I didn't mean it that way. I merely thought that the items here are rather expensive, and I assumed you were treating someone to a meal." Lin Kaining could not help but inquire, "Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would consume half a year's wages for you. It appears your family provides you with quite a generous allowance." Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a fierce glare, thinking, "Fool, how could you ask such a thing so casually? As a top-tier schemer, the most crucial rule is engage emotionally with the affluent and converse about finances with the less fortunate." Realizing her faux pas, Lin Kaining hastily attempted to amend her words. "Ha, I was merely joking. After all, we are all good friends. Money truly does not matter." Yet, Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He reached the food section, gazing at the dazzling array of products before him as though he had entered a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the sensation of surviving on a single pack of instant noodles for 2 days, thus his heart brimmed with an insatiable longing for sustenance. Zhang Yi proceeded to the shelves, indiscriminately tossing items into his shopping cart. Ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and various seasonings, all in copious amounts. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining utterly astonished. "Zhang Yi, why are you purchasing so much food? Are you planning to go camping?" "Yes," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. However, Lin Kaining grew suspicious and whispered to Fang Yuqing, "Do rich second-generation heirs really eat this kind of stuff while camping?" Bewildered, Fang Yuqing hesitated. Yet the vision of a Michelin 3-star repast stirred within her, an unwillingness to relinquish the notion of Zhang Yi as a scion of wealth. She approached Zhang Yi, and with obsequious zeal, she inquired, "Is there any assistance I can render?" With a fount of complimentary labor at his disposal, Zhang Yi perceived no rationale to decline. Moreover, beholding Fang Yuqing's feigned innocence, a desire for retribution took root within his breast. 1 month remained for him to prepare for the cataclysm to come. To forge an unassailable sanctuary, ensuring his own safety, was no insurmountable feat. As for sustenance, he could procure it from the coffers of the Walmart warehouse. Thus, he could ensure his absolute security in a life of opulence amidst the apocalypse. Why not deliberately divulge to Fang Yuqing the intelligence of his stockpiled provisions, so that she might, in due time, come to him in tears, begging for succor? As for the prospect of Fang Yuqing disseminating his secrets, inviting the siege of those reprobate neighbors, this was a matter easily addressed. Provided his safe house was sufficiently fortified, he need not fear a siege, but could, on the contrary, effectively retaliate against those reprobate neighbors. At the mere thought of their impotent rage, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a somewhat deranged smile. Verily, this was a viable option to consider. Zhang Yi resolved to seek out a security firm to construct such a safe house. If feasible, he would adopt this strategy. If not, he would forsake the city and seek a secluded wilderness to erect an underground refuge. This was a two-pronged approach. A subtle arc graced Zhang Yi's lips. "Then, assist me in propelling the vehicle." Fang Yuqing promptly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi then instructed Lin Kaining to fetch another cart. Although both women were filled with skepticism, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi purchased a substantial amount of storable provisions, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He also utilized a cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He wished to experiment with whether his alternate space had any unique effects on the preservation of perishable items. The 3 handcarts were filled to the brim. Zhang Yi entrusted the cart laden with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fang Yuqing expressed her grievances, pouting as she remarked, "Zhang Yi, how many people will consume all this? Are you planning some event that you haven't informed me about?" Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle and replied, "The heavens can be unpredictable. What if the world were to end one day? I simply wish to stockpile provisions for survival." His words were grounded in truth, yet it was unlikely anyone would take him seriously. This had been corroborated by a doctor surnamed Li in the past. Fang Yuqing assumed Zhang Yi was jesting, laughing softly. "Oh, if you don't want to say, that is fine. Why make such jokes? However, since you've received such significant help today, you must treat me to a meal later." Her eyes sparkled with implication, as she hoped Zhang Yi would take her to dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A slight smile curved Zhang Yi's lips. "Sure, but I've been rather busy lately and won't have much time. Perhaps next month." Fang Yuqing joyfully exclaimed, "All right then, it's a deal." Lin Kaining eagerly chimed in, Yes, let's do it together, hee hee." The prospect of indulging in a lavish feast merely for assisting in pushing a cart filled her with delight. However, upon witnessing Lin Caning's lack of awareness, Fang Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance, to which Lin Caning feigned ignorance. Zhang Yi proceeded to settle the bill, and the total expenditure amounted to over 10,000. He paid without a flicker of an eyelid. It is worth noting that in a post-apocalyptic world, such resources could be valued at least several tens of thousands of times more, if not priceless. In dire circumstances, having ample funds may not guarantee the ability to procure even a morsel of food. Given the substantial quantity of items Zhang Yi had purchased, the supermarket readily lent him a shopping cart. Without hesitation, he enlisted the help of the two women to transport the goods home. Although he possessed a vehicle that could easily carry the items, he saw no reason to pass up the opportunity for free labor. The two women, despite their continuous claims of fatigue, were invigorated by Zhang Yi's promise of a sumptuous meal. Thus, the trio set off, pushing 3 large carts laden with supplies back to their community. Chapter 4. Reservations for 500 banquets at a 5-star hotel. The 3 of them returned to the community, carts in tow. Along the way, many neighbors observed the scene, sparking lively discussions. Zhang Yi was no longer concerned about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these 2 individuals were already aware of his shopping endeavors, and any attempts to conceal the truth had become futile. If one merely sought to preserve a life, he could easily liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate place to construct an impregnable fortress. However, how could he exact revenge on those neighbors who had mercilessly torn him apart in his previous life? Without annihilating those individuals, the torment in Zhang Yi's heart would perpetually linger. Thus, one of his apocalyptic strategies was to remain within this community, enacting a different, more ruthless form of retribution against all those who had wronged him. Of course, this plan hinged upon the security company's ability to construct an unassailable sanctuary for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a contingency, namely, to create an underground refuge in an uninhabited area. Zhang Yi observed the neighbors around him, who were cheerfully discussing the purposes of the numerous supplies they had procured. He could already envision, during the apocalypse, these same neighbors attempting to invade his home to seize his belongings. He had lived through it all, yet he felt no fear for this time around. He would be thoroughly prepared, ensuring that those individuals could see what he possessed but could never attain, ultimately driving them to the brink of despair. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing resided in an apartment building. As Zhang Yi managed the warehouse at Walmart, neighbors frequently asked him to assist in procuring discounted items. Consequently, everyone knew Zhang Yi. Upon witnessing him and his companions returning with an abundance of goods, a grandmother, who had come out to play with her grandson, approached. She gazed at the cart brimming with food, including fresh beef and lamb, and felt a stir of desire. "Little Zhang, how did you manage to bring back so many items? Did you acquire them from the warehouse? You have an abundance that you cannot possibly utilize. Why not share a portion with the neighbors?" This is Aunt Lin, who works on the homeowners committee. She often wields her modest authority within the community to dictate to her neighbors, placing herself in a position of leadership. In the past, she frequently asked Zhang Yi to procure discounted goods for her, displaying a penchant for taking advantage of any opportunity. In her previous life, she also resorted to pestering Zhang Yi for food. However, when all the neighbors stormed into Zhang Yi's home to seize what they could, she did not intervene. Rather, she exhibited more vigor than the younger individuals present. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning wished to avoid provoking this woman and quickly stated, "These items were purchased by Zhang Yi. We are merely returning them." Aunt Lin's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, and with a smile, she said, "Young Zhang, it seems these are items from your warehouse. How about sharing a little with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto a handcart and reached for a box of chocolates. Despite his small stature, his eyes were quite malicious. That box of imported chocolates was valued at over 200 in the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the item back. He coldly replied to Aunt Lin, "I'm sorry, but I intend to keep these for myself." With the impending apocalypse looming, he found himself disinclined to engage in pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "You." Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority as a self-proclaimed leader infuriated her. Particularly distressing was her grandson, Xiaohu, who, after being thwarted by Zhang Yi, began to wail for the chocolate. Pointing at Zhang Yi with a face full of disdain, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel, return my chocolate at once. Otherwise, I'll make you pay dearly." Zhang Yi gazed at him coldly and replied in a low voice, "Utter another word, and I shall strike your face." Lin Xiaohu, frightened by Zhang Yi's demeanor, let out a cry and began to wail, throwing himself on the ground in a fit of tantrum. Linda Ma hurried to console her grandson, only to turn her ire towards Zhang Yi, scolding him furiously. "How old are you? How can you stoop to quarreling with a child? It's merely a box of chocolates. What harm is there in letting the child enjoy it? If not, why don't you just give him a box? Consider it my purchase, and I shall reimburse you later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely smirked, for in this age of mobile payments, the ease of transactions was undeniable. Her promise of repayment was evidently a ruse to evade her obligations. "I have made it clear, this is for my own consumption. If he desires some, he ought to purchase it himself at the supermarket." With a cold chuckle, Zhang Yi beckoned to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, and they proceeded to depart. As they exited, Linda Ma's furious shouts echoed behind them. But Zhang Yi paid no heed. With her son and daughter-in-law working away from home, she was left alone to care for her grandson. Typically, the old woman would buy only enough provisions for a single day, leading to her family's supplies being the first to deplete when calamity struck. In the past, Zhang Yi had shown compassion and offered assistance, yet without her support in this life, it would be nothing short of a miracle for this unscrupulous old woman and her mischievous grandson to survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi had no intention of indulging in trivial disputes with a corpse-like figure. It was not that her heart was devoid of kindness, but rather that in the face of impending doom, survival had become a daunting challenge for all. The fate of others naturally lies behind him. Once Zhang Yi had transported all 3 carts of supplies back home, he dismissed them. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing her gesture, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The 2 women had initially intended to linger, seeking clues to uncover Zhang Yi's hidden status as a wealthy heir. Yet, upon noticing his disinterest in entertaining them, they reluctantly took their leave. After their departure, Zhang Yi opened his own spatial realm and stored the items within, preparing to observe whether these supplies would undergo any changes in this environment. Having completed this task, he realized that night had fallen. Instead of hastening to rest, he took out pen and paper to meticulously plan the preparations for the upcoming month. Although he often exhibited a laid-back demeanor, the instinct to survive could ignite sufficient potential within anyone. To thrive in the apocalypse, securing a reliable food source was paramount, a task that seemed manageable. Apart from the essentials he regularly procured, the remainder could be retrieved from the warehouse. However, haste was ill-advised. Thorough investigation was necessary first. Moreover, he needed to gather supplies a few days prior to the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. Should he be apprehended, he would undoubtedly struggle to endure even a few days in a detention cell. Zhang Yi inscribed the word food in his notebook, marking it with a check. Next on his agenda was warmth. In the wake of the apocalypse, energy supplies would dwindle significantly, rendering air conditioning inoperable. Thus, the simplest solution must be employed. A fireplace would be the preferred choice. The principles of a fireplace and a heated Kong are quite similar, both employing primitive methods for warmth. During the frigid winters of Europe, such techniques are employed to endure the prolonged cold. This necessitates a complete renovation of the dwelling, ideally incorporating insulation and thermal barriers. Upon contemplating renovations, Zhang Yi was reminded of a previous life where his home was forcibly entered, causing a tightening of his heart. It was essential to transform his abode into an impregnable fortress. The first step involved the comprehensive installation of thick steel plates or alloy materials, sufficient to withstand ordinary explosions. In the face of an impending apocalypse, individuals are capable of anything for survival. Thus, meticulous preparations are paramount. One cannot jest with the sanctity of life. Having experienced death once, Zhang Yi was resolute in his unwillingness to endure such a fate again. The matter of a safe house was easily resolved. In Tianhai City, there exist security companies dedicated to safeguarding the elite, some of which offer services to construct secure residences. Zhang Yi recalled having seen news of a billionaire abroad who had erected a super fortress capable of withstanding attacks from small-scale weapons. Next came the necessity of pharmaceuticals. It was imperative to avert illness that could not be treated. The warehouses of Walmart contained an array of common medications for ailments such as colds and fevers. However, these would be woefully insufficient. The Cambrian storm was expected to last for decades, and thus comprehensive preparations were essential. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a commendable network in Tianhai City. Having worked in warehouse management and he was acquainted with some personnel from hospital storage facilities. As long as he could offer a substantial sum of money, any medication could be procured. After resolving these issues, Zhang Yi tapped his ballpoint pen against his notebook. Next, there remained one final dilemma to address. His gaze sharpened with intensity. That dilemma was weaponry. In the face of apocalypse, where humanity's essence has eroded, battles for resources are rampant. Lives are as inconsequential as blades of grass. To survive, one must possess formidable firepower. Zhang Yi was no master in combat, yet even the most skilled fighter would tremble before a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons at hand were sufficiently potent, such concerns would be alleviated. Obtaining a machete, crowbar, and hatchet was relatively easy. Bow and crossbow, as well as pneumatic guns, could also be acquired through various channels. However, the most formidable of all remained the American II. This particular item could only be procured through the black market domestically. Venturing abroad for acquisition? That was impractical, as he was unfamiliar with the territory, and a round trip would consume many days. Lacking an overseas firearm permit, he could not simply purchase from a weapons store. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. This dilemma remained unresolved for the time being. Nevertheless, he had a month ahead of him, and with sufficient funds, he was confident a solution could be found. He spent 3 hours devising a flawless plan, then relished a soothing hot shower before sinking into the comfort of his bed and drifting into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi arose from his bed. His night had been restless, punctuated by nightmares that jolted him awake several times. Upon waking, he found himself still nestled in the warmth and comfort of his home, which brought him a long sigh of relief. The apocalyptic period had inflicted profound scars upon his spirit. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Zhang Yi resolutely strengthened his determination to prepare meticulously for every eventuality. After rising, he prepared himself a hearty breakfast. Subsequently, he opened the alternate space to inspect the condition of the supplies he had placed within. To his delight, after a night, the meat, fruits, and vegetables showed no signs of deterioration. While the meat might not exhibit immediate changes, fruits and vegetables tend to lose their freshness overnight. However, those items stored in the alternate space remained as pristine as when he had purchased them the day before. This alternate space exists independently of the world, perhaps governed by different temporal rules. It is possible that time flows more slowly there, or even remains static. This revelation was a tremendous boon. Consequently, he could freely store a variety of items without concern. However, upon examining the fish he had placed inside, he discovered they had died. Remarkably, they appeared lifelike and had not spoiled. Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, gaining further insight into the operational rules of the alternate space. Living creatures could not be stored, or if they were, they could not survive for long. It seemed that his idea of residing there was rather impractical. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. The vast emptiness of the alternate space could never rival the comfort of his own home. As long as he could store items there, it sufficed. With this thought, a plethora of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. Since he could preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about fully prepared meals? Although Zhang Yi possessed culinary skills, he inevitably fell short compared to a professional chef. From now on, he would have to cook for himself, which would inevitably become tiresome over time. Thus, Zhang Yi promptly dialed the number for the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This establishment also offered takeout, and their culinary offerings were of the highest caliber, which Zhang Yi greatly relished. "Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yi replied, "I am hosting guests at my home and require a grand banquet spanning 3 days and nights. Therefore, I need to reserve 500 tables of cuisine." The person on the other end was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables of food would take an extensive amount of time, even for a 5-star hotel. Additionally, the cost for the simplest banquet would start at 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, the total would exceed 1 million. The staff, hesitant to make decisions on their own, quickly responded, "Please hold on. I will consult with our manager." After a brief moment, another person took over the call. "Good day, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I ask for your name?" Zhang Yi replied, "My name is Zhang Yi. Is there a problem with my order for 500 banquet tables?" The manager was startled. Such a request was unprecedented since the hotel's inception. However, a request of this magnitude was certainly one they would not refuse. "Mr. Zhang, reserving 500 banquet tables would amount to over 1 million. If you wish to proceed, we will prepare immediately, but we do require a deposit of 200,000 in advance." Zhang Yi responded, "That is not an issue. Please send me your account information, and I will transfer the funds. Having money undeniably facilitates matters." The manager readily agreed, subsequently adding Zhang Yi as a friend and sending over his bank account details. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred 200,000. After the manager confirmed the deposit with the finance department, he promptly began instructing various departments. "Quickly now, we have a substantial order. Procurement needs to expedite stock preparation, and the kitchen is to refrain from accepting any other delivery orders for the time being. We must prepare 500 banquet tables for the client in just one day." Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but lament. Although the money would be useless in a month, it was still necessary for purchasing goods at present. In his possession were his parents' inheritance and his own savings, totaling around 2 million. The thought of losing half of it was indeed somewhat painful. However, on second thought, this could also be seen as a blessing. Many individuals clutching large sums of money ultimately saw it turn to waste paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. Nevertheless, there were still many other expenditures looming ahead. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more funds. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the family home. This property, located in the central area of Tianhai City, spans 120 square meters and was built a decade ago. According to current market trends, each square meter is valued at over 40,000. This implies that the house is now worth at least 5 million. Eureka! I could secure a mortgage. That would provide me with the necessary capital. A grin spread across Zhang Yi's face. Borrowing this money would entail no repayment. A rather delightful prospect. He promptly left his home and drove to the bank to secure a loan. Along the way, he received a message from Feng Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, the weekend is so dull. I really wish I had someone to accompany me for a stroll." Zhang Yi glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside. Upon arriving at the bank, he initiated the loan process. Given the substantial amount he sought, his complete documentation, and the fact that he had purchased his property outright, the loan was swiftly approved. However, the bank only granted him a loan of 4 million yuan. Zhang Yi did not engage in any haggling. After all, it was free money, and he lacked the time to negotiate with the bank. After signing with alacrity, the funds were promptly transferred to his account. With over 1 million spent on the banquet, he still retained around 5 million. That should suffice for the renovation of his home. Nevertheless, he required a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals and weapons. This sum might not be adequate. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating how to acquire additional funds. At that moment, a young man with bleached hair spotted Zhang Yi lost in thought and approached him with a gleam in his eye. "Hey, buddy, do you need some cash?" Zhang Yi looked up at the young man. "Who are you?" The young man's grin widened as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Are you in need of money, and is the bank unwilling to lend to you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi realized the young man's intentions. He was undoubtedly a loan shark. A spark of intrigue ignited within Zhang Yi as a plan began to form. He sighed, feigning a look of difficulty, and said, "Indeed, my family's business is in urgent need of capital turnover. However, the situation with the bank." At this point, Zhang Yi deliberately displayed a troubled expression. Huang Mao appeared to understand immediately. Anyone capable of borrowing from the bank through conventional means would not resort to high-interest loans. He remarked to Zhang Yi, "Yes, borrowing from banks has become quite stringent. There are numerous regulations, and the speed of loan disbursement is slow. However, my brother, if you are in dire need of funds, I can assist you." Cautiously, Zhang Yi looked at Huang Mao. "You? Can you really manage that? I require several million." Upon hearing the substantial sum, Huang Mao's eyes visibly sparkled with excitement. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our company specializes in rescuing individuals from financial predicaments. Whenever you need funds, look no further than us." Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which bore the name Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited, and identified Huang Mao as the business manager, Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Can you truly lend me money? I need 5 million. If you can help me through this crisis, I assure you that I will repay the amount within 3 months at most." Hu Minghua replied with a smile. "This is certainly negotiable. Our company possesses substantial resources, specifically designed to assist individuals like you who are in need of funds. Come, let us proceed to our office to discuss this matter further." Zhang Yi, filled with anticipation, nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company. In a remote office building, the so-called company awaited. Upon entering, Hu Minghua escorted Zhang Yi to the office of their boss. The proprietor of this lending firm, robust in stature, adorned himself in an expensive Benny Road suit. evidently striving to project an image of a legitimate enterprise. Yet, a certain hostility lingered in his expression, a sentiment only born from years of navigating the complexities of society. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi to the boss. Manager, this is the client seeking a loan from us. The boss, named Chen Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and gestured for him to take a seat. Mr. Zhang, how much would you like to borrow? True to the nature of a usurious company, the conversation was refreshingly direct and uncomplicated. Such a firm, lacking formalities, possessed myriad methods to ensure repayment. Showing no concern for defaults, Zhang Yi replied, I wish to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. Ah, that is a considerable sum. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you that our interest rates are quite steep. You should prepare yourself for that. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently requires funds for circulation. Once the operations stabilize, repaying the amount will not be an issue, correct? The two exchanged affirmations, all of which Zhang Yi observed keenly. Maintaining an appearance of urgency, he responded, Indeed, I can repay swiftly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the money. A smile crept across Chen Xiong's face. That is reassuring. Our interest rate is 4%. If you borrow 5 million, you will need to repay 7 million upon maturity. Therefore, you must first provide me with a promissory note for 7 million. Additionally, you must possess collateral of sufficient value. Properties, factories, or vehicles will suffice. Zhang Yi feigned hesitation for a moment, then resolutely produced the property deed from his belongings. This was the document he had brought to secure a loan from the bank, fortuitously in his possession. This property of mine is valued at over 5 million. It should suffice as collateral for your bank, he asserted. I also have a Mercedes worth 300,000, which you may seize if I fail to repay. This was the first time Chen Xiong encountered such a forthright client, and he hastily took the property deed to examine it. After verifying the details of Zhang Yi's property, he felt increasingly satisfied, for according to current market value, the property could easily fetch at least 550,000. Adding in the vehicle, he surmised that this transaction would yield no loss. However, Chen Xiong still feigned dissatisfaction, saying, Mr. Zhang, your property is worth at most 4 to 5 million. But if you wish to withdraw 5 million from me, I find myself at a disadvantage. Zhang Yi's expression turned to one of shock as he fervently replied, Boss Chen, you must assist me. I am in urgent need of funds. If you can transfer the money to me today, I only require 450,000. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. Their business thrived on exploiting such urgency. The more desperate others were for money, the more they could take advantage of them. This venture is simply not worth it. After a series of negotiations, an agreement was reached at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the funds must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending company is unscrupulous, their efficiency is commendable, perhaps their only advantage over banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi swiftly received the 4 million in cash in his account. A smirk crept upon his face. For Chen Xiong, this sum was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Oh, it feels somewhat self-deprecating. Grinning, Zhang Yi departed with the money. Following his exit, the office erupted with the hearty laughter of Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Ha! This business was remarkably straightforward. That foolish lad truly walked away with 4 million. Chen Xiong boasted. With this deal, we can easily pocket 2 to 3 million. Our performance for the month is secured. Leaning against the desk, Hu Minghua chuckled, Boss, do you think his eagerness to sign the contract indicates there might be issues with the property? Chen Xiong, holding the property deed, replied with a smile. The deed is legitimate, without a doubt. As long as the property is his, he cannot escape. With the deed and that 7 million loan agreement in hand, we will undoubtedly find a way to acquire that property. Moreover, we have numerous strategies to thoroughly drain Zhang Yi. Chen Xiong squinted, elegantly sipping his coffee. If all else fails, one might consider reaching out to several overseas institutions to ascertain if there are any valuable components on his person that could be liquidated. After all, we never engage in transactions that result in losses. Zhang Yi chuckled as he departed from the lending company, casting a glance back at the office building. A faint smirk graced his lips, laced with subtle derision. They are truly benevolent souls, so willingly offering their money for my indulgence. Henceforth, there would be no further entanglements between Zhang Yi, Chen Xiong, and Hu Minghua. It is more likely that they will meet their demise in the impending frigid tide of the upcoming month. Presently, Zhang Yi finds himself in possession of approximately 9 million in funds, which suffices for the execution of his plans. After all, for any subsequent purchases, he can employ a deposit payment method. This 9 million possesses the purchasing power equivalent to several tens of millions. There is no necessity to amass further wealth. However, Zhang Yi would not shy away from exploiting various online lending platforms if the opportunity arises. Driving his car, Zhang Yi arrived at the illustrious Zhanglong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanglong is one of the largest security firms in Huaguo, specializing in security services for the affluent and celebrities. Occasionally, even high-ranking officials from the government solicit their assistance during official outings. The reason Zhang Yi sought them out is due to his previous knowledge of Zhanglong's creation of a top-tier safe house worth $1 billion for the son of a wealthy family in Jiangnan province. Allegedly, this family, which rose to prominence through real estate, continues to lead a lavish life amidst the apocalypse, largely thanks to the invaluable contribution of Zhanglong in constructing their safe haven. Upon arriving at Zhanglong, Zhang Yi approached the front desk to articulate his purpose. Immediately, a member of the business department ushered Zhang Yi into a lounge. The female receptionist served him freshly brewed coffee. Shortly thereafter, a burly man with a buzz cut entered the room. Dressed in a tailored black suit, he exuded an air reminiscent of a suave enforcer, evoking a concern that the fabric might burst at the seams. Nevertheless, one could not deny that the sight of such a figure instilled a sense of security in clients. "Good day, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you?" Wu Huiran inquired as he took a seat beside Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sipped his coffee and replied, "I require you to construct a safe house for me. Specifically, one capable of withstanding an apocalyptic scenario." Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression turned grave. Such words might seem ludicrous to others, for few would believe in the concept of an impending apocalypse. However, for the Dragon Security Company, this was no jest. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals in the world are often the most fearful of death. Long ago, some affluent magnates abroad spared no expense, investing hundreds of millions of dollars to create doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy individuals worldwide have begun to emulate this trend. Some may genuinely fear catastrophic natural disasters, while others, burdened by numerous adversaries, seek to bolster their sense of security. Consequently, the Doomsday safe house offered by Dragon Security naturally emerged in response to market demand. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi intended to construct a Doomsday-level safe house, Wu Huiran immediately adopted a more courteous demeanor. Such substantial contracts were scarce for them each year. "Mr. Zhang, our Zhanglong is a world-class security company. We are undoubtedly capable of meeting your demands." Zhang Yi promptly inquired, "If I were to request a complete renovation of a residence at the 24th floor, would you be able to accomplish that?" Wu Huiran's gaze shifted peculiarly. Typically, such safe houses were standalone villas or subterranean shelters. It was uncommon for affluent individuals to opt for a safe house within an apartment. Nevertheless, when a client made a request, their company would certainly endeavor to fulfill it. Wu Huiran confidently smiled. "That is certainly not an issue. Our Zhanglong is indeed a top-tier security firm. With our expertise, we can seamlessly execute your specifications." With Wu Huiran's assurance, Zhang Yi began to formulate his own plans. Since that was the case, he decided to transform his home into a safe house. He chose to remain, eager to witness the demise of those who had wronged him. Wu Huiran produced a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our services are entirely customized. You can select the services you require from this device, complete with corresponding pricing. In this information age, communication is undoubtedly convenient." Zhang Yi accepted the tablet and began meticulously sifting through the array of services presented. It must be said, a professional company is indeed professional. Provided the funds are sufficient, Zhanglong Security Company can nearly fulfill any request, including constructing safe houses 100 meters underground or beneath the sea. However, these projects were progressing too slowly for Zhang, as he only had a month to complete them. Chapter 7. Acquiring equipment. After perusing the introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi immediately selected his service items. The first was comprehensive reinforcement of the entire house, entailing a complete replacement of materials. The walls, ceilings, and floors would all be constructed with 200 millimeters thick alloy, directly replacing the original walls. This aerospace material weighs merely 1/3 of steel, yet its strength is tenfold that of high-quality steel. Utilizing this material to build the safe house would seamlessly integrate with the building where Zhang Yi resided, eliminating any concerns regarding structural overload. The windows would be fitted with the finest bulletproof glass available in the world today. Furthermore, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration capabilities, ensuring that no harmful gases could infiltrate from the outside. Lastly, a comprehensive surveillance system would be installed, allowing for all-encompassing monitoring of both the interior and exterior of the house. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors, equivalent to those used in bank vaults, making them exceptionally difficult to breach even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi's sole demand was to transform his abode into an impregnable fortress. After finalizing these selections, he handed the computer to Wu Huairan. Upon reviewing the choices, Wu Huairan couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A mere 120 square meter house had been fortified to resemble a steel drum. With the addition of weaponry, it would indeed become a veritable bastion, Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Oh, do you have knowledge of fortifications? Wu Huairan chuckled softly. I once served as a mercenary abroad, and I possess a profound understanding of military weaponry. A sudden epiphany struck Zhang Yi, prompting him to lower his voice as he inquired. Do you have any means to procure firearms? This question rendered Wu Huairan's demeanor serious. In Huagua, private ownership of firearms is prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you must understand that. In principle, such items are not permitted for personal possession, Wu Huairan replied in a hushed tone. Have you encountered a formidable adversary, causing you such trepidation? Zhang Yi seized the opportunity, confessing, Indeed, I have offended some individuals from the underworld, and they are exceedingly ruthless, armed as they are. I was contemplating whether I might acquire a firearm for self-defense. Otherwise, I would merely be cowering in my abode, enduring their assaults, which is hardly a viable situation. Wu Huairan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you in this matter. We operate as a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huairan's expression, Zhang Yi discerned that he was capable of obtaining a firearm, yet was unwilling to delve into murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi continued. The safe house project I am undertaking will cost over 8 million. Should I encounter further issues, it would adversely affect your company as well. He fixed his gaze upon Wu Huairan, articulating each word with precision. I merely seek a means of protection. If you can assist me in this endeavor, I assure you, I shall not treat you unfairly. Wu Huairan remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the situation. He certainly had connections. However, he was unaware of Zhang Yi's background, and thus, he hesitated to introduce him lightly. You may return for now. Although I am unable to assist directly in this matter, I can certainly inquire on your behalf. Should any information arise, I will reach out to you. Wu Huairan was evidently indecisive at that moment. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not press him too hard. Firearms indeed require utmost caution. He smiled and said, Very well, I shall await your news. By the way, this matter is quite urgent. I kindly ask you to expedite the creation of a safe house for me. Wu Huairan replied, At most, within half a month, we can have it ready for you. After concluding his discussion with Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi promptly signed the contract and paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, it seemed he would never have the opportunity to settle that in this lifetime. Having left the Zhanlong Security Company, his housing situation was effectively resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his vehicle and called a familiar acquaintance, Lu Yang. Lu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City, having leased several hundred acres in Xishan, where various harmless small animals roamed, offering a recreational hunting experience. He possessed an array of legally obtained bows, compound bows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited the place a few times before, which provided him with Lu Yang's contact information. He called Lu Yang to request the purchase of a batch of equipment, even offering to pay a premium. Lu Yang, being a businessman and someone who often sought Zhang Yi's assistance, readily agreed to the request. Zhang Gu, what do you intend to do with such a large quantity of equipment? These items are solely for hunting or personal use. One must not use such items to inflict harm. Lu Yang inquired with a smile, yet his tone bore a hint of caution. After all, the items had been sold from his hands. Should Zhang Yi employ these weapons to cause injury, it would undoubtedly bring him trouble. Nevertheless, those who can establish a hunting ground in Tianhai City are certainly well connected. However, there was no reason for them to assume risks on behalf of an ordinary acquaintance like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily and casually fabricated an excuse. You are overthinking. I have arranged to hunt with a few friends at a wildlife reserve in Africa soon. Therefore, I require additional equipment. Lu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. Oh, Brother Zhang knows how to have fun. However, Do be cautious, as Africa is home to numerous lions and hyenas. Indeed, let us settle on that. How long will it take to prepare my items? I have everything ready here. Just come by to collect it when you have the time. Without delay, Zhang Yi promptly drove to the Shishan hunting ground and procured his purchases. Time was of the essence for him, and he could not afford to waste a moment. He acquired 5 fine steel crossbows, 3 premium compound bows, and 300 arrows for both the bows and crossbows. Additionally, he purchased 2 exquisite hunting knives made from Damascus steel, known for their remarkable toughness and sharpness. They are nearly indestructible unless subjected to prolonged hacking against hard objects. These tools would serve excellently for self-defense. All these items filled the trunk to capacity. Gazing at the substantial array of equipment, a profound sense of security enveloped Zhang Yi. He then transported the entire load back home, as everything was procured through legitimate channels. He had previously obtained a hunting license for recreational purposes and thus had no apprehensions about being interrogated by the police. By the time he returned home, twilight had descended. Zhang Yi ventured out again, indulging in a delightful hot pot meal at Hadaleo. Contemplating the prospect of preparing hot pot himself in the future, he promptly decided to order 10,000 portions of hot pot base from Hadaleo. The staff were taken aback, suspecting him to be a rival merchant intent on causing disruption. Fortunately, due to Hadaleo's commendable service, there was no immediate confrontation with Zhang Yi. Subsequently, the manager approached him, inquiring about his intentions before agreeing to fulfill the order, albeit with the stipulation of cash payment to mitigate concerns regarding potential sabotage. Zhang Yi readily complied, paying over $1 million on the spot. His generous gesture left the manager beaming with delight, who even added an extra 500 portions as a complimentary gift for Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. Supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi provided his address, instructing the Hadaleo staff to deliver the hot pot base. As for the food ingredients, they could easily be sourced from Walmart's warehouse. However, the hot pot base was not something that could be casually sold. Even the packaged hot pot materials available on the market paled in comparison to those served in the restaurant. Otherwise, there would be no patrons frequenting the establishment for hot pot. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi prepared to head home when his phone rang, revealing a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I inquire if it is convenient for you to accept them now? Upon returning home, Zhang Yi eagerly awaited the arrival of a sumptuous feast. The banquet of 500 tables was more than sufficient to last him 2 to 3 years. With a fortune of 8 or 9 million still at his disposal, he felt no pangs of regret in spending. Rather, he was impatient to disperse his wealth. As he pondered on the journey home, he contemplated what other delicacies he cherished. Consequently, he placed orders with several renowned restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting 100 tables from each, including Western cuisine. He had ordered thousands of tables across the 8 major culinary traditions, thus securing a lifetime's worth of sustenance in one fell swoop. Before long, the catering vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand procession of 20 to 30 vehicles caused a significant blockage, leaving the neighborhood residents utterly astonished. Uncle Yu, the security guard, promptly approached to inquire about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation. Yet Uncle Yu remained adamant that only residents should be permitted entry, given the considerable commotion and the uncertainty of what was being delivered. For the sake of the community's safety, he could not allow them through without proper authorization. The hotel manager had no choice but to contact Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi descended and made his way to the entrance of the community, where he found a crowd gathered, including neighbors from his building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Approaching Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Yu, these are my catering deliveries. Please allow them to enter." Uncle Yu, taken aback, responded with astonishment. "Catering? What on earth are you consuming that requires so many vehicles for delivery?" The neighbors around were abuzz upon hearing about the food truck. Goodness, there must be at least several hundred tables. Where does he intend to place them? Could it be that something significant is happening at Zhang Yi's home? Perhaps a banquet? Is he getting married? But hundreds of tables seem rather daunting. Have you seen? That is Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. To reserve that many tables, it must cost at least several million. My goodness, to spend such a fortune on a single banquet. Zhang Yi truly is a person of hidden depths. Previously, it was known that his family was well off, but now it appears he might be a magnate. The neighbors chattered amongst themselves, their gazes towards Zhang Yi now infused with fervor and a hint of reverence. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing observed this scene. Her lips pressed together in determination to win Zhang Yi's affection. She took the initiative to approach him, smiling as she inquired, "Zhang Yi, what has your family been busy with lately? You've purchased so many things." Zhang Yi paid her no heed, instead offering a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Upon seeing the owner, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way, and although he disregarded Fang Yuqing, she appeared unfazed, laughing and chatting alongside him. "Is there something at home you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to know more about you. Please don't treat me as a stranger." Zhang Yi cast a penetrating glance at her and remarked coldly, "All of these things are purchased on behalf of my employer. The last time we dined at that Western restaurant, it was also his treat." With a sigh, he added, "Ah, if only I were truly wealthy." Fang Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. You must be joking, right?" Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders, saying, "How could I possibly deceive you? We have known each other for several years, and you are well aware of my family's circumstances. My parents have both passed away, and I am merely a supervisor at a warehouse. There is no wealth to speak of." His explanation left Fang Yuqing's demeanor fluctuating between uncertainty and realization. She had indeed harbored doubts, thinking that he must be a rich second generation, at least from a family engaged in substantial business ventures. Though Zhang Yi's parents had left behind some assets, he could hardly be classified as a rich heir. With Zhang Yi's candid admission of his status, all her uncertainties were clarified. Quietly, she distanced herself from Zhang Yi, tidying her hair, and with a polite smile, she said, "Regardless of whether you are a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, are we not? I am not a mercenary woman." The emphasis she placed on the word friends was intentional. A green tea princess never goes to extremes, for she still requires a backup and devoted admirers to cater to her needs. Zhang Yi merely curled his lip, choosing not to engage further in conversation. Meanwhile, employees from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting lavish meals to the location designated by Zhang Yi. He was well liked in his community, which allowed him to borrow a small storage space in the underground of the complex. Let them first place the items in the warehouse. Although the quantity of food for 500 tables is quite substantial, once neatly packaged in dining boxes, the space occupied will not appear overly extravagant. Zhang Yi has ordered only the finest delicacies, including abalone, sea cucumbers, shark fins, Australian lobsters, truffles, caviar, everything one could desire. Transporting the grand feast for 500 tables to the warehouse will undoubtedly take some time. Even the hotel manager, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. After years of managing, he had never encountered such a colossal takeout order. However, Zhang Yi reassured them to proceed with moving the items to the warehouse without concern. Meanwhile, he discreetly utilized the moment when the movers departed to store all the food within his spatial pocket. Others might harbor suspicions, deeming Zhang Yi peculiar. Yet in this bustling world, few have the leisure to concern themselves with someone seemingly irrelevant. Thus, whether it be neighbors or hotel staff, they merely exchanged a few remarks, with no one genuinely invested in the matter. Before long, all 500 tables worth of feast had been securely stowed away in Zhang Yi's spatial pocket. By evening, he received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that preparations were complete on their end, and they were ready to commence the construction of his safe house at his convenience. Zhang Yi promptly replied that they could come by the following day. He intended to relocate to the hotel for the time being. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further instructions from Wu Huiran, as he had another crucial matter to address, securing the equalization device. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you truly have such a need, I could indeed recommend a path for you. However, the price may be somewhat steep." Zhang Yi nodded. He was well aware of that. Nevertheless, financial concerns no longer troubled him. It was not an issue, provided the quality was commendable. Wu Huiran replied with ease, "Very well. Since this is the case, I shall make the introduction. I will inform you of the transaction location in 3 days." Chapter 9. The super warehouse. With the matter of firearms settled, Zhang Yi felt a considerable sense of relief. In the apocalyptic era, possessing such a weapon would instill a profound sense of confidence, whether confronting humans or otherworldly beings. The following day, Zhang Yi began to pack some essential items into his personal space. He intended to convert his home into a safe haven, necessitating a temporary relocation to a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans entered the Yuelu community. A large group of workers from the Dragon Company, clad in uniforms, disembarked and commenced measuring the dimensions of Zhang Yi's residence. Many neighbors observed the scene with curiosity. What had gotten into Zhang Yi lately? Why was he engaging in such peculiar activities? Some colleagues even jested. Indeed, just the other day, I saw him at the supermarket, purchasing enough food to fill 3 shopping carts. Haha, one might think the apocalypse is upon us with such a stockpile. Will he not waste it all once it expires? Perhaps there is something amiss with his mental state. The onlookers were perplexed by Zhang Yi's uncharacteristic behavior, yet no one seemed to care, regarding him merely as a source of amusement. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining believed that Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Kaining suddenly exclaimed, "Now I understand. No wonder he dined at that Michelin 3-star restaurant the other day. It must be a sign of a deranged mind." Fang Yuqing frowned, her mood decidedly displeased. Reflecting on that day, she felt a surge of frustration. She had approached Zhang Yi and even helped him carry numerous items home, leaving her exhausted and irate. What on earth was Zhang Yi up to? Lin Kaining expressed her concerns. "He promised to treat us to a grand meal. He wouldn't forget, would he? I have been eagerly anticipating a meal at that Michelin 3-star restaurant." Fang Yuqing scoffed. "Let's not get our hopes up. Given his recent erratic behavior, even if he invites me, I shall decline. What if others see us dining together? That would be utterly embarrassing." She was determined to secure a wealthy husband and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Although Lin Kaining felt reluctant upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, she had no choice but to concede. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained indifferent to the opinions of his neighbors. In a month's time, they would come to realize who the true joke was. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to return to work, and he intended to thoroughly investigate the warehouse to prepare for his forthcoming plans. Walmart's warehouse is situated in the economic development zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices in this area, numerous large corporations have established their warehouses here, including some pharmaceutical companies. This proximity facilitates Zhang Yi's acquisition of certain miraculous medicines. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for work as usual. As the warehouse supervisor, he was intimately familiar with every aspect of this place. Indeed, he knew each warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Typically, his visits here would evoke a sense of monotony. However, today, gazing upon the vast warehouses filled with goods worth tens to hundreds of billions, an uncontainable excitement surged within him. Soon, these items would be retrieved, becoming essential resources for his survival in the impending apocalypse. As Walmart's South China Central warehouse, the sheer volume of supplies here surpassed anyone's imagination. Just the stockpile of cola alone amounted to tens of thousands of cases. The entire warehouse spanned over 1 million square feet, brimming with an array of everyday necessities. Among these, in addition to food, clothing, and hardware tools, one could even find automobiles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It could be said that anything permissible for sale in a supermarket could be found within these walls. Having worked here for many years, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the contents of every shelf. Moreover, he was well versed in the scheduling and the locations of the surveillance cameras. Despite the stringent security measures, his familiarity with the system's vulnerabilities allowed him to incapacitate the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. Utilizing the capabilities of the system's space, he resolved to take everything from here. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to act. Time was still ample, and he preferred not to alarm the unsuspecting. After leisurely surveying the warehouse, he departed, clutching a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, and made his way to the adjacent warehouse of ruining pharmaceutical company. Having worked in the same vicinity, he was quite familiar with the staff there. Upon arrival, Zhang Yi sought out the warehouse manager, Zhou Hairan, with whom he shared a cordial rapport. In large corporations, it is not uncommon for individuals to exploit their positions within the warehouse. Zhou Hairan, being the brother-in-law of the vice president of Ruining Group, had been known to pilfer medications from the warehouse for personal gain. After engaging Zhou in conversation, Zhang Yi subtly hinted at his intentions, expressing a desire to acquire several boxes of life-saving medications for acute illnesses. Initially cautious, Zhou Hairan's demeanor shifted when Zhang Yi proposed to pay double the market price for the drugs. Hearing such a generous offer, Zhou could hardly contain his eagerness. Ultimately, they struck a deal for 5 large boxes of medication at the price of 3 million. For an average individual, the total number of illnesses encountered in a lifetime would scarcely amount to half of what was procured. With the acquisition of these vital supplies, Zhang Yi was nearly prepared for the impending apocalypse. With less than a month remaining before the predicted cataclysm, he found little motivation to continue his work. He arrived at the warehouse manager's office, fabricating a story about the passing of a grandfather from his hometown, requesting a 20-day leave to attend the funeral. Zhang Yi was well-liked and maintained a cordial relationship with the manager. Thus, despite the rather outrageous duration of his request, he faced no difficulties and secured the time off with ease. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi intended to luxuriate in a 5-star hotel, awaiting the arrival of the supplies he had procured and the completion of his safe house. As he exited the manager's office, he caught sight of Fang Yuqing, her backside poised as she poured coffee from the machine. It must be said, this woman possessed a certain allure, exuding an innate charm. Even while pouring her coffee, she couldn't resist a slight sway of her hips, inevitably drawing the attention of several young suitors eager to curry favor. One young man, grinning broadly, invited Fang Yuqing to accompany him to a concert by Jie Chou, brandishing his ticket with an air of triumph. This young man was Zhou Ping, someone Zhang Yi recognized well, as they resided in the same neighborhood. Furthermore, he was a devoted admirer of Fang Yuqing, and among those who had wronged Zhang Yi in a past life, he was included. Chapter 10. Confronting the sycophant, Zhou Peng lavished attention on Fang Yuqing. Yet it was evident that she had little interest in a man of his ilk. In terms of financial standing, Zhou Peng was far inferior to Zhang Yi, even renting his accommodation. Nonetheless, Fang Yuqing continued to smile warmly as she replied, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. However, I happen to have plans with friends that night." What a shame. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on these 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to seize the opportunity during the concert to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing. Yet, to his dismay, it all seemed in vain. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, could not help but smirk with a hint of mockery. He understood that Zhou Peng, the ever-ardent admirer, would ultimately gain nothing from his efforts. However, amidst his despondency, Zhou Peng caught sight of Zhang Yi's smiling face, which ignited a flare of anger within him. In an attempt to alleviate his own embarrassment, he approached Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, your actions are utterly unbecoming. As a grown man, how can you expect a woman to assist you in moving things? Is that not beneath your dignity? Yuqing has been complaining about back pain since she came to work today. I hope you refrain from troubling her in the future." Zhang Yi cast a glance at Fang Yuqing, realizing that it was she who had disseminated the tale. Fang Yuqing feigned innocence, saying, "Oh, it's nothing serious, in truth. She isn't in any real discomfort. It's just that she struggles with heavy lifting and seems to have slightly strained her back." As she spoke, she pinched her own waist and grimaced, feigning pain. In an effort to assert his masculinity before Fang Yuqing, Zhou Ping boldly pointed at Zhang Yi, declaring, "You should swiftly provide Yuqing with 500 yuan for medical expenses." To his surprise, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy as he glared at Zhou Peng and retorted, "She offered to help me of her own volition. I did not solicit her assistance. Moreover, who do you think you are to instruct me in such matters? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance?" Zhang Yi's scathing reprimand resonated profoundly, leaving both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing in a state of bewilderment. Zhou Peng, merely an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, wielded neither power nor influence. His audacity to rebuke Zhang Yi stemmed solely from Zhang Yi's generally placid temperament and his aversion to disputes. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine fury, Zhou Peng's bravado swiftly waned. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was merely attempting to discuss something with you," he stammered. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and turned on his heel, disinterested in further dialogue with Zhou Peng. To Zhang Yi, everyone now appeared as mere specters. He anticipated that within a month, 99 of those around him would succumb to the frigid storms of the apocalypse. Why waste breath on the deceased? After Zhang Yi departed, Zhou Peng approached Fang Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow, perplexed. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. He no longer greeted her nor initiated conversations, even neglecting to wish her good night each evening. Something peculiar was undoubtedly afoot, she mused silently. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, specifically to the establishment he had previously reserved, Hongfu Tianxia. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, the manager beamed with delight and promptly arranged accommodations for him. The cost of a room in a 5-star hotel exceeded 1,000 per night, yet Zhang Yi seemed entirely indifferent to the expense. Regardless, with several millions still in hand, he would only perceive it as wasteful if he couldn't spend it all. That evening, Fang Yuqing, rather unexpectedly, took the initiative to send a message to Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your house today and noticed that renovations were underway. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, replying, indeed. Fang Yuqing, you seem rather peculiar lately. Hoarding items and renovating your home. Is something significant about to happen? Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Though this white lotus was troublesome, her intellect was certainly not lacking. It appeared that his recent odd behavior had indeed caught her attention. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi was indifferent. Others' opinions held no significance for him now. It's nothing, he replied coldly, tossing his phone aside. On the other end, Fang Yuqing, observing Zhang Yi's aloof demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had treated her exceptionally well, always inquiring after her well-being and seeking various excuses to chat with her each evening. However, recently, he seemed to have transformed entirely, displaying a chilling indifference and failing to initiate conversations. This left Fang Yuqing feeling quite unsettled. She might feign disinterest in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely could not tolerate the notion of him losing interest in her. To Fang Yuqing, such a development signified the escape of a prized fish from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a wealthy heir, he could be considered a quality member of the middle class. If she failed to secure a wealthy partner for marriage in the future, she might still have the opportunity to take over with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. Lately, it seemed that our communication had dwindled, leaving me with a sense of loneliness. However, after waiting for half a day, there was still no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling a surge of irritation within. What on earth was wrong with Zhang Yi? How dare he ignore my messages when I reached out to him? Nearby, her roommate Lin Kainin, having overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, Zhang Yi had been acting strangely of late. Who knew why he was hoarding so much food and drink, and even reserving numerous banquet tables at hotels? It was as if he anticipated an impending shortage of supplies. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow slightly. She turned to Lin Kainin and asked, Ningning, do you think something might really happen soon? Is it possible Zhang Yi has received some warning and is stockpiling provisions? Lin Kainin paused in surprise at this suggestion, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Yuqing, are you being silly? If something were truly afoot, there would surely be an official announcement. We should simply remain at ease. If he is hoarding supplies, others will just think we are fools. Fang Yuqing, hearing this, chuckled self-deprecatingly. You make a valid point. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had been sequestered in a suite at a 5-star hotel for several days. He had not ventured outside, dedicating his time to acquiring lavish banquet arrangements while simultaneously practicing with a compound bow and crossbow in the confines of his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a penchant for hunting in the past, which provided him with a solid foundation. Within a 15-meter range, his accuracy was exceptionally high. Particularly with a professional-grade compound bow in his possession, this modern equipment enabled an ordinary individual to shoot arrows comparable to those of ancient archers. It was not merely effective against humans. Even when confronting wild boars, wolves, or large dogs, he could inflict significant damage. Chapter 11. Completion of the safe house 3 days later. Through the connections of Wu Huiran, Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 firearms along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi bore no grievances. With such substantial items in hand, he felt a heightened sense of security in the apocalyptic setting. Furthermore, he had concluded a transaction with Zhou Huiran, obtaining 5 boxes of imported high-quality medications essential for survival. A week passed, and Wu Huiran called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications, inviting him to return for inspection. Zhang Yi then departed from the hotel where he had resided for quite some time and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huiran personally accompanied Zhang Yi to assess the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi could not help but be taken aback. The Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a premier security firm in the country. The speed and quality of their safe house construction were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, yet from the outside, it appeared unchanged. Wu Huiran patiently explained every detail to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system is of military grade, capable of filtering out any harmful gases, thus preventing any external gas attacks. Furthermore, the entire heating system has been completely redesigned, utilizing materials from the Arctic Research Institute. In addition to the fireplace crafted according to your specifications, it effectively insulates against 99.5% of temperature loss. At this point, Wu Huiran cast a mysterious smile at Zhang Yi. To enhance your security, we have installed a comprehensive surveillance system throughout the building, comprising 300 cameras that allow you to monitor every floor. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was left astonished, at a loss for words. He could only marvel at the advantages of wealth, which affords services beyond the imagination of the ordinary person. Upon stepping onto the balcony, he discovered it had been transformed into a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran elaborated that the window materials are both bulletproof and explosion-resistant, even sturdier than 200mm alloy plates. Moreover, it facilitates ample natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was exceedingly satisfied with this safe house. It seemed that unless confronted by an army armed with heavy weaponry, no one could forcibly invade his home. Even if the entire building were to collapse, he believed his room would remain unscathed. "I am very pleased with the safe house you have created," Zhang Yi remarked with a smile to Wu Huiran, who returned the gesture with a beaming smile. He then produced a document for Zhang Yi's signature and stated, "If there are no issues, kindly settle the remaining balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, affirming his thoughts. However, the final payment was something he would never part with. The mere thought of having invested only 1 million in a deposit to acquire a safe haven worth nearly 10 million was exhilarating. Reclining on the sofa, he surveyed his almost flawless sanctuary. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he realized he had overlooked a profoundly crucial element, the essence of life itself. He slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How could I forget something as vital as water?" In the wake of the ice apocalypse, although the outside world was frigid, water could be procured by drilling through ice. Nevertheless, venturing outside would entail the risk of facing temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero. Zhang Yi could not tolerate such a significant vulnerability in his refuge. After some deliberation, he promptly placed an order through a delivery service for 100 large water storage barrels, each capable of holding 500 cubic meters of water, sufficient for several years of use, coupled with the ability to retrieve bottled water from the warehouse. The issue of water resources was elegantly resolved. The delivery personnel indeed exhibited impressive speed, arriving at his door within a few hours. Zhang Yi approached the entrance of the community and requested Uncle Yu, the security guard, to grant passage to the delivery driver. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi acquiring such an array of peculiar items once again, the surrounding neighbors began to murmur among themselves. "Is there something off about Zhang Yi?" one remarked. "Indeed, he purchases the most curious things every day. A few days ago, I observed a multitude of individuals at their residence, laboriously lifting steel plates that were at least a dozen centimeters thick. Perhaps I am being frivolous, but it seems they are attempting to emulate those secure sanctuaries depicted in films. I have also witnessed such eccentricities among the affluent abroad, indulging in similar pursuits out of sheer boredom. Is this not a quintessential case of unfounded paranoia? They have now acquired an abundance of water barrels. Do they genuinely believe that Tianhai City will face a water shortage in the future? How amusing. But Tianhai City is situated by the sea." In response to the mocking gazes of the neighbors, who seemed to relish the spectacle, Zhang Yi felt no inclination to engage in their trivial disputes. Instead, he merely chuckled inwardly, knowing that when the day of icy calamity arrives, they will come to realize the folly of their present derision. Zhang Yi harbored no interest in elucidating his intentions to them, as these individuals would merely regard him as a fool, dismissing his prudent counsel. They might even retaliate by accusing him of spreading rumors and disturbing the peace, leading to his potential arrest. Uncle Yu, the vigilant gatekeeper, was engrossed in conversation with Mr. Tang, a neighbor. With genuine concern, Uncle Yu approached and inquired, "Young Zhang, what purpose do all those water barrels serve? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would be more than willing to lend a hand." Upon observing the well-meaning Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi found himself touched by a wave of emotion. Uncle Yu, a retired soldier with no offspring, had diligently served as a security guard in the community for over a decade. In a previous life, he had selflessly donated his last morsel of food to save a starving mother and her child, ultimately succumbing to hunger himself. He was one of the rare beacons of humanity that Zhang Yi encountered amidst the desolation of the world. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, this year's temperature seems rather abnormal. I have insider information indicating that this winter will be quite harsh. To be on the safe side, it would be prudent for you to stock up on provisions, lest the prices soar." Uncle Yu, who enjoyed a cordial relationship with Zhang Yi, recognized him as a warm-hearted and kind young man. Furthermore, being of an older generation, he was naturally inclined to harbor concerns about potential hardships. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he furrowed his brow. Xiaozhang, is this for real? Is the information credible? Zhang Yi nodded. Just take a look. I have already prepared quite a bit. You could stock up on instant noodles and mineral water. These items won't spoil, even if you buy in excess. Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Living alone, he was already accustomed to keeping a supply of instant noodles and sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had brought it to his attention, he decided to take the time to purchase a little more, treating it as a means of peace of mind. After all, these items could be stored and would not go to waste. However, Mr. Tang, who was nearby, approached Zhang Yi and said, Xiaozhang, you must be cautious not to spread such talk. Our society is currently stable and harmonious. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Speaking in this manner could lead to you being reported for spreading rumors. You might find yourself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. He had offered his advice, and whether they chose to heed it was entirely their own affair. Chapter 12. Emptying a warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to bring 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse, which he then placed into his space to bring back home. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi promptly opened all the faucets in his house, beginning to fill water buckets. At this pace, it is estimated that within a week, he would have filled all 100 buckets. Days passed one after another, and Zhang Yi remained tirelessly occupied. He spent every single penny without restraint, dining at the finest restaurants daily. Moreover, he procured copious amounts of meals from these high-end establishments, storing them within his alternate space. During this time, he frequented the shooting range in Tianhai City each day, practicing archery and firearms to diligently enhance his skills. It was unrealistic to expect to transform himself into a martial arts expert within a month. However, equipped with a bow, a firearm, and a fortified super-safe house of solid metal, he felt unperturbed by any looming dangers. Such actions, of course, did not escape the notice of those around him. Yet, each individual regarded Zhang Yi as a mere jest, believing him to be mentally unstable and secretly mocking him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from him, unwilling to engage in conversation. Thus, time continued to pass, swiftly accumulating over 20 days, drawing closer to the impending apocalypse. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast array of supplies, encompassing food, weapons, and heating equipment. Nevertheless, these provisions did not suffice to grant him a sense of security. He resolved to target the colossal Walmart warehouse. Capturing it would provide him with an abundance of resources sufficient for 10 lifetimes. The reason for not waiting until the final day to take action stemmed from Zhang Yi's recollection of a critical detail from his previous life. He had vaguely learned that the higher-ups had received advance notice of the impending gamma-ray event. Thus, they had discreetly begun to amass substantial quantities of essential supplies long before the average citizen became aware. Zhang Yi could not afford to gamble. He had to act preemptively. Furthermore, considering this line of reasoning, even if the supplies at the Walmart warehouse were to vanish entirely, the higher-ups, preoccupied with their own hurried preparations for safety, would scarcely have the bandwidth to investigate. This afforded Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. Consequently, he returned to the warehouse and resumed his duties as usual. The Walmart warehouse was staffed around the clock, yet the number of personnel dwindled to a mere 10 during the night. Zhang Yi resolved to employ a straightforward and audacious tactic. He decided to mix sleeping pills into their tea. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, he was untroubled by the prospect of being discovered as the perpetrator. Given his familiarity with these individuals, the execution of his plan unfolded effortlessly. As the sedative took effect, they succumbed to a deep slumber, while Zhang Yi made his way to the surveillance room, disabling all the cameras within the warehouse. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the space, envisioning every corner even with his eyes closed, and bolstered by countless rehearsals and strategies in his mind. He executed his plan with remarkable efficiency. After accomplishing this, he slipped into a pair of oversized shoes, donned gloves, and swiftly proceeded to the warehouse. Gazing upon the vast expanse before him, Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and commenced the collection of supplies. As his right eye scanned the shelves with a mere thought, each shelf would materialize within his alternate space. Zhang Yi was the first to arrive at the beverage section, which housed an astonishing quantity of mineral water, drinks, and alcohol, including a plethora of fine red wines and spirits. Without hesitation, he indiscriminately filled his warehouse with all of it. In no time, thousands of cubic meters of beverages vanished before his eyes. Next, he proceeded to the fuel section for daily necessities. Here lay an abundance of smokeless coal and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all intended for household storage or outdoor excursions. The sheer volume of smokeless coal alone amounted to tens of thousands of boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and barreled gasoline. The quantity available was such that Zhang Yi could utilize it for several centuries without exhausting it. He never entertained the thought of leaving some for others, after all. In the wake of an apocalypse, such supplies would hardly reach the hands of ordinary people. Thus, he resolutely gathered all the resources. Drawing upon his years of expertise in warehousing, he efficiently allocated areas for these supplies within the alternate space, ensuring ease of access for his future needs. In his third endeavor, he ventured into the food section, which boasted an even greater volume, amounting to tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were packed to the brim, resembling small mountains. Canned goods, packaged roasted chickens and ducks, puffed snacks, instant meals, and gourmet treats truly enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Zhang Yi marveled at the abundance, his appetite unrefined, taking whatever he could find. After securing the food items, he then made his way to the sports equipment area. Essential for his safe haven, physical training equipment was indispensable. Regular exercise would bolster his health, ensuring vitality, and, when necessary, could even be a matter of life and death. Although the space within the safe house was limited, he did not hesitate to take whatever he could. After all, the expanse of the alternate realm was boundless. Among the items, there were several particularly useful tools, such as baseball bats and fencing swords, which served as excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi discovered even more invaluable items, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, among which were professional-grade cold-weather suits fit for national athletes. These garments could withstand temperatures as frigid as -100 degrees. They represented the pinnacle of technology in 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. These would be the ultimate protective gear when the Ice Age descended upon the world. Without reservation, he promptly gathered dozens of top-tier cold-weather suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After a full 2 hours, Zhang Yi single-handedly emptied the vast Walmart warehouse, spanning over 1 million square feet. Upon completing this task, he gazed at the enormous, vacant space with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Now, even in the face of the harshest ice age, he felt confident that he could live comfortably and securely. Returning to his post, he removed his gloves and shoes, stowing them away in the alternate realm. Then, he sipped some tea laced with sleeping pills and soon succumbed to a deep slumber at his desk. After an indeterminate period, he was abruptly awakened by someone shaking him urgently. Supervisor, something terrible has happened. Wake up. Slowly, Zhang Yi opened his eyes, bewildered as he looked at his colleagues before him. What's wrong? One of the warehouse employees, trembling, pointed toward the warehouse and exclaimed, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." What? Zhang Yi exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he slammed his hands on the table and rose to his feet. He theatrically made his way to the warehouse, where he was met with an utterly barren sight. Deep down, Zhang Yi understood better than anyone what had transpired. Nevertheless, his legs weakened, and with a quivering voice, he asked, "What on earth has happened? Why have all the supplies vanished from the warehouse?" The employees around him wore tense expressions. Indeed, the inventory in the warehouse was worth at least hundreds of millions. Even if they employed large trucks for transport, it would take several days to remove it all. How could it possibly disappear in the blink of an eye? They chose to remain silent about their recent slumber, as it was not uncommon for those on the night shift to sneak in a quick nap. Zhang Yi maintained a serious demeanor, feigning anxiety as he paced back and forth. He then addressed the group, saying, "This situation is too bizarre for us to resolve. We should contact our superiors." Although the employees felt a sense of unease, they were not unduly frightened. The magnitude of the incident meant that they bore little responsibility. The disappearance of assets worth hundreds of millions within a mere 2 hours was clearly beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, they had no reason to jeopardize their positions for the company. Thus, upon Zhang Yi's suggestion, they nodded in agreement. Such a mess was best left for those above to handle. Zhang Yi promptly called the warehouse manager to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the manager was left utterly stunned, initially believing Zhang Yi was attempting to jest with him. Chapter 13: The Advent of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi completely emptied the entire warehouse of Walmart's South China distribution center. Goods worth billions were all transported into his alternate space. Meanwhile, he feigned ignorance and promptly reported the incident to Walmart's upper management. Soon, the news reverberated throughout the senior ranks of Walmart in South China. A throng of executives, in a state of shock, rushed to the scene and called the authorities to handle the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, stood aghast at the vacant warehouse, his face paling to a hue whiter than snow. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders demanding the swift repatriation of all goods. It was said that this directive came from the upper echelons of the United States, and they had dispatched ships that were soon to arrive at Tianhai port. At this moment, everything seemed to be in disarray. On the other hand, Zhang Yi remained entirely unperturbed about the possibility of his actions being uncovered. After all, the complete disappearance of a warehouse filled with billions of goods in just 2 hours was utterly incomprehensible. Even if the police conducted a thorough investigation, it would be nearly impossible to uncover the truth in such a short time frame. Moreover, considering Walmart is a foreign enterprise rather than a state-owned enterprise, the intensity of the investigation was naturally less formidable. Nevertheless, he continued to act anxious and fearful, cooperating with the police's inquiries. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was ultimately released. The police, however, remained highly suspicious about the incident, having reviewed the surveillance footage from both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal surveillance footage had been disabled, the notion of absconding with millions of cubic units of goods without leaving any trace seems implausible. However, upon reviewing the surveillance around the warehouse, no evidence of vehicles passing was discovered. This implies that the goods, valued in the billions, either vanished into thin air or were subject to a cunning scheme of embezzlement orchestrated by Walmart itself. Logically deducing the circumstances, the latter scenario appears far more plausible. After all, unless one were to entertain supernatural phenomena, there is simply no rational explanation for how such a vast quantity of goods could disappear within a mere 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and his fellow employees, while they have aroused some suspicion, the illogical nature of the goods' disappearance suggests that even if internal personnel were involved, they are not the primary issue at hand. Given that Walmart is a foreign enterprise without any official connections to the Chinese government, and considering the enormity of the case, the police's response has naturally been sluggish. There are even concerns regarding potential international ramifications, leading to a bureaucratic game of passing the buck in the investigation. To ascertain the truth behind these events, it may take not merely 3 days, but potentially 3 months or more. Zhang Yi has been ordered to remain in Tianhai City for the time being, required to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal inquiries. He complied willingly and was subsequently released. Upon returning home, he glanced outside through the slats of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today is December 10th, with only 2 days remaining until the onset of the Ice Age. In the time that follows, he need only stay at home, venturing nowhere, to effortlessly embrace the ensuing chapters of his life. Contemplating the vast expanse of the alternate realm, abundant with resources valued in the billions and encompassing nearly every necessity of life, Zhang Yi felt an undeniable sense of security. He returned to his bedroom and reclined, wearied from a night of diligent effort and cooperation during the interrogation. This slumber extended until the evening, and upon awakening, he turned on the television to discover news reports detailing the theft incident at the Walmart warehouse in southern China. The magnitude of the loss and the bizarre nature of the event captivated major news outlets across the nation. It was astonishing that such a large warehouse could be entirely emptied in mere hours. It was evident that insider collusion was at play. It was likely orchestrated by someone within Walmart's upper echelons, possibly as a scheme to defraud the insurance. The scale of the loss was staggering, amounting to millions of cubic meters of goods, impossible to transport in a single night, even with large trucks. A faint smile graced Zhang Yi's lips. The truth of this matter would remain obscured until the impending apocalypse unfolded. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi remained within the confines of his home, acutely aware that time was running out for this world. For his own safety, he refrained from leaving his room. During this period, law enforcement and investigators from Walmart's headquarters summoned him for inquiries. Although they harbored suspicions about his peculiar behavior that night, the brevity of the investigation and lack of concrete evidence rendered them unable to detain him, despite their doubts. Meanwhile, some acquaintances reached out to Zhang Yi, seeking insider information, but he deftly deflected their inquiries. Ultimately, the fateful day of December 12th arrived. At 2 o'clock in the morning, gamma rays brushed past the blue planet, a fleeting moment that bore devastating consequences for this world. Zhang Yi had meticulously sealed off his room hours in advance, with the fireplace already crackling to life. He understood that soon, as energy sources dwindled, both air conditioning and heating would fail entirely. The only means of warmth would revert to the most primitive methods. At that hour, he sat on the sofa by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, a bottle of beer clutched in his hand, intently gazing outside. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted at the edge of the sky. Though it was midnight, the earth momentarily radiated as if it were dusk. Yet, this brilliance lasted merely 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most were already lost in slumber, unaware of the fleeting change. However, for Zhang Yi, who understood the implications, a chilling dread coursed down his spine. He gulped down the beer, the crispness of the Budweiser providing a semblance of calm. He tossed a few fine logs into the fireplace and reached for the television, watching the programs while anticipating the world's transformation. Just minutes later, the sky outside began to swirl with a flurry of snowflakes. Initially, they were no larger than a fingernail, but within 2 minutes, they burgeoned into a heavy snowfall. The wind outside began to howl, and in an instant, the snow turned ominous. A sudden blizzard enveloped the entire city. This is the formidable power of nature. When it undergoes transformation, it offers no forewarning. Zhang Yi's heart began to flutter with anxiety. Although he had constructed a sanctuary of unparalleled perfection, he had previously endured the cataclysm of the Ice Age, which inevitably left him with lingering apprehensions. He pondered whether this lavishly designed fortress, valued at 8 million, could truly withstand the impending severe drop in temperature. Yet, as the flames within the fireplace roared to life, the interior grew exceedingly warm, even bordering on the oppressive. Upon glancing at the thermometer, he noted that the temperature had soared to 32.6 degrees Celsius. A quick look outside revealed that the city had been enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. A sense of calm washed over Zhang Yi. He decided to reduce the amount of charcoal, as the heat was becoming rather uncomfortable. Zhang Yi refrained from hastening to sleep. He wished to observe the evolving situation a while longer. As for rest, there would be ample opportunity for that, after all. He was not bound by the constraints of a job. In less than half an hour, a substantial layer of snow had accumulated on the balcony. Zhang Yi opened his phone to read the news and discovered that the alarming drop in temperature had become a trending topic across the internet. The online community was rife with lamentations, as users expressed their distress over the unseasonably early arrival of winter, lamenting their lack of preparedness with winter attire. "What on earth is this weather? It's already plummeting to -10 degrees. They exclaimed. "Tomorrow, the roads will likely be frozen solid. How can anyone go to work?" Conversely, some expressed delight at the heavy snowfall, exclaiming that they would not need to go to work tomorrow, chuckling with glee, particularly among some friends from the south. There was an exuberance as they shared photographs of themselves amidst the heavy snowfall, expressing that they had never witnessed such a substantial accumulation of snow in their region. Zhang Yi shook his head, acknowledging that this was merely the beginning. The heavy snowfall was expected to persist for at least 3 more months, with temperatures continuing to plummet. At that point, their delight in admiring the snow would likely diminish. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I gaze amused at the turmoil of the world. The Ice Age has commenced. In the southern city of Tianhai, a flurry of snowflakes descended like goose feathers, igniting fervent discussions online. Some voiced their complaints, while others expressed relief. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this snowfall and the drastic drop in temperature were not fleeting. Rather, they would persist and intensify, ultimately leading to a calamity that none could withstand. At that moment, however, Zhang Yi reclined comfortably on his sofa at home, relishing the warmth of his secure abode, which maintained a cozy temperature of over 20 degrees Celsius, while savoring a chilled Budweiser. It was a state of pure contentment. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a flurry of messages in his chat groups, comprising former classmates, fellow enthusiasts, and residents of his community. Goodness, how could it snow so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't mention this. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. I must turn on the air conditioning immediately. Not to mention, our old air conditioner is hardly effective at heating. It's getting colder by the minute. I've yet to purchase my winter clothing. I wonder how long this frigid weather will persist. Everyone chimed in, expressing their thoughts and feelings in a lively exchange. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people did not regard the sudden drop in temperature as significant. Rather, they seemed somewhat delighted by it. Zhang Yi was well aware that this was merely a temporary phenomenon. He stifled a yawn, unwilling to continue watching. Retreating to his warm, plush bed, he enveloped himself in a velvety light quilt and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was exceptionally cozy, an upscale find procured from a Walmart warehouse. Particularly noteworthy was the mattress, rumored to be a favorite of a certain celebrity, valued at $3 million. Outside, heavy snowflakes cascaded and the biting wind howled, while within, the fireplace crackled cheerily, maintaining a pleasant warmth. In such a comfortable setting, Zhang Yi swiftly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Zhang Yi was roused from his dreams by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was a call from Fang Yuqing, the epitome of innocence. Disturbed from his restful slumber, his mood was understandably irritable. He answered the call with a hint of annoyance. "Hello? What is the reason for your early morning call?" Fang Yuqing paused momentarily at Zhang Yi's frosty tone. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside. Did you stock up on supplies because you anticipated this drastic drop in temperature?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were bravely enduring something. Upon hearing her words, a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. Indeed, this innocent flower seldom sought him out without a purpose. He lazily responded, "I merely heard a friend mention it in passing, but I never expected the temperature to plummet this drastically." He threw back the quilt, feeling the warmth of the room envelop him, causing a slight sheen of perspiration to form on his skin. Zhang Yi donned his slippers and stepped outside, his gaze fixed upon the familiar scene before the floor-to-ceiling window. The heavy snowfall had engulfed the entire city, rendering the streets and roadside shrubs invisible. Only the outlines of the buildings remained discernible, with many ground floors nearly submerged beneath the white blanket. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, large flakes cascading to the earth without any sign of abating. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing was still lamenting, "No wonder you've hoarded so many supplies. Zhang Yi, you ought to have informed me about such matters in advance. I've been freezing here." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by her audacity to complain. He promptly ended the call and tossed his phone aside. Subsequently, he retreated to the bathroom for a relaxing hot shower. Emerging refreshed, he retrieved a premium A5 Wagyu steak from his storage and prepared a breakfast of steak paired with pasta. As he enjoyed his meal, he turned on the television. Despite the recent drop in temperature, there had yet to be any power outages, allowing him to watch without interruption. Even in the event of a blackout, Zhang Yi had meticulously prepared various backup power sources, along with dozens of generators and ample gasoline, enough energy to last him at least 300 years. He tuned into the morning news channel, aware as a reincarnated individual of the outside circumstances. Yet, during such times, observing the state of the world outside served as a form of entertainment. To his amusement, the two news anchors were clad in thick down jackets. It is well known that television stations are not stingy with their central air conditioning, which is prioritized for power supply. However, the fact that the anchors must don down jackets indicates that the temperature has plummeted to a level beyond the capacity of the central heating to counteract. The female anchor, addressing the camera, earnestly articulated in a steady tone, "Last night, a wave of frigid air swept across the globe, resulting in dramatic fluctuations in temperature worldwide. A general drop of 70 to 100 degrees Celsius has been observed. Meteorological authorities are currently investigating the cause of this cold front. In the coming days, we urge everyone to stay warm and avoid frostbite. If it is not absolutely necessary, please refrain from going outdoors. The authorities will adequately address this issue. And we hope everyone remains calm. Do not spread rumors or believe them, and certainly do not engage in hoarding supplies. The snow disaster will soon pass." Upon hearing the anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. In the wake of the impending ice age, survival would hinge solely on one's own efforts. Remaining idle at home would undoubtedly lead to being among the first to perish. The upper right corner of the television displayed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had plunged to a staggering -65 degrees. It is noteworthy that just yesterday, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was a comfortable 15 degrees, signifying an abrupt drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged. Such a drastic temperature decline mirrored that of his previous life. Yet now, he found himself clad in pajamas, relishing a glass of red wine while savoring steak and pasta, utterly oblivious to the chill outside. After all, it was a safe house constructed at the considerable expense of $8 million, specifically designed to emphasize its insulation capabilities, ensuring that the interior temperature would remain nearly constant. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone chimed once more. Intrigued, he was eager to discover what those neighbors who had previously mocked him were discussing. The first message he noticed was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you abruptly hang up on me? The snow outside is so heavy that I cannot venture out." Did you not purchase a substantial amount of food? Could you lend me some? I promise to repay you once this snowstorm passes. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The White Lotus was clever enough to realize that, given the magnitude of the snowfall, food would become exceedingly scarce and expensive. Not wanting to brave the frigid temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees, she sought to procure sustenance from Zhang Yi. However, he was acutely aware that this icy calamity would endure for a considerable duration and would not resolve swiftly. Moreover, he had no intention of parting with even a morsel of food for Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, he had been deceived by this White Lotus, giving her plentiful provisions from his own supplies. Ultimately, she had betrayed him, leading to his demise and even attempting to harvest his ribs for broth. Such a woman now served only as a target for his amusement, as he anticipated witnessing her tragic downfall. With this thought in mind, a playful smile danced upon his lips as he composed a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have mentioned this sooner. I have nearly depleted my stockpiles. Look, I just made a steak this morning. After sending the message, he took a selfie alongside the steak and a glass of red wine on the table. He deliberately included a picture of himself in his pajamas and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus requests supplies at that moment. Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapped in 2 thick blankets. Although the air conditioning was set to a sweltering 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely reached freezing. She trembled from the cold, feeling as though icy winds were seeping into her blankets. Upon seeing the photo Zhang Yi had sent, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could he, in such frigid weather, be clad in mere pajamas, comfortably indulging in steak and sipping red wine? They resided in the same building, yet it felt as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. The sight of that delectable steak and the exquisite bottle of red wine on the table made her mouth water. As a top-tier White Lotus and a savvy socialite, she was well-versed in the finer things. From her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi was enjoying was undoubtedly authentic, premium Wagyu. The French red wine beside him was surely of Grand Cru caliber, worth at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing to the bone, Zhang Yi was reveling in such comfort, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. She promptly sent a message to Zhang Yi, expressing her longing for steak and red wine. She believed her hint was unmistakably clear. Given Zhang Yi's previous demeanor, he would surely offer to bring her some steak and wine. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi only laughed heartily, still considering himself her past admirer. He leisurely replied to a previous message, suggesting, if you're hungry, just go to the supermarket. Upon reading this message, Fang Yuqing's expression immediately stiffened. Wasn't that a rather pointless remark? Outside, the temperature plummeted to minus 60 or 70 degrees. Any exposed skin risked frostbite. How could he make such an outrageous demand of her, a delicate girl? Gritting her teeth, she retorted angrily, Zhang Yi, you truly are not a man. Given such a wonderful opportunity, you failed to come forth and make an impression. Humph. At that moment, Fang Yuqing still retained some pride. Although she yearned for steak and fine red wine, she regarded Zhang Yi merely as a fish in her pond. Furthermore, she believed the snow disaster would not last more than a few days. Thus, she continued to strive to maintain her image as a proud goddess. Refraining from directly asking Zhang Yi for food, Zhang Yi chose to ignore Fang Yuqing further and instead glanced at other chat groups, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon entering the homeowners group of their community, he stumbled upon Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Do not panic, everyone. It is merely a sudden drop in temperature, and it will pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Please refrain from hoarding supplies and trust our officials. Our neighborhood committee will find ways to help everyone weather this snow disaster. Please obey the orders and follow directions. Do not create trouble for the authorities. A homeowner voiced a dissenting opinion. With such heavy snowfall, who knows when it will cease? It's troublesome to venture outside. Shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Indeed. Perhaps one should venture out to procure some groceries. I fear that the prices of vegetables will soar in the coming days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you all doing? Are you not merely creating chaos for us? Hoarding supplies will only lead to inflated prices. And soon everyone will be forced to pay exorbitant rates for their food. If anyone dares to stockpile resources and I discover it, do not blame me for reporting them for sowing discord among the populace. Zhang Yi observed Aunt Lin, who was commanding the group as if she were a leader, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Today marks the first day of the impending ice age, due to the frigid weather outside. The supermarket supplies have not yet been entirely depleted. If one were to brave the heavy snowfall, despite the risk of frostbite. There would indeed be an opportunity to gather a sufficient amount of provisions. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many harbored a sense of false security and refrained from going out to buy groceries. The inevitable outcome is all too predictable. At that moment, Aunt Lin's ire suddenly turned towards Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the community group. "Little Zhang, you have hoarded quite a few items at home previously. Given the severity of the snow disaster, you must not become a cautionary tale. Stay at home obediently for the next few days. If I catch you out shopping again, do not say that Aunt Lin did not show mercy." Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This meddlesome old hag, ever since he refused to yield to her demands last time, had harbored a grudge. Now, she seized the opportunity to launch her veiled attacks. Yet, regrettably for her, this community committee matron meant nothing to Zhang Yi at present. He replied with a cold sneer, "Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snow disaster will last. If it prolongs, and everyone finds themselves without food, will you take responsibility for that?" Zhang Yi's inquiry echoed the sentiments of many. Discontent brewed among the crowd regarding Aunt Lin's remarks. Yet they hesitated to voice their dissent due to her position in the neighborhood committee. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, others swiftly emerged to voice their concerns. "Indeed, if you prevent us from stockpiling supplies, who will bear the brunt when we face shortages? Can you shoulder that responsibility?" Aunt Lin, witnessing the uprising against her, felt a pang of anxiety. Her animosity towards Zhang Yi deepened. How dare he openly challenge her in the owners' group? Was this not a direct affront to her dignity? "Rest assured, we in the neighborhood committee can assure everyone that supplies will not run short. The snow disaster will pass swiftly. And you, Zhang Yi," she continued, "do not incite unrest at such a time. Your actions could be deemed illegal." Seething in her home, Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and muttered fiercely, "This Zhang Yi is truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I must devise a plan to detain him for a few days." Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even in such dire circumstances, this woman named Lin still attempted to assert her authority, wielding her scant power with arrogance. It was utterly ludicrous. "Oh dear, I cannot possibly wear such a grandiose hat. Rest assured, it's so cold outside that I wouldn't venture out even if summoned. Do as you please." He had long since stockpiled his supplies, rendering any need to venture out and compete with others for mere vegetable leaves unnecessary. However, those who had succumbed to Aunt Lin's deceit would soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of sorrow, with the apocalypse looming. Countless souls would perish from the cold and hunger. Yet, some individuals deserved their fate, such as those neighbors from his past who had wronged him, regardless of their survival. Zhang Yi had resolved to endure, for the fates of others held no significance for him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi strikes back. Zhang Yi languidly yawned as he lounged on the sofa, while others braved hunger and the biting cold. He basked in a comfort that felt akin to paradise. His home boasted an impeccable insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, ensuring that his sanctuary remained at a perpetually pleasant temperature year-round. He needed do nothing more than relish each day in joy. At that moment, the television offered little in the way of entertainment. Various live broadcasts had ceased due to the extreme cold. After all, the beautiful hosts he so admired could hardly endure temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, or even over 100. If any dared, Zhang Yi would undoubtedly applaud their audacity. He accessed his alternate dimension, where the electronic device sector housed numerous gaming consoles and AAA titles. Hundreds of brand-new, unopened PS5s, Switches, and Xboxes lay in wait, alongside an astounding collection of game cartridges numbering in the tens of thousands. Zhang Yi retrieved the latest PS5 and installed it on his expansive 100-inch Sony television, immersing himself in his gaming experience. He indulged in the most recent AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby lay other titles such as Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, all excellent choices for passing the time. For those who found the gameplay duration too brief, there were also extensive games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines that could provide endless hours of enjoyment. With no work or social obligations to consider, this lifestyle was even more pleasurable than what he had experienced prior to the apocalypse. Dressed in his pajamas, he relished snacks while gaming in blissful solitude. However, after a while, his phone chimed, interrupting his revelry. Upon glancing at it, he discovered that the bothersome community committee member, Aunt Lin, had tagged him in the group chat. "Zhang Yi, the roads outside have been completely snowed in. Please come out with tools and help clear the snow." Her tone was decidedly commanding. Zhang Yi noticed that she was rallying others in the group to join her in the snow-clearing effort, yet only a handful responded. To his surprise, she had directly called upon him. Looking out at the heavy snowfall, he saw that the entire floor was nearly buried beneath 3 meters of snow. The idea of clearing it by human effort alone seemed utterly preposterous, especially knowing that this snow would continue for at least another 3 months. The thought of going out to shovel snow, when it was falling faster than he could clear it, was daunting. Zhang Yi promptly declined, stating, "In this frigid weather, one would turn into an ice pop after just a short while outside. Even when it comes to shoveling snow, it is prudent to wait until the snowfall has ceased." Below, some echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments. Indeed, with the temperature plummeting to over -70 degrees outside, venturing out for even a brief moment could result in frostbite. We are not in the Northeast, where adequate winter gear is commonplace. How could we possibly go out? Aunt Lin was immediately incensed. What is this attitude? Shoveling snow is not solely for my benefit, but for everyone, is it not? You are all young and strong. How can you think of evading responsibility when disaster strikes? Rather than stepping up to serve the community? Her ire was particularly directed at Zhang Yi, who had led the opposition against her. Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and clear the snow. This is a critical time. We must unite and heed the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is essentially opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. Once the snow disaster subsides, there will surely be consequences from the organization. Aunt Lin invoked her status as a committee member once more. The homeowners, though seething with indignation, felt unable to voice their discontent. The snow disaster had only just begun, and social order still prevailed, making everyone reluctant to defy authority. Although the neighborhood committee members seemed to wield limited power, their minor authority was closely tied to the daily lives of the residents, rendering them hesitant to provoke such figures. All remained silent, none wishing to be the scapegoat. However, many hoped that Zhang Yi would rise to the occasion and confront Aunt Lin, becoming the voice for all. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of these ostrich-like sentiments, a cold smile playing on his lips as he harbored deep contempt for them. However, it was inconceivable for him to endure in silence. Thus, he resolved to confront Aunt Lin directly. He perused the chat history, noting that the individuals Aunt Lin had tagged were predominantly amiable young residents of the community. In contrast, she had entirely disregarded the troublesome troublemakers or influential figures. Consequently, Zhang Yi mockingly asserted, Aunt Lin is absolutely correct. If this is truly for the collective good, then you, members of the neighborhood committee, ought to take the lead in shoveling the snow. Moreover, considering the youth and vigor present in our community, why have you only summoned the few of us? Do you perceive us as easy targets? Those individuals of dubious repute and the affluent second-generation elites were not even mentioned in your tags. What? Are you utterly speechless in their presence? The other homeowners, witnessing Zhang Yi's remarks, nodded in approval, expressing their satisfaction. Zhang Yi is truly my voice on the internet. Indeed, why did you only seek out the docile ones? Everyone was aware of the identities Zhang Yi alluded to, as they resided in the same neighborhood. Well aware of the notable figures within. For instance, Chen Zhenghao, residing on the 6th floor, is renowned as a local gang leader involved in earth-moving projects, commanding a workforce of hundreds. Similarly, Su Hao from the 8th floor, whose father is a prominent developer in Tianhai City, boasts connections within official circles. Throughout the discourse, Aunt Lin had not uttered a single word regarding these two individuals. Zhang Yi's revelation of Aunt Lin's tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong left her utterly embarrassed. She refrained from mentioning those formidable individuals, undoubtedly due to her lack of courage, for they would hardly pay her any heed. Such individuals have always been known to prey on the weak and shy away from the strong. Had Zhang Yi possessed such a disposition in the past, Aunt Lin would never have entrusted him with the task of clearing snow. Feeling a loss of face, she vented her frustrations by sending several lengthy voice messages in the group chat. Snow shoveling is a public service meant to benefit the community. Yet, some individuals nitpick over trivial matters, exhibiting a complete lack of spirit of contribution. Such people are truly the bane of our homeowners group. If you are unwilling to participate, then simply refrain. There are plenty of others willing to step in. The collective awareness of the community surpasses yours by far. Furthermore, I do not treat certain individuals with favoritism. It is simply unnecessary to mention each one individually. I hope you all understand and do not mislead yourselves. Should further defamatory remarks about me be made, I shall not hesitate to involve the authorities. Aunt Lin's explanations seemed to exacerbate the situation, especially at the end. Her threat to call the police elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Zhang Yi. Other homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, felt intimidated and began to gather their tools to clear the snow. However, Zhang Yi remained unfazed by her, setting aside her unreasonable antics. The police would certainly not support her. Furthermore, did she truly believe that various societal mechanisms were functioning normally? Chapter 17, Aunt Lin. The bully of the week. Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. Yet, with nothing to occupy his time, he found himself intentionally wanting to provoke this old woman. Oh, Aunt Lin seems quite inflated. If you possess such prowess, why not summon Chen Jinghao and Su Hao to come down and clear the snow? He openly named names in the group, showing no regard for anyone's dignity. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious delinquent. It was he who first invaded their home, wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, the arrogant scion of wealth, was the first to draw a blade against Zhang Yi. In summary, apart from a handful of good individuals, the remaining neighbors were complicit in the assault or robbery against Zhang Yi. He could even surmise that after his demise in a previous life, each of them had taken their share of the spoils. Thus, Zhang Yi spared no one's face, unabashedly tearing away their veil of modesty, much to their chagrin. Aunt Lin glanced at her phone, her expression shifting dramatically. Zhang Yi's blatant naming left her in a precarious position, no matter how she rationalized it. If she were to back down at this moment, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, she would lose her authority over the group henceforth. Reluctantly, she tagged Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in the group. Family members, the community is our home. Let us band together to clear the snow. I hope those available can bring tools and join in the effort. Before long, a response came from the ID 25602, Chen Jinghao, who sent several question marks. Subsequently, a voice message echoed in the group. Clear the snow? Are you blind? Can't you see the heavy snow falling outside? Damn it, is your brain malfunctioning? If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't bark here. Tag me again, and I swear I'll make you regret it. Chen Jinghao unleashed a torrent of harsh words upon Aunt Lin, and the homeowners in the group erupted into laughter, clutching their bellies in amusement. Madame Lin has taken herself far too seriously, yet others hardly regard her at all. As a mere member of the neighborhood committee, her influence over ordinary homeowners is negligible. Individuals of true societal stature would never consider her significant. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir, Su Hao, has sent a voice message. Why should I care about shoveling snow? I don't need to work. I can easily spend my days lounging at home. Following his statement, he even shared an image of himself ensconced in thick blankets, cradling a woman. This residence merely serves as a haven for him to indulge his lifestyle, and he finds himself coincidentally confined here. When Madame Lin insisted he clear the snow, he deemed her utterly deranged. Cowed by Chen Jinghao's scorn, Madame Lin dared not retort. After all, she was wary of provoking someone truly formidable. Yet, confronted with Su Hao's blatant provocation, she retorted, regardless, you are still a member of the homeowner community. Clearing the snow is your duty. Su Hao scoffed. Pa, do you think my monthly property fees are for naught? Without my money, you committee members would starve. How absurd. You wield the homeowner's funds like a scepter, acting as if you are the masters here. It's laughable. The wealthy heirs are rarely straightforward, despite Su Hao's idleness. He possesses worldly experience and holds no respect for a mere neighborhood committee member. With a smug tone, he added, my current standing is thanks to my parents and family legacy. Can I be compared to you impoverished folk? Hurry up and clear the snow. You still need to go earn your living. Only after the snow is cleared can I finally leave this wretched place. As everyone listened to Su Hao's audacious remarks, they were filled with indignation, yet powerless to refute him. After all, he was fortunate in his birth. Although his words were harsh, they were not devoid of truth. The commotion between Chen Jinghao and Su Hao left everyone disheartened. Aunt Lin's words became meaningless, neglected by all. Furious, she was not angry with Chen Jinghao and Su Hao, but rather with Zhang Yi. She believed that her efforts to rally the residents had been thwarted by Zhang Yi, the troublemaker. Therefore, she sent a furious private message to Zhang Yi, demanding to know, Zhang Yi, are you intentionally trying to undermine me? What exactly do you intend to do? When I instructed everyone to go out and clear the snow, was it necessary for each person to step outside? Now look, no one is willing to do anything. Are we to remain confined indoors forever? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, amused by the unexpected confrontation. Oh, so you've come looking for trouble? Spare me your pretense. You, who cower before the strong and bully the weak, dare to bark here. You wouldn't dare to utter a word against anyone else, yet you come here seeking attention? Let me tell you, My grandfather is not to be trifled with. Keep barking, and I'll make you regret it. Zhang Yi had expertly grasped Aunt Lin's character. She was merely a cowardly nuisance. Indeed, after Zhang Yi's harsh words, Aunt Lin was left trembling with fear. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, she relied on her position within the community committee to garner respect. However, if others disregard her status as a community committee member and confront her recklessly, she simply would not be a match for them. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, seemingly fearful of truly provoking Zhang Yi's ire. Aunt Lin hastily blocked Zhang Yi, apprehensive that he might unleash another tirade upon her. Her body trembled, uncertain whether it was from the cold or from the fright Zhang Yi instilled. That scoundrel! He is nothing but a ruffian, a lunatic. It is best not to provoke him further. I shall bide my time, for I possess ample means to ensure your future discomfort. Aunt Lin envisioned a time when she could leverage her position on the committee to vex Zhang Yi. For instance, when distributing daily necessities, she could deliberately delay his turn. Or perhaps, she could withhold information about favorable community events from him. She imagined the look of regret on Zhang Yi's face during those moments. Even envisioning him coming to her, pleading for mercy, while she coldly shut the door and retorted, "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Show me your bravado now." Lost in her thoughts, Aunt Lin began to laugh heartily. "Ha, the day will surely come when you seek my favor. For now, I shall not stoop to your level." Aunt Lin found satisfaction through this sense of psychological victory. She then continued to rally others in the group to venture out and clear the snow. Although many regarded Aunt Lin with disdain, most individuals would eventually need to work. And considering their own travel concerns, some well-meaning souls equipped themselves with tools and braved the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees to clear the snow. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, just as he had managed to chase away Aunt Lin, trouble was brewing anew, as someone else approached him seeking confrontation. This time, his WeChat phone received a call from an unexpected source. He cast a glance at the avatar, and to his astonishment, it was Chun Jinghao from the group. It appeared that Zhang Yi had just mentioned him in the chat, which irked him, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored resentment towards this scoundrel, and upon seeing his name on the caller ID, his eyes narrowed in irritation. At that moment, he rather hoped this fool would come looking for trouble. After all, in this safe house, Zhang Yi had no intention of venturing out. However, if anyone dared to confront him, he possessed ample means to ensure that individual met a grim fate. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of whom? As soon as the call connected, a torrent of vicious curses erupted from the other end. "Are you looking to die? Who gave you the audacity to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me, Chun Jinghao? It seems you have a death wish. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city. Do you believe me?" Chun Jinghao was somewhat notorious in Tianhai City, a local bully with hundreds of followers, rumored to have been involved in several murder cases. Consequently, all the residents in his neighborhood avoided him, fearing his wrath. To establish his dominance, Chun Jinghao's approach was that anyone who dared to offend him, even slightly, would pay a tremendous price. This was the so-called face of a social figure. Thus, even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in the homeowners group, Chun Jinghao perceived it as a provocation. On the other end of the line, he spat furiously, "You truly seek death. You talk a big game, but do you have the guts to mention me?" Zhang Yi would certainly not indulge him. With a cold sneer, he berated, "What are you, a mere wretch? Stop pretending to be something you're not. You're nothing but a societal outcast, a worthless failure. When I call your name, you respond." Zhang Yi's outburst was liberating, especially towards the perpetrator who had once invaded his home and caused his demise in a past life. He had long harbored a tempest of rage. On the other end of the line, Chun Jinghao was taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to retort. Enraged, he unleashed even more vitriolic insults. Zhang Yi replied bluntly, "You're nothing but a useless imbecile, merely playing with words, aren't you? Who are you trying to intimidate? Go eat dirt." After delivering his scathing remarks, Zhang Yi abruptly hung up and blocked Chun Jinghao. The thought of Chun Jinghao seething with fury brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. He approached the television and activated the surveillance cameras. When the Zhanlong Security Company had constructed his safe house, they had installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It could be said that the entire building was under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi turned his gaze to the 6th floor where Chun Jinghao resided, and indeed, the door was soon flung open with ferocity. Chun Jinghao, clad in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, stormed out with an imposing presence. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he recoiled from the biting cold. With temperatures plummeting below 70 degrees, he had donned merely a down jacket over a thermal shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper open to flaunt the tattoo on his chest. The frigid air swiftly delivered him a harsh lesson. Seeing that no one was around, Chen Jinghao hastily rubbed his hands together and hurriedly entered the elevator. Zhang Yi, seated on the sofa, leisurely retrieved a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This particular crossbow was designed for hunting. Even a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms could be pierced through with a single shot, as the 20-centimeter bolt would penetrate deeply into its flesh. While humming a tune, he meticulously prepared the bolts. After considerable practice, he had become quite adept at using the crossbow. Within a range of 15 meters, while he could not guarantee a perfect hit every time, he could confidently strike a target the size of a watermelon without missing. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yi, armed with the readied crossbow, approached the entrance. His imposing security door featured a shooting aperture positioned 2 meters high. Standing on a chair, he opened the door covering the aperture, which could only be operated from the inside. He then aimed the crossbow towards the corridor outside. For added precaution, a handgun was concealed within his pocket. Regardless of whether Chen Jinghao was as formidable as iron, today he would face misfortune. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed, and Chen Jinghao emerged, cursing vehemently. Thanks to the homeowner group's notes, he easily discerned Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at the door, he brandished a baseball bat, shouting and striking the door. "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out!" he bellowed. "Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Now, muster the courage to face me and see how I will end you." Chen Jinghao raged, slamming the door with force. However, that security door was a formidable barrier, 20 centimeters thick and reinforced with bulletproof metal, far surpassing the defensive capabilities of many armored vehicles. Nature is not something that can be shattered by Chen Jinghao wielding a baseball bat. Rather, it is he who feels the pain radiating through his hand. As he curses and grumbles, he remains oblivious to the fact that he has become the target of a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi observes Chen Jinghao's menacing demeanor, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth, as he aligns his crossbow with Chen's head. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shifts his aim. In this apocalyptic setting, everyone within the building, aside from himself, is destined to perish. Chen Jinghao is no exception. To eliminate him now would be rather mundane. After all, in his previous life, he had been mercilessly consumed by these deranged neighbors. A wicked smile creeps across Zhang Yi's face. He would not permit such scum to meet their end so easily. Therefore, he redirects his target. A faint whistling pierces the air as a sharp bolt strikes Chen Jinghao in the leg, a projectile capable of bringing down wild boars, piercing through his calf entirely. Chen Jinghao emits a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in despair. In the frigid temperature, plunging below 70 degrees. Such a penetrating injury would surely render his leg useless. Furthermore, the absence of medical supplies makes infection an unavoidable fate. Soon, he shall meet a tragic end amidst agony and cold. In this moment of excruciating pain, Chen Jinghao realizes he has encountered a truly formidable adversary. Indeed, these ruffians thrive on their fearlessness and reckless abandon, banking on the notion that honest folk would not dare to resist them. Yet, when faced with someone audacious enough to wield a crossbow, even their hearts tremble with trepidation. Chen Jinghao was paralyzed with fear, unable to discern the origin of the arrow that had just been shot. Nevertheless, he proved to be a formidable figure accustomed to the underworld. Dragging his injured leg back to the elevator, Zhang Yi, on the other hand, refrained from pursuing him further. For a simple reason, he wished to afford Chen Jinghao a little more time to live. After all, he was not a demon. Upon reaching the elevator, Chen Jinghao was drenched in cold sweat, as the temperature plummeted to a frigid minus 70 degrees, causing the sweat to freeze almost instantly. Yet, at that moment, his heart felt even colder than the air around him. The merciless attack he had just endured had laid bare the intent to kill. In this society, anyone bold enough to shoot a crossbow at another is certainly not to be trifled with. He glanced at his mutilated leg, horrified to see that the crossbow bolt had completely pierced through his calf. Blood stained one half of his trousers, which quickly froze in the extreme cold. The numbing temperatures dulled his pain, yet this did not bring Chen Jinghao any relief. Instead, it filled him with dread. He realized that if his leg went untreated, it would be rendered useless within mere half an hour. Chapter 19. A chilling bath. Chen Jinghao finally felt a surge of fear. He took out his phone to dial emergency services, but the line was perpetually busy. He tried for over 2 minutes, only to be met with frustration. His heart sank. Outside, the world was enveloped in frigid temperatures, and even the hospitals were incapacitated. Although some hospitals remained operational, the heavy snowfall had effectively paralyzed the city, rendering it impossible for ambulances to respond. Being a resolute individual, after much hesitation, Chen Jinghao resolved to perform the surgery on himself. At the very least, he had to extract the crossbow bolt. After a laborious return home, he retrieved a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic medication from the drawer. Having often engaged in brawls, he naturally kept such items at home. Chen Jinghao used the knife to cut open his pant leg, and upon seeing the wound, his face turned ashen with fear. In the frigid cold, the injury on his leg had already begun to freeze. While this temporarily halted the flow of blood, the area surrounding the wound had started to darken with bruising, and he had completely lost sensation in his calf. Despair enveloped Chen Jinghao. He realized that in such dire circumstances, he could only rely on himself for salvation. Fortunately, being a hardened individual accustomed to the underbelly of society, he contemplated for a moment before proceeding to perform surgery on himself. The severe frostbite had dulled his pain receptors significantly, so despite the absence of anesthetics, he managed to complete the procedure. However, the agony was so intense that he nearly lost consciousness. It was evident that his calf was irreparably damaged. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, his heart filled with a profound hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who had shot him. Zhang Yi, you wretched brat. I will ensure your demise, without fail. The glint of murderous intent filled Chen Jinghao's eyes. He was not jesting. He genuinely intended to kill Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how could he possibly navigate life in Tianhai City thereafter? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but having been blocked by Zhang Yi, he resorted to tagging him in the homeowners group chat. Zhang Yi, you dog, just wait. I swear if I don't kill you, I will write the name Chen Jinghao backward from now on. The homeowners were, in truth, oblivious to the unfolding events. However, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Chen Jinghao was, after all, a notorious rogue, known for his ruthless demeanor. Yet, had they known that Zhang Yi had shot him with an arrow, incapacitating his leg, they would likely have been rendered speechless with shock. Conversely, some individuals were quite exhilarated. For instance, Aunt Lin, who had previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, expressed her delight, saying, "It's best when dogs bite dogs. Neither of them is virtuous. I hope that scoundrel Chen Jinghao beats Zhang Yi to death. Let that wretched creature insult me." Meanwhile, the White Lotus, Feng Yuqing, also caught wind of the messages in the group. She curled her lip, secretly wishing for Zhang Yi to receive a thorough beating from Chen Jinghao. After all, how could Zhang Yi be so indifferent towards her, a goddess, failing to even bring her a morsel to eat? Nevertheless, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearful of the potential repercussions for themselves. Zhang Yi, upon reading this message, erupted into laughter. As long as he remained within the confines of his safe haven, he held no fear of 100 Chen Jinghaos. He sent a voice message from his phone, declaring, "What are you? Merely a barking dog. Dare to provoke me again, and I shall render your remaining leg useless." The homeowners in the group were taken aback by this voice message. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yi would dare to confront Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it appeared that Zhang Yi had indeed injured Chen Jinghao's leg. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his rage. "Damn it, Zhang Yi, just you wait. I will surely make you pay." Zhang Yi was equally unrestrained, defiantly challenging, "You wretched creature, come over if you dare. Let us see who meets their demise first." It must be said that in the wake of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi had become rather liberated. Freed from the constraints of societal norms and moral considerations, he felt no obligation to show respect to anyone. It was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao was seething with rage, feeling as though his very lungs might burst. Once back indoors, he leaned against the meager comfort of the air conditioning, gradually regaining his senses. However, the excruciating pain in his leg made him grimace. Movement was now only possible with the aid of a cane. After careful contemplation, Chen Jinghao concluded that eliminating Zhang Yi would not pose a significant challenge. He surmised that he had been struck by an arrow solely due to his negligence. Now, with his guard up, he could easily summon his subordinates to storm into Zhang Yi's residence and take him down. After all, with the frigid weather outside, both hospitals and police stations were effectively incapacitated. This was the perfect opportunity to dispose of someone. Without hesitation, Chen Jinghao contacted his underlings, instructing them to arm themselves and assist him in eliminating Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Jinghao's subordinates resided nearby, and upon receiving his orders, they swiftly gathered weapons such as machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes, making their way to his home. Upon witnessing the injury to Chen Jinghao's leg, they clamored to avenge their leader. Chen Jinghao coolly responded, "I will be fine. In a few days, when the snow melts, I shall recuperate in the hospital." However, that wretched creature dared to shoot me. Is this not akin to disturbing the dragon's lair? If I do not put an end to him, how shall I, Chen Jinghao, navigate my future? One of the underlings remarked, "Brother Hao, tell me his room number. I shall go and deal with him immediately." Chen Jinghao nodded, indicating that they resided in apartment 2401 of this building. However, this young scoundrel was quite treacherous and possessed a crossbow, which he had employed to ambush me. A subordinate brandishing a steel pipe exclaimed, "This individual is utterly devoid of martial ethics." Resorting to ambush, Chen Jinghao cautioned, "Exercise caution when you approach. I am aware he is alone in his residence. As long as he does not shoot you, breach their door and eliminate him without hesitation." Chen Jinghao's subordinates were reckless, fully aware that Zhang Yi was armed yet unperturbed. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. In the current climate of chaos brought on by the snowstorm, they could brazenly assault others at will. The malice inherent in human nature was unabashedly unleashed within them. Armed and emboldened, they made their way to Zhang Yi's home, intent on forcing their way inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that Chen Jinghao would not let this matter rest and would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he remained at home, simultaneously indulging in a video game while monitoring the activity throughout the building via split screen. He observed every movement of Chen Jinghao's underlings as they approached, and on his table lay an assortment of equipment, poised to deliver a fitting response upon their arrival. Zhang Yi held no sympathy for those societal miscreants. He believed them deserving of their fate. In a short while, a dozen of Chen Jinghao's henchmen arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep. They were aware that Zhang Yi possessed a crossbow, so they approached with caution. A few of the small karami held wooden boards as shields in front of them. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's doorstep and discovering that all was calm, they finally decided to act. "Open the door. Damn it. How dare you shoot at our Hao Go? Today, you shall face our wrath. This time next year will mark your demise. Open the door." They hurled insults while relentlessly battering Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, intent on breaking in to teach him a severe lesson before handing him over to Chen Jinghao for further punishment. Zhang Yi, engrossed in his game, remained unfazed. He had just become stuck at the first level's boss, having died 7 or 8 times without success, and his mood was somewhat sour. Hearing the shouts and the incessant banging on the door, he shouted back irritably, "Can't you muster a bit more strength? Have you not eaten?" The small karami, incensed by Zhang Yi's audacity, intensified their assault. However, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of solid alloy, proved exceedingly difficult to breach, even against small-scale explosive efforts. Their primitive attempts at breaking down the door yielded only a few minor white marks on the metal surface, merely a loss of paint. Not only did they fail to breach the door, but it remained utterly unyielded. The small karami stared in disbelief. "What the hell? This door is pure metal. And so thick. How are we supposed to get through?" They were left astounded, pondering just how many enemies this person must have. When they arrived, they had assured Chen Jinghao that they would bring Zhang Yi back, half dead. Now, unable to break down the door, they found themselves powerless to report back, thus continuing their incessant banging and shouting outside. Zhang Yi's game character had met its demise once again. Hearing the cacophony from outside, he grew increasingly irritated. He made his way to the kitchen, connected a hose to the faucet, and then climbed up to the shooting port. The little karami outside remained oblivious to the peril above, continuing their raucous barking. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yi turned on the faucet and aimed the stream at them. The torrent of water surged through the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, instantly soaking them to the skin. Chapter 20. Embracing a life of leisure. Can you fathom the sensation of being doused with cold water at a temperature below -70 degrees? Zhang Yi wielded the hose, directing the icy deluge towards the little karami outside. The temperature difference between the interior and exterior was about 100 degrees. Thus, as the water gushed forth, it emitted steam. However, upon contact with those outside, it rapidly transformed into ice. In the biting cold, they were clad in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them entirely, rendering them as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. "Good heavens! It's freezing. I'm going to die. Oh, stop it. Please stop." In that moment, They would have preferred a sound beating over enduring the torment of the freezing water. Each of them, lips turning purple, found themselves succumbing to the bitter cold, with some even fainting from the extreme chill. Instinctively, they hastily retreated from Zhang Yi's doorstep. However, in just a matter of seconds, they were thoroughly drenched. They didn't even have the time to escape via the elevator, and their clothing had become stiff with cold. Zhang Yi, witnessing their hasty retreat, finally turned off the faucet. He had initially intended to teach them a lesson with a crossbow, but the loading process was too sluggish and there was a risk of retaliation through the shooting hole. Instead, the deluge of water proved to be far more effective. After being thoroughly soaked, the little rascals found their lips turning blue from the chill. They hurried back to Chun Jinghao's residence. Upon seeing their disheveled return, Chun Jinghao was filled with rage. "Where is that little brat? Did you manage to capture him?" Meanwhile, the young subordinates frantically searched for blankets and sheets to warm themselves. Their clothes were sopping wet, leaving them as cold as ice. A dozen of them scrambled for clothing and bedding in the room. However, due to the crowd, there were insufficient items to go around, and several subordinates had no choice but to strip off their clothes and huddle together for warmth. The scene was rather peculiar. This infuriated Chun Jinghao, who slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Someone explain to me what on earth is going on." Once a few of the subordinates regained some body heat, they trembled as they explained the entire sequence of events to Chun Jinghao. "That Zhang Yi is utterly despicable. He sprayed us with a hose. We simply couldn't withstand it. We don't know how thick their door is. We hammered away for ages and only managed to chip off a bit of paint." Upon hearing this, Chun Jinghao's brows furrowed deeply. When he forcefully knocked on the door, he indeed felt the substantial thickness of the Zhang family's entrance. It appeared that a direct assault would prove to be quite challenging. However, he soon broke into a cold smirk. No matter how fortified their home might be, there would inevitably be a flaw. Moreover, I refuse to believe that he could remain cooped up indoors for eternity. You few, lie in wait nearby. The moment he steps outside, ensure that you bring him down," Chun Jinghao declared with a fierce demeanor. His subordinates, a band of reckless rogues, shivered yet managed to chuckle menacingly at his words. Although they were already chilled to the bone, they still felt compelled to project an image of ferocity. Yet, little did they realize that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving the safety of his home. Outside lay a hellish landscape, while his room was akin to paradise. Who would willingly abandon paradise for hell? After dealing with Chun Jinghao and his gang, Zhang Yi returned to his gaming, fully aware that these miscreants would not relent. However, they lacked the capability to invade his sanctuary. As for stepping outside, Zhang Yi would never entertain such a notion. Even the slightest risk was too great for him to bear. Why would he forsake the comfort of his home for uncertainty? Not long after, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the scene outside. Indeed, he noticed individuals wielding tools to clear the snow. He seemed to catch sight of Uncle Yu, the forthright and enthusiastic retired soldier who always rushed to the forefront in times of trouble. The group of a dozen young individuals below were among the more amiable members of the Homeowners Association. However, Aunt Lin and the other members of the neighborhood committee had yet to make their presence felt. Faced with the thick blanket of snow towering 2 to 3 meters high, they toiled diligently in their attempts to excavate. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that their efforts were entirely futile. To simply carve a path from the building to the entrance of the community would require an entire day of labor. And even if they succeeded, what would it matter? The roads outside were completely concealed beneath the snow. Such a thick layer could only be gradually cleared by specialized snow plows, which were conspicuously absent in the southern regions. Venturing outside had become a nigh impossible endeavor. Moreover, in temperatures plunging below -70 degrees, their endurance would be severely limited. With inadequate cold weather gear and bodies unaccustomed to such frigid conditions, the risk of frostbite loomed after merely half an hour spent outdoors. Zhang Yi shook his head. These earnest individuals were indeed pitiable. However, their choices were their own, and he felt no inclination to voice his opinions. After all, at this moment, everything was irrelevant to him. He simply wished to survive. As afternoon approached, Zhang Yi felt a pang of hunger and retrieved a sumptuous meal from his alternate space. The fare was rather simple: a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, paired with 2 Huangshan pancakes, and a bottle of cola. Such culinary delights were abundant within his space. Now, confined within the 4 walls of his home, Zhang Yi's daily routine had become liberating. Essentially, he would sleep when weary and eat when hungry, with no need to distinguish between day and night. Outside, the snow continued to fall incessantly. Stealing a glance at the entrance of the residential building below, he noted that the snow-clearing workers had all returned home. They exerted themselves for half a day, only to have the cleared ground swiftly concealed by the heavy snowfall. Perhaps they realized that relying solely on their strength was insufficient to combat the forces of nature. Zhang Yi, clad in a thermal shirt, reclined on the sofa, enjoying the comfortable indoor temperature of 27 degrees. He switched on the television, watching the programs that were airing. At present, numerous television stations across the nation had ceased broadcasts, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV continuing to transmit. The content primarily consisted of official work promotions and encouraging slogans. In this moment, our gaze turned towards Shengjing, where officials were strategizing and directing our efforts for a final offensive against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that in the United States, ineffective snow disaster prevention had led to the suffering of 200 million people and the deaths of millions. Conversely, the snow disaster in our country remained within a controllable scope, with everything progressing positively. We hope that everyone remains calm and composed, placing their trust in the power of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terrifying nature of this snow disaster were beyond human imagination. Although the authorities were striving to address the issue, human strength pales in comparison to the forces of nature. In Chapter 21, The White Lotus and Green Tea, the owner group continues to hear the incessant chatter of Aunt Lin. Have you all seen the news? Our country possesses the strength to effectively tackle this snow disaster. Do not panic. All problems will be resolved smoothly. If anyone requires supplies, those who are able should extend their assistance. After all, this snow disaster will soon pass, and there is no need to hoard supplies. However, the responses to her were few and far between. Clearly, after 2 days, the snow disaster showed no signs of abating, causing many to feel a rising sense of anxiety within. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you all right? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Fang Yuqing likely believed she had been dealt with by Qin Zhenghao. Nevertheless, he did not perceive her concern as genuine. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that's a relief. Deep down, Fang Yuqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, she quickly continued, our supplies have run out, and I remember you purchased quite a bit. Could you spare me some? After all, they would invite you for a meal later. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. Indeed, this woman sought him out with ulterior motives. He recalled that during their last supermarket visit, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had also bought some items. Although it was not as much as he had purchased, it certainly should not have led to a complete depletion in just 2 days. Ah, that was a long time ago. I didn't keep any of those things at home. In fact, there isn't much at my place. Fang Yuqing remained undeterred. Then surely you can spare me a few packets of instant noodles? You manage the warehouse. Surely there must be something to eat at home? Zhang Yi was blunt. I really don't have any instant noodles left. Look, this is all I typically eat. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on his table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the image, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Beside her, her close friend, Lin Kaining, emerged from the covers. Due to the intense cold, they were sharing a bed. The moment Lin Kaining laid eyes on the delectable food in the picture, her eyes gleamed with ravenous desire. These delicate darlings rarely engaged in cooking, relying on food deliveries or the generosity of men to dine. However, the recent heavy snowfall had them in a state of deprivation, reduced to consuming instant noodles and canned goods, which they ordinarily detested. Witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in Australian lobster and steak ignited a mix of resentment and envy within the two women. Resentment, because Zhang Yi was selfishly enjoying the feast alone, without considering sending any their way. Lin Kaining immediately chimed in with a sour tone. Wow, this Zhang Yi is truly outrageous. He has all these delicacies at home and doesn't even think of you. After all the times he claimed to adore you. Humph, I think he's being completely insincere. Fang Yuqing was also displeased. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had sent her such pictures. She was well aware that Zhang Yi was deliberately provoking her. However, she believed that Zhang Yi still harbored feelings for her, merely attempting to manipulate her into yielding through such means. Humph, foolish, she thought. Just a few morsels of food. And he expects me to become his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you are far too naive. Fang Yuqing spoke with disdain. As a proud gold digger, she had to maintain her aloof facade. However, gazing at the photos sent by Zhang Yi, the longing in her eyes was undeniably apparent. Naturally, Lin Kaining was perceptive to her true feelings. Thus, she remarked, Yuqing, Why not suggest to Zhang Yi that he join you for dinner? However, he must provide the meal. This way, you can maintain your dignity while indulging in delicious Australian lobster and steak. I am certain he will be thrilled and agree immediately. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow, contemplating the idea. In her heart, Zhang Yi was merely a sophisticated backup option. Although he was handsome and possessed some wealth, he fell significantly short of her ideal of a wealthy and attractive man. Under normal circumstances, she would never lower herself to such a level. However, at this moment, she could no longer endure her daily diet of instant noodles and canned food. Perhaps she could grant him the opportunity to dine with her. Fang Yuqing pursed her lips, reluctantly stating her decision. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it has been a while since we gathered together. How about coming over to our place for dinner tonight? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi chuckled. Are you inviting me to dinner? Great, thank you. His response left Fang Yuqing on the other end of the line, seething with indignation. Perhaps it was also due to the cold. In exasperation, she turned to Lin Kaining and exclaimed, This Zhang Yi is utterly ungrateful. I offer him the chance to treat me to dinner, and he expects me to foot the bill. Lin Kaining was taken aback. She seemed surprised that the Zhang Yi who had persistently pursued Fang Yuqing was now behaving so thoughtlessly. How strange. Could it be that the persistent suitor had finally lost his sense of awareness? Fang Yuqing, already furious, tossed her phone aside. She exclaimed in anger, That Zhang Yi. I originally intended to keep him as my backup, but now he has to move down my list. I am genuinely furious this time. From now on, I will not utter a single word to him. Even if he comes to beg me later, it will be of no use. Though Lin Kaining was tempted, she added fuel to the fire, remarking, Just look at his character. He wants to pursue you while being so stingy. Such a man deserves to remain single for life. The two continued to berate Zhang Yi for quite some time. During this, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, expecting Zhang Yi to message her with an apology. However, not a single message came, and her expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Lin Kaining began to entertain a mischievous idea. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Yuqing is upset now. Do you realize how serious the situation is? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi glanced at it out of habit. For him, perusing various chat group messages had become a source of amusement. What could be more fascinating than the complexities of human nature amidst a metaphorical apocalypse? Discovering that the message was from Lin Kaining, he chuckled to himself. One plays the villain while the other plays the hero, right? You two are quite the performers. Zhang Yi had long seen through the duo of the Green Tea Princess and the White Lotus. Typically, Lin Kaining would step in to assist Fang Yuqing, as she needed to maintain her image as the pure goddess. Thus, when it came to gifts and hinting for men to spend money on Fang Yuqing, it was always Lin Kaining who took the initiative. Chapter 22. The value of being a backup. Zhang Yi feigned confusion and said, What's the matter? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Kaining replied, Are you really that foolish? The heavy snow has sealed off the city, and our supplies are nearly depleted. If you were to bring over some delicacies now, wouldn't it perfectly convey your loyalty to Yuqing? If I were in your position, I would send over steaks, lobsters, and other fine treats from home. When Yuqing is touched, wouldn't your chances increase significantly? Zhang Yi, upon reading Lin Kaining's message, could already envision the gluttonous expression of that gold digger. He couldn't help but scoff. What difference was there between such behavior and begging? The absurdity lay in the fact that while begging, they still needed to adopt a facade of benevolence. It was as if Zhang Yi were to deliver food to them, and in return, they would grant him an opportunity. This kind of shamelessness made Zhang Yi want to slap them hard. Disgraceful. Zhang Yi resolved to toy with these two scheming women. He remarked, But our supplies are limited as well. Just enough for my own consumption. Lin Kaining frowned and immediately retorted, How foolish. How long can this snow disaster last? If you can endure a couple of meals without food, by the time you win Yuqing over, wouldn't that be a significant gain? If you're unwilling to part with even such a small amount, it seems you're not truly sincere towards Yuqing at all. Zhang Yi chuckled even more heartily. The two women, one playing the role of the aggressor and the other the defender, had unwittingly revealed their strategy. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long since seen through their shameless facades. Faced with Lin Kaining's CPU, he merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," before tossing his phone aside, disregarding her completely. Upon seeing that dismissive "oh," Lin Kaining was instantly infuriated. "Oh, what does that "oh" mean? After I've spoken to you at length, this is your attitude? Hurry up and bring me the food. I too desire steak and lobster." Lin Kaining, a true gourmand, had not indulged in anything delectable for the past few days, and witnessing Zhang Yi feast on a lavish meal left her salivating. Initially, she had intended to use Fang Yuqing's name to deceive Zhang Yi into delivering all the delicious food to her. However, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to her expectations. That simple "oh" nearly shattered her composure. Could it be that he had lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that is utterly impossible. Lin Canning recalled the past few years during which Zhang Yi had bin so attentive to Fang Yuqing and immediately shook her head. He must merely be having a momentary lapse in judgment. Enraged, Lin Canning sought out Fang Yuqing, embellishing her tale. Of course, she claimed to Fang Yuqing that her pursuit of Zhang Yi was solely to procure supplies for her. Fang Yuqing, with a frosty demeanor, coldly replied, "Humph. Who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Do not mention him in my presence again." Now, for Zhang Yi to regain her favor, he must sincerely apologize for his recent misdeeds and pay a substantial price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Canning nudged Fang Yuqing, suggesting that if Zhang Yi remained oblivious, she still had other admirers at her disposal. Their community housed numerous colleagues from the warehouse, after all. Among them was Fang Yuqing's other suitor, notably Zhou Ping, who was particularly eager to win her favor. Fang Yuqing was well aware of whom Lin Canning was referring to and disdainfully curled her lips. Zhou Ping was hardly even a backup option for her. Although he had previously worked at Walmart, he owned no property in Tianhai City and was still renting his residence. Fang Yuqing merely exploited him for trivial advantages, harboring no genuine affection towards him. Lin Canning advised, "It's freezing outside, and the snow is falling heavily. Since we cannot venture out to shop, why not make use of him? Let him assist us." Fang Yuqing's gaze wavered for a moment. Conceding that Lin Canning had a valid point, she then sent Zhou Peng a message. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng appeared, eagerly bringing along a backpack filled with food. Given his employment at the Walmart warehouse, he often took home discounted goods, ensuring a stockpile at home. At Fang Yuqing's request, Zhou Peng transformed into a fervent courier, meticulously selecting items to deliver to her. He patted his chest and assured her, "Yuqing, whatever you need, just say the word. You know I would do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng, managing a sincere, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are truly wonderful." With a few sweet words, she effortlessly dismissed him. Once back inside, however, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "With your pathetic self, how dare you have thoughts of me? Perhaps in your next life." Within the entire building, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the air. The frigid temperatures, even with the air conditioning running incessantly, rendered the indoor climate sub-zero. This predicament proved utterly intolerable for the southerners of Tianhai City. Moreover, they lacked the habit of stockpiling supplies. After 2 days of encasement in ice, their refrigerators were nearly empty. Although Aunt Lin continued to propagate the notion that everything was fine and that the snow disaster would soon pass, apprehension lingered in the hearts of the residents. Yet, Zhang Yi observed all of this with a sense of delight. In the face of impending doom, his preparations were exceedingly thorough, making his existence even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. He resembled an outsider, quietly watching the grand spectacle unfold outside. After Chen Zhenghao and his minions had been admonished by Zhang Yi, they temporarily refrained from seeking further trouble. They were aware that breaking into Zhang Yi's household would prove challenging. Furthermore, with one of Chen Zhenghao's legs effectively incapacitated, without access to a hospital, it would not be long before he faced a lifetime of disability. As for the other minor delinquents, drenched from the deluge, they each succumbed to colds and fevers. Lacking means for warmth, they languished in their ailing states, likely to perish from high fevers before succumbing to the scarcity of food. Amidst this chaos, Zhang Yi occupied his time at home by indulging in video games and engaging with chat groups. During his leisure, he would also partake in fitness exercises, taking advantage of the plethora of high-end fitness equipment available in his abode. Alternatively, he would delve into a variety of professional books downloaded from the internet, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Militia Training Handbook. Preparedness is a wise strategy. Possessing such specialized knowledge may prove invaluable in unforeseen emergencies. Outside, snowflakes dance in the air, and the sky is shrouded in thick clouds, rendering the distinction between day and night nearly impossible. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhang Yi rose from his slumber, indulging in a delectable Peking duck while glancing at the clock. The time was nearly upon him. The anticipated spectacle was about to unfold. He remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, the chat group on his phone erupted with fervor. Chapter 23. water and power outages 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse. The true drama began. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of what this day would bring, having foregone sleep the previous night, eagerly awaiting the unfolding events. The occurrences were straightforward. The power supply to the entire Yuelu community was abruptly cut off. Soon thereafter, due to the cascading effects of the blackout, the water supply company was rendered incapable of delivering water. With the water system compromised, every household found itself without this essential resource. This turn of events was entirely within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could foresee how long this extreme cold disaster would persist. The authorities were tirelessly striving to address the snow calamity, yet as days passed, it became painfully evident that this was beyond human intervention. In the frigid conditions, hydroelectric plants gradually ceased operations, while thermal power stations faltered due to the inability of personnel to work. Once the stored electricity in cities across the nation was depleted, power outages became an inevitability. At this juncture, it seemed that only a handful of nuclear power plants remained operational. However, the generated electricity is naturally entirely allocated for use by the official departments. The cessation of water and power has plunged the lives of ordinary people into darkness. Zhang Yi, having foreseen this predicament, had already activated 2 silent generators to provide energy for his room. After accomplishing this, Zhang Yi checked his phone and found an overwhelming number of messages in various chat groups, all marked as 99. Do you have electricity at home? We have none. Moreover, the water supply has also ceased. What on earth is happening? Our household is equally devoid of water and electricity. In such frigid weather, the air conditioning is utterly useless, and there is no way to employ a heater. How are we to endure this? Why isn't the government intervening at this critical juncture? If this continues, it may very well lead to fatalities from the cold. Zhang Yi shook his head in silence. At this moment, the authorities were too overwhelmed to attend to everyone's needs. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse, in its true essence, had only just begun today. With the loss of modern society's electricity and food, humanity would inevitably face widespread mortality. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi cast a wary glance at his home. Upon seeing his abode, warm as spring and fortified like an impenetrable fortress, alongside the seemingly endless supplies in his alternate space, a comforting warmth surged within him. Meanwhile, the community chat group was rife with anxious complaints. Were it not for the advanced technology that prevented mobile phone batteries from succumbing to low temperatures, they would have been unable to use their devices at all. Yet, without electricity, the phones would soon become obsolete. How long will this snow continue to fall? The air conditioning is rendered useless, and the temperature inside has plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. If this persists, we may truly face the peril of freezing to death. The water supply has ceased. Are we expected to drink melted snow? Our food reserves are alarmingly low, and with the snow blocking our doors, we cannot venture to the supermarket. What are we to do? Some have begun to reach out to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, did you not say previously that everything would be fine? Indeed. I heeded your words and refrained from stocking up on supplies. How are we to resolve this? When will help arrive? Please, say something. Aunt Lin, confronted by the anxious inquiries of her neighbors, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and panic within her. At that moment, her fear eclipsed that of the others. The homeowners remained oblivious to the rescue plans, yet Aunt Lin had gleaned some information through the neighborhood committee. The entire world is besieged by a relentless blizzard, an unprecedented disaster occurring once in tens of thousands of years. Perhaps we are witnessing yet another mass extinction event, a true apocalypse. Though the authorities strive to manage the situation, it is impossible to cater to the needs of over 1 billion people. Major cities across the nation have already succumbed to the storm. To survive in the days ahead, we must rely solely on ourselves. It is imperative to stockpile supplies, particularly food and heating resources. I have begun to solicit provisions from house to house, under the auspices of the neighborhood committee. Is this not a harmful course of action? Harmful? If I do not take such measures, my family will likely freeze or starve within 3 days. I can no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. This snow disaster may claim countless lives, and I must prioritize the well-being of myself and my family. Indeed, while we still possess some influence, we must swiftly gather more supplies. In times like these, survival is of paramount importance. Aunt Lin fixated intently on the messages in the community group chat, her entire body trembling violently. Although the indoor temperature had plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, Beads of cold sweat still trickled down her forehead. She lay in bed, cocooned beneath 3 thick layers of blankets, nearly suffocating under their weight, yet she dared not lift them, for the room resembled a frigid tomb. At that moment, nestled in the warmth of her blankets, her grandson Xiaohu inquired, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom return?" Aunt Lin gazed at her little grandson, her heart sinking. Just earlier that day, she had spoken with her son and daughter-in-law, who were trapped in their rented accommodation while working in a distant place, their situation no better than hers. "I must safeguard the two of us. We must endure this." Aunt Lin bit her lip resolutely, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Xiaohu, don't worry. After a while, Dad and Mom will be back." After soothing her grandson, Aunt Lin picked up her phone and began to communicate in the homeowners group. "Everyone, this calamity is but temporary. The frigid weather outside has led to water and power outages, which is to be expected. Rest assured, repair personnel are already on site addressing the issues. The authorities have issued a notification stating that during these extraordinary times, our community committee will undertake unified management of the residents. We hope for everyone's cooperation. Should anyone choose not to comply, resulting in severe consequences, we will have no choice but to request the police to conduct arrests and interrogations." Grandma Lin's words were heavy with gravity. This declaration ignited a strong sense of dissatisfaction among the residents. They were taken aback that, in such a situation, the committee not only failed to account for its own shortcomings, but instead resorted to intimidation against the homeowners. Yet, fear lingered in their hearts, and no one dared to voice their dissent. Zhang Yi, casually holding his phone, perused Grandma Lin's messages with an air of nonchalance. He raised an eyebrow and let out a dismissive chuckle. He was well aware that Grandma Lin was weaving a web of deceit. In his previous life, she had employed such despicable tactics to swindle substantial supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing her ruse. After all, the fate of his neighbors was of no concern to him. Zhang Yi switched on the television and resumed his gaming. Water and electricity shortages? It mattered not. His storeroom was brimming with an abundance of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had stockpiled 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention the several tons of mineral water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could resort to melting snow for water. In essence, he lacked for neither fresh water nor energy. Chapter 24. Grandma Lin's threat. While immersed in his game, Zhang Yi savored imported snacks, relishing a life imbued with flavor and satisfaction. The entire Tianhai city, or rather over 99% of the world, has succumbed to a state of water and power outage. The dilemma of water scarcity is somewhat manageable. Those who can no longer endure the situation may venture out to collect snow for sustenance. However, it is the power outage that proves utterly intolerable. The modern human body is exceedingly delicate, and to force individuals to exist in temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero is tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the authorities, for the majority of power stations are not inoperative. Rather, the workers are unable to report to their duties. Zhang Yi recalls that there would still be a brief period of electricity each day, as the officials do not wish for the populace to perish en masse. However, the power supplied by the nuclear and renewable energy stations of the 21st century is severely limited. At best, it allows for a mere recharge of mobile devices or the boiling of water. The notion of operating high-powered appliances such as air conditioners or heaters is simply out of the question. At this moment, the neighbors are lamenting in the homeowners group, their fear prompting them to seek solace in one another, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, who had previously suffered a broken leg at the hands of Zhang Yi, now drags his injured limb as he faces the threat of freezing to death in his home. Already burdened by his injury, enduring such frigid conditions inflicts a compounded toll on him. His small pets fare even worse. Although Zhang Yi had only doused them with water at the time, in this temperature, there are no means of warmth to be found. The indoor temperature gradually approaches that of the outside, reaching a chilling 50 or 60 degrees below zero. Several individuals have begun to suffer from high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 degrees Celsius and several others exceeding 40 degrees. Lacking the foresight to stock up on medication, their homes are devoid of ibuprofen. The frigid weather renders it impossible for them to venture out in search of medicine. Consequently, their only option is to endure their plight. This explains why Zhang Yi refrained from eliminating them on the spot. Watching them succumb to despair day by day is far more gratifying than a swift death. Seated on the carpet, Zhang Yi is engrossed in his game. Outside, the cold is biting, with howling northern winds interspersed with heavy snowfall. Yet within his room, the temperature is a comfortable 27 degrees, illuminated and stocked with ample food and entertainment. If one were to pinpoint a deficiency, it might be the absence of a woman to share his company. However, Zhang Yi is not the type to be swayed by base desires. Having suffered the consequences of romantic entanglements in his previous life, he now prioritizes his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in a situation of complete security, he would never allow anyone into his sanctuary. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is an unpredictable variable. He has witnessed firsthand a woman, driven by desperation for a single pack of instant noodles, murder her own husband. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone illuminated once more. Curiously, he picked it up to discover that Aunt Lin had tagged everyone in the homeowners group. The current blizzard has significantly impacted their lives, and according to official announcements, the snowfall is expected to persist for a while longer. In order to navigate through these trying times together, it is essential that each individual can live with dignity even amidst adversity. Henceforth, the neighborhood committee will collect the supplies from every household for unified distribution. This directive has been issued by the authorities, and it is imperative for all families to comply. Failure to do so, particularly if any household acts selfishly and defies the organizational arrangements, will result in repercussions post factum. Do not presume that your capabilities enable you to oppose our organization. Remember, each household harbors its vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, recognizing the familiar tactics reminiscent of his previous life. Although Linda Ma, a member of the neighborhood committee, wielded limited power, she possessed more channels of information than the average person. She must have been aware of the impending apocalypse long before, as the official apparatus in Tianhai City had already ground to a halt. Thus, she sought to employ deceit and intimidation to extract resources from the community. However, her methods were rather rudimentary, given her middle school education. In truth, astute individuals could easily discern the flaws in her statements. Even if the authorities were to implement unified control, such a command would never be issued. Nonetheless, residing within their building were over 50 families, and there would inevitably be some timid souls who, out of fear, would acquiesce to Linda Ma's demands. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, as Linda Ma's insistence to confiscate supplies grew more forceful, some individuals finally found themselves cornered. Wang Min, residing on the 15th floor, is a colleague of Zhang Yi. As a frugal housewife, she often brings items home from the warehouse, a fact well known among the neighbors. Aunt Lin is intent on collecting supplies from each household, and Wang Min's home is certainly on her list. Wang Min remarked, "With the heavy snow sealing us in, we can hardly venture out. Each family struggles to provide for themselves. Is it reasonable to expect us to gather our meager resources for redistribution?" Another resident, Sun Jichao, added, "Everyone is enduring hardships. It's not easy to spare food. Isn't it excessive to confiscate what little we have?" Aunt Lin, gritting her teeth, pressed the voice command firmly. "I have stated that this is an extraordinary time, necessitating extraordinary measures. The snowstorm will soon pass. There is no need for concern. It merely requires a redistribution of supplies. Many households are devoid of food. Are you truly so selfish, failing to consider your neighbors? Some have stockpiled resources while others lack them. Thus, those in need naturally rally behind Aunt Lin. Indeed, we are neighbors. What harm is there in helping one another during such times? It is merely food and drink. Under normal circumstances, we are not incapable of purchasing it. This situation is merely temporary. This decision comes from the organization, should you choose not to comply. The consequences may be beyond anyone's capacity to bear." In the WeChat group, two factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, as did by Lianhua Feng Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Because their family indeed possesses a considerable amount of resources, yet due to their character, they would never relinquish them. Zhang Yi's desire to observe the unfolding drama was soon shattered. Although he remained silent, Aunt Lin took the initiative to message him privately. "Dear Zhang, you work at the warehouse, and surely you must have a fair share of provisions at home, right? I still recall the last time you purchased 3 large carts of supplies. Now that everyone is facing difficulties, it is time for you to show your spirit. Rest assured, once the snow calamity passes, we will certainly repay you, and everyone will remember your kindness." Aunt Lin first stirred the pot in the WeChat group, instilling panic among the more timid members before beginning her individual assaults. If she could deceive just one family, it would grant her and her grandson a few more days of survival. The warehouse supervisor at Walmart, Zhang Yi, had also caught Aunt Lin's attention. Chapter 25. A scathing rebuke of the old woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Hoping to do a great favor for his neighbors, he had given away some of his stored provisions. Yet, what was the outcome? Instead of gratitude, he was only met with the belief that his household still held ample supplies. Ultimately, this led to his violent demise, as he was murdered and reduced to mere sustenance. It can be said that the old woman of the Lin family bore significant responsibility for his death in that past existence. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he lazily sent a voice message in return. Ah, that's splendid. Our supplies have also run out. Aunt Lin, when you have gathered supplies, please share some with me. Aunt Lin, infuriated, erupted in a tirade within her dwelling. Huh, who do you think you're fooling? Your family must have hoarded quite a bit. She huffed. Having worked in the warehouse for so many years, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her conviction stemmed from the fact that Zhang Yi had frequently assisted neighbors in purchasing discounted items from the Walmart warehouse, such as products with damaged packaging and nearing expiration dates, all sold at remarkably low prices. As an internal employee, he enjoyed the privilege of priority purchasing. Occasionally, the warehouse would even distribute such items as employee benefits. With a grim expression, Aunt Lin clenched her teeth, unwilling to abandon her hopes. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a significant catch. If she could pry open his lips, she and her daughter would acquire a substantial amount of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Lin endeavored to speak in a tone that balanced gentleness with authority. Little Zhang, please do not jest with me. It is common knowledge that you are the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. Can your household possibly lack for food? This is an organizational mandate, and you must comply. You have contributed to the community, and both the people and the organization will remember your kindness. Be obedient and send all the supplies from your home to me. Set an example. Zhang Yi, picking at his teeth with a toothpick after a meal of roasted leg of lamb, replied in a languid tone, I'm not deceiving you. My pantry is completely bare. In these times, even the landlord's family has no surplus. Aunt Lin, could you spare me a few packets of instant noodles? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you ought to take the lead and embody the spirit of the role, Zhang Yi retorted, observing that Zhang Yi was impervious to reason. Aunt Lin realized that a softer approach would not suffice. She intensified her tone, her voice taking on a somber timbre. Zhang Yi, is it impossible to communicate with you properly? Do you think I am speaking to you as an individual? I represent the organization. Your refusal to hand over the supplies is tantamount to defying the organization, and I will ensure you face consequences. Zhang Yi scoffed in response. Pa, representing the organization? You truly mistake a feather for a weapon. You are merely a functionary of a neighborhood committee. Don't even dream of being a civil servant, let alone holding a formal position. You typically just placate the elderly. Now you're trying to act tough with me? Are you out of your mind? You can act as you please. I'll be waiting at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true character. The staff of the neighborhood committee are simply social workers, lacking formal status and not classified as civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin was nothing more than a gopher in their committee, not even a minor leader. Of course, even if she were a high-ranking official, at such a moment, Zhang Yi would not deign to acknowledge her. After berating Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and blocked her. This foul-mouthed old woman thrived on confrontation, and he had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in her petty arguments. His actions left Aunt Lin seething with rage, as Zhang Yi repeatedly opposed her, metaphorically grinding her face into the ground. How could she, who prided herself on being the leader of the community, possibly endure this? Zhang Yi, you wretched creature. I truly wish to see you perish. Aunt Lin exclaimed in a fit of fury. However, she could only utter a few curses. In reality, she was in no position to threaten Zhang Yi in any tangible manner. Her desire was to expel Zhang Yi from the residents' chat group, yet upon reflection, such an action would hardly inflict any real damage upon him. She contemplated rallying the others in the group to collectively denounce Zhang Yi, but that would inevitably reveal his refusal to contribute supplies. If others followed suit, her own deceit would be exposed. Regardless of the circumstance, she found herself powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she contemplated, the more infuriated and distressed she became. Yet, she was left with no recourse but to swallow her indignation. At this juncture, her immediate priority was to deceive others. She must seize the opportunity to procure their supplies before they regained their awareness. In the following 2 days, Aunt Lin employed both coaxing and intimidation, successfully swindling several households out of some supplies. However, not everyone was gullible. In the face of catastrophe, individuals instinctively prioritized the survival of themselves and their families. Some chose to ignore Aunt Lin entirely, while others, with a more fiery temperament, outright scolded her away when she came knocking for supplies. As for individuals like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, she lacked even the courage to approach them. Zhang Yi observed all these events through the surveillance cameras. Nevertheless, he continued with his life, indulging in his pleasures, unconcerned with the affairs of others. It has been 5 days since the blizzard descended upon us. Typically, a normal household would stockpile provisions for only 3 to 5 days. However, in this vicinity, some individuals are employed at the large warehouse, resulting in a slightly greater supply at home. Yet, due to the extreme cold, the necessity for fuel and sustenance has accelerated the depletion of these resources. Over the past few days, a palpable tension has begun to manifest within the chat group. Initially, the homeowners, who were honest and patient, awaited official rescue efforts, have undergone a shift in mindset due to the lack of heating and food. Particularly, those families who were previously deceived and coerced by Aunt Lin into relinquishing their supplies could no longer contain their frustration and began to question her in the group. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being taken away. Our food is run out. It has been 2 days now. Could you please provide us with some? Yes, it was promised that there would be a fair distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners clamored, including those who had not previously taken anything, now eager to partake in the limited resources. Yet, Aunt Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. She was well aware of these messages, but at that moment, she had no intention of parting with any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi truly understood the gravity of the situation. Outside, chaos had ensued. Survival hinged upon the availability of resources, otherwise, one could only await their demise. Clutching her grandson, ensconced beneath 5 layers of blankets, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "The supplies I painstakingly procured through deceit will never be returned to you." Chapter 26. Black eats black. Upon encountering Aunt Lin, no matter how they called out to her, she remained unresponsive, prompting the neighbors to realize that they had been duped by her. In an instant, the chat group was filled with affectionate greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, the moment she decided to deceive her neighbors, she had long abandoned any concern for her reputation. Their scorn meant little to her. Yet, someone had set their sights on the ill-gotten supplies she possessed, namely, the notorious Qin Zhenghao. Although 5 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, the true state of the outside world remained unknown to the residents. Thus far, it had not escalated to a desperate scramble for resources. In Zhang Yi's recollections, Qin Zhenghao later emerged as a ruthless figure, leading a band of thugs to plunder others' belongings, even resorting to murder. However, at this juncture, he had not yet contemplated seizing the neighbor's supplies through force. After all, not all individuals of his ilk were devoid of sanity. He possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even Zhang Yi, who had once shot off one of his legs, had refrained from storming into Zhang Yi's abode without absolute certainty of success. Currently, their household supplies had dwindled significantly. Such individuals had little inclination to hoard provisions at home. While their refrigerator contained a fair amount of beer, it had long since frozen solid. Not only could it not stave off hunger, but to indulge in a drink, one would have to smash the ice. Aunt Lin's actions, however, sparked a glimmer of intrigue in him. She had proclaimed her intent to gather supplies for collective distribution. Although he had scoffed at her words, it was now abundantly clear that she had managed to acquire a portion of her neighbor's resources through deception. He then had a legitimate reason to seize it. Even after the ice and snow thawed, if matters escalated, Aunt Lin, feeling guilty, would not dare to retaliate. Thus, Qin Zhenghao picked up his phone and dialed Aunt Lin. At that moment, she was at home, blissfully sharing cookies with her grandson, Little Tiger. Instant noodles could only be prepared during the brief window of incoming calls. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. "Grandma, it's a call." Little Tiger pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. She assumed it was one of the neighbors who had been duped out of their supplies. She felt no remorse for those fools, considering them nothing but simpletons. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. "Qin Zhenghao? What could he want from me?" Qin Zhenghao was notorious in the area, known not only for his numerous underlings, but also for his formidable connections, far beyond the reach of someone like her. A mere community worker. Aunt Lin answered the call. Qin Zhenghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You truly possess remarkable skills, managing to gather all the supplies into your hands. Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin became instantly alert. She cleared her throat. Ahem, as a community worker, it is my duty to manage the resources for everyone. Qin Jinghao let out a cold laugh. Well then, that's perfect. Our family is currently in dire need of supplies. Please send them over promptly. Aunt Lin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this rogue would come to extort her supplies. It seemed she had forgotten that she had also employed unscrupulous means to acquire those very provisions from her neighbors. Although Aunt Lin dared not provoke Qin Jinghao, her desire to ensure her own and her grandson's survival rendered her unwilling to relinquish the goods she had obtained. Gritting her teeth, she replied, I still need to organize these supplies. Moreover, some households have yet to contribute, so distribution cannot proceed at this moment. Qin Jinghao's patience was waning. This old woman truly had no sense of her precarious situation, attempting to fob him off with such excuses. He cursed angrily, You old hag, don't test my patience. Those supplies have surely been hoarded by you. Let me make myself clear, hand over the goods willingly, and we can avoid further issues. Otherwise, well, I'll simply come and take them myself. Aunt Lin's face turned pale with fear, trembling and at a loss for words. She had always bullied the weak while fearing the strong. When facing ordinary residents, she was obstinate and overbearing. Yet she knew not how to navigate dealings with someone like Qin Jinghao. Summoning her courage, she stammered, What do you intend to do? I warn you. Do not act rashly. I am an official of the neighborhood committee. Qin Jinghao laughed even more heartily, dismissing her with a scoff. What nonsense. Do you really think you're something special? If you refuse to comply, I will come to collect the supplies myself. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Due to the frigid weather in recent days, he had summoned several of his underlings to his home. On one hand, the presence of many individuals provides warmth. On the other, a considerable number of people have fallen ill after being doused by Zhang Yi's cold water, necessitating care. Furthermore, Qin Jinghao, as a member of society, possesses a modicum of intelligence. He has already discerned the unsettling developments in the situation and has thus consolidated his manpower. Should the need arise, having individuals at his disposal would afford him absolute leverage in discourse. However, with such a multitude, sustenance remains a pressing concern. He ended the call and summoned his subordinates, who then marched in formidable formation toward Aunt Lin's residence. Leaning on a mop as if it were a cane, Qin Jinghao brandished a baseball bat and approached Aunt Lin's doorstep with an imposing demeanor. This entire scene was meticulously observed by Zhang Yi through surveillance cameras. Relaxed on the couch with his legs propped on the coffee table, he munched on chips while enjoying the television program. Oh, it seems a spectacle of dog-eat-dog is about to unfold, Zhang Yi remarked with a grin. Merely 5 days into the apocalypse, he found himself unexpectedly entertained by such a captivating drama involving individuals he held in disdain. His spirits soared. Suddenly, he recalled the foolish neighbors duped by Aunt Lin. Drawing from his memories of a past life and his understanding of these neighbors, he surmised that even after this incident, others would inevitably fall prey. It is an unfortunate truth that people often harbor a sense of misplaced optimism, and due to millennia of Confucian ideology, the citizens of Huagua instinctively choose to comply with the representative of the community, Aunt Lin. Thus, they would be systematically exploited by her. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering the potential repercussions of sharing the events occurring here in the group chat. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a wicked smile. It was bound to be quite a spectacle. He promptly pressed the recording button. After Qin Jinghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's residence, they began to bellow loudly, demanding that she open the door. The Yuelu community was a mid-range residential area, where every household was equipped with security doors. However, it is well known that security doors deter thieves, but are not particularly effective against forceful intrusions. Aunt Lin's home was not Zhang Yi's. Despite her desperate attempts to barricade the door, the security lock proved no match for a group of ravenous ruffians. Armed with baseball bats and steel rods, they forcefully smashed the lock, quickly rendering it inoperable. It was evident that this was not their first encounter with such acts. Once the lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin had used to block the door offered no resistance whatsoever. Through the camera, Zhang Yi beheld the terror etched upon Aunt Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. A flying kick to Lin Xiaohu. Soon enough, Zhang Yi heard Aunt Lin's blood-curdling screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After Qin Jinghao stormed into the house, he delivered a resounding slap to Aunt Lin's face. You deceitful old hag, tricking the neighbors out of their provisions. I am merely executing justice. Qin Jinghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dazed and unable to utter a word. Chun Jinghao commanded his subordinates, "Search this place thoroughly. We shall take everything edible and drinkable. These are the hard-earned possessions of the neighbors, and we cannot allow her to benefit." The subordinates, with smirks and furtive glances, infiltrated the kitchen and bedroom, rummaging through every nook and cranny of Aunt Lin's home where items could be concealed. Before long, they unearthed a considerable stash of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, and other provisions. Aunt Lin, in tears, crawled over and clutched Chun Jinghao's leg, pleading, "You cannot take everything away. Those are our family supplies. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chun Jinghao coldly fixed his gaze upon her and scoffed, "Not my concern. Get lost." With that, he delivered a forceful kick with his uninjured leg, striking Aunt Lin squarely in the face. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped her lips as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. "You bunch of bastards. Get out of here." It was Lin's grandson, Xiao who, upon discovering that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been unearthed, was consumed by rage. In a fit of fury, he seized a fruit knife from the drawer and plunged it into the backside of a small karami. In such extreme cold, any injury proved to be potentially fatal. The small karami let out a cry of pain, turning to find that the assailant was merely a child, which only fueled his fury further. "If this gets out, how will I ever show my face again?" He cursed vehemently. Enraged, the small karami retaliated, delivering a mighty kick to Xiaohu's abdomen with all the strength he could muster. A full-force kick from an adult was far beyond what a 6-year-old child could withstand. He emitted a piercing scream, soaring into the air before crashing violently against the wall, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a discarded piece of refuse. There exists a saying, striking someone is akin to hanging a painting, and this scene was a vivid embodiment of that adage. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Jinghao and others burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, old five, when did you hone your leg techniques so skillfully? You actually sent that little brat flying. Impressive indeed." The individual known as Old Five, a young man named Kalami, proudly withdrew a knife from his waist and exclaimed, "Aren't I dashing?" You really should have recorded that moment. Aunt Lin, nursing her own injuries, initially intended to lie on the ground feigning death. However, upon witnessing her beloved grandson being struck with such force, she cried out in despair, "Xiaohu, my grandson," and rushed towards him. Chun Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, declaring with righteous indignation, "This is the price you pay for deceiving your neighbors. I am merely enacting justice." Following his proclamation, the group erupted into laughter, departing from Aunt Lin's home with their spoils. This brutal scene caused Zhang Yi to raise an eyebrow, observing the despicable and shameless Lin family being beaten. He felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, harboring no sympathy for them. Nevertheless, this moment also signified the beginning of fractures in the once civil societal norms of the entire residential building. Henceforth, increasingly ruthless incidents would likely proliferate. After all, a single crack in an intact sheet of ice can swiftly expand. Alas, it is regrettable that this matter bears little relevance to me. Observing their fierce struggle for a mere handful of resources, I find myself languishing at home, utterly bored. Zhang Yi reclined on an imported sofa, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his musings. Shortly thereafter, he shared the video he had recorded in their residential group chat. Within the chat, the deceived homeowners continued to vehemently berate Aunt Lin. However, upon viewing the video Zhang Yi had posted, which depicted Aunt Lin's home being violently assaulted by Chun Jinghao and his cohorts, along with the brutal beating she and her grandson endured, and the pilfering of the ill-gotten supplies, a wave of elation surged among the homeowners. "Ha ha ha, the great swindler, he deserves it. Brother Hao is truly formidable. Such scoundrels should be met with fierce retribution. This is the price of deceit. He, attempting to steal and losing everything. It's utterly laughable." Although the homeowners who had been robbed understood that the resources seized by Chun Jinghao would never be returned to them, witnessing Aunt Lin's humiliation brought them genuine delight. In that moment, some even hailed Chun Jinghao as a hero, extolling his virtues. Brother Hao's indeed magnificent, a true leader of society imbued with a sense of justice. Were it not for Brother Hao, we would have had no recourse against such shameless scum. Brother Hao, be cautious. This old wretch is exceedingly shameless. Watch out for her reporting you. Some even expressed concern for Chun Jinghao, offering him strategies. In this instance, Chun Jinghao undeniably reaped both fame and fortune, inciting no collective opposition from the homeowners while amassing a considerable bounty of resources. Zhang Yi observed the conversations among the homeowners, curling his lips in disdain as he shook his head in mockery. These homeowners remained oblivious to a critical issue. If Chen Jinghao could brazenly intrude into Aunt Lin's home today to commit robbery, it was entirely plausible that he could do the same to their residences one day. As people gradually succumbed to despair regarding the external world, such occurrences would inevitably arise. However, the fact that homeowners continued to engage in lively discussions within the group indicated a significant truth. They still possessed a certain level of resources. The majority of households were not as dire as they portrayed. Many residents of Yuelu community worked in the warehouse district and had developed a habit of stockpiling supplies. Even those not employed in the warehouses would procure discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of nearly expired instant noodles could sustain a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days if frugally managed. Thus, although it was currently quite challenging for everyone to secure adequate food and clothing, with some careful rationing, survival remained feasible for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had endured for an entire month before being besieged by starving neighbors, who then voraciously divided his meager provisions. The wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed was well understood by all. The reason behind their lamentations of poverty was primarily a fear of being solicited for resources. Nevertheless, they were merely scraping by. The notion of quality of life had little relevance to their present circumstances. Zhang Yi ceased to pay heed to the messages in the chat group. He retrieved the target from the otherworldly space and affixed it to the wall. Then, he grasped his hand crossbow and compound bow, commencing his practice of shooting techniques, even though his safe house was as impenetrable as a fortress. In a world ravaged by chaos, one could not afford the slightest complacency. Only through relentless daily practice of survival skills could one hope to endure until the end. Furthermore, practicing marksmanship served as a commendable form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for his shooting skills, he deemed further practice unnecessary. He possessed a membership card to a shooting association and understood the mechanics of firearms. While he could not claim to be an expert marksman, the mere possession of a gun wielded considerable intimidation. With only 100 bullets at his disposal, which could not be retrieved like arrows, it was prudent to conserve them. Chapter 28. A packet of instant noodles costs 2,000. Aunt Lin had been robbed of her supplies by Chen Jinghao, and both she and her grandson, Xiaohu, had suffered a brutal beating. The old woman, mustering her strength, could still manage to move about. However, her grandson, Xiaohu, had been viciously kicked in the stomach by Chen Jinghao's underling, little Karami. A 6-year-old child could hardly withstand such a blow, and his internal organs were severely affected. In her desperation, she could only plead for help in the homeowners group, hoping someone would come to her grandson's aid. Yet, due to her prior deceit in acquiring supplies, the community held her in contempt, and no one was willing to extend their assistance. Woo-woo, I acknowledge my past misdeeds, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please, save him. Aunt Lin wept bitterly in the group, her voice laced with despair. However, the homeowners showed her no sympathy. Instead, some mocked her. Who could discern the truth in her plight this time? Indeed, we are not physicians and lack the capacity to assist you. Were it not for your deceitful actions and hoarding supplies, would How dare to confront you? Ultimately, this predicament is of your own making. Aunt Lin, in a state of despair, wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, all the mistakes are mine. If only you can save my grandson, I would even bow before you. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kuer sent a message. Allow me to examine the child. However, I cannot guarantee a cure. Upon reading Zhou Kuer's message, Zhang Yi envisioned an elegant woman with a long ponytail and a statuesque form. Zhou Kuer is a physician at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In her previous life, she utilized her medical expertise to save many, standing out as one of the few good souls among the neighbors. Typically, she maintained an aloof demeanor and seldom participated in the community discussions. It was only upon learning that Xiaohu's life was in jeopardy that she chose to step forward. Aunt Lin, recalling the presence of this doctor in the community, promptly expressed her profound gratitude and sent the child to her. After half an hour, Aunt Lin's anxious plea resonated once more in the group. Is there anyone with hemostatic agents, shock medications, or antibiotics? My Xiaohu requires surgery. I implore you all for assistance. I would bow before you. Xiaohu was gravely injured, his liver ruptured from a brutal kick. Although Zhou Kuer was a doctor, her home lacked an abundance of medical supplies. The residents, upon hearing Aunt Lin's desperate call for help, exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent. After all, who among them would stock such medications at home? Chen Jinghao continued to make sarcastic remarks in the group. How does one bow? Do you do it in the group? Instantly, a wave of laughter flooded in. Aunt Lin's voice carried a hint of sorrow. If you can help, I will bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Strangely enough, he had all those medicines in his own space. However, he would never reveal them to save Lin Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic world, medicine was as vital as food. He had no intention of exposing himself. Secondly, he harbored a deep disdain for Aunt Lin and that spoiled child. Moreover, even if he managed to save him from such severe injuries, he would not survive the harsh winter. It was far better to keep the medicines for his own use. No matter how much Aunt Lin pleaded in the group, no one stepped forward to assist her. After a long while, Dr. Zhou Kuo finally sent a message in the group, stating that she had temporarily stabilized Lin Xiaohu's condition, but it was merely a stopgap measure and would not last long. He would need surgery at the hospital to survive. She also offered her assistance for any urgent medical issues that arose. This was promptly met with a flurry of compliments. Even Chen Jinghao and the wealthy second-generation Su Hao praised Dr. Zhou for her benevolent heart. In the past, everyone had been indifferent to this aloof female doctor. But in such dire times, fear of death drove them to curry her favor. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, quietly observing the unfolding situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him. Zhang Yi found solace in this tranquility, yet he knew that this white lotus would soon come seeking his help. At present, she refrains from seeking him out, merely desiring to preserve her pitiable vanity. She has always considered herself a woman of high stature, unwilling to bow down to men, save for the affluent. Yet, what of the future? The snow continues to fall, completely inundating the ground floor. At this moment, leaving the community is out of the question. Even attempting to reach the entrance requires confronting snowdrifts towering 4 to 5 meters high. The depletion of supplies is an inevitable reality. In due time, with her delicate disposition, she is bound to approach Zhang Yi, seeking assistance. A week has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. 7 days may not seem extensive. Yet for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it feels as if they have endured 7 years. Initially, their hearts brimmed with hope, but now, nearly everyone has come to terms with the harsh truth. The likelihood of awaiting rescue at home has diminished to a mere whisper. Through the internet, they have learned that the entire world is grappling with an unprecedented snowfall of catastrophic proportions. The globe lies submerged in snow, with temperatures plummeting to over 100 degrees below zero in some northern cities, where blizzards have completely engulfed many urban areas. While the authorities continue to encourage unity and mutual support through the scant channels available, the sight of the frozen city outside has plunged their spirits into despair. The issues stemming from the scarcity of resources have become increasingly acute. In Aunt Lin's household, food has been entirely ravaged by Chen Jinghao, and her grandson lies in a precarious state on the bed, driving her to the brink of madness. All day long, she clamored in the group, proclaiming herself the leader of the neighborhood committee, demanding that everyone hand over their supplies to her. However, the residents have become somewhat wiser, and no one pays her any heed. In the owner's group, a mother living on the 12th floor, Xiaolime, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have any food? My child and I have not eaten for 2 days. I can pay a high price. This message sparked a subtle shift within the group. Previously, everyone believed that the calamity would soon pass and the city would reopen. Consequently, while there were exchanges of food, the prices were merely a few times higher than usual. However, more and more households have now exhausted their supplies. At such a time, food equates to life, to the hope of survival. Shortly thereafter, someone remarked, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if needed. However, 1 pack will cost you 1,000 yuan. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000 yuan. This was something unimaginable in the past. They perhaps did not foresee the profound impact this transaction would have on the entire residential building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone, and remarked softly, a remarkable turn of events is about to unfold. Xiaolime did not respond, evidently still hesitant. At least for now, people still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that the snow disaster would eventually pass. After all, life must go on, and people must continue to earn a living. Just then, the wealthy young heir, Su Hao, who had been silent in the group for a long time, suddenly reached her fist. I'll pay 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day. A statement from the wealthy heir, Su Hao, ignited a tempest in the chat group. What? 2,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles? Surely, I must have misheard. Please, do not inflate prices in such a manner. It leaves me apprehensive. Some individuals, trembling with trepidation, voiced their concerns. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There is no need for such extremes. His message was a voice note, yet his quivering tone betrayed the turmoil within. People had not entirely relinquished hope. Each morning, they awoke yearning for the snowfall to cease, for the sun to rise, and for life to return to its normal rhythm. However, the incident involving the mother, Xiaomei, and the exorbitant food purchases by the affluent Su Hao struck a chord deep within their already fragile psyches. Feigning calm, someone remarked, "Do not jest. 2,000 yuan for instant noodles? Do you truly believe it's the end of the world? Huh, it's merely a bit of heavy snow. Winter has arrived a tad early this year. It's not as if we are besieged by zombies." Zhang Yi, upon reading this message, chuckled softly and shook his head. Zombies besieging a city? One should not trivialize such a dire situation by comparing it to that lowly narrative. While zombies may evoke fear, they remain a menace that humanity can confront. In contrast, when faced with the wrath of nature, humanity appears as insignificant as insects against the vast forces of the universe. Unbeknownst to them, they were on the brink of confronting an unimaginable catastrophe. Su Hao arrogantly proclaimed in the group, "Do not concern yourselves with such matters. I am wealthy enough to purchase peace of mind. Is that not enough? If you are willing to sell, just message me privately. If not, then let it be." Su Hao feigned indifference. However, Zhang Yi had already discerned that his nonchalance was merely a facade. In truth, he was gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not have offered a staggering price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This situation is not difficult to comprehend. Although Su Hao possessed immense wealth, amounting to billions, in the current apocalyptic context, he could hardly indulge in the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent, let alone order takeout. Wealthy individuals are not necessarily benevolent, but they are certainly not foolish. Realizing the gravity of the crisis, Su Hao began to purchase supplies from his neighbors at exorbitant prices. The distressed mother, Xiaomei, exclaimed, "How can you do this? Our family has nothing to eat. Buying food is a matter of life and death." Su Hao retorted bluntly, "I am not robbing you. I simply offer a higher price. It is their freedom to sell to whomever they choose. Do you have any say in this?" Seeing that Su Hao ignored her, Xiaomei took to the group chat to lament, "Please, everyone, help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I cannot produce milk for her. We are both on the brink of starvation." The homeowners group fell silent in response to Xiaomei's plea. At this moment, the selfishness of human nature was laid bare. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of noodles, while Xiaomei's offer was merely half of that. It is worth noting that the average salary in Tianhai City is only 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly sell their hard-earned supplies at such a low price? Many individuals had already sought Su Hao privately for discussions, initiating negotiations. Xiaomei seemed to realize what was happening, continuing to lament in the group, beseeching everyone for assistance. Yet, not a single soul spoke up, not even offering her a word of comfort. After all, once one opened their mouth, Xiaomei might perceive it as a sign of weakness and cling to them fervently. This helpless mother, distressed to the point of tears, was overwhelmed with despair. With an 8-month-old child in her care, it was a struggle even to tend to her own needs, let alone manage a completely dependent infant. Zhang Yi's mind was flooded with memories of Xiaomei from a past life. His impression of her was rather vague, as this woman had always presented herself as a fragile mother, leveraging this persona to elicit sympathy and procure resources for survival. However, one peculiar detail lingered in his mind. In his recollections, both she and her daughter had thrived until the very end. This thought sparked a glimmer of insight in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was undoubtedly not as simple as she appeared. Beneath every rosy facade lay darkness. After his own demise, it was highly probable that she had also benefited from the chaos. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, a merciful heart could often lead to one's demise. Hence, he chose to remain silent, observing Xiaomei with indifference. Countless lives had perished in the cataclysm, and he was solely focused on his own survival. The fate of others was inconsequential. Nevertheless, Xiaomei's pleas ultimately bore some fruit. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softened and agreed to share some food with her. Xiaomei expressed her heartfelt gratitude, vowing never to forget his kindness for as long as she lived. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi observed Su Hao, utilizing his financial acumen, successfully acquiring supplies from numerous neighbors. The quantity was not vast, yet it sufficed for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed, remarking that this was the last flicker of utility money could provide in the face of the apocalypse. It wouldn't be long before people, as resources dwindled, discovered that money had become mere waste paper. Tangible goods would reign supreme. At that juncture, many would surely lament their transactions of resources with deep regret. It must be said that Su Hao had indeed set a poor precedent among the homeowner community. Furthermore, as many homeowners in the 25-unit complex were friends and colleagues, Su Hao's extravagant purchases of supplies affected everyone around him. When he set exorbitant prices for resources with real currency, everyone came to realize the acute scarcity of provisions. Each individual tightened their grip on the supplies they possessed. At the onset of the snow disaster, some neighbors would still graciously share or barter supplies. However, they had now grown more miserly than Scrooge himself. Even when approached by their closest friends requesting food, they would concoct a myriad of excuses to decline. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, within the home of Feng Yuqing and Lin Kaining, their supplies had nearly been depleted. Once connoisseurs of fine cuisine, the two now found themselves bickering over a single pack of instant noodles. The food they had previously purchased, along with the meager offerings from the sycophantic Zhou Peng, was all but gone. If the current situation persisted, they would be facing starvation within a week. The two sat huddled under blankets on the sofa, their faces pale and drawn, with a single open pack of compressed biscuits resting on the coffee table before them. Lin Kaining glanced at the compressed biscuits and then spoke to Feng Yuqing. Yuqing, this is our last packet of compressed biscuits. Feng Yuqing's eyes were filled with anguish. In the past, she would have never allowed such coarse food to touch her delicate throat, even under duress. Yet now, she consumed every morsel with relish, unwilling to discard even the crumbs that fell to the ground, determined to pick them up and eat them. Chapter 30. A quality backup. Lin Kaining continued. There are still 5 packets of crispy noodles and 3 bags of instant noodles. We do have half a bottle of Laogan Ma in the kitchen, but we've long finished the steamed buns and noodles. Feng Yuqing clutched her head in despair. Crispy noodles, crispy noodles. That stuff doesn't fill you up at all. Lin Kaining fixed her gaze intently on her. Yuqing, the situation outside is extremely dire. Do you think this heavy snowfall will ever cease? Feng Yuqing paused momentarily, then turned her gaze vacantly toward the window. Through the ice-laden glass, she could faintly see the snowflakes swirling down from the sky. For 10 days, the snow had fallen relentlessly, without a moment's reprieve. The second floor was completely submerged, and stepping outside was utterly impossible. The streets in the distance lay in eerie silence, devoid of any sign of snowplows dispatched by the authorities. Feng Yuqing's heart sank to the depths of despair, overwhelmed with hopelessness. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last, or if it would ever come to an end. Covering her eyes, she wept bitterly, Ning. What are we going to do? If this continues, we will starve. Lin Kaining clenched her teeth and inquired, is there any food left with Zhou Peng? Feng Yuqing shook her head and replied, I have asked him several times, even feigning a desire to befriend him. However, he has truly been drained dry. Not a drop remains. The last time he brought me 2 packets of instant noodles, that was his final sustenance. He now resembles a mere specter, so he surely has nothing left to offer. Lin Kaining, unwilling to accept this fate, tightened her fist and questioned, is there anyone else we could try? She added, look at us. We are both so beautiful. Surely, with just a little effort, we could captivate some men. Feng Yuqing glanced at her, a hint of discontent in her gaze, and remarked, are you foolish? At this moment, everyone considers their resources as vital as life itself. Even if they were to feel attracted to us, it would not be so simple for them to part with their provisions. Moreover, given the frigid weather, even if we offered ourselves willingly, they would likely be powerless to act. As Feng Yuqing spoke, a shadow of anguish flickered in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Lin Kaining, Feng Yuqing had already attempted such tactics, seeking to barter her beauty for resources. Yet, her standards were excessively high. She sought a partner of at least 185 meters in height, a civil servant, and an income of 50,000 monthly before she would consider reciprocating affection. Ultimately, even the 60-year-old neighbor lamented, you have come too late. Had you arrived a fortnight earlier, I might have been able to take a chance. Lin Kaining bit her lip, her heart heavy with trepidation. As a woman of modest beauty, she initially intended to rely on her charm as her final means of survival. However, the chill of the atmosphere proved to be a remarkable antidote to her desires. Suddenly, a man's silhouette emerged in her mind. She turned to Feng Yuqing and said, by the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you still have a devoted admirer? Fang Yuqing was well aware of whom Lin Canning was referring to. She pressed her lips together and declared stubbornly, "Humph, that insufferable man. Unless he comes begging for my forgiveness, I shall never reach out to him first." Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi several times, hoping to give him an opportunity to come forth with offerings to win her favor. However, Zhang Yi's demeanor had been excessively aloof, even going so far as to send her provocative photographs. This had infuriated Fang Yuqing, prompting her to vow that she would make Zhang Yi grovel at her feet. If she were to initiate contact now, would she not tarnish her image as an aloof goddess? No, this was utterly unacceptable to Fang Yuqing. If her reputation were ruined, how could she ever attract a wealthy suitor in the future? Lin Canning interjected, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family has stockpiled a considerable amount of food? Even after a month, they must possess more than an average household. Once you take the initiative to reach out, he will undoubtedly agree to deliver food to you immediately." She continued. Upon hearing about the food, Fang Yuqing felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, she hesitated, saying, "But he was so indifferent when I approached him before." Lin Canning replied, "You foolish girl. He probably believes he is unworthy of you, which is why he intends to give up. After all, not long ago, you were rather indifferent towards him." Fang Yuqing immediately became agitated. It is entirely his own doing. He is merely a small middle-class individual. Yet he pretends to be a wealthy second-generation heir, causing me to squander so many emotions in vain. Lin Canning chuckled and remarked, "But he now qualifies as a premium backup, doesn't he? The role of a backup is simply to be utilized when needed, right? If you offer him just a hint of warmth, you can reignite the flickering flame of hope in his heart. Then one tea he be at your beck and call." Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is excessively affluent. White Lotus cries in envy after listening to Lin Canning's persuasive words. Fang Yuqing found them quite reasonable. The most compelling reason, however, was her overwhelming hunger. Just the thought of the images Zhang Yi had sent her, those steaks, Australian lobsters, and delectable fruits, made her mouth water. All her reservations could be momentarily cast aside for the sake of a delightful meal. Thus, she took out her phone, located Zhang Yi's WeChat, and endeavored to send a voice message in the gentlest tone possible. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was at home, lounging on the sofa and watching television. Although most major television stations around the globe had ceased broadcasting, he had long since downloaded a plethora of classic films and variety shows to pass the tedious hours. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Fang Yuqing. A sly smile crept onto his lips. This woman's meager pride had finally reached its limit. He opened the voice message and was immediately greeted by Fang Yuqing's trembling, high-pitched voice. "Humph, Zhang Yi. You insufferable little brother. You haven't bothered to chat with me for so many days. How utterly wicked of you. Just because I chided you a few days ago. I truly regretted it at the time. However, being a girl, I felt too shy to reach out first. You, my insufferable little brother, have no idea how to be sympathetic towards me." Fang Yuqing, as a quintessential green tea princess, possesses an exceptional talent for acting coy and endearing. Otherwise, in our previous life, she wouldn't have been able to leave Zhang Yi utterly mesmerized. I must confess, upon hearing her sweet, lilting voice, Zhang Yi felt his resolve weaken. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his knowledge of her malicious heart, he would have been tempted to indulge her whims. Zhang Yi sent a message in reply. He had not been feeling well lately, likely due to illness, hence his reluctance to check WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing quickly inquired, "Are you ill? Have you caught a cold? You must be careful to keep warm in this weather." "No, I have a heat stroke," Zhang Yi replied. Reading Zhang Yi's message, Fang Yuqing appeared utterly bewildered. "A heat stroke? Are you jesting?" Their home's temperature had plummeted to -5 or 6 degrees. They had to wrap themselves in blankets and huddle with Lin Canning for warmth, struggling to sleep soundly due to the cold. "You claim to have a heat stroke?" "Zhang Yi, spare me the jokes. In such frigid weather, how could one possibly suffer from a heat stroke?" Zhang Yi sent a curious expression in response. "Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I hardly feel it. This contraption makes the room uncomfortably warm. Perhaps I caught a cold from dozing off in front of the fire a few days ago." Zhang Yi spoke as he aimed his phone at the fiercely blazing fireplace and captured a photograph. In the image, he inadvertently included his bare legs, along with the heaps of snacks scattered across the coffee table and the remnants of lamb chops and chicken legs. He then sent the photograph to Fang Yuqing. Upon receiving the photo, Fang Yuqing felt a pang of envy. If the previous images had merely stirred a sense of longing, this one ignited a fire of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. It was a miraculous source of warmth. Even in the distant north, having one at home meant that enduring frigid temperatures outside, even plunging to dozens of degrees below zero, was no issue. Its heating capability surpassed that of conventional radiators, as one could bask in its warmth up close. Over the past 10 days, she had been so cold that her entire body felt nearly numb. Beyond sustenance, her most fervent desire was for a means of warmth. Just a few days prior, she and Lin Canning had resorted to burning a chair for heat. Though it only provided a fleeting warmth for a mere 10 minutes, the intensity of the flames had moved her to tears. Yet, the items available for burning in her home were few and far between. After consuming them, she could only reminisce about that fleeting comfort. Who would have imagined that Zhang Yi possessed such a luxury as a fireplace in his home? Tianhai City, being a southern city, did not require winter coats even in the coldest months. Who would install a fireplace indoors? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder such questions. Her eyes were fixated on the photograph, consumed by a singular thought. She yearned to visit Zhang Yi's home. Observing Zhang Yiguang's carefree demeanor as he casually displayed his bare legs, alongside an abundant array of food on the table, it became evident to Fang Yuqing that he was her greatest hope. Lin Canning, curled up under the blanket beside her, noticed the shift in Fang Yuqing's expression. Leaning in for a closer look, she was soon rendered speechless, exclaiming, "My goodness! This photo can't possibly be edited, can it? How could anyone be living so lavishly at a time like this? This place is nothing short of paradise." In a moment of realization, Fang Yuqing understood. Indeed, while everyone else was suffering at home from hunger and cold, what right did Zhang Yiguang have to enjoy such comfort? Perhaps this photograph, along with the previous ones, had all been manipulated. With a sudden spark of inspiration, she decided to video call Zhang Yiguang. The truth would be revealed with just a glance. Lin Canning leaned in closer, fixated on the screen. Upon seeing the call request, Zhang Yiguang wore a playful expression. He was curious to witness the humble pleading of this so-called White Lotus. If he could not behold her despair, how could he reconcile with the tragic fate he had endured in his past life? Thus, he reached out to answer the call. As the connection was established, both parties were struck by the sight of one another's circumstances. Zhang Yiguang, having just finished a workout, reclined lazily on the sofa, his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, revealing fitness equipment in the background, with a plethora of ingredients visible in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would prepare some meals for himself as a form of leisure. Consequently, the kitchen was casually stocked with boxes of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, alongside instant noodles and gourmet canned goods such as caviar and truffles. To him, these items were merely fast food to be savored occasionally. However, for the two women on the other side of the camera, they represented the most exquisite delicacies of their dreams. In stark contrast to Zhang Yi's ease and comfort, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning appeared quite disheveled. Wrapped in thick blankets, the biting cold rendered many cosmetics unusable, leaving them looking somewhat haggard, far from their usual refined selves. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had once ardently pursued looked nothing more than average without her makeup. At best a 6 out of 10. Reflecting on his long-standing obsession with the allure of Asian mystique, he inwardly cursed, "Shake it off, you old nag." The two women remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression. Their gazes were entirely captivated by the items in his home. His bare upper body signified that the indoor temperature was undoubtedly quite comfortable. The bright lighting, in a time when power outages lasted less than an hour each day, was a luxury they could scarcely imagine. After all, official regulations prohibited the use of high-power appliances, or else they would face enforced blackouts. Particularly in the kitchen, the towering piles of food made their eyes gleam with envy, having subsisted for so long on compressed rations. Chapter 32. The White Lotus softly persuades through the video call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were granted a glimpse into Zhang Yi's current lifestyle. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food rendered them utterly speechless, as if they had stumbled upon paradise. They could hardly fathom that, 10 days after the apocalypse had descended, some could still live in such comfort. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost some weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning felt an urge to curse under their breath. Did they wish to slim down? No, it was merely the result of hunger. Now, they dared to consume only one pack of instant noodles each day. Otherwise, their household supplies would have long been depleted. Lin Canning's eyes fixated hungrily on the food in Zhang Yi's home, and she swallowed hard, greedily asking, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food?" Did you hoard it during our last shopping trip? Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, those? Just some junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around much." Zhang Yi spoke nothing but the truth. In his alternate space, delectable foods piled high, for he had ordered countless delicacies from various renowned restaurants. Moreover, within the vast inventory of Walmart, there existed hundreds of thousands of food items. His casual remark was, to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, a blatant display of affluence. After all, a single pack of instant noodles had been inflated to a staggering price of 2,000 yuan in their community group. Zhang Yi could clearly observe their throats incessantly moving, an unmistakable sign of their salivation. However, he chose to remain silent, quietly savoring the longing in their eyes. Zhang Yi's family certainly has an abundance of food. How impressive. Many outside are struggling to find a meal. They giggled. You're so clever. No wonder you bought so many things back then. It seems you had a plan all along. Fang Yuqing chuckled, addressing Zhang Yi with an unprecedented familiarity, calling him Brother Zhang Yi. A subtle smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary, merely a stroke of good fortune. Fang Yuqing inquired further, Brother Zhang. Your home appears so warm and inviting. And it's not even the power supply time. How is it that your house is so brilliantly lit? Her question revealed her deepest curiosity, for nothing is more coveted than warmth amidst extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled gently, turning his phone's camera to reveal the fireplace. We have a fireplace installed. It radiates considerable warmth, making the indoors almost uncomfortably hot. He added teasingly, by the way, you both seem quite chilly. Is it truly that cold outside? I haven't ventured out in over 10 days, so I'm unaware of the conditions beyond my door. This statement could only be seen as an act of provocation, for how could he be oblivious to the outside world? Through the community chat group alone. He was well aware of the dire situations others faced and how low their temperatures had plummeted. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning felt a pang of bitterness, knowing Zhang Yi was deliberately flaunting his situation. Yet, they could hardly resent him, as he resided in a veritable paradise. Equipped with the means to indulge in such a display, Fang Yuqing was consumed by a singular desire, to move into Zhang Yi's home. Observing his circumstances, it was clear that their larder was abundantly stocked, and coupled with the warm environment, who could possibly resist such an enticing prospect? Fang Yuqing immediately adopted a feeble and pitiful demeanor, blinking her eyes and sweetly exclaiming, Zhang Yi, you are so amazing. I truly admire you. May I come to your home for a visit? It has been ages since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly. Fang Yuqing was confident that this tactic would work. After all, she had effortlessly commanded the unwavering devotion of many admirers in her past through similar means. Moreover, Zhang Yi had once pursued her. She believed that as a goddess, a mere display of her charm would surely compel Zhang Yi to eagerly acquiesce to her request. Once she gained entry into his abode, she would naturally devise more convincing ways to remain there. At worst, she could simply indulge him a little. After all, aren't men typically of such nature? However, she was unprepared for the reaction of Zhang Yi, who, upon witnessing her coquettish display from across the lens, felt a wave of nausea. He began to question his past self, wondering if he had been mentally unwell to have persistently pursued such a woman for 2 years. In their previous lives, they had worked in a warehouse area where female employees were scarce. Fang Yuqing's ability to be coy and charming, coupled with her alluring appearance, had led Zhang Yi to regard her as a goddess over time. In the throes of infatuation, the goddess Filter had painted her as his ethereal muse. Yet, since he had been betrayed and met his demise in his previous life, that Filter had utterly shattered. Gazing at the bare-faced Fang Yuqing through the lens, Zhang Yi felt not a single stir of emotion within him. Instead, he found her antics contrived and utterly repulsive, sending shivers down his spine. A hint of derision curved his lips. Leaning against the sofa, one hand propping up her chin, she languidly remarked, on such a frigid day, it is far better to remain at home and rest. There is no need to venture out aimlessly. Although she was uncertain about the exact chill outside, the expressions on their faces suggested it must be quite cold. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were likely taken aback by Zhang Yi's refusal. Both froze momentarily, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's gaze was particularly filled with shock and indignation. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was merely a reliable backup with a mere beckon. He would dutifully come to her aid. Now, having taken the initiative to propose a visit to his home, she was met with an outright rejection without a second thought. This severely undermined her confidence. What troubled her further was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, She could not accept such an outcome. Knowing that just within her apartment building lay a warm haven abundant with food, yet being forced to endure hunger at home was utterly intolerable. She was, after all, a goddess. Fan Yuqing's expression stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile. Zhang Yi, you mustn't jest with Yuqing. Were you not always so kind to Yuqing before? Why is it that now, when I wish to see you, you refuse? I am not asking for anything else. She pouted, her face a picture of pitifulness, evoking a sense of sympathy in any ordinary man who would likely succumb to her plea and shower her with attention. Yet, Zhang Yi was an exception. Since his demise at the hands of Fan Yuqing, he harbored no feelings towards her other than disdain. Zhang Yi remarked, every time I invited you to my home, you always concocted various excuses, claiming that we were both single and that it would cast a negative light if word got out. I believe you were right. We share no bond and ought to maintain a respectful distance to avoid idle gossip. In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fan Yuqing, arranging a simple dinner or a movie date required considerable effort, including preparing gifts, planning surprises, and securing reservations at high-end establishments for a chance to impress her. However, whenever he sought to deepen their connection by inviting her to his home, she always had an excuse ready. Now, Zhang Yi took her previous words and mockingly returned them to her. Chapter 33. A Stinging Rebuff. Fan Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. After all, she was somewhat aware of her past actions. Yet, how could the enchanting girl feel any sense of shame, especially in front of a backup she believed was entirely at her disposal? Even though Zhang Yi maintained a frigid demeanor towards her, Fan Yuqing was convinced he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that with a little more effort, she could win him over. Thus, she playfully pouted. I only acted that way for your benefit. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Let us just say it was my mistake, shall we? I'll make amends. As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. If it helps, I can even give you a leg massage or knead your shoulders. Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. On such a frigid day, it was rare for her to display such exquisite acting skills, embodying the essence of a bashful maiden. It would indeed be a pity for such talent not to pursue a career as a leading actress. However, Zhang Yi was not swayed by such flattery. How can that be? We are not in a romantic relationship. I cannot accept such intimate gestures. She declared with a serious expression, her voice resolute. I am a traditional person. Fan Yuqing was nearly driven to exasperation by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a silver platter, yet Zhang Yi insisted on maintaining her facade of modesty. Did she truly require such overt declarations? If only Zhang Yi would allow her to stay at her home, the benefits would be plentiful, and who knows? Perhaps even more intimate encounters might not be entirely out of the question. Fan Yuqing pondered that perhaps her intentions had not been clearly conveyed. In her quest to enjoy a heavenly existence within Zhang Yi's abode, she disregarded the presence of Lin Caning and boldly addressed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, dear brother, I have always harbored a special fondness for you. The notion of becoming a couple is not beyond consideration in the future. After all, affection often grows over time. As she spoke, she feigned a shy demeanor, covering her face in an exaggerated display of embarrassment. Oh dear, how mortifying! Did she truly require more explicit expressions of her feelings? Her coy appearance, paired with her flirtatious glances, was undeniably alluring. Had this been the Zhang Yi of yesteryears, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to her charms and invited her inside without a second thought. It must be said, however, that the art of seduction is not easily mastered. It requires years of practice and finesse to truly excel. Zhang Yi swiftly pondered within the recesses of his mind whether he should allow Fan Yuqing, the epitome of innocence, to cross the threshold of his abode. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He is far from a saint. He merely felt that having pursued her for 2 years, if he were to score a victory, it might serve as a form of closure for the past. However, this fleeting thought was promptly dismissed with resolve. In these apocalyptic times, any potential risk must be entirely eradicated. Thus, he would not open his door to permit anyone entry into his impregnable sanctuary. Survival, after all, eclipses all else. A sardonic smile curled upon his lips as he regarded Fan Yuqing with a glint of mockery in his eyes. Fan Yuqing, have you perhaps misunderstood something? He spread his arms wide and declared, I acknowledge that there was a time when our relationship was quite amicable. Yet, leaning closer to the lens with a smirk, he continued, surely you do not believe I harbor any affection for you? For a self-assured schemer such as her, his words wielded considerable impact. Indeed, upon hearing this, Fan Yuqing's expression darkened significantly. Lin Kainin, standing nearby, discreetly cast a glance her way, her eyes betraying a subtle hint of delight. Truly, friendships often resemble fragile blossoms. While they may feign concern for your well-being, many secretly revel in your missteps. Fang Yuqing pressed, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Weren't you once most enamored with me? Zhang Yi let out a derisive laugh. Do not misunderstand. You possess a certain charm and are indeed a beautiful young lady. However, I have never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. At most, it would merely be a fleeting amusement, given my advantageous circumstances. Finding a girlfriend with both beauty and poise in Tianhai City is hardly a challenge. From where does your confidence stem? Believing I am ardently pursuing you? Zhang Yi wore an expression of barely restrained amusement. His words rang true. As a local of Tianhai with a household registration, he possessed a property worth millions and substantial savings, alongside a stable job that paid over 10,000 a month. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he undoubtedly stood as a prime catch in the matchmaking market of Tianhai. Otherwise, Feng Yuqing would not have considered him her first choice following her unsuccessful attempts to snare a wealthy partner. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's innocent and kind nature in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly cycled through countless women by now. His words pierced Feng Yuqing's heart like daggers. For one who prides herself on being a goddess, the most intolerable notion is the lack of recognition for her allure, as it constitutes the very essence of her existence. In the past, she viewed Zhang Yi as merely a backup, a devoted admirer. She believed she could dangle him along while seeking wealthier heirs. Yet, in the end, Zhang Yi revealed to her that she was the fish in the pond. This revelation was utterly unacceptable for Feng Yuqing. Her voice, now tinged with fury, transformed. Zhang Yi, you are going too far. Zhang Yi sneered, intensifying his verbal onslaught. Enough. Do not pretend to be the pure and innocent maiden. I have seen through you long ago. You are nothing more than a gold digger, always dreaming of marrying a wealthy man. Do you truly believe that affluent individuals are fools? Moreover, allow me to share another revelation. You have gained quite a reputation within the elite circles of Tianhai City. One day you pursue young Master Zhang, and the next, you chase after young Master Li. They merely indulge you for a few days, yet you genuinely think you can become the pampered wife of a wealthy family? Do you know what they privately call you? Public bus, communal socket. Zhang Yi mockingly ridiculed Feng Yuqing, while she fancied herself possessing great allure. Seeking to captivate Zhang Yi with her beauty, hoping to indulge in a life of luxury at his home, Feng Yuqing's face turned an alarming shade of pale, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been so openly humiliated, especially by someone she regarded as a mere backup, reduced to a heartless mockery? It was as if her self-esteem was being ruthlessly ground into the dirt. Zhang Yi, silence yourself. Feng Yuqing shouted in fury. Zhang Yi chuckled derisively. Am I not merely speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these actions entirely of your own doing? Truly, you are both the perpetrator and the victim. After delivering his scathing remarks, Zhang Yi did not allow Feng Yuqing the opportunity to retort, abruptly severing the call. Chapter 34. The mischief of the unattractive Zhang Yi unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Feng Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a gold digger with the essence of a manipulative woman. This struck deeply at Feng Yuqing's vulnerabilities. Though she was materialistic, promiscuous, and played with men's emotions, she considered herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's mockery shattered her confidence profoundly. After all, even someone as pretentious as Zhang Yi can dismiss her so lightly, indicating that her allure is fundamentally lacking. And she stands no chance of seducing a wealthy heir to become a lady of affluence. Once Zhang Yi ended the call, he quickly noticed a flurry of voice messages from Feng Yuqing. Without needing to listen, it was clear she was berating him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In this apocalyptic world, that so-called White Lotus would gradually perish amidst extreme cold and starvation. Zhang Yi merely toyed with her, deriving amusement from her plight. Why would he waste anger on someone already dead? On the contrary, witnessing the White Lotus's exasperated demeanor filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He made his way to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of Roman E. Conti from the refrigerator. This exquisite wine, worth 200,000, was preserved in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet while stored in Walmart's warehouse. Such a vintage was scarce in his possession, with only a few dozen cases. Feeling in high spirits today, he decided to celebrate. His home would never lack electricity, as the wiring had been upgraded during renovations. It was connected to a backup power source and a silent generator. He was never short of energy. Upon entering the living room, he ceremoniously laid out a lavish feast. French escargot, tomahawk steak, celestial duck from Jinling, all paired with a bottle of 200,000 Romani Conti. In this world of desolation, all the societal norms rapidly dissipated. Zhang Yi was unconcerned with dining etiquette. He savored whatever he desired and combined flavors as he pleased. He could even indulge in caviar as a meal. This luxurious existence, in today's world, is perhaps unparalleled. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse left even the most powerful and wealthy individuals unable to adequately prepare. Take Su Hao, for instance. His father was a prominent tycoon in Tianhai City. However, in Zhang Yi's recollection, his father perished just half a month into the cataclysm. After all, his fortunes had turned to mere scraps of paper, and that portly old man lacked the essential skills for survival in such dire circumstances. At this moment, in the shared apartment of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, Fang Yuqing's composure was fraying. In a fit of rage, she hurled objects and unleashed a torrent of invectives aimed at Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, she might not have been so incensed. Yet it was precisely now, at this moment, that she glimpsed the idyllic happiness of Zhang Yi's household, akin to a paradise. The warm and comfortable environment, coupled with an abundance of exquisite delicacies, represented the most coveted treasures amidst the frozen apocalypse. A paradise so near, yet utterly inaccessible. This reality was intolerable for her. Zhang Yi, that despicable fellow. Who does he think he is to insult me? Fang Yuqing seethed, her teeth clenched. Meanwhile, Lin Caning, seated on the sofa, regarded her with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Isn't it the case that you played your cards wrong? Otherwise, we could also be savoring the culinary delights and basking in the warmth of Zhang Yi's fireplace right now. Fang Yuqing scoffed. What is he really? Just someone with a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am destined to marry into a wealthy family and become a prosperous matron. Lin Caning furrowed her brow. Yet now, Zhang Yi possessed an abundance of food, and his home was warmed by a fireplace. This was certainly a far better situation than that of a wealthy heir. She gazed out the window, where the snow fell incessantly, showing no signs of abating. The news she had received on her phone over the past 2 days indicated that the entire world lay shrouded in ice and snow. With a sense of foreboding, she expressed her concern. Would this snow disaster persist indefinitely? On the television, the remaining official channels continued to urge the populace to remain resilient. Experts, clad in thick down jackets, trembled as they assured viewers that the calamity would soon pass. The people possess strength. Perseverance is victory, they declared. Yet, in the face of the current circumstances, there was no indication that the disaster would soon subside. Lin Caning hugged herself tightly, contemplating the grim reality. If the snow did not relent, they would either freeze to death or starve in their own home. Lin Caning's words transformed Fang Yuqing's inner fury into a palpable fear. They had been confined in their home for 10 days, an eternity that felt longer than a decade. Without experiencing such a plight, one could scarcely comprehend the torturous nature of their ordeal. It could even lead to a disarray of one's mental state. Despite being a combination of green tea and white lotus, as women in their 20s, their hearts were fragile. Confronted with the unrelenting snowfall, thoughts of death crossed their minds. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind drifting to Zhang Yi's warm and well-stocked home. With a mix of sorrow and indignation, she lamented, "This is utterly unfair. Why should Zhang Yi enjoy such comfort while I, despite my beauty, must endure such hardship?" Lin Caning cast a fleeting glance at Fang Yuqing, remaining silent. She cocooned herself in her blanket and retrieved her phone, searching through her contacts for Zhang Yi. Before long, a message from Lin Caning reached Zhang Yi. He was savoring a glass of exquisite red wine, accompanied by a lavish meal. Upon noticing a new message, a smirk danced in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, witnessing the agonizing struggles of women like them proved to be far more captivating than any film. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Caning had sent. "Zhang Yi, I just saw you berate Fang Yuqing, and I couldn't be happier for you. I've long known that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman who never truly valued you. I've always hoped that one day you would see through her true nature. How wonderful! Congratulations on your awakening." Zhang Yi chuckled softly. The bonds of superficial sisterhood were indeed fragile, as she quickly betrayed Fang Yuqing. Yet, this was to be expected, after all, like attracts like. And neither Lin Caning nor Fang Yuqing were paragons of virtue. He replied nonchalantly, nothing much." Lin Caning pressed on. "Watching you pursue Fang Yuqing in the past has genuinely saddened me. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always had feelings for you. Did you know? Now that you no longer want Fang Yuqing, let's be together. Zhang Yi nearly spewed the fine red wine he had just sipped. Goodness, this woman was quite bold. He shook his head, marveling at the reality of the situation. It seemed her life had been quite miserable over the past 10 days. Previously, Lin Kainan had treated Zhang Yi with little regard. Although her own circumstances are rather unremarkable, it does not in the slightest diminish her belief that she is a fairy. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi's rejection of Fang Yuqing and observing the high quality of life in Zhang Yi's household, she immediately sought to exploit the opportunity. Chapter 35. Plastic Sisterhood. Zhang Yi sighed, pondering whether this woman truly believed he was a scavenger. While Fang Yuqing may embody the traits of a green tea princess, at least she understands how to be coy and alluring, and she knows how to adorn herself. What does Lin Kainan have to offer other than her self-absorbed vanity? Yet, succumbing to a mischievous impulse, Zhang Yi smirked and remarked, "Oh, is that so? However, I just had a rather scathing confrontation with Fang Yuqing. You two are supposed to be good friends. Wouldn't pursuing me jeopardize your relationship?" Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an opportunity. Without hesitation, she replied, "What friendship? We merely share a rental arrangement." To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she eagerly divulged Fang Yuqing's dark secrets. "You have no idea how much I disdain her. This woman is particularly lazy. For the past few days, she has claimed to be cold and has refused to even use the restroom. She resorts to using a mineral water bottle for urination. It's utterly disgusting. Despite her seemingly innocent facade, she frequents nightclubs in search of men. If she encounters a wealthy heir, she will go to great lengths to ingratiate herself. When funds run low, she resorts to selling herself. After all, on a meager salary of 5,000 yuan a month, how could she possibly afford cosmetics and designer bags? Earning 500 yuan in a single night is quite sordid. Humph, such a woman is beneath my contempt." Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that Fang Yuqing had such a side profession. He clenched his teeth, increasingly convinced that the world was absurd beyond measure. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he was not pitiable enough to become a sycophant like Zhou Peng. Lin Kainan, in an effort to gain Zhang Yi's trust, continued to divulge scandalous secrets about Fang Yuqing. Despite her facade of innocence, she had already terminated several pregnancies. During her university years, she had been supported by several contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently observed and recorded her words. Lin Kainan evidently harbored deep-seated grievances against Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was not only more charming, but also more beautiful, relegating Lin Kainan to the role of mere backdrop. In this world, how many women willingly accept the role of someone else's supporting character? After all, why do you think that in universities, the beautiful goddesses often have friends who are unattractive and overweight? Once Lin Kainan had vented her frustrations regarding Fang Yuqing, she shifted her focus to confessing her feelings for Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you have any idea how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now, I finally have the chance to profess my feelings. Allow me to be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well in the future. And at this moment, I know you must feel quite lonely at home, right? Having a woman by your side can help you with so many things." Lin Kainan was subtly indicating to Zhang Yi that she would be open to whatever he desired, should he allow her into his home. However, much to her dismay, Zhang Yi had no interest in such a prospect. He promptly forwarded their entire conversation to Fang Yuqing. He then said to Lin Kainan, "Although I am quite touched, I believe we should let this matter rest." Lin Kainan, unwilling to give up, inquired, "Why? Do you not need a woman in your life?" Zhang Yi, suppressing the nausea rising in his stomach, responded to his phone, "It is true that I am fond of women. However, you are simply too unattractive." With that, he muted the phone and cast it aside. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message, Lin Kaining's expression darkened with fury. He had the audacity to call her ugly? Such slander, a grave insult indeed. Every time she posted her meticulously edited photos online, countless admirers hailed her as a stunning beauty. Just as Lin Kaining was seething with indignation, an enraged scream pierced the air. "Lin Kaining, you shameless woman!" Fang Yuqing, having seen Lin Kaining's disparaging remarks, instantly exploded with fury. The two women grappled fiercely, pulling each other's hair and pinching arms, only ceasing their struggle when exhaustion overtook them. Yet their eyes remained locked in a fierce glare, were it not for the biting cold, necessitating their coexistence under one roof. They might have entertained thoughts of far graver consequences. Lin Kaining was acutely aware of the situation and harbored a deep resentment towards Zhang Yi. However, much like Feng Yuqing. Her envy of Zhang Yi perhaps outweighed her hatred. At that moment, if Zhang Yi were to permit them entry into his room for a morsel of food, they would abandon their dignity and crawl to him like dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a simple yet monotonous, affluent life. Each evening, he would turn on the television to watch the news, a genre he had previously never cared for. Although the current news broadcasts still contain considerable embellishments, they do provide some insights into external circumstances. The authorities in Tianhai City have issued a notification stating that, in order to meet the public's demand for electricity, power supply will be available daily from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances will be inoperative, allowing only the use of low-power devices, such as kettles and mobile phones. At present, all major power stations are idled, resulting in a scarcity of electricity. And it is hoped that citizens will consciously reduce their consumption to prevent widespread and prolonged blackouts. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon reading this news. Over the past few days, power outages had occurred daily, typically lasting less than an hour, and at times, electricity was supplied for merely a few minutes. In such circumstances, the fact that the authorities are still willing to provide electricity, even if only for brief moments, likely represents their utmost efforts. With the vast majority of power stations worldwide halted, energy resources diminish ever more as we approach the end of the Ice Age. However, what truly captured Zhang Yi's attention was not the content of the news itself, but rather the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the news was delivered. This time, the anchor's demeanor was notably grave, and the broadcast's focus shifted away from comforting the populace. This indicated that the authorities had relinquished any pretense of concealing the extent of the national disaster. When they found themselves powerless to manage the situation, they resorted to a comprehensive release of information, urging the public to recognize their reality early and seek ways to rescue themselves. As expected, Zhang Yi opened his phone to find the various chat groups already abuzz with activity. There are those who vehemently criticize the official inaction, some who weep in despair, while many others resort to exorbitantly purchasing supplies. The price of instant noodles has skyrocketed from 2,000 to 5,000 per pack in just 2 days. Zhang Yi feels utterly speechless. The avarice of humanity is painfully transparent, despite the world being on the brink of collapse. Money seems to hold little significance in the short term, yet they are still willing to exchange food and drink for currency. Zhang Yi remains silent, observing everything as a detached spectator. Life must persist. Even in the absence of hope, no one desires death, and even mere survival is preferable. Thus, amidst the curses and the chaos, they continue to struggle fiercely for existence the next day. Chapter 36. The malicious woman due to the freezing of the water pipes. The community faces a significant challenge regarding water supply. To obtain drinking water, residents must brave the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees outside to collect snowmelt from the first floor. However, once they retrieve the snow, melting it becomes another daunting task. The indoor temperature hovers around -50 to 60 degrees, rendering solid ice as unyielding as concrete. Some residents, driven by extreme thirst, attempt to lick the ice, only to have their tongues become painfully stuck and frostbitten. During this period, Zhang Yi, through surveillance cameras, notices that the men under Qin Jinghao's command come daily to spy. Clearly, they believe Zhang Yi will emerge to fetch water and plan to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, despite the passage of days, they have not witnessed Zhang Yi step outside. They could scarcely fathom the abundance of provisions within Zhang Yi's abode. Should he so desire, he could sustain himself in this chamber, free from want, for the remainder of his days. Is Qin Jinghao still alive? He certainly possesses remarkable resilience, Zhang Yi mused. An arrow had pierced Qin Jinghao's calf, and without effective treatment, his leg was doomed to be rendered useless. Moreover, due to infection, even his life hung by a thread. In such extreme cold, any wound could provoke a high fever, making survival nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the frigid temperatures inhibit the survival of pathogens, thus sparing him from death? Zhang Yi, lacking knowledge in medicine, was puzzled by the reasons for Qin Jinghao's continued existence. Yet, he was indifferent. The fate of those outside held little significance for him. The demise of Qin Jinghao was merely a question of time. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Yi awoke, bleary-eyed, and reached for his phone. Perusing the messages in his chat group and browsing the forums for news from the outside world had become his greatest source of amusement. In this apocalyptic era, he found a perverse pleasure in witnessing the struggles of others, battling against the bitter cold and dire circumstances, while he luxuriated in a veritable paradise. This stark contrast provided Zhang Yi with immense satisfaction, alleviating the tedium and occasional loneliness he felt within. Compared to those perishing from cold and hunger, or teetering on the brink of death, his happiness was immeasurable. As he unlocked his phone, he was unexpectedly greeted by messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I apologize. Yesterday, I may have been too cold, which affected my mood. I should not have lost my temper with you. You are right. In the past, I was too naive and lacked understanding. I failed to recognize who truly cared for me. It is only now that I realize the person who has always had my best interests at heart is you. Deep down, I have always harbored strong feelings for you. Will you forgive me? Let us live together harmoniously from now on. I wish to be your woman. You live alone, and surely that must feel lonely. I can come and accompany you, so you need not face the end of the world in solitude. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of pity. The once aloof Fang Yuqing, who had always portrayed an air of superiority, had finally cast aside her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even when subjected to Zhang Yi's merciless mockery, she had no choice but to abandon her pride and choose to humble herself before him. TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on his past foolishness. Had he known she was of such character, he would not have been so easily swayed. Fang Yuqing, with her worthlessness, pretended to be a lofty goddess. How shamelessly she feigned purity, Zhang Yi replied. While a rotten pear may quench thirst, I am not yet desperate enough for that. He was a man equipped with ancestral skills. If worst came to worst, there were plenty of high-quality tools available in the other realm. Crafted in the land of cherry blossoms, all remarkably lifelike. Alas, it was not what Zhang Yi desired. It was merely that the variety in Walmart's warehouse was too extensive. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened the one belonging to Lin Canning. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. She may well realize that her beauty pales in comparison to Fang Yuqing's, rendering her efforts in competition rather futile. Consequently, she resorted to taking several suggestive selfies, more daring than anything she would have dared in the past, that could have led to her social demise. Zhang Yi swiftly responded, stating that his emotions remained undisturbed, even bordering on amusement. He chose to disregard her further attempts. He understood that once these two women had witnessed the splendor of his home, they would stop at nothing to secure a place within it. Having already sacrificed their dignity to plead with him, their future actions would likely be even more desperate. Yet what of it? Zhang Yi had invested a considerable fortune to fortify his residence into a bastion, prepared to confront any eventuality. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning erupted in furious exclamations. They had cast aside all semblance of pride, humbly beseeching Zhang Yi for his favor. Particularly, Lin Canning had exhausted every angle and pose for her photos. The fact that Zhang Yi suggested he found amusement in her pictures was a profound humiliation. Though she lacked the time and energy to adorn herself, and her looks and figure fell short, she was still a woman. Did she not deserve dignity? As their frustrations mounted, the two women felt increasingly aggrieved. Their current existence felt akin to hell, enduring not only hunger, but also the biting cold. Zhang Yi's home represented their last glimmer of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. If all else failed, she would storm into his house. I must live in their home. I can no longer bear the pangs of hunger. If all else fails, it would be of little consequence to eliminate Zhang Yi. As long as she could reside in his abode, she would be willing to comply with any demand. Yet, despite her fervent thoughts, she remains a woman. Were she to storm Zhang Yi's residence, she would surely be no match for him. Contemplating this, Fang Yuqing cast a cold, piercing gaze towards the neighboring house. Her relationship with Lin Canning had irrevocably soured. The once inseparable sisters of mischief had completely severed ties. However, Fang Yuqing found herself in dire need of assistance. Thus, she approached Lin Canning and declared, that despicable Zhang Yi, that loathsome creature, dares to watch us suffer in hunger and cold without allowing us entry into his home. We cannot remain passive any longer. Such a splendid house is unworthy of his occupancy. Let us devise a plan to seize his residence. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion, Lin Canning's eyes sparkled with ambition. If pleading with Zhang Yi proved futile, then deception and theft were the only viable alternatives. Very well, I concur with your proposition. That scoundrel does not deserve to inhabit such a fine house. He ought to be cast out, left to perish in the cold, or be torn apart by wild dogs. It is only fitting that we take up residence in his home. Chapter 37, The Reckoning. Fueled by their animosity towards Zhang Yi and their yearning for his home, The two estranged sisters temporarily united in a common cause. Yet, the matter of how to usurp Zhang Yi's property required careful deliberation. If they were to attempt to take over, they might not be able to overpower Zhang Yi alone. External assistance would be essential. Even in ordinary circumstances, the two of them would be no match for Zhang Yi. Let alone now, when they are both cold and hungry, while Zhang Yi is brimming with vitality, untroubled by hunger or thirst. Lin Qiren gritted her teeth, contemplating whether to rally a few neighbors to join them. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. Are you foolish? Regardless of how abundant Zhang Yi's supplies may be, they are insufficient to sustain so many people. Thus, the fewer who are aware of this matter, the better. Lin Qiren anxiously inquired. Then what do you propose we do? With a smirk of satisfaction, Fang Yuqing replied, we can summon Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, her devoted admirer, would comply with her every whim. Although Zhang Yi had once fawned over Fang Yuqing, he possessed a modicum of intelligence and would not be so easily manipulated. In contrast, Zhou Peng was utterly brainless, willing to go to great lengths for Fang Yuqing, even to the point of sacrificing himself. Hence, Fang Yuqing devised a plan to enlist Zhou Peng's help in seizing Zhang Yi's residence. Lin Qiren clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea. That loyal admirer is indeed quite useful. Without delay, Fang Yuqing placed a call to Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhou Peng was famished and gaunt. As a warehouse employee, he once had a fair amount of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Oblivious to the fact that she was merely toying with him, he remained self-deluded, believing that his sacrifices would surely lead to Fang Yuqing marrying him in the future. Upon seeing her name on the caller ID, he was so elated that he forgot his hunger and the cold, eagerly rushing over. Upon his arrival at Fang Yuqing's residence, she immediately approached him with a pitiful expression, lamenting how Zhang Yi had treated her with such disdain. Oh, Zhang Yi is nothing short of a brute. All I did was ask him for something to eat, and he dared to suggest that I accompany him to bed. Zhou Peng, you know I am not that kind of woman. Zhou Peng, observing Fang Yuqing's tearful demeanor and recalling how she had been wronged, felt an immense surge of joy. Look at this. Why does she come to me with her troubles instead of others? It signifies my special place in her heart. This must be love. He believed this was the moment to showcase his masculine prowess. Perhaps, with a single bold move, he could win Fang Yuqing over. He thumped his chest and declared, Zhang Yi is truly despicable. How dare he treat you this way? I shall not rest until I make him pay. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Qiren, thinking to themselves, this lovesick fool is so easily deceived. They had prepared an array of persuasive remarks but had no chance to use them. As Zhou Peng eagerly took on the task of dealing with Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing took hold of Zhou Peng's arm, gazing at him with enchanting eyes. Zhang Yi's home is stocked with plenty of food. Moreover, it has a cozy fireplace, making it exceptionally warm. How can such a scoundrel reside in such a house? Zhou Peng, let us devise a plan to claim his home for ourselves. Then, we can live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had long held a disdain for Zhang Yi, as he was not only more handsome, but also wealthier than him. In the past, both individuals harbored feelings for Fang Yuqing, who, in turn, displayed a more favorable disposition towards Zhang Yi than towards him. Now, as Zhou Peng found himself with Fang Yuqing's arm entwined around his, he felt a subtle thrill of triumph, even through the layers of clothing separating them. He exclaimed, "Ha, splendid. Rest assured, Yuqing, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's agreement, Fang Yuqing cautioned him, however, you must be vigilant. Zhang Yi is a selfish and shameless individual. Should we attempt to seize his property, he may retaliate. Thus, we must arm ourselves and, ideally, take the initiative. Lin Qiren, standing nearby, interjected, why not simply eliminate him altogether? Her animosity towards Zhang Yi ran deep, stemming from the fact that after sharing her private photographs with him, he not only remained unmoved, but also had the audacity to label her as unattractive. The mere thought of this scandal being exposed filled her with despair. Consequently, she believed Zhang Yi must meet his demise. Zhou Peng hesitated upon hearing her words. The act of taking a life, while easily spoken of, was not so simple for someone who had lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. Sensing his reluctance, Fang Yuqing's expression darkened. What, you disagree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so relentlessly, and yet you still show him mercy. It seems your past declarations of love for me were mere fabrications. Humph. Witnessing Fang Yuqing's anger, Zhou Peng's ingrained desire to please her surged forth. He quickly replied, No. Yuqing, please don't be upset. I shall heed your wishes. The prospect of winning Fang Yuqing's affection outweighed all else, even the gravity of taking a life. After all, we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world where moral principles are gradually deteriorating. Fang Yuqing declared, "Very well, let us not delay any longer. We shall proceed at once." At that moment, she gestured in a throat-slitting manner, suggesting their intentions. Lin Canning brought forth the tools they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which she had disassembled from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took one of the knives and concealed it within the thick fabric of his down jacket. Once they were adequately equipped, the group set off towards Zhang Yi's residence with an air of menace. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning positioned themselves behind the wall, weapons in hand, to evade detection through the peephole. They exchanged glances with Zhou Ping, signaling him to knock and lure Zhang Yi outside. Zhou Ping nodded, his confidence bolstered as he felt the knife nestled within his coat. He rapped on the door and called out, "Zhang Yi, are you home?" "It's Zhou Peng." Hearing the voice from outside piqued Zhang Yi's curiosity. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship had always been strained, particularly due to their mutual pursuit of Fang Yuqing, which had led to past conflicts. This fellow certainly had no benevolent intent. After all, in this desolate world, good news was a rarity. Instead of answering the door, Zhang Yi opted to turn on the television and check the surveillance feed. Indeed, he soon beheld the scene outside. 2 women, lurking on either side of the door, brandishing knives and a steel pipe, their faces etched with an ominous intensity. A chill crept down Zhang Yi's spine. Despite being fully prepared, the malice of these 2 women still caused him to draw in a sharp breath. "Do you wish to kill me? You dare." Zhang Yi scoffed, a chilling aura of murderous intent spreading from his dark eyes. Who will kill whom remains to be seen. Chapter 38, Doused in Liquid Gold. Zhou Ping, noticing the silence from within, began to pound on the door with greater urgency. Zhang Yi, it is I, Zhou Peng. Please open the door. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, retrieving his gun and disengaging the safety with a click. Approaching the door, he inquired, "Who is it?" Hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng hastily gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning to be on high alert. The 2 women were anxious, as it was their first foray into such murderous dealings. Yet, the thought of residing in Zhang Yi's warm, comfortable home, abundant with food, steeled their resolve. Zhou Ping pleaded, "Zhang Yi, it's me, Zhou Peng. Our supplies have been depleted. As former colleagues, could you spare some food?" His face wore a beseeching expression, while his hand subtly descended, poised to draw his blade at any moment. Leaning against the door, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "We have no food left either. I cannot assist you with this matter." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning silently cursed. How could it be that there is no food in your home? Are the 7 or 8 boxes of delicacies in your kitchen, dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, not real? However, they had anticipated such a scenario. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and pulled a box of medicine from his pocket. "Zhang Yi, I shall not take advantage of you without recompense. I am willing to trade a box of ibuprofen for your cooperation. In this frigid weather, many are afflicted with colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine can indeed be life-saving. It's worth rivaling that of sustenance." To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng produced his cherished ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, concealed behind the door, contemplated how to deal with them. Should he eliminate them? Such an act would be trivial. Whether by gun or crossbow, their demise would be assured. However, the monotony of simply killing them seemed rather dull. In a world on the brink, death could be a form of liberation. It was the struggle for survival that resembled a hellish existence. He certainly had no intention of granting these lowly individuals an easy way out. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yi devised a plan. He approached the trash can and retrieved a pulsating bottle. Having just consumed several cans of beer, he found the urge to relieve himself overwhelming. He aimed the bottle's opening and unleashed a torrent of urine. Ibuprofen, a rather intriguing proposition. Let me ponder this a moment. As he relieved himself, he lazily engaged Zhou Peng in conversation. The individuals outside could faintly hear the sound of water, yet were oblivious to Zhang Yi's actions. However, upon detecting a hint of optimism in Zhang Yi's tone, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhou Peng quickly interjected, Yes, open the door, and let us make this exchange. I do not require much, merely 2 packets of instant noodles. Given the current market prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could easily be exchanged for 5 packets of noodles. Zhou Peng intentionally offered a low price, hoping to mislead Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packets of noodles? I fear you may be at a disadvantage. That would be rather embarrassing. As Zhang Yi concluded his act of mischief, he found himself with a bottle of chilled iced tea, brimming and frothy with a white foam. Zhou Peng, believing that Zhang Yi was on the verge of capitulation, leaned against the door and remarked, "It's all right. I'm absolutely famished. Since we are colleagues, why not offer a favor to you rather than to others? Hurry and open the door." Zhang Yi ascended onto a stool, positioning himself at the shooting hole of the door. He then poured the warm, fresh iced tea over the three individuals outside. Zhou Ping and his companions were taken aback by the sudden drenching of liquid, eliciting sharp gasps from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. "What is this?" they exclaimed. "Oh, it's hot water, still steaming." Initially, they were somewhat delighted by the warmth. However, in less than a second, a peculiar, acrid odor assaulted their senses. "This is urine," they shrieked. The two women, drenched in the liquid, let out blood-curdling screams, immediately collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Zhou Peng, too, was seething with rage, his eyes aflame as he pounded on the door. "Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for this. Get out here, or I swear I'll make you regret it." Yet, the heavy metal door showed no signs of yielding to his blows. Instead, Zhou Peng's fists throbbed with pain. From within, Zhang Yi's jubilant laughter echoed. "How does my urine smell? Is it refreshing? You fools thought you could outwit me. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" In that moment, Zhou Peng and his companions realized they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Zhang Yi. A group of individuals, filled with both rage and astonishment, stood outside, vociferously berating Zhang Yi. Zhou Peng exclaimed, "Damn it! I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Just wait. I will ensure your demise once I get in there." He discarded any pretense and brandished a kitchen knife, striking furiously at the door. While ordinary doors are made of wood and can be breached by damaging the lock, Zhang Yi's door was crafted from a solid alloy, resilient enough to withstand an RPG blast. Zhou Peng's strike met the unyielding steel, reverberating with such force that the knife was sent flying from his grasp. The blade grazed past his head, inflicting a deep gash, while his palm bled profusely from the impact. A small biological fact to consider: human skin is particularly fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is heightened. Zhou Peng, momentarily stunned, realized that had his strike been even slightly misaligned, the knife would have struck his face. Yet, his daze was abruptly shattered by the excruciating pain. "Ah, ah, ah," he cried out in agony. The two women, witnessing this, were overtaken by terror, abandoning Zhou Peng in their frantic flight. Inside the room, Zhang Yi observed the scene, contemplating whether to step outside and deliver a bullet to each of them. While he didn't intend to kill them outright, he did wish to inflict enough injury to ensure their suffering in this frigid, post-apocalyptic world. However, after a moment of deliberation, he abandoned this notion. Why? Because outside lurked 3 rabid dogs. Although there was a significant chance that he might injure them by opening the door, there remained a minuscule probability of being killed in return. Zhang Yi would never jest with his own safety. Indeed, he was the king of survival. Living his life in such comfort, why should he act impulsively? No matter, he would simply wait for them to exhaust themselves. Let us see how many days they can endure in this apocalyptic world. Calm and composed, Zhang Yi returned to the sofa and resumed his gaming. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing hurried back home, where he sat on the sofa, trembling with fear. He had narrowly escaped death moments ago, and the lingering terror still haunted him. Upon noticing the urine that had dripped onto the sofa, Fang Yuqing immediately shrieked, "Ah, get away. Who told you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39. The stench bomb. Fang Yuqing was distressed over her sofa and repulsed by Zhou Peng's urine-soaked state. After all, he had been the most drenched at the door. She promptly yelled at him to refrain from sitting on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt deeply wronged. He had only sought trouble with Zhang Yi upon Fang Yuqing's suggestion. Now, not only was he drenched, shivering in the cold, but he also bore wounds. Yet, Fang Yuqing treated him this way. However, a sycophant remains a sycophant. Zhou Peng soon realized that Fang Yuqing's reprimand was indeed justified. He had failed to help her properly and, being soiled, how could he tarnish the sanctity of the goddess's sofa? The more he contemplated, the more he felt he deserved the scolding. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, in a state of urgency, waved him off, instructing, "You must leave at once. We need to change our clothes." Zhou Peng, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly exited Fang Yuqing's abode. Once back in their room, The two hastily discarded the garments soiled by Zhang Yi's vile act. However, even after changing, the acrid stench lingered, as both their hair and skin bore the remnants, trickling unpleasantly down their necks. The frigid weather rendered bathing an unthinkable endeavor, leaving them with no choice but to endure the revulsion. Their failed attempt had not only resulted in humiliation, but had also intensified their animosity towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was exceedingly cunning and not easily dealt with. Infuriatingly, they resolved, no matter the cost, I shall seize his property. Let us devise a plan. There must be a chink in his armor. Just as the two women conspired against Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine. Next time, I may just douse you in excrement. Had he been better prepared, the consequences would have been far worse. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining turned pale at the thought of being splattered with feces. The mere idea was enough to drive them to despair. Zhang Yi dismissed the chat, ignoring Fang Yuqing's subsequent messages. Although he had muted notifications, the number of unread messages rapidly increased, indicating nothing favorable. He then glanced at the homeowners group chat and was greeted with a spectacle. Since the incident in which Chen Zhenghao robbed their home, Aunt Lin's mental state seems to have deteriorated. Now, she incessantly sends voice messages in the group, clamoring for everyone to surrender their supplies to her. I am the head of our community committee. Who dares to disobey me? Once the snow melts, I will have you all arrested. Did you hear that? Respond to me. You must deliver all your food to my house today. However, this time, very few people paid her any heed. After several days, everyone began to realize the dire state of the current environment. The authorities are utterly incapable of attending to each individual. And Aunt Lin's so-called community committee has become utterly inconsequential. She can no longer intimidate anyone, and instead, she is met with ridicule. Damn old woman. Can you just hurry up and die? You deceived us out of a box of instant noodles, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Some brought up the initial incident during the snow disaster. Had you not told us it was nothing serious and discouraged us from stockpiling supplies? How would we be in this predicament today? This remark instantly ignited the collective fury of the group. When the snow first fell, despite the biting cold, some still wished to venture out for shopping. Yet, Aunt Lin continuously insisted in the group that the snow disaster would soon pass, warning that anyone who stockpiled supplies would face consequences. Consequently, no one dared to go out. Days later, heavy snow blocked all roads, rendering it impossible to leave home. Had it not been for her, everyone could have at least stocked up on supplies for an additional 2 weeks. Damn you, old woman. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. It is all your fault. The neighbors unleashed a torrent of vitriol at Aunt Lin. Meanwhile, the affluent heir Su Hao made his presence felt in the group, offering exorbitant prices for supplies, be it food or drink. I will pay 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,000. Su Hao was indeed in a state of desperation, for if his wealth remained unutilized, it would soon become mere scraps of paper. Zhang Yi shook his head, pondering the absurdity of attempting to procure goods with money in such dire circumstances. Just as Zhang Yi's thoughts settled, a voice arose amidst the chaos. I have some food at home. I can sell it to you. Zhang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that, regardless of the situation, there would always be those driven by greed, willing to risk their very lives for monetary gain. Even when hope seemed infinitesimal, some continued to gamble, betting that this calamity would be short-lived. Yet, Zhang Yi alone understood that this snowstorm would persist far longer than anticipated. Moreover, even after the snow ceased, the world would require an extensive period to recuperate. Money, in this context, was rendered less useful than scrap paper. At least the latter could serve a practical purpose. As this thought crossed his mind, a rather morbid notion surfaced. His stockpile of toilet paper was ample, while his neighbors likely lacked such abundance. What would they resort to when their supply ran out? Quickly dismissing the thought, he mused that with their bellies empty, their needs would likely be minimal. Yet, this foreshadowed an imminent rupture in the tenuous peace they had managed to maintain. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that once the food supply was entirely depleted, humanity could devolve into terrifying beasts. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining returned to Zhang Yi's residence, knocking fervently at the door. They implored from outside, expressing their desperation and claiming they were on the brink of freezing to death. Zhang Yi, however, paid them no heed. The thought of their demise was precisely what he wished to witness. Noticing Zhang Yi's indifference, they resorted to appealing to their past camaraderie, suggesting that even a meager offering of food would suffice. Through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi observed that they had come equipped with umbrellas, evidently traumatized from the urine incident of the previous day. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi was not naive enough to grant them entry. If his instincts were correct, they were likely armed with knives, poised to end their own lives and seize his abode along with its provisions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi opened his alternate space. Inside the storage area lay a plethora of miscellaneous items, typically unused, which he had conveniently stowed away. His alternate space was ample, so he never worried about it being cluttered. To his surprise, it was now proving to be quite useful. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section, designed for pranks. Once ignited, these bombs emitted an exceedingly foul odor, nearly impossible to wash away with water or detergent. Listening to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's voices outside, he chuckled to himself, grasped the stink bombs, and proceeded towards the door. Chapter 40. The gunshot. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bombs and swiftly hurled them through the shooting hole above the door. Upon landing, the bombs released a thick plume of black smoke, the acrid stench rapidly permeating the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were overwhelmed by the foul odor, akin to unsealing a jar of excrement that had been sealed for a decade, and they immediately began to retch. Ugh, what is this? Ugh, Zhang Yi, how shameless you are. The stench in the corridor intensified, prompting the 2 women to flee hastily. Zhang Yi, however, remained unperturbed by the noxious fumes infiltrating his abode. After sealing the shooting hole, his dwelling was rendered semi-closed. While air could still circulate, the building had been equipped with a specialized air filtration system during construction, preventing any unpleasant odors or harmful air from permeating inside. Observing the 2 women's disheveled and retching appearances through the surveillance, Zhang Yi erupted into hearty laughter. Nevertheless, he soon received a complaint from his next-door neighbors. Zhang Yi, what on earth did you throw outside your door? It reeks. Please consider your neighbors' feelings. The neighbors, a young couple who had resided there for 2 years, had little interaction with Zhang Yi, save for occasional nods in the elevator. In such a moment, he was disinclined to uphold any semblance of neighborly relations. In this apocalyptic world, his every action was dictated solely by his own safety. The welfare of others was of no concern to him. Indeed, he could assert that as long as he could live securely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate others without remorse. In this world of chaos, any semblance of a compassionate mindset must be swiftly extinguished. If you're not satisfied, come and confront me. After uttering this, Zhang Yi promptly blocked his neighbor. The sentiment remained. He was unwilling to engage in futile arguments, wasting his breath. Soon, Zhang Yi realized that his neighbors were disparaging him within a large group. Regrettably, others seemed utterly indifferent to their trivial disputes. Zhang Yi chuckled. The absence of moral restraint felt surprisingly liberating. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Bang! A deafening noise echoed through the corridor, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression turned grave, as the sound resembled that of a gunshot. Was there truly someone armed within their community? Uncertain whether it was a gun or merely firecrackers, he hurried to the living room and turned on the television to check the surveillance footage. What he beheld caused his pupils to constrict in shock. In front of the third-floor apartment, Chen Zhenghao, with a severed leg, was clutching a black firearm. The cold, dark sheen of the weapon was enough to instill fear. The door of that apartment stood ajar, and from the angle of the surveillance, he could vaguely discern 2 human legs. Meanwhile, the little scoundrels under Chen Zhenghao's command emerged, holding food and candles, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. It was evident that the residents of the 3rd floor were no longer alive. Even if they had survived the gunshot, bereft of all supplies, they would not endure for long. The clock read 10 a.m., a time when families typically ventured out together to gather snow to melt for drinking water. This communal effort temporarily raised the temperature in the corridor, preventing the cold from becoming too oppressive. Survival depended on access to water, making this daily ritual essential. Chen Zhenghao had astutely seized this opportunity to commit murder and plunder resources. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone, noticing a message from a group chat. Chen Zhenghao had sent a voice note, declaring that with the city now enveloped in heavy snow, they could rely on no one but themselves. I, Chen Zhenghao, shall assume the responsibility of overseeing Building 25. From now on, all matters here will be dictated by me. If you all comply, I can ensure your survival. But should anyone dare to defy me, well, let's just say there will be consequences. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zhenghao sent 2 images, one showcasing the gun he held, and another depicting a resident from the 3rd floor lying in a pool of blood. The once lively group chat fell eerily silent, as the gruesome scene left everyone in shock. It is likely that most residents were consumed by fear. In times of peace, they had never encountered such horrors, nor could they even fathom them. Yet now, the stark reality of bloodshed lay before them. Within this isolated building, surrounded by the relentless snowstorm, humanity felt like hell itself. No one dared to challenge Qin Zhenghao, paralyzed by the fear of death. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his admiration. Qin Zhenghao is truly astute. No wonder he thrives in the complexities of society. Qin Zhenghao employed a blend of intimidation and persuasion, refraining from wholly terrorizing the residents of the building. After all, with only one gun in his possession, the number of bullets remained uncertain. Zhang Yi understood that the quantity could not be substantial, given the stringent regulations on firearms in the country. He had once paid a hefty sum for a mere 100 rounds. Furthermore, Qin Zhenghao's small gang consisted of only 5 or 6 members. The entire building houses over 50 families, comprising more than 100 individuals. Should they be pushed to their limits, a mere cripple would be unable to withstand the pressure. Thus, a dual approach is employed. On one hand, enticing promises are dangled before them. On the other, intimidation tactics are wielded. This is the most effective method to ensure compliance among the residents. Human nature has always been steeped in the fear of death. Even if they comprehend that Qin Zhenghao might eliminate an owner from the 3rd floor today, they entertain the notion that tomorrow it could be their turn. For instance, those residing on higher floors may believe that while Qin Zhenghao targets the 3rd floor today, he might not reach them for at least another fortnight. Hence, they feel no urgency to resist, convinced that those below will surely fight back. This logic cascades downward. Meanwhile, the occupants of the 4th floor may consider that Qin Zhenghao does not necessarily follow a sequential order in his actions. They reason that if they were to resist, their demise would be assured, and it is wiser to remain docile at home, for perhaps someone else will meet their end first. Zhang Yi shrugged. These matters were of no concern to him. While others feared Qin Zhenghao, he felt no trepidation. Should Qin Zhenghao dare to appear at his doorstep, Zhang Yi would hold complete dominion over the situation. The fates of his neighbors were of no consequence to him. They chose to bury their heads in the sand. Unwilling to oppose, Zhang Yi had no inclination to play the martyr, sacrificing himself to save others. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of urgent notifications. Upon glancing at his device, he discovered several hundred new messages. Curiosity piqued. He entered the new group to take a look. It was discovered that the owners of the apartment building had formed a new group, yet this time, the entourage of Qin Zhenghao was conspicuously absent. The ominous threats issued by Qin Zhenghao had compelled some individuals to seek solace in solidarity. Zhang Yi remained silent, assured of his own safety, and simply wished to observe how this group would navigate the unfolding situation. Chapter 41. Neighbors who merely shout slogans with the establishment of the new group. The homeowners and tenants began to converse in a state of panic. Qin Zhenghao was nothing short of a devil. He had forcibly entered 3 households, breaking down their doors. On the 3rd floor, apartment 301 was occupied by 2 young individuals with fiery tempers who attempted to resist, only to be shot dead by him. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, were so intimidated that they dutifully surrendered their food and drink. Alas, in such dire circumstances where provisions were scarce, what other fate awaited them but starvation? One individual, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "We must unite to collectively confront this tyrant, Qin Zhenghao." Responses erupted from the group. Indeed, with so many households, how can we fear just 5 or 6 individuals? They echoed, "As long as we stand united, he will be nothing to fear." Yet, others interjected, "But he possesses a gun." Huh, and what of it? How many bullets can one gun hold? They retorted, "If we all charge at once, he will be unable to withstand us. With a swift left kick followed by a right roundhouse, we shall ensure he is brought down. He now limps, rendering him hardly worth mentioning. Without a gun, I could easily handle him alone." When it comes to uniting against Qin Zhenghao, everyone is filled with fervor, as if they long to storm his residence and execute him on the spot. However, someone interjected at that moment, asking, "When shall we take action?" This question ushered in a brief silence. It is certainly easier to express bravado than to face the reality of combat. And not everyone is willing to be the first to take the bullets. While the reasoning is understood, no one wishes to be the one thrust into the line of fire. Such eloquent talk is merely a ploy to persuade others to shield them from danger. Nevertheless, this matter is not insurmountable. We can undoubtedly deal with him. After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few thugs at his command. and we must consider our strategy carefully. Indeed, reckless aggression is the mark of a fool. We must prevail through cunning. Zhang Yi scoffed, having just declared Qin Jinghao insignificant. Yet now some were advocating for elaborate tactics against him. Now that action is imminent, they suddenly call for wisdom to triumph? How amusing. At that moment, Uncle Yu, the security guard of the neighborhood, suddenly spoke up. We cannot allow Qin Jinghao and his ilk to continue unchecked. If this persists, we shall all perish at his hands. Even if we are in T-shot, we will starve if he robs us of our food and drink. It's still death, after all. I can lead the way. Let us band together and teach these scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu, a man of few words, is a retired soldier with a straightforward nature and a heart full of passion. In the community, he is held in high regard. Confronted by a shameless scoundrel like Qin Jinghao, a villain who tramples on human life, his heart is ablaze with fury. Ah, Uncle Yu is truly formidable. It is no wonder he hails from a lineage of valiant soldiers. He is impressive. Uncle Yu, I stand by your side. Do you require weapons? Our kitchen knife is at your disposal. I also possess a long quan sword purchased during my travels last year, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Allow me to lend it to you. Qin Jinghao is but a cripple. Uncle Yu, you should seize an opportunity to ambush him from behind, leaving him no chance to retaliate. The crowd enthusiastically praised Uncle Yu, each contributing their suggestions in a cacophony of voices. Yet, none expressed a willingness to accompany Uncle Yu in confronting Qin Jinghao. Uncle Yu found himself at a loss for words. With 5 or 6 men on Qin Jinghao's side, armed as they were, it was clear that he could not confront them alone. At the very least, we would need a dozen young men to accompany me for assurance. Having served in the military, I possess some skills and can take the lead. Suddenly, the male residents of the household fell silent, while the female residents like Fang Yuqing, lacking adult males and their families, were invigorated. Indeed, we women are frail and powerless, unable to contend with such scoundrels. Men of Building 25, now is the time to demonstrate your manly spirit. The men of our building are remarkable. You must succeed. It is time to showcase your gentlemanly demeanor. We hope for your swift success in safeguarding us, the weaker women. The adult males among the homeowners were understandably discontented. Some were unmarried, living alone, or sharing accommodations with friends. While they were not entirely averse to risking their lives to confront the villains, witnessing the women's attitudes was disheartening. They appeared as fierce champions of justice, expecting the men to bear the responsibility of facing danger. This notion was met with significant resistance from the men. How could it be that, having previously advocated for female precedence in all matters, they now demanded the men to step forward in times of peril? This was utterly unjust. Now, when we seek equitable treatment, it should be a collective endeavor. They prided themselves on their prowess in online debates. Why not confront Qin Jinghao directly? I am not unwilling to risk my life, but my duty lies in protecting my wife and child. Meanwhile, the women, upon noticing the men's reluctance to confront Qin Jinghao, became irate. Are you not men? Isn't this precisely the moment for you to step up? How can you expect us to take the risks? They exclaimed. You truly are spineless. It's repulsive. I swear I will never marry someone like you. Originally, the purpose of forming a new homeowners group was to collaboratively discuss strategies for managing the risks posed by Qin Jinghao. Yet, inexplicably, the conversation devolved into a debate over who should confront him, ultimately culminating in a gender divide. Zhang Yi observed this spectacle with a sense of incredulity. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of past experiences. This is also why, in his previous life, Qin Jinghao managed to eliminate half the people in the entire building, yet still maintained control over everyone with a mere firearm. When faced with death, they merely closed their eyes, too fearful to struggle even slightly. Witnessing this, Uncle Yu anxiously called out in the group, urging everyone to remain calm. The primary concern now was dealing with Qin Jinghao. Among the residents of the building was a female owner living on the 7th floor, named Lu Tiantian. She was a key player in the verbal clashes between the genders, a 22-year-old recent graduate, who, at that moment, was igniting tensions in the group. Whenever she noticed a male member speaking, she would unleash a barrage of comments. Even when well-meaning Uncle Yu attempted to intervene, she swiftly typed with her 2 fingers. What are you pretending to be a good person for, Uncle Yu? You've served in the military, so you should be the first to charge forward in situations like this. With so many men in our building, if you all took action, the rest of us would be safe. In today's society, it is evident that women are far more important. The sole purpose of men is to serve us women. I hope the men in this group remember this, and do not make me repeat myself. Chapter 42. Provisions Lu Tiantian's remarks were met with derision from a group of male owners. It's the end of the world. And you still expect us to pamper you, you little fairies? Do you really think you're that special? You want us to risk our lives to protect you. And you believe you deserve it? Uncle Yu, feeling utterly speechless, was further bombarded by their scorn. He could not comprehend why, despite his good intentions for everyone, he was met with such disdain. Words failed him, and unable to retort, he chose to remain silent. Observing the lively banter within the group chat, Zhang Yi found it rather entertaining, akin to a farcical comedy, especially given the limited avenues for amusement in the present day. Ultimately, his conclusion was stark. The overwhelming majority of individuals in this owners group were deserving of their fates. The verbal confrontations became increasingly fierce, perhaps a result of long-suppressed frustrations finally finding an outlet, leading to a torrent of venomous and sordid language flooding the chat, leaving it unbearable. In the end, they seemed to forget the original purpose of forming the group. Setting his phone aside, Zhang Yi made his way to the kitchen. Although the alternate space provided a plethora of ready-made meals, he occasionally yearned to prepare something himself and savor the pleasures of life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the otherworldly pantry, potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic, all appearing as if they had just been unearthed from the soil. The beef brisket was equally succulent, its vibrant red hue tantalizingly appetizing. Truly, Walmart lived up to its reputation as the world's premier supermarket brand, with products of unparalleled quality. Zhang Yi simmered a pot of potato and beef brisket stew, adhering to the method of cooking clay pot chicken by affixing some flatbreads around the edges of the pot. Once finished, the breads absorbed the rich broth, rendering them exceptionally delectable. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered messages from Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, this time filled with desperate pleas. Their cries were heart-wrenching, clearly indicating that they too had been profoundly shaken by the recent incident involving Qin Zhenghao. The two innocent souls, akin to green tea and white lotus, lack the fortitude to withstand the malevolence of evildoers. Consequently, they are likely to become the next targets of Qin Zhenghao's sinister intentions. Particularly after witnessing the formidable security of Zhang Yi's residence, they perceive it as a sanctuary, a safe haven where they long to reside. Zhang Yi, regardless of the grievances that have transpired between us in the past, you once harbored affection for me, did you not? You cannot simply stand by and watch me perish. Can you? I am aware that you present a facade of toughness, yet your heart harbors softness. I implore you, save me. Lin Caning exhibits an even greater lack of boundaries than Feng Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I do not wish to meet my demise. If you permit me to dwell in your home, I am willing to comply with any of your demands. But please, do not let me fall victim to those individuals. Zhang Yi can sense the profound fear within them. To speak candidly, had his home not been fortified, living in such a desolate, foodless environment, his despair would not be less than that of these two women. Yet, would he pity them? Certainly not. After all, this scenario is precisely what he has yearned to witness. The more desperate they become, the more exhilarated he feels. He remains silent, leisurely recording a video to share with them. In the video, a large pot of stewed beef and potatoes simmers before Zhang Yi, while a roaring fire blazes in the nearby hearth. The ambience within the home is one of warmth and tranquility, starkly contrasting with the howling blizzard and frigid winds outside. For the two women, this is undeniably a tremendous provocation. After all, at this moment, not only is a hearty meal a distant dream, but their very survival hangs in the balance. The two individuals subsequently uttered a multitude of pleas for mercy, beseeching Zhang Yi to allow them to enter the room and coexist with him. Zhang Yi chose to disregard them entirely. He neither acquiesced nor rejected their entreaties. Rather, he intended to leave them with a sliver of hope, compelling them to approach him, fully aware of the futility of their aspirations. Thus, the day passed in a tedium of monotony. After Qin Zhenghao and his cohorts had seized a sufficient quantity of supplies, they were not in haste to launch further assaults. They understood that excessive aggression might incite the collective resistance of all the property owners. The most judicious approach would be to gather a faction, pacify another, and eliminate a few, a strategy both prudent and calculated. However, that evening, Zhang Yi, through surveillance, discerned some unusual movements from Qin Zhenghao and his men. The entirety of Tianhai City was devoid of electricity, save for Zhang Yi's household, which remained illuminated, unnoticed by the other residents of the same building. Zhang Yi observed several of Qin Zhenghao's subordinates carrying two lifeless bodies out the door. Upon closer inspection, he found the figures vaguely familiar. He recalled them distinctly, as he was acquainted with nearly all the property owners in the building. Yet, the appearance of these individuals was evidently not of those residing in their unit. Therefore, they could only be other subordinates summoned by Qin Zhenghao during the recent snowfall. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi pieced together the grim reality. On the day Qin Zhenghao had launched an attack on his home, Zhang Yi had repelled them with a deluge from a fire hose. In such frigid temperatures, plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, this was a perilous outcome. It was likely that these two individuals had succumbed to the cold. The onset of illness due to low temperatures, leading to fever, could easily result in death without a comfortable environment and the aid of medications such as ibuprofen. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their garments and discarded at the foot of the stairs. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, initially perplexed by their motives. If the intention was merely to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply thrown them out of the window, where the heavy snowfall would cover all traces. Why place them at the entrance? As his thoughts raced, an alarming idea suddenly struck Zhang Yi, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Could it be that Qin Zhenghao left their bodies behind to serve as a reserve food supply? The very notion sent chills down Zhang Yi's spine, his hair standing on end. Yet, this explanation seemed the most plausible. In the bitter cold, the world itself resembled a vast refrigerator, alleviating concerns of food decay. Modern interpretations of apocalyptic scenarios are often influenced by films of the genre, where cannibalism is not an uncommon theme. Historical records recount instances of cannibalism during times of great calamity, where people resorted to exchanging children for sustenance, revealing the grim realities of human nature. Perhaps the years of peace have led some to forget the stark truths inscribed in history. Until the arrival of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his rapidly beating heart soon calming. Compared to most, he adapted to this grim reality more swiftly. Having previously endured an apocalypse himself, and having been consumed as sustenance, he understood that when faced with desperation, driven by hunger, humanity is capable of the most brutal acts, consuming anything that can be devoured. Qin Zhenghao truly is a ruthless individual. Although Zhang Yi harbored a disdain for that societal figure, he could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. Many comprehend the rationale, yet few possess the capacity to view the corpse of a brother as a mere reserve when sustenance runs scarce. Such an act borders on the annihilation of humanity. Chapter 43. She grew anxious after Qin Zhenghao extinguished the lives of the residents of Unit 301. The atmosphere in the entire apartment building grew palpably tense. The once boisterous crowd had fallen silent, with no one daring to utter a word. Qin Zhenghao appeared to realize that the residents had clandestinely formed a new group chat behind his back. However, such occurrences were beyond prohibition. He could only resort to various threats and inducements within the residents' group. Given the dire circumstances, everyone was merely striving for survival. None wished to resort to violence. Had it not been for that fellow from Unit 301 who had first struck my people, I would not have inadvertently taken his life. After all, I am no demon. I hope that in the future, we can coexist harmoniously, and when in need, you might lend us a modicum of provisions. As long as you cooperate, I assure you that tranquility shall prevail. Upon hearing these words, some individuals did indeed lower their guard. A few even pondered whether Qin Zhenghao's assertion held truth. Perhaps the demise of the Unit 301 resident was a consequence of his own aggression. This phenomenon mirrors the Stockholm Syndrome, wherein individuals, amidst the despair of death, feel gratitude when the perpetrator extends even a modicum of goodwill. Zhang Yi remained an aloof observer, watching with a cold gaze, neither commenting nor participating. Yet within his heart, he harbored a heightened vigilance toward Qin Zhenghao. Although the defenses at his home were quite comprehensive, given the few individuals accompanying Qin Zhenghao and their meager firearm, there was simply no opportunity for an intrusion. However, in the apocalyptic world, exercising caution is never misplaced. If I truly provoke him, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him, Zhang Yi remarked with a hint of indifference. This brief tranquility was shattered the following day. Despite the pervasive fear of Qin Zhenghao causing families to refrain from venturing outside, survival necessitated that they descend to break ice for water. Thus, some individuals quietly opened their doors, intending to stealthily gather snow. Unfortunately, they were caught red-handed by those whom Qin Zhenghao had stationed as sentinels. The supplies pillaged on the first day had been completely consumed by the ravenous ruffians. Now, with wild eyes, they regarded all the residents of the building as their prey. Whoever they captured would not be treated with courtesy. They would be stripped of everything. Within the new group chat, Urgent cries for help echoed. Zhang Yi opened the chat and was instantly amused. The one crying for aid was none other than Lu Tiantian, who resided on the 7th floor, just above Qin Jinghao's 6th floor abode. This morning, she had intended to stealthily venture down to procure water under the cover of darkness, but was caught in the act. Living alone, she could tidy up her space with minimal effort. She was already a target for Qin Jinghao and his cohorts, coupled with the fact that they had been cooped up for nearly half a month. Qin Jinghao and his band were eager to find a woman to relieve their pent-up frustrations. Lu Tiantian, while not exceptionally beautiful, possessed youthfulness and a decent figure. Given their limited options, no one was inclined to be overly selective. The group of small karami approached with wrenches and iron rods, grinning mischievously. Lu Tiantian hurriedly shut the door, and in her desperation, she thought of seeking help from her neighbors. "Oh, everyone, please come to my rescue. They are smashing down my door. I beg you, I might be killed," she cried out. "Uncle Yu, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They surely cannot overpower you. This group is utterly untrustworthy. They are too ferocious. We must unite. If something happens to me, you may be next." Lu Tiantian, her voice quivering with distress, sent message after message in the group. However, just yesterday, she had been haughty and confrontational towards a group of male homeowners. Uncle Yu replied, "My dear, the situation has escalated unexpectedly. I cannot confront such a large number alone." Although Uncle Yu was kind-hearted, he would not recklessly march to his demise. Qin Jinghao had 5 or 6 men with him, armed as well. Even with his military background, he could not contend with them. If only they had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a protective guard, there might have been hope to deter them. Upon reading Uncle Yu's words, Lu Tiantian felt a chilling despair. "You cannot do this. Are you truly unable to protect a frail woman? What sort of men are you?" She lamented. "If I die, I will haunt you all as a spirit." Initially, there was some sympathy for her plight, but once they realized her shameless attempt at moral coercion, their anger ignited. Furthermore, considering Lu Tiantian's tirade against all the men in the building yesterday, the collective resentment and animosity were now being reckoned with. "Indeed, we are all worthless. If you are so capable, little fairy, surely you don't require our assistance." Laughter echoed through the group. Instead of sympathy for Lu Tiantian's predicament, there was a palpable sense of schadenfreude. The misfortune that befell Lu Tiantian's home ensured their safety, at least for the time being. Upon seeing these callous taunts, Lu Tiantian's heart was filled with utter despair. She then turned to her fellow female residents for help. However, the female residents' responses were uniformly unhelpful. "We're all sisters here, but there's nothing we can do in this situation. Hang in there, sister. You have my moral support. You must persevere, or they might do unspeakable things to you if they break down the door. Indeed, with so many of them, they might defile you." Some offered perfunctory solace, while others indulged in the morbid pleasure of frightening Lu Tiantian. After all, human experiences of joy and sorrow are not always shared. And prolonged confinement and the threat of death had begun to warp many minds. More individuals joined the group chat, but the conversation had taken a twisted turn. "Even if you die, sister, take someone with you as a scapegoat. It would be a service to the people. Indeed, the home has been ransacked, and it seems unlikely that you will survive much longer. It might be better to take someone down with you in your final moments." Lu Tiantian trembled in anger, and just as she was about to utter more words, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Inside Zhang Yi's residence, he observed through the surveillance footage as Lu Tiantian let out a piercing scream, only to be seized by several small assailants who dragged her away. Despite the frigid weather, they were relentless in their pursuit. Their fervor was astonishing, Zhang Yi remarked. However, given the current predicament, no one could predict when their own demise might occur. In the face of death, the instinct to pass on one's genetic legacy prevails. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and addressed the surveillance screen, saying, "At this temperature, any exposed skin is at grave risk." Chapter 44. Why should I be generous? The fate awaiting Lu Tiantian remains a matter of speculation, though none witnessed it firsthand. A young girl ensnared by a pack of wolves. What fate could await her? Even if Qin Jinghao and his cohort spared her life, the loss of all her means of survival would leave her with a singular fate, to await death. Yet, rather than mourn her plight, a collective sigh of relief was felt among the others. Lu Tiantian could at least sustain Qin Jinghao and his companions for a time. Nevertheless, this served as a dire warning to the other residents. If matters continued on this trajectory, their own survival would soon be in jeopardy. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly drawn into yet another chat group. He chuckled softly, realizing that in such an unstable environment, the atmosphere of suspicion among people intensified, leading to the emergence of numerous small factions. It seemed as though by banding together, they believed they would grow stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group chat, noticing only 6 or 7 individuals. Among them were Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Kaining, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. However, it wasn't long before someone approached him. Fang Yuqing wrote, "Zhang Yi, the outside is perilous now. Qin Jinghao and his group will eventually come after us. We must unite." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I am quite comfortable on my own." Lin Kaining interjected, "That's not the point. You are alone, while Qin Jinghao has 5 or 6 people and weapons. Thus, your situation is far from safe." Zhang Yi smirked. "Why don't you ask Qin Jinghao who broke his leg?" Even now, Qin Jinghao dared not seek revenge. Aware that Zhang Yi was not easily intimidated, Zhang Yi then inquired, "So, what do you intend to do?" Fang Yuqing quickly responded, "It's too dangerous for everyone to live separately. Therefore, we have decided to move in together. This way, we can at least present a united front against Qin Jinghao." Zhang Yi burst into laughter. "So, you believe that by gathering together, you will no longer fear the gun in Qin Jinghao's hands? How absurd. If sheer numbers were truly effective, the entire building, with over 50 households and more than 100 individuals, could easily overpower him. Everyone is a coward, gathering merely for the sake of psychological comfort." Another individual in the group spoke up. His name is Sun Jichao, and Zhang Yi recalled him as a finance professional. With more people, there would at least be some caution among them. Furthermore, we could unite to barricade the door, thus alleviating the fear of them breaking in. What we currently lack is a suitable stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly interjected, "Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, making it ideal for resisting Qin Jinghao. Therefore, we hope you can join our team to collectively oppose Qin Jinghao." At this point, Zhang Yi grasped the situation. It was evident that Fang Yuqing had informed these individuals about his home's exceptional qualities. It was highly likely they were already aware of the perfect insulation system and the abundant food supplies at his residence. Zhang Yi scoffed silently. Their intentions were so transparent that he could sense them from several floors away. He replied bluntly, "I appreciate the offer, but I do not need it. I am quite comfortable living alone. If you wish to cohabitate, find another place." What a ridiculous notion, cramming 7 or 8 people into his home. At this moment, it was unclear who was human and who was not. Wouldn't he that merely invite danger? Besides, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Why should he? Following Zhang Yi's refusal, the group members were visibly displeased. Sun Jichao remarked, "Zhang Yi, everyone is facing a life-threatening situation. You cannot be so short-sighted. Only by coming together can we survive." Another member of the group, Wang Min, remarked, "It is solely because your floor has a balcony, making it convenient to collect snow melt, that everyone chose your home." She continued, "Do you think we are taking advantage of you? In fact, we can protect you too." Zhang Yi's smile twisted in disbelief. He sent a message in the group chat, "Protect me?" The barrage of question marks reflected his inner scorn. "Do you know what kind of life I am living now? And you dare to speak of protection?" Beneath her covers, Fang Yuqing pressed her lips together and then launched her counterattack. She was aware that Zhang Yi despised her and would not allow her inside. So she now sought to leverage the group to morally bind him. She believed that human lives were at stake, even if she, along with Lin Kaining, Zhou Peng, and others, had wronged him in the past. Zhang Yi should exhibit some magnanimity. Lin Kaining interjected, "Zhang Yi, fine, I admit we are in need of your assistance. But think about it. If you let us take refuge in your home, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us be killed by Qin Jinghao?" She added, "We have been friends and neighbors for so many years." Among those 7 or 8 individuals, Zhang Yi indeed recognized them. Some shared a cordial relationship, and one was even a colleague. They all pleaded with Zhang Yi, invoking their past camaraderie in hopes of gaining entry. Regrettably, the Zhang Yi who had once been compassionate had perished alongside the betrayals of his past life. Most of those in the group had been among those who once shared a portion of his fortunes. In the face of impending doom, what room was there for humanity? Only by ensuring one's own survival can one truly thrive. Thus, he proclaimed, at such a critical juncture, each of you must rely on your own abilities to survive. You hold no value to me. What right do you have to demand my protection? With that, Zhang Yi decisively chose to exit the group. To attempt to exploit him was nothing short of a delusion. He who is devoid of morality is the one who cannot be ensnared. After their conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of potato chips from another realm. He approached the window, settled into a luxurious imported recliner, and as he savored the chips, he gazed out at the scenery beyond. Setting aside the biting cold, the snowy landscape was truly breathtaking. The earth was cloaked in a pristine white mantle, devoid of any blemish, presenting a sight that was a feast for the eyes. Just then, he suddenly noticed a flickering black dot on the 18th floor, accompanied by a piercing scream filled with despair. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a person was plummeting through the air. In an instant, they plunged into the snow, sinking into a depth of 6 or 7 meters, with an external temperature plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero. Entrapment within such a thick layer of snow meant certain death. It appeared that the circumstances in other buildings were similarly dire. With resources dwindling, conflicts over supplies erupted, escalating to violence and even murder. In every location where humanity persisted, the transformation into a hellish nightmare was underway. As Zhang Yi munched on his potato chips, he contemplated the future in his mind. It was clear that, aside from being wary of the neighbors within this building, he must also remain vigilant towards the survivors outside. In this apocalyptic reality, any calamity could transpire. Chapter 45, determining to launch a strong offensive within the confines of the 25 buildings. Chun Jinghao and his companions had systematically invaded several households, resulting in the direct or indirect demise of 5 individuals. This alarming situation prompted numerous residents within the apartment complex to band together. Their strategy to confront this crisis was to remain united, residing in close proximity to one another, and to barricade their doors with heavy objects to thwart any attempts by Chun Jinghao and his cohorts to intrude. For obtaining water, they resorted to using the windows. Some residents on higher floors possessed balconies that had collected the fallen snow. On the other hand, Fang Yuqing and her companions relocated to the home of Wang Min on the 18th floor. Wang Min, the cousin of Zhou Peng, was a formidable businesswoman in the cosmetics industry in Tianhai City, possessing a measure of independence and financial stability. Her residence was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, identical to Zhang Yi's. The others present were her colleagues and close friends. In these apocalyptic times, even as they sought to unite, they only dared to confide in those they trusted. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan were permitted to join on account of Zhou Peng's assurances. As for their loyalty, it was intrinsically tied to the circumstances surrounding Zhang Yi's household. At this moment, a group of individuals sat in the living room, clad in thick down jackets, with scarves wrapped tightly around their necks, wishing to envelop themselves entirely. The refusal of Zhang Yi to share his living space had cast a shadow over their spirits. Wang Min turned her gaze toward Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, speaking with a hint of detachment. The agreement to allow you to reside here was made in consideration of my cousin, and you assured me that you would persuade Zhang Yi to let us move into his home. Currently, Zhang Yi is utterly opposed. What do you all suggest we do about this matter? Zhou Ping may be a sycophant, but Wang Min is quite astute. Immediately recognizing that these 2 young women are not easy to handle. Therefore, had it not been for their leveraging Zhang Yi's name, Wang Min would never have permitted them to join. Fang Yuqing hastily interjected, "Sister Wang, please listen to me. Zhang Yi's household is abundantly supplied, and they even have a fireplace. If we could manage to reside in his home, our future days would be exceedingly pleasant." After repeatedly facing rejection from Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions no longer harbored any illusions about him. Consequently, they decided to divulge all information concerning Zhang Yi's household, including the photos and videos he had sent them. Lin Kainan added, "Indeed, you have all seen the videos. You should comprehend just how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is. If we all exert ourselves, we could move into his residence. Not only could we counter Chun Jinghao, but we could also enjoy a life of comfort." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not resist pulling out their phones to view the videos Fang Yuqing had shared with them. The footage showcased the interiors of Zhang Yi's home, vividly captivating their attention. Wang Min furrowed her brows, stating, "However, his stance is quite clear. He is entirely unwilling to allow us to move in." At that moment, Sun Jizong, wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and spoke in a low voice. "Such a person is exceedingly selfish, showing no regard for the lives of others. There is no need for us to be overly polite with someone like him. I propose that, considering he is alone at home, we might employ some unconventional methods." As soon as Sun Jichao uttered these words, everyone turned their gaze towards him. It was evident that they all comprehended Sun Jichao's intention, invading Zhang Yi's residence to compel him to relinquish his property. His friend, Lu Tao, vocally endorsed the notion, proclaiming, "I believe this is an excellent plan. Such selfish individuals, who only consider their own interests and lack empathy for others. What right do they have to occupy such a splendid abode?" Wang Min furrowed her brow slightly. However, according to Zhou Peng, their family's security door was quite formidable. "We are not like Qin Zhenghao and his ilk, who excel in such matters," Zhou Peng added. "Indeed," he continued, "and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. The last time we knocked on his door, he had the audacity to douse us with urine from above." The mere recollection of that incident made Feng Yuqing and Lin Kaining feel nauseous, nearly on the verge of retching. Even now, the scent that Zhang Yi had left lingered in their hair and on their skin. Had it not been for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, that odor could have easily whisked them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and smirked, stating, "This matter is quite manageable. As long as we bundle ourselves up, don masks, and carry umbrellas, we need not fear his tricks. As for breaking in, He cast a glance at Lu Tao. Lu Tao cleared his throat and replied, "I previously worked at a locksmith company. I am well versed in such affairs. I can open any commonly used lock on the market." Upon hearing Lu Tao's assertion, Feng Yuqing and the others were so exhilarated that they nearly leaped with joy. "Wonderful. If we can unlock their security door, with our numbers overwhelming them. I wonder how Zhang Yi, that scoundrel, will dare to resist." Feng Yuqing seethed with rage, cursing vehemently. Previously, she had implored Zhang Yi to allow her entry, yet he had resolutely denied her, subjecting her to various humiliations that ignited a profound hatred within her. Once inside, she vowed to submerge his head in the toilet, forcing him to endure the depths of her wrath. Nearby, the sycophant Zhou Peng eagerly approached, stating, "I shall take care of that." His crude demeanor repulsed Feng Yuqing, yet recognizing her dependence on him, she managed to smile, replying, "Very well, then make sure to consume plenty of soy products and onions." The group appeared to revel in their camaraderie, convinced that their collective efforts would overwhelm Zhang Yi. Thus, they procured umbrellas, wrapping themselves snugly, armed with makeshift tools, and proceeded toward Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi had installed an alarm system. Any disturbance on his floor would trigger an automatic alert. Consequently, as the group ascended the stairs, Zhang Yi was immediately informed. Observing through the surveillance cameras, he noted their presence, but due to their complete disguises, he mistakenly assumed it was Qin Zhenghao and his men. "How fortuitous," he scoffed. "Last time I failed to eliminate you. This time, a lesson shall suffice." Nevertheless, he had no intention of ending Qin Zhenghao's life just yet. After all, who would deal with the troublesome neighbors in the building if he were gone? That would surely deprive him of any entertainment. The group, shrouded in their disguises, halted a short distance from Zhang Yi's home and promptly unfurled their umbrellas. At this juncture, Zhang Yi found himself unable to dislodge them, regardless of whether he employed a water spray or a noxious gas bomb. This predicament stemmed from the intelligence provided by Feng Yuqing, who naively believed that, despite any defensive measures Zhang Yi might have prepared within his home, the resources available in a single dwelling are ultimately finite. The use of water and gas bombs represented Zhang Yi's last resort. Chapter 46. High voltage. The individuals had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, umbrellas in hand. However, the numerous pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanlong Security Company on this floor captured their every move from various angles. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Yi observed one person extracting several gleaming metallic tools from their pocket, which were then inserted into the keyhole of his security door. Lock-picking, perhaps? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, yet remained unconcerned. If their security door could be so easily breached, it would render the expertise of Zhanlong Security's professionals utterly pointless. This door not only boasted a world-class security rating, akin to that of a bank vault, but it was also fortified with 5 layers of protection. To unlock the outermost lock, one would need the skills of a top-tier locksmith. Moreover, there was a physical lever installed within, adding to the complexity. The more intricate the mechanism, the simpler the method of unlocking it tends to be. Conversely, straightforward designs often prove more challenging to overcome. For instance, Zhang Yi's door was reinforced right from the outset, with a steel rod of 10 centimeters in diameter wedged securely in place. Unless one were to employ a vehicle to repeatedly ram against it, human strength alone would not suffice to break through. Moreover, Zhang Yi had contemplated the act of others attempting to breach his door, thus he had deliberately installed a unique form of defense. As he observed the surveillance footage on the television, he retrieved his mobile phone and opened the control software for his safe house, gently pressing a button. In an instant, A tremendous surge of electricity coursed through the security door. Lu Tao, engrossed in his task of picking the lock, let out a harrowing scream as the powerful current surged through his body. The individuals nearby turned pale with fear, hastily retreating. "Help! Help me!" Lu Tao cried out, his visage contorted in agony as he implored his companions for assistance. The forceful current gripped him like a vice, rendering him utterly helpless. Fang Yuqing, Wang Peng, and the others stood in shock, unable to fathom such a turn of events, and lacking any suitable insulating tools to intervene. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh. With a resounding crash, he collapsed to the ground. His clothing reduced to tatters, and the skin on his arms and face charred beyond recognition. It was evident that he could not survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning shrieked in horror. Witnessing the death of another before their very eyes was a harrowing shock. Meanwhile, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips, inexplicably feeling a sense of vindication. Yet, who could they blame? To have set their sights on him. Zhang Yi was a grave miscalculation. Wang Min and the others were struck with a chilling dread, and their plan to break in had conclusively failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao, longtime comrades, burned with rage at the sight of their brother's demise. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out here." He seized the iron shovel in his hand and began to strike violently at Zhang Yi's imposing gate. The resounding clamor echoed through several floors. Yet, the colossal iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. Once the paint had chipped away, it revealed the formidable alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the entrance, hands thrust into his pockets. With a mocking expression he remarked, "So you wish to batter down my door? Are you not courting death?" He shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, is it not better to live in peace?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's derisive tone, the individuals outside were filled with astonishment and fury. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we initially intended to approach you amicably regarding cohabitation, yet how could you resort to murder? You are even more malevolent than Qin Zhenghao. You are nothing but a murderous fiend." Upon detecting the voice of a woman, Zhang Yi realized that the people outside were not Qin Zhenghao. However, he felt no remorse for killing Lu Tao, for such a person deserved their fate. In a moment of clarity, he recognized the individuals before him as none other than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's entourage. After all, they were the only ones aware of the comfort Zhang Yi's abode offered. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he unleashed a tirade of curses. "What are you pretending for? You came to my home to smash my door, attempting to seize my property. You deserve to die. And to still have the audacity to bark here is truly laughable." Sun Jichao feigned composure, stating, "Zhang Yi, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to discuss matters with you. Yet you did not even inform us before taking the life of our good brother Lu Tao. This is utterly excessive. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Is this merely a casual conversation? Invading my space uninvited, prying open my door. And you call this a discussion? Humph. Once the door is breached, the next step will likely be to eliminate me or expel me to fend for myself. And then you will revel in the safety haven I painstakingly prepared, correct?" The group exchanged glances, acknowledging that this had indeed been their initial intention. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper, the tragic demise of his dear friend fueling his hatred for Zhang Yi. However, the priority now was to breach the door. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we offer you one final opportunity. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Fang Yuqing also called out from outside, "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to share this refuge with you, to face the calamity together. Do not be blind to our goodwill." Lin Caning chimed in, "Indeed, we can even let you occupy the master bedroom, and you shall have first access to the supplies." They were all agitated, for just a wall separated them from paradise. They had awaited this day for far too long. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you all lost your minds? This home is rightfully mine. Yet you presume to play the role of the owner, dictating terms. If you possess the capability, then by all means, demonstrate it. Let me see if you can breach my defenses." As he spoke, Zhang Yi's hands were not idle. He had already chambered a round in his handgun, and a crossbow was firmly gripped in his other hand. The moment of reckoning is about to commence. Through the surveillance, he can distinctly observe everything outside and even catch their hushed conversations. Sun Jichao and several others huddle together, deliberating their next course of action. Among them, the most timid, Gu Jiaoyang, nervously inquires, "What shall we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can unlock the door. Perhaps we should retreat. It would be disastrous if we attracted Qin Zhenghao's attention." However, Sun Jichao retorts, "What is there to fear? We are on the 24th floor. Chen Jinghao and his crew will be utterly exhausted by the time they climb up. Even if they intend to commit murder or theft, they would first target those on the lower floors. Wang Min, with a serious demeanor, remarks, "Indeed, Zhang Yi is proving to be quite formidable. His preparedness seems almost prescient, as if he anticipated the apocalypse long before it arrived." Chapter 47. The Arrow of Tetanus. Indeed, some individuals are gradually becoming aware of Zhang Yi's peculiarities. In this frigid, post-apocalyptic world, everyone suffers from hunger and cold. Even those with provisions at home are enduring great hardship. Yet Zhang Yi thrives well-fed and warmly clothed, even opting to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with the sturdy security door, it is evident that he has made meticulous preparations for such circumstances. Zhou Ping scoffed, seething with resentment. If that is the case, Zhang Yi becomes even more despicable. Knowing the snow disaster was imminent, he selfishly hoarded resources without forewarning the neighbors. Ugh, he spat vehemently. Due to a personal vendetta against Zhang Yi, Zhou Ping seizes every opportunity to malign him. Wang Min and the others, still frowning, disregard Zhou Ping's outburst. After all, if they were in their position, their foremost concern would undoubtedly be themselves and their families, indifferent to the plight of others. The pressing question is, what should we do next? Is it feasible to force the door open, or must we resort to breaking it down? Wang Min remarked, casting his gaze towards the trio of Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three men constituted the scant male presence in their group, and if a forcible entry were to be made, they would be the key players. A murmured discussion ensued among them. Zhang Yi, observing through the surveillance cameras, noted that they had descended the staircase once more. With a firearm in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he languidly watched their retreat. Zhang Yi could have taken action and eliminated two of them. Yet he felt no urgency. Life had grown too mundane, and he yearned for a thrill. Thus, he resolved to witness their attempts at breaching the door, preparing himself for encounters with even more formidable adversaries in the future. After a considerable interval, they returned, this time hauling a substantial and robust piece of timber. It appeared to have been dismantled from a bed. Several women stood nearby, shielding themselves with umbrellas to avert the cold water that Zhang Yi might hurl at them. The three men positioned the timber and charged towards the door with a resounding crash. The noise reverberated, and Zhang Yi sensed the walls tremble. However, he remained unfazed. The 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not yield unless the opposing group housed a giant among them. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang exerted themselves in their relentless assault. Zhang Yi simply reclined on the sofa, his eyes fixated on their attempts to breach the door, while simultaneously monitoring the changes in the premises through a mobile application. This application has been meticulously crafted by the Dragon Security Company for users to monitor the movements of their residences at any given moment. He remained vigilant, wielding his weapon with unwavering precision. The instant he sensed something amiss, he would not hesitate to take action. However, Sun Jichao and his companions relentlessly crashed against the door for an extended period, causing the entire building to reverberate, yet the door stood resolute, unyielding. Aside from the emergence of a few white marks, it bore no indentation whatsoever. After 5 minutes had elapsed, the group was left utterly dumbfounded. Just how thick could this door possibly be? Surely, it could not be more robust than that of a bank vault. Which household would possess such a door? Sun Jichao and his comrades found themselves teetering on the brink of despair, unleashing roars of fury, voices resonating with bitterness and hopelessness. Observing this scene through the surveillance footage, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile faintly, reassured by the quality of his safe house. Well then, it seems time to impart a lesson. Rising from his seat, Zhang Yi tucked his handgun into his pocket and proceeded to open a metallic box. Inside lay 20 crossbow bolts, yet peculiarly, they were all encrusted with rust. Logically, such alloy bolts would be resistant to corrosion, but these 20 bore the marks of age, as if stored in a damp environment for years. In truth, the rust was a deliberate creation by Zhang Yi. A mere scratch to the skin would pose a risk of tetanus in an environment devoid of medical assistance. While not immediately lethal, it would lead to the infection of wounds, resulting in suppuration and decay. Should one be struck by these bolts, they would ultimately face the grim choice of amputation to save their life or endure excruciating agony while awaiting their demise. This experience was derived by Zhang Yi from Chen Jinghao. Although Chen Jinghao's leg was rendered useless, he managed to survive through various means. However, should he be struck by the tetanus arrow once more, Zhang Yi is curious to see how he would endure. A devilish smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips as he ascended to the shooting aperture. Fang Yuqing and her companions, sheltered under umbrellas, could hardly discern the situation below. Undeterred by this, Zhang Yi aimed directly beneath the umbrellas. If they perished, it would be considered fortuitous. If they survived, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream of agony. Without waiting for their reaction, Zhang Yi swiftly nocked a second arrow, requiring no aim since they were all clustered together. The second arrow was loosed, eliciting yet another scream. Zhang Yi hastily loaded another arrow and drew his bow. It was only then that the group realized the danger, shrieking and scattering in panic. Zhang Yi remained unhurried, taking careful aim as he shot at them, deliberately avoiding vital areas, targeting their arms and thighs instead. Among the remaining 6 individuals, 3 were struck by arrows, and 1 was hit twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could deliver a shot to each of them, they escaped into his visual blind spots. Zhang Yi shrugged. It mattered little. Those few were as good as dead, destined to die in excruciating agony. As for the others, Zhang Yi had ample time to entertain them at his leisure. Once again, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even in such a dire moment, he remained steadfast, refraining from stepping out to deliver the final blow. One could only marvel at his composure, even if there were merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of injury. Zhang Yi would never dare to take such a risk. The depletion of crossbow bolts posed a significant dilemma. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yi began to contemplate long-term strategies. Initially, he had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and another 300 regular arrows. After each use, he found it inconvenient to venture out for retrieval, although a considerable number remained. The wisdom of foresight was not to be underestimated. Indeed, where there is no long-term concern, immediate peril is bound to arise. After pondering for a while, an idea struck him. He opened his dimensional space and began to rummage through its contents, quickly locating the items he sought. Within his storage, there were numerous marbles intended for bearings, which could also be launched from a hand crossbow. Furthermore, he discovered toy glass marbles, though their lethality paled in comparison to steel balls. They could still deliver a substantial impact when fired from a professional-grade hand crossbow, even if the supply of crossbow bolts ran low. He had an array of metallic materials that could be disassembled and repurposed. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. With these resources at his disposal, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. He was indeed at ease, but for others, the situation was dire. Fang Yuqing and her 6 companions had originally intended to seize Zhang Yi's residence, banking on their numerical advantage. However, their scheme backfired disastrously. Not only did they lose a member, but 3 others were also struck by crossbow bolts, forcing them to retreat in disarray. They even dared not recover Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. With no medicine, they could only await their fate. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and the others fled back like frightened dogs. Upon returning to the house and shutting the door behind them, the group was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The wounded, in particular, gritted their teeth in agony, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrow struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Ping, and Gu Jiaoyang, as they were the primary attackers and closest to Zhang Yi's front door. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, having previously witnessed Zhang Yi's prowess, deliberately positioned themselves further back and thus evaded the arrows. Consequently, among the 7 who ventured forth, 4 men either perished or were afflicted by tetanus arrows. Due to the frigid weather, they initially felt no significant pain. However, upon returning home, they were compelled to grit their teeth and loosen their clothing against the biting cold. The sight of their wounds rendered them all pale. If it were merely ordinary arrows, they could have extracted them, disinfected the wounds with alcohol, and taken some anti-inflammatory medication. Yet these arrows were coated in rust. Without antibiotics, any infection would spell a grim fate in such conditions, leading to a most tragic demise. No, it cannot be. How could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted. He understood the implications, and an overwhelming dread of death enveloped him instantly. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Wang Min, filled with rage, slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were her dear friends and family, and all of this stemmed from Fang Yuqing's incitement to seize Zhang Yi's residence. Could she not be furious? Wretched girl, it is all you're doing. Did you not claim his home was merely fortified at the door? Why then were there arrows? Did you know all along? Which is why you fled so far. Why are you unscathed? Wang Min, not petite in stature, towered over Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Her slap left Fang Yuqing trembling in fear. Fang Yuqing covered her face, tears streaming down in a display of distress. I truly do not understand, she exclaimed. During our previous visits, he never attacked us with crossbow bolts. Zhou Peng, having taken an arrow to his arm, hurriedly struggled to his feet upon witnessing his beloved being struck by his cousin. Cousin, please refrain from this. I can attest that Yuqing is genuinely unaware. Wang Min, observing her cousin's foolishness, felt a pang of frustration. She pointed an accusing finger at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, questioning, "Then why are they unharmed?" With a scoff, she added, "I distinctly saw them keeping their distance." Lin Caning, indignant, muttered under her breath, "But you were unscathed as well. How can you reproach us?" Wang Min, incensed, retorted, "That was mere luck. I simply wasn't hit. Now we are all suffering because of you too. You should leave." However, Sun Jichao intervened, placing a hand to halt Wang Min, signaling her with a glance. "We are all injured. Someone must tend to the wounds," he said softly. He was not ready to meet his demise yet. He needed to remove the arrow and pray for no infection to ensure his survival. Wang Min's chest heaved with indignation as she cast an angry glare at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. "Why aren't you helping?" With heads bowed, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning exchanged glances filled with resentment, yet they proceeded to assist the injured by tending to their wounds. Upon unfastening their garments and witnessing the damage wrought by the arrow, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were of professional grade, designed for hunting wild boar and coyotes. The arrow struck deeply into the flesh, rendering immediate medical intervention impossible in this isolated place devoid of trained professionals and proper equipment. A misstep could lead to catastrophic blood loss and death. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min declared, "We must summon Dr. Zhou for assistance." The Dr. Zhou she referred to was Zhou Kuer, who had previously saved Lin Xiaohu's life when a kick had ruptured his liver. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Kuer. Before long, she arrived. Wang Min approached, her grip on Zhou Kuer's hand filled with urgency. "Dr. Zhou, our lives depend entirely on you." Zhou Kuer was clad in a long black down coat that enveloped her figure, yet could not conceal her tall and slender silhouette. She bore a metal medical kit slung over her shoulder. Upon entering the room, she assessed the injuries of the individuals present and furrowed her brow in concern. "Another arrow wound?" Wang Min blinked curiously. "Is there anyone else who has been struck by an arrow?" A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Kuer's face. "No, it's from a previous patient at the hospital." Wang Min found this odd, but time was of the essence. "Doctor, please examine them quickly." Zhou Kuer wasted no time with pleasantries, moving to inspect the injuries. At this point, the pallor of their faces was alarmingly severe. The inability to extract the arrows meant that they could not staunch the bleeding, and in the frigid temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees, this was inherently lethal. After a brief examination, Zhou Kuer frowned and remarked, "Their injuries are far too severe. Unless equipped with specialized instruments, I cannot guarantee the success of the surgery." Wang Min promptly interjected, "Dr. Zhou, given the circumstances, you must proceed. We have faith in you." Zhou Kuer shook her head. The arrowheads were corroded with rust, posing a severe risk of infection. "I can only extract the arrows, but without antibiotic treatment, infection is inevitable." At that point, she refrained from voicing the grim conclusion, yet the gravity of her words resonated with those present. Under such conditions, any infection would spell certain death. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Sun Jichao and several others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, feelings of insecurity ran rampant. To lose so many loved ones in a single day would undoubtedly lead to despair. That Zhang Yi has a heart of stone. He must have done this deliberately. How could he be so cruel? Even if we took his property, it shouldn't cost him lives. Wang Min lamented in anguish. Zhang Yi. Zhou Kuer recalled the name, her memory flickering to a fleeting encounter with him. She remembered him as a charming, sunlit figure, yet her reserved nature had limited their interactions. Ultimately, without medication, merely extracting the arrows would still pose a significant threat to life. "I hope you all understand," Zhou Kuer stated with an air of resignation. "In these troubled times, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment." Suddenly, Fang Yuqing appeared to have an epiphany. She exclaimed with excitement, "Medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some." Chapter 49. Mustering the courage to ask Zhang Yi for medicine, Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly filled with exhilaration upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medicine. In moments of impending doom, one clings desperately to any semblance of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to articulate, "Is this true? Does he truly have medicine?" Wang Min fixed her gaze intently on her. "Fang Yuqing, you mustn't deceive us. Because of you, several of us have sustained severe injuries." Hearing Zhang Yi's name now fills me with trepidation. Fang Yuqing replied, about a month ago, it seemed as though Zhang Yi underwent a transformation. He began hoarding supplies at home with fervor. I witnessed delivery trucks arriving for him almost daily. On one occasion, I saw a pharmaceutical company's vehicle enter our community, and Zhang Yi went to receive it. They carried 2 large boxes to his residence. They must have contained medication. Zhou Ku'er chimed in, antibiotics are not particularly rare. If he truly anticipated the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, he must possess a substantial quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications. As a physician, Zhou Ku'er held this conviction firmly. Sun Jichao appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desperation. We must find Zhang Yi immediately and urge him to bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries are a consequence of his actions, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her expression torn with conflict. But considering what just transpired, he likely harbors resentment towards us. How could they possibly bring us medication? Gu Jiaoyang could no longer bear the pain. He lay on the sofa, emitting continuous groans of agony. Oh, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. You must think of a solution. Go and beseech Zhang Yi. He must save us. Fang Yuqing added, we have not harmed him. And we even intended to leave some supplies for him after breaking down the door. It is he who fails to recognize kindness, resorting to such brutality against us. We are the ones in the right. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this exchange, Zhou Ku'er grasped the situation, and a look of silent disbelief flickered across her eyes. However, this matter did not concern her, and she refrained from passing judgment. Instead, she opened the medical kit and took out some gauze to stop the bleeding for a few individuals. The kit was nearly empty. The medicines she had at home were merely for emergencies and were limited. Moreover, she had assisted several neighbors in recent days, naturally depleting her supplies. If Wang Min and the others could not procure any medication, she would likely only be able to help remove the arrows and provide a hasty bandage. At the very least, it might ease their suffering and death. The group spoke eloquently, yet still believed they were blameless. They claimed to act solely for survival. What fault could there be in that? They could only blame Zhang Yi for his selfishness, for why should he monopolize such favorable conditions for survival? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and declared, this matter shall be entrusted to you. I know that Zhang Yi pursued you in the past, so you are the most suitable to handle it. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, it was all instigated by Fang Yuqing. Had she not divulged the circumstances surrounding the Zhang Yi family to them, confidently asserting that their defenses were feeble and easily breached, they would not have been so foolish as to take such risks. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to have Fang Yuqing plead with Zhang Yi, the excruciating pain in his arm and the looming threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. He addressed Fang Yuqing, saying, Yuqing, we are a collective, are we not? This matter requires you to bear a little hardship. It is only by ensuring our survival that we can protect you. Fang Yuqing's expression was one of deep conflict, her heart filled with reluctance. After all, she had already endured humiliation at the hands of Zhang Yi. Yet, she found herself with no choice. It was solely through her connection with Zhou Ping that she could join this group. Otherwise, as a fragile woman, she would be of little use in confronting bullies like Chen Zhenghao. Other teams would not consider allowing her to join. Even if she were permitted entry, she might very well become a mere plaything. In a world ravaged by chaos, women, especially those lacking skills beyond their beauty and charm, were rendered exceedingly cheap. Zhou Kuo picked up the scalpel. With limited conditions, proper sterilization was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, the liquid would congeal in such temperatures. Moreover, without medication, the current attempts at disinfection were utterly futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and then began the gruesome task of extracting the arrowhead. In a surgery devoid of anesthesia, the scene soon filled with blood-curdling screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, as Sun Jichao's grip on the towel grew increasingly desperate. The room was filled with an eerie tension as everyone urged Fang Yuqing to contact Zhang Yi for medication. Summoning her courage, she dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep, beep. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was at home, preparing a meal. Remarkably, despite having committed murder for the first time, he felt an extraordinary sense of calm. There was no fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill of vengeance coursed through him. This satisfaction was crucial for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. One must adopt such a mindset. He had genuinely feared that he might succumb to nausea or insomnia, having endured more harrowing experiences than anyone present now. At that moment, the phone rang. Intrigued, Zhang Yi glanced at the screen and, upon recognizing Fang Yuqing's name, his eyes widened in surprise, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, after I had just dealt her such a blow, is she now calling to berate me? Without hesitation, he answered. The more wretched she was, the more delighted he felt. He switched the call to speaker mode while continuing to prepare lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was remarkably gentle, as if he had not just taken Lu Tao's life or shot arrows at Sun Jichao and others. Yet, the more soothing his tone, the more unnerved Fang Yuqing and the others became. Under their watchful gazes, Fang Yuqing spoke on speakerphone. Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others have been hit by your arrows and are dying too. Woo woo woo, her cries were heart-wrenching, seemingly intended to elicit Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely replied nonchalantly, Oh, whether it is early or late, death is inevitable. Holding a knife, he leaned closer to the microphone and ominously stated, Surely, you do not believe that you can survive this snow disaster? His voice resonated like a harbinger of doom, sending chills down the spines of Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi articulated their deepest fears. The heavy snowfall had rendered their city a desolate island. Even if they managed to cling to life for the moment, resources would soon dwindle, and whether by Chun Jinghao's hand or the merciless grip of cold and hunger, death awaited them. Fang Yuqing, trembling and in tears, pleaded, Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It is all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I wish to change. Can you forgive me? Chapter 50. Mocking the White Lotus, Zhang Yi retorted with an indifferent question. What do you think? Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others nudged her, urging her to address the matter at hand. Fang Yuqing sniffled and sobbed. Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others have been gravely injured by you. They lack medicine at home and may succumb to infection. Did you not purchase a plethora of medicine before? I implore you, lend us some. I promise I will never disturb you again. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, momentarily taken aback by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, do you not grasp why I shot them with rusty arrows? My intent is for them to suffer and perish from infection. You dare come to me asking for medicine? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not understand this reality? However, at this moment, if they did not muster the audacity to approach Zhang Yi, they could only watch helplessly as several companions met their demise. Among them, Zhou Peng and the three men represented their hope for survival. Fang Yuqing, in tears, implored, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please spare them this time. We promise not to trouble you again in the future. Given the current dire circumstances, we should support one another. Must you be so cold-hearted? Would their deaths truly bring you joy? Before Fang Yuqing could finish her plea, Zhang Yi decisively interjected, Yes, I am indeed quite pleased. Her words were abruptly stifled, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Wang Min hurried over and addressed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's Wang Min. Do you remember when I once treated you to a meal? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in response. Previously, when Wang Min sought his assistance in acquiring a batch of goods at a low price from the warehouse, he had accepted her meal, yet subsequently helped her earn a significant profit. Do you find this amusing? Zhang Yi retorted coldly. Wang Min swallowed hard, as the anguished cries of Zhou Peng echoed from the living room. Zhang Yi relished the sound, wishing he could witness their tragic fate. Wang Min continued, Zhang Yi, we are all in perilous times, especially with that tyrant Chen Jinghao endangering lives. It would be wise to leave a line of retreat. You never know when you might need us in the future. On this occasion, if you provide us with the medicine, I, Wang Min, shall forever remember your kindness and will surely repay you in the future. Zhang Yi scoffed, kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those few people were injured by me, and one of them even died right at my doorstep. No matter what I do, this grudge is irreconcilable. Assist you, only to await your retaliation in the future? You must be joking. Wang Min attempted to clarify, we are not those kinds of people. Enough. This is truly tiresome. Zhang Yi interjected dismissively. Whether you are those kinds of people is irrelevant to me. What truly matters is that I do not believe you are not, and thus, I will not come to your aid. To rescue those who wish to harm themselves? That would be sheer naivety, regardless of how grandly the other party may speak. Zhang Yi remains unmoved. Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to their pleas, the group grew increasingly anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed in frustration. Zhang Yi, you must not push us to our limits. If you insist on our demise, we cannot predict what we might be capable of. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed derisively. Haven't you already done everything you could? If you had the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and seized all that I possessed long ago. I am not easily intimidated. Your tactics are ineffective on me. Fang Yuqing seized the phone, tearfully imploring Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, must we truly reach this point? We used to get along so well. Why can't we set aside our grievances and start anew? In truth, Qingyo has always harbored feelings for you. At that moment, Zhou Ping next door was biting down on a towel while performing surgery. Upon hearing these words, his eyes nearly bulged out, and he began to sob even more audibly. Faced with such a scheming woman, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Her audacity was thicker than the walls of a fortress. Yet, in this current environment, it was hardly surprising. Zhang Yi was akin to a wealthy magnate. The tenacity of a gold-digging woman clinging to a wealthy man was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He was aware that others were nearby, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. Thus, Zhang Yi deliberately stated, Yuqing, I must confess that I still harbor feelings for you. However, the pain you inflicted upon me was too profound for me to forgive. This utterance was akin to a match igniting the dawn of hope within Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the furious glares from those around her, she trembled with excitement and exclaimed, Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you could not possibly not love Qing'er. You are truly foolish. Qing'er's favorite person has always been you. Those past events were merely tests of your affection. Oh, you dense one. Why can't you comprehend my feelings? Nearby, Wang Min and the others felt a wave of discomfort, while Zhou Ping was nearly driven to faint from rage. However, everyone realized that if Fang Yuqing truly managed to ensnare Zhang Yi, she would have a chance at acquiring his house and resources. Hence, they remained silent. Brother Zhang Yi, let Qing'er move into your home. From now on, Qing'er will be your woman. Whatever you desire her to do, she will comply. Is that agreeable? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Very well. Fang Yuqing leaped with excitement, her exhilaration surpassing that of consuming soy milk. Lin Caning, unable to contain herself, implored, Take me with you, please. Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance in her direction, secretly mocking her. Zhang Yiqing's icy voice emanated from the phone once more. However, Yuqing, the only person I love is you. Therefore, I can only accept you alone. As for those unworthy individuals, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance from them. Given the current challenging circumstances, we should not allow a multitude to hinder our progress. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions shifted in unison. They had initially hoped that Fang Yuqing's connection with Zhang Yiqing would benefit them all, but it seemed Zhang Yiqing intended to sever ties instead. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was utterly elated, disregarding those around her. She nodded vigorously, eagerly affirming, All right. Everything will be as you say, brother. Qing'er will heed your every word. Then come over now, and do not concern yourself with anyone else. Yes. I will be there shortly. Brother, please wait for me. Fang Yuqing's face flushed with excitement at the thought of escaping her hellish existence. Her mind was devoid of any other thoughts. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the door. Wang Min and the others were seething with rage. Upon witnessing Fang Yuqing's determination to abandon them for Zhang Yiqing, Lin Caning reached out and yanked her back. Fang Yuqing turned, her expression contorted as she roared, Let go of me. Do not impede my path to Zhang Yiqing. I have had enough of this life. As soon as the words fell, Wang Min's heavy slap struck fiercely across her face. You shameless wretch, you've brought us such misery. Now you wish to abandon us? Not a chance. Chapter 51, No Medicine. Await the infection. Wang Min and the others were seething with rage. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who initially lured us into attacking the Zhang family. Now, with casualties mounting, you intend to forsake us and seek your own comfort? Not a hope. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng, who was in the midst of surgery, felt his heart blaze with anger upon hearing that Fang Yuqing intended to seek out Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you treat me this way? Did you not profess your disdain for Zhang Yi? Do you remember your promise to be mine? After receiving a blow from Wang Min, Fang Yuqing covered her face, yet defiantly replied, Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? My time with you is merely temporary. Once we deplete our resources, wouldn't we all be awaiting death? The Zhang household is so comfortable, with food and drink, free from the cold. What harm is there in my going to him? She cast a look at Zhou Peng, her expression pleading for understanding. Zhou Peng, you are a good person and have treated me well. However, to love someone means to wish for their happiness, does it not? Although you have assisted me in the past, you should not hinder my pursuit of a better life. Can you provide me with more than he can? Zhou Peng's face turned ashen, speechless and unsure of how to respond. Zhou Cooker frowned and admonished him, Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut the carotid artery, you will certainly perish. Wang Min grew anxious and hurried over to restrain Zhou Peng. Cousin, do not allow this vile woman to incite such fury within you. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. She inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze intently on Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing, should you choose to leave, we shall not impede you, but only if Zhang Yi brings the medication in exchange. Lin Kaining blocked the doorway. Her chin raised defiantly. Fang Yuqing, if you are to depart, we shall do so together. Fang Yuqing glared at them with resentment, reluctantly turning to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, you have heard them. They refuse to let me go. Perhaps you could offer them some medication? Zhang Yi, amused, observed the unfolding drama from the kitchen. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and replied, medication is indeed quite precious. How can I trust they are not deceiving me? They might even be using you to coerce me into compliance, constantly demanding things from me. Qing'er, we must not be taken in. As the conversation was on speakerphone, everyone could hear their exchange clearly. Zhou Peng continued to shout fervently, Yuqing, do not believe him. He is merely toying with you. Indeed, that was the perception of outsiders. Yet, those embroiled in the situation are often blinded by their emotions, and in such a tumultuous environment, Fang Yuqing's mental state had long been compromised. Zhang Yi had offered her a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning person clutching at a straw. Even if her rational mind recognized it would not save her, she clung to it desperately, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, Brother Zhang Yi, your words make sense. After speaking, she rushed madly towards Lin Kaining, who was blocking the doorway. Get out of my way, you wretched woman. Do not obstruct me. The two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. In her desperation to reach Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing had completely lost her sanity, her eyes ablaze with fury. She relentlessly yanked at Lin Kaining's hair and bit into her arm. In pain, Lin Kaining also succumbed to madness and retaliated. They tumbled to the ground, resembling two wild lunatics. Wang Min, unable to bear the sight any longer, was concerned about the several patients undergoing surgery nearby. Their brawl could potentially disrupt the operations. Thus, she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Kaining to finally subdue the frenzied Fang Yuqing. Let me go? Release me. I must leave. Fang Yuqing screamed at the top of her lungs, appearing utterly deranged. Wang Min frowned, swung her hand, and delivered several resounding slaps to Fang Yuqing's face. Dazed from the blows, Fang Yuqing finally ceased her struggles. Wang Min coldly remarked, you wish to leave? Dream on. She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing in our possession. If you truly wish to save her, bring medication for an exchange. Zhang Yi shrugged. There are too many of you. I fear for my life. What if you take the opportunity to kill me? So, Yuqing, while your brother longs to share a life with you, they simply do not permit it. Please, do not blame your brother. Zhang Yi deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Fang Yuqing could hear every word. She let out a painful scream, her gaze towards Wang Min and the others brimming with malice. At that moment, Zhang Yi decisively ended the call, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. The cruelest thing in this world is to offer a glimmer of hope to those in despair, only to render that hope forever unattainable. He certainly had no intention of allowing that scheming, pretentious woman to enter. He merely sought to repulse those around him. If necessary, they could eliminate Fang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing and her companions were in turmoil. After wailing for an extended period, her cries transformed into sobs of grievance. Yet, she harbored no hatred towards Zhang Yi. Rather, her ire was directed at Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She believed that had Zhou Peng and Wang Min not intervened, she would now be in Zhang Yi's residence, savoring exquisite delicacies and basking in the warmth of a cozy fireplace. Wang Min regarded Fang Yuqing with disdain, casting a glance at Lin Kaining. She felt pleased with Lin's recent conduct, as she clearly did not align with Fang Yuqing. Truly a good friend, ready to betray in times of crisis. You can see for yourself, this woman is solely concerned with her own interests, utterly disregarding others. If you wish to remain part of our team, keep a vigilant watch over her. Do not let her escape. Wang Min coldly instructed Lin Kaining. Nodding vigorously, Lin responded, Sister Wang, I will certainly heed your words. She cast a glance at the weeping Fang Yuqing. Her eyes filled with loathing as she declared emphatically, I will not allow her to escape alone. If suffering is to be shared, then why should she alone enjoy the fruits of comfort? In the living room, Zhou Kuer performed a simple surgery on the three individuals. Due to the absence of sterilization and anesthesia, The only option was to swiftly extract the rusted tetanus arrow and apply gauze to staunch the bleeding. Regrettably, even disinfectant cotton balls were unavailable, as the frigid weather had caused the medical alcohol to freeze. The sole silver lining was that the extreme cold prevented them from suffering unbearable pain before losing consciousness. However, the drawbacks were glaringly evident. Such extreme low temperatures could easily lead to tissue necrosis. After completing the procedure, Zhou Ku'er wiped the blood from her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, "This is merely a temporary measure. Without medication, the risk of infection looms large. So you must prepare yourselves mentally." Wang Min and the others' eyes were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi was unwilling to engage with them. They had no means to procure any medication. Chapter 52. Exposure of Wealth. Zhou Ku'er extended her hand towards Wang Min. She had no intention of offering assistance without compensation. Wang Min understood the unspoken rules and produced a packet of biscuits to offer her. Though meager, if rationed, it would suffice for 2 days. Zhou Ku'er expressed her satisfaction and departed. Once she left, the atmosphere in the room became oppressively heavy. The pain from their wounds continued to throb incessantly, causing the 3 men to lie on the sofa, cocooned in blankets, reluctant to move. Zhou Peng gazed sorrowfully at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with anguish. As for the others, their glances towards her were laden with hostility. Sun Jichao took a deep breath and declared, "We cannot simply wait to die. We must obtain medication from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wounds become infected, our fates will be dire." He cast a glance at Wang Min and Lin Kaining, speaking in a grave tone. "You should comprehend that surviving in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly difficult without the protection of men." The expressions on Wang Min and Lin Kaining's faces were far from pleasant. They understood the veracity of Sun Shichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen to team up with them from the outset. "However, we are utterly powerless against Zhang Yi." Wang Min inhaled deeply, her face etched with helplessness. Having failed even in a direct assault, suffering casualties in the process, what other viable options could there be? Sun Shichao gritted his teeth, the agony coursing through his body rendering him reckless. "I do have a potential solution worth exploring." The eyes of the group brightened as they turned towards Sun Jichao. "What is this plan? As long as there is hope, we must endeavor to try. Indeed, allowing the situation to stagnate would lead to inevitable demise. It is better to fight with all we have." Sun Jichao continued, "Zhang Yi possesses a fireplace in his home, which indicates that he has stockpiled substantial fuel. Furthermore, from his videos, it is evident that he has an abundance of food. Currently, this information is known only to us few. Yet, it is clear that we are incapable of breaching Zhang Yi's stronghold. Instead, why not disseminate this information, allowing everyone in the apartment building to be aware?" Sun Jichao's gaze was as venomous as that of a cobra. "If we few cannot handle him, surely hundreds of people can? Not to mention the mad dog, Chen Zhenghao, who wields a firearm. That group is notorious for their heinous deeds. They would not hesitate to resort to murder and would certainly take action against Zhang Yi. At that moment, all we required were some medications and food. It should not pose a significant challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang exclaimed with enthusiasm, "What a splendid idea! I wholeheartedly agree." The others did not hesitate for long and nodded in agreement, for, at present, they found no better alternatives. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in anger, berating the group. "You are utterly shameless. How can you act in such a manner? I intend to live with Zhang Yi. If you ruin him, what shall I do?" Wang Min's face hardened as she approached and delivered a sharp slap to Fang Yuqing, whose face swelled grotesquely like that of a pig. Wang Min seized her by the hair and dragged her to the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's piercing screams. Then, she called out to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come here and take care of this." Zhou Peng's arm was injured, but not gravely so, as Zhang Yi had aimed to inflict a non-lethal wound, intending for these individuals to succumb to infection. Thus, Zhou Peng, despite having the arrow removed, was still capable of physical activity. Upon hearing Wang Min's command, Zhou Peng hesitated, saying, "Cousin, is this truly wise? I genuinely care for her. How could I possibly harm her?" Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, pleading for mercy. "No, you cannot treat me this way. Zhou Peng, did you not profess your love for me?" Wang Min spat dismissively, "You little vixen, having brought us such misery. Merely allowing you to share a bed with my cousin is a privilege." She then addressed Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, do not be so naive. Such a woman is utterly depraved, having undoubtedly shared her bed with countless others. To put it plainly, you simply desire to sleep with her, don't you?" This time, I shall grant you an opportunity to fulfill that wish. Let's see how she deceives you afterward. All women are alike. Wang Min is well aware of how to deal with Fang Yuqing. If only Zhou Peng were to spend a night with her, his novelty towards her would diminish significantly. Zhou Peng let out a furious roar and stormed into the bedroom, only to shove Wang Min aside. You shall not speak of her like that. My love for Yuqing is genuine. I would never force her. Zhou Peng declared defiantly, his neck taut with indignation. Wang Min glared at him, pointing an accusatory finger, utterly speechless from her anger. You useless sycophant. She had underestimated the loyalty of a devoted admirer. Zhou Peng retorted, No, I am not a sycophant. Yuqing is a truly good woman to me. I believe that if I invest my time and effort, she will eventually fall in love with me. As he spoke, he turned back to Fang Yuqing, flashing a self-assured smile. Do not fear, I am here for you. He vividly recalled the days when he first arrived in this city, young and unfamiliar with his surroundings. With only a middle school education, he was often looked down upon by others. Yet, it was Fang Yuqing who bestowed upon him a warm smile and even kindly asked him to help her move some things. During his moments of loneliness, she offered him the chance to take her out for a meal. The feeling of being trusted by someone lingered warmly in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather inflict harm upon himself than cause any pain to Fang Yuqing. Even when she spoke such words, he believed it was Zhang Yi's fault. Fang Yuqing had merely been deceived by him. Indeed, as long as he patiently awaits, Fang Yuqing will eventually come to realize that he is the man best suited for her. Upon witnessing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, Fang Yuqing felt a sense of relief. Although permitting him a moment of indulgence was not a significant issue, she had always held a disdain for this individual, finding him repugnant. The others in the room were rendered speechless by Zhou Peng's obsequious behavior. However, their collective focus was directed towards uniting the entire building's residents to confront Zhang Yi, rendering Zhou Peng's antics inconsequential. Wang Min and her companions resolved to disseminate the information regarding Zhang Yi's well-stocked household to everyone. By harnessing the strength of their community, they aimed to breach Zhang Yi's residence. Only through such a means could they seize the medication necessary to save the lives of Sun Jichao and others. Consequently, Wang Min shared Zhang Yi's previous videos and photographs in the owner's group chat. The intent of sharing in this forum was, of course, to ensure that Qin Zhenghao would also take notice. Wang Min, dear neighbors, it has only now come to my attention that some individuals are living such blissful lives. This selfish behavior is utterly shameless. The videos depict the recent days in Zhang Yi's home, reflect on the lives we have been leading compared to his. Is this fair? The community began to deliberate on how to address this situation. Typically, this group had seen little conversation, with only Qin Zhenghao occasionally resorting to intimidation of his neighbors. Thus, Wang Min's plethora of videos and images immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting the neighbors to click and view the content. Upon witnessing the splendid life depicted in the video, everyone was nearly beside themselves with excitement. How could they possibly be clad in pajamas indoors? Our household is enduring temperatures plummeting below 70 degrees. Yet how do they manage to keep warm? Their lights remain aglow at night. Where might they acquire such electricity? Is this truly a recent video? Could it not be from the past? Some individuals expressed their skepticism. In this dire time, as we all endure hunger and frost, it is simply unimaginable that some can indulge in warm, delectable feasts and reside in cozy, comfortable homes. Chapter 53. The neighbor's frenzied plea for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately asserted, I can assure everyone that these videos were indeed filmed recently. Zhang Yi's household has long been stocked with various supplies, be it food or fuel. Thus, his current life is akin to paradise. Lin Kaining also spoke up. Indeed, I can attest to that. When he went shopping at the supermarket, I was the one assisting him. Their family later purchased a myriad of items. Have you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words stirred the memories of many. Indeed, Zhang Yi's household had been bustling with vehicles, and I was oblivious to his intentions. Could it be that he foresaw the impending snow disaster? That would be utterly shameless. How could he not inform us? Zhang Yi is simply inhumane. How could he engage in such unethical behavior? We have been neighbors, sharing lives for many years. He is so selfish. Everyone, filled with righteous indignation, directed the suffering they currently endured squarely at Zhang Yi. However, they showed not the slightest consideration. Even if Zhang Yi had informed them of the impending apocalypse, would they have believed him? Naturally, such thoughts did not cross their minds. Instead, they felt that Zhang Yi owed them something. Immediately, someone declared, Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this matter. Indeed, Why should we suffer so grievously while he alone enjoys a life of comfort? His household is replete with provisions, medication, and energy he ought to share with us all. We endure hardship, and he must bear the primary burden of guilt. The neighbors, their eyes aflame with indignation, could not tolerate the situation. If everyone were to share in such abject misery, it might be bearable. But why should we live in such wretchedness while he revels in luxury? No. If we are to perish, let it be together. Furthermore, Chen Jinghao and others witnessed the videos circulating in their group. Chen Jinghao's eyes filled with rage upon seeing Zhang Yi living so comfortably. You dog of a Zhang Yi, how dare you live so well? Chen Jinghao's leg had already been rendered useless, a consequence of Zhang Yi's actions. Thus, within the entire building, his greatest animosity was directed towards Zhang Yi. The reason he refrained from further violence was twofold. First, Zhang Yi's home was notoriously difficult to breach, and having suffered losses before, he would not confront Zhang Yi unless absolutely necessary. Second, he was entirely unaware of the vast resources Zhang Yi possessed. Had he known, he would have relentlessly pursued an assault on Zhang Yi's residence. In the group chat, the messages rapidly exceeded 100. Many began to tag Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering terribly, on the brink of freezing and starving. You have so much food at home, and fuel to stoke the fireplace. Share a little with everyone. You see, they will remember your kindness. I hope you do not fail to appreciate that. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 green onions before. Given our wonderful relationship, you must provide us with some supplies. Brother Zhang, I am your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are like family. How about I move in with you? The situation is perilous, and I could protect you. A cacophony of moral pleas, desperate requests, and logical arguments ensued, all converging on a singular theme. They demanded Zhang Yi to distribute the supplies from his home. The incessant messages caught Zhang Yi's attention, yet he merely observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from any immediate response. He was curious to see the true nature of these individuals. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the director of our community committee. She amusingly elevated her own status. Moreover, I am an elder of this building. I have authority. These supplies must be brought forth, and I shall distribute them to everyone. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, my child and I are on the brink of starvation. Did you not previously commend my child's cuteness? Please save us. I could even have my child recognize you as a godfather. Furthermore, I am open to fulfilling any of your other requests. The affluent heir Su Hao, Zhang Yi, if you allow me to stay in your home, I would gladly relinquish all my assets to you. No, my father has passed away. Our family's fortune of over $1 billion will be yours. Zhang Yi watched the performance for quite some time before leisurely typing a single word. Oh, his solitary word instantly ignited further excitement among the crowd. The moral coercion persisted, and the pleas for alms continued unabated. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yi indifferently inquired, Are we well acquainted? On what grounds do you believe our possessions should be shared with you? In such moments, everyone stood at the precipice of despair. In truth, reasoning with them was entirely futile. If survival was at stake, they were willing to forsake all moral principles of humanity. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of this. He had no intentions of engaging in rational discourse with these individuals. His motives were purely performative amusement. A wicked glint flickered in his eyes as the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a past life. Once, out of goodwill, he had opened his door to them. What followed was a chaotic invasion of his home, where they wielded an axe against him, and before he even succumbed, they eagerly began to dismember and consume him. He longed for retribution. Thus, he reveled in the opportunity to toy with these pitiful yet despicable insects. In the group chat, some individuals quickly grew agitated. Zhang Yi, are you even speaking as a human? We have been neighbors for so many years. Shouldn't we assist one another? What significance does your survival hold if you are alone? Young man, do not merely seek your own comfort. You must understand the essence of sacrifice. If it weren't for your secrecy and hoarding supplies, we would not be in this dire situation today. Indeed, the suffering we endure now is entirely your fault. You must atone for your actions. Zhang Yi responded, Oh, and then what? Below lay a multitude of desperate pleas, threats, and curses, akin to passengers from a sunken vessel adrift in the frigid waters of the Arctic, surrounded by lurking sharks. In this dire moment, they discovered a modest fishing boat nearby, where the captain leisurely indulged in a hot pot while singing, blissfully gliding past them. Thus, they swam with all their might, yearning for the captain to rescue them aboard. The closer they stood on the precipice of despair and hope, the more fragile their psyche became, revealing their increasingly grotesque visages. Zhang Yi observed their contorted expressions with a smile as he retrieved a bottle of premium Australian yellow kangaroo tail wine from his temperature-controlled wine cabinet in an alternate realm, alongside a portion of exquisite French foie gras. The pairing of red wine with foie gras is an exquisite harmony. The bitterness of the foie gras melds with the tannic notes of the wine, enhancing the overall palate experience. This delightful combination allows even those unaccustomed to red wine-esque flavor, such as the Chinese, to savor its richness. As Zhang Yi relished the foie gras and sipped the wine, he watched the captivating performance of his neighbors. Numerous private messages flooded in, along with voice calls. Intrigued, Zhang Yi opened each one. Mother Xiaolime, Zhang Yi, I implore you to save me and my baby. If you allow us to stay in your home, you can have your way with me. University student Zhang Xiu, Brother Zhang Yi, I am still young and do not wish to perish. Please have me. Just a morsel of food is all I ask. Many other female residents sent him private messages, several of whom were married. They were acutely aware of the current market dynamics and understood that monetary offerings would hardly sway Zhang Yi. Thus, it was a remarkable coincidence that they all proposed to exchange their bodies for Zhang Yi's protection, believing that at the very least, they could secure some sustenance. Chapter 54, Zhou Kuer. What was Zhang Yi's attitude towards the information regarding those female proprietors? He merely regarded it as amusing little compositions, hardly bothering to respond. Certainly, there were a few audacious ones who directly sent him intimate selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at them casually, yet found little interest. Primarily, these women were excessively self-assured. There were a few who were somewhat appealing, but the majority were rather unremarkable in appearance. They lacked the finesse of certain female streamers who had practiced the art of allure, rendering their attempts to entice men rather futile. Did they truly believe this would test a man's resolve? A handful of men might falter under such trials. As for the selfish motives of some male residents, they were even more straightforward. They either called him brother or big brother, pleading for Zhang Yi's assistance, or some elderly men resorted to moral coercion, imploring him to show them kindness. The most repugnant of all was a certain individual with dubious inclinations. As for his requests, Zhang Yi had no desire to engage in such discussions. After surveying the scene, he found himself feeling rather bored. He procured a phone stand, positioned his device before him, and awaited the emergence of some innovative ideas. Then, reclining on the sofa, he sipped red wine, savored foie gras, and admired the enchanting snowfall outside. A fortnight had elapsed, and the snow persisted, blanketing the entire city. According to Zhang Yi's recollection, this snowfall would continue for a month, submerging everything below the 4th floor. As for how much longer it would last, he was uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt no compelling need to venture outside. Venturing forth is an endeavor to seek the vestiges of life as hope, yet presently, none can ascertain where survival may be found, save for Zhang Yi. Resting his chin upon his hand, Zhang Yi languidly mused. Staying cooped up at home day after day grows rather tedious. Perhaps it would be prudent to venture out at some point? He contemplated that once the inhabitants of this building had largely perished, he could take a stroll outside. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the existence of several snowmobiles stored in his warehouse, originally intended for transport to a nearby city for a synthetic ice and snow venue. Thus, even if the snow outside were to accumulate to a depth of 10 meters, he would still possess a means to escape. Although it is currently impossible to leave this room, this method affords him the opportunity to venture out for a breath of fresh air under the assurance of safety in the future. Zhang Yi felt a flicker of intrigue. Remaining indoors does tend to evoke boredom, and a brief respite outdoors could prove refreshing. Equipped with state-of-the-art cold-resistant attire and a snowmobile, he harbored no fear of temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees. As he continued to idly scroll through the messages from his neighbors, one particular communication piqued his interest. It was a message from Zhou Kuer, not one of lamentation or private photographs, but rather a composed request for an exchange. Mr. Zhang, our supplies of food and medicine are nearing depletion. I hope you might extend your assistance. In return, I can offer you medical aid in the future. Zhou Kuer. Zhang Yi's mind swiftly conjured her image. She was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, 26 years of age, tall and slender, standing at least 175 centimeters. What left the deepest impression on Zhang Yi was not her frigid, ascetic beauty, but rather her striking figure, accentuated by a 36D bust. Particularly in winter, when she donned a black sweater, Her elevated silhouette was captivating, compelling Zhang Yi to steal glances each time they crossed paths in the elevator. It was no surprise that she was a doctor. Her rationality was commendable. Rather than lamenting her plight or seeking pity, she sought to barter with him. Did she not? Zhang Yi held a deep admiration for Zhou Ke. In a world on the brink of collapse, only those of merit possessed the right to survive. Zhou Ke had demonstrated her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, without a certain level of competence, it would be impossible to secure a position at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In this apocalyptic era, medical expertise was an invaluable asset. Although Zhang Yi had stocked up on numerous medicines and had been studying this field diligently, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could tackle every ailment alone. The presence of a doctor could undoubtedly provide him with significant security in navigating the challenges of survival. Most importantly, Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou Ke's humanity. In his previous life, her demise had stemmed from her act of sharing food with Xieli Mei. Whether born of utter despair or genuine kindness, he saw a glimmer of humanity in her. Zhang Yi adjusted his posture, resting his left hand on his thigh and cradling his chin with the other, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps I should keep her around to care for me and my good brother?" Although he currently enjoyed a degree of comfort, his brother's situation was rather dire. And that was a concern. Zhang Yi, a spirited young man, did not shy away from such matters. Moreover, in a world where morality and law have utterly disintegrated, humanity need not live in excessive restraint. It is sufficient to confront one's desires with honesty. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter, patting the armrest as he exclaimed, "I find myself rather tempted, yet alas, what a pity." He gazed up at the ceiling, speaking with a reflective tone. "I, however, harbor a profound fear of death. Although Zhou Ke is a consideration worth pondering, without absolute control over her, I cannot allow her to enter my life. Oh, let us wait and see. Survivors will undoubtedly emerge in the future. With our advantageous circumstances, my friend, how could we possibly struggle to find competent doctors and worthy women?" Zhang Yi maintained an optimistic outlook, a testament to a man who had brushed with death. He responded to Zhou Ke, "I am currently in excellent health, rendering a physician unnecessary. However, my home is indeed stocked with an abundance of medicine, and as for food, that is hardly a concern. If you wish to barter, at the very least, you must present something of value to me. Regardless of whether you are a beautiful and talented doctor, do not expect to take advantage of me. When have I, old Zhang, ever engaged in a losing deal?" After a prolonged silence on her end, Zhou Ke finally replied, "Could this be considered an advance on the consultation fee? I truly cannot endure any longer." Her tone was tinged with hesitation and a hint of embarrassment. It was evident that she would not readily beseech a relatively unfamiliar man unless she found herself utterly desperate. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yi remarked, "I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must also assist me in a matter." "What kind of assistance?" Zhou Ke inquired, and Zhang Yi responded, "These neighbors are likely preparing to take action against me. If you become aware of their intentions, please inform me." Zhang Yi was acutely aware that these deranged neighbors would undoubtedly attempt to assault his residence. However, he felt no trepidation. When he constructed this steel fortress, he invested a considerable sum and meticulously selected numerous features, all in anticipation of this very day. At this moment, his home resembled a slightly underpowered military stronghold. Even a battalion of armed soldiers would find it impossible to breach his defenses without heavy weaponry, let alone this wretched band of half-starved, frostbitten neighbors who had endured 2 weeks of hardship and were now mere shadows of their former selves. He proposed such conditions merely to provide Zhou Ke with an excuse, and having an insider would ultimately serve as an additional layer of security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 55. The neighbors' plot against Zhang Yi. After much hesitation, Zhou Ke ultimately acquiesced. Her moral compass and conscience forbade her from becoming a despicable individual. Yet, the neighbors' jealousy-driven decision to rob Zhang Yi struck her as even more reprehensible. Thus, she chose to assist him. Zhang Yi declared, "Very well, I must first see your valuable information before I grant you what you desire. From here on, it will depend on your performance." Zhou Ke replied, "Understood." She was a kind-hearted woman, yet far from foolish. She would not naively expect Zhang Yi to assist her unconditionally. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion at this point. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the tumultuous group chat, where the notifications had surged to over 99. And the incessant tagging continued as they resorted to moral coercion and intimidation. "Zhang Yi, where have you disappeared? We demand an answer. Will you relinquish the supplies in your possession?" Some among us are growing increasingly impatient. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. It seemed they had resolved to launch a direct assault on his home. Go feast on excrement. Zhang Yi replied with a laugh. Instantly, the chat erupted with a torrent of curses, unleashing every vile word imaginable. Unfazed, Zhang Yi taunted them, saying, "Come, if you possess the courage." He had already experienced the act of taking a life and felt no remorse. Thus, he was indifferent to the prospect of ending more lives. Very well, Zhang Yi. This is a predicament of your own making. Do not dare claim that we have not afforded you a chance, you selfish and despicable wretch. From this moment forth, you alone shall bear the consequences of your actions. The cacophony of insults gradually subsided. One need not guess. They were undoubtedly forming a separate group, just as they had previously done with Chen Jinghao, to conspire on how to assault Zhang Yi's home. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of tension and excitement flickered in his gaze, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. Even though he knew his home was an impregnable fortress of steel, facing an onslaught of over 100 individuals would naturally evoke a modicum of anxiety. Yet, that exhilarating sensation ignited the fervor within Zhang Yi's very bones. He had longed to teach a lesson to those scoundrels who had once feasted upon his share. A flash of white light sparkled in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapon materialized in the living room. 5 finely crafted steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade compound bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. Additionally, there are 2 large iron boxes filled with steel balls, a machete, a 1.2-meter-long crowbar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All these weapons are displayed upon the table, each a formidable instrument of death. Beyond these physical armaments, there exists pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a plethora of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, rags, and fuel. Zhang Yi's gaze glimmers with a chilling intensity. Let them come forth, for I welcome the challenge. As Zhang Yi anticipated, the neighbors, realizing he would not surrender his supplies, were filled with rage. Sun Jichao established a new group chat, inviting all surviving homeowners except Zhang Yi. They even included Chen Jinghao in their ranks. Upon seeing Chen Jinghao, some felt an unsettling chill. However, Chen Jinghao boldly proclaimed, "Friends, our primary objective now is to confront Zhang Yi. The resources in his possession likely surpass the total of all ours combined. If we can bring him down, a vast bounty of supplies will be ours. Thus, fret not. I have no intentions of turning against anyone else for the time being. However, I must claim half of the spoils from this operation." Having previously suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Jinghao understood the formidable defenses of Zhang Yi's residence, armed with hand crossbows. Hence, he refrained from a direct assault, opting instead to rally the others from the building to join forces. He believed that with over 100 individuals, they could surely breach Zhang Yi's stronghold. How many weapons could Zhang Yi truly wield? How many could he fell? In the entire building of over 100 individuals, Chen Jinghao and his mere 6 companions demanded half of the supplies. Yet, no one perceived this as unjust. Rather, they regarded Chen Jinghao as a benevolent soul. He, armed with a firearm, was willing to share half with everyone. What a magnanimous individual. Sun Jichao remarked, "Indeed, we should momentarily set aside our past grievances. Our primary objective is to infiltrate Zhang Yi's residence and reclaim the supplies that rightfully belong to the collective." With these 2 leading the charge, others naturally echoed their sentiments. Upon witnessing the living conditions at Zhang Yi's home, envy ignited in their eyes, burning red with a desire to eliminate Zhang Yi and usurp his current lifestyle. Weapons in hand, follow me. Let us vanquish Zhang Yi and seize the supplies. Let us slay that shameless, selfish wretch. The crowd roared with fervor. Only a handful remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuo. The rest, even those who had maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with Zhang Yi and had benefited from his kindness, cast aside those memories. Nothing was more paramount than survival. For the sake of existence, they would forsake all ethical and moral considerations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was at home, polishing his firearm. This tool was familiar to him, having utilized it frequently at the shooting range. Moreover, in the month preceding the apocalypse, he had intensified his training. Hitting a target at close range posed no challenge for him. At that moment, Zhou Kuo sent a message. "They plan to come to your house." Upon reading this, Zhang Yi simply replied, "Oh, understood." Sitting on her own sofa, Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow at Zhang Yi's calm response. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets enveloping her, drawing her snow-white feet further inside. It seemed that every household had been informed, They had seen your video and had gone into a frenzy. Have you not considered a solution? Zhou Kuo felt that, in such circumstances, the most rational approach would be to relinquish a portion of supplies to quell the anger of the masses. After all, no single individual, no matter how formidable, could stand against such a multitude. More than 100 people could easily dismantle a house. Zhang Yi smiled, offering little explanation. He simply remarked, "Remember, you must not come over this time. I remind you only once. Now just wait and watch the spectacle unfold." Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She could not fathom where Zhang Yi drew his confidence to confront over 100 individuals alone. This was no trivial matter. Should they breach his door, the frenzied crowd would undoubtedly take his life. Could it be that he was mad? Zhou Kuo murmured to herself. Yet, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and she felt powerless to intervene. Nonetheless, she indeed heeded his words and refrained from joining the throng attacking Zhang Yi's residence. She was a person of moral integrity and would not partake in the bloodshed of others, whether it concerned Zhang Yi or the other neighbors. Chapter 56. A forceful assault. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, awaiting the arrival of the enraged neighbors. His expression was grave, and a multitude of weapons lay before him. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. "Xiaozhang, you should run. They are coming for you with weapons." A gentle warmth enveloped Zhang Yi's heart. In this world, it is rare to encounter good souls. He chuckled. "Uncle Yu, rest assured, I can manage." Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, as if he understood that at this juncture, there was nowhere to flee. Resistance was the only option. He replied, "Xiaozhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, but this time, I may not be able to assist you." Uncle Yu felt a deep sense of shame, for he owed a debt of gratitude to Zhang Yi. It was Zhang Yi who had advised him to stock up on supplies, leading him to accumulate a good amount of instant noodles and sausages at home. Now, his living standards were relatively decent. However, witnessing Zhang Yi besieged by so many attackers, he felt utterly helpless. Zhang Yi calmly remarked, "Your decision not to join them speaks volumes of your kindness. It's fine, you need not worry about me." Uncle Yu's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Rushing over to aid Zhang Yi would likely result in being mercilessly attacked by the 100 or so homeowners. After exchanging a few brief words with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi remained cautious, refraining from divulging any details about his home. One must always be vigilant. Regardless of who the other party is, complete trust is not an option. Before long, Zhang Yi felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. Outside, a rumbling sound echoed. They were coming. Zhang Yi stated matter-of-factly. He knew that the sound was that of hundreds of people surging up the stairs. Yet, Zhang Yi resided on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, those who could only ascend the stairs would surely be exhausted. Of course, the newcomers were not solely from below. At the very least, Zhang Yi observed through the expansive screen monitoring the entire building that his neighbor from Unit 2402 had also emerged, wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. The neighboring couple, a man and his wife, were positioned strategically, with the woman clutching the knife while hiding behind her husband. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light as they fixated on Zhang Yi's door. Undoubtedly consumed by jealousy upon discovering that he had been living in a paradise over the past month, a throng of onlookers gathered, effectively blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's home. A few individuals held umbrellas overhead, presumably to shield themselves from any cold water Zhang Yi might pour down upon them. It wasn't long before someone could no longer contain their impatience and charged forward to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Zhang Yi, come out. If you wish to avoid demise, this is your final opportunity. Do not wait for us to burst in. Otherwise, it will be too late to plead your case." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi noted the absence of Sun Jichao and his associates, as well as the conspicuous lack of Chen Zhenghao. This revelation confirmed one crucial point. Sun Jichao and Chen Zhenghao had not disclosed the true circumstances of his household to the others. In essence, their intention was to use the neighboring residents as cannon fodder, forcing them to endure Zhang Yi's onslaught of crossbow arrows and high-voltage electric attacks. Zhang Yi, however, felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. He possessed an ample supply of energy and was not in the least bit concerned about conserving electricity. He activated the high-voltage button, and the young man who had been pounding on the door was immediately ensnared by a powerful current, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying aspect was that, with over 100 individuals crammed into the corridor, the entire space was a chaotic mass of bodies. Thus, after he was electrocuted, a large group of people behind him also became conduits for the electric current. It was high voltage, so they quickly sought to distance themselves. The individuals behind him reacted as if a tiger had bitten them, hastily releasing their grip. Had it not been for their heavy clothing, they would have had no chance of escape. Everyone was jolted by the high voltage, their muscles convulsing in agony. The unfortunate souls at the door, along with the 7 or 8 individuals beside him, suffered the most. Unable to flee, they were directly consumed by the electricity, their bodies charred. The others gazed at them in horror, yet none dared to approach and offer assistance. After a mere 10 seconds, Zhang Yi severed the current. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the 9 individuals, and the air became saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh and burnt fabric. Bang! All 9 collapsed to the ground, their bodies blackened, leaving their status uncertain, alive or dead. However, deep down, everyone understood that even if these individuals still drew breath, the circumstances rendered them as good as deceased. All eyes widened in terror at the unfolding scene before them. They had not anticipated such a sudden loss of life, especially right before their eyes. The expressions of those who succumbed to the electric shock were grotesque, their eyes bulging in terror. Amid the crowd, several women could no longer bear the sight and screamed, bending over to retch. Alas, with nothing in their stomachs, they could only expel bile. Some, gripped by fear, sought to flee. Yet upon reaching the staircase, they discovered that the corridor had been barricaded by Chun Jinghao and his minions. What do you intend to do? Return, Chun Jinghao intoned ominously, brandishing a firearm. The corridor was their only escape route, and Chun Jinghao blocked it, intent on forcing everyone to confront Zhang Yi in a desperate struggle. Their demise would only serve to legitimize Chun Jinghao's appropriation of the resources in their possession. Sun Jichao and a few others, weakened by illness, remained on the scene, their expressions remarkably indifferent as they gazed upon the 9 lifeless bodies. Clearly, they shared Chun Jinghao's intentions. Observing the trepidation among the crowd, Sun Jichao bellowed, "That despicable Zhang Yi is nothing but a beast. How could he murder his own neighbors? Brothers and sisters, we must avenge them by eliminating Zhang Yi. Fear not. Let us strike the door with wooden planks. Just avoid hitting the door itself. He possesses few tactics and has already exhausted his options. If we can breach this door, a cozy warmth and an abundance of food await us." His fervent encouragement ignited a spark of determination in many. Having endured over half a month of hunger and cold, they were willing to sacrifice everything for a morsel of sustenance and a moment of warmth. Soon, someone retrieved a piece of wood, evidently salvaged from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, charge. Break down the door and eliminate that scoundrel Zhang Yi." A throng of individuals, armed with timber, began to assault Zhang Yi's door with wild fervor. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts caused the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table to tremble, yet he felt it was still insufficiently exhilarating. He retrieved a large Sennheiser speaker from another dimension and connected it to his mobile phone, playing a song he adored, Love While Making. Outside, a group of individuals relentlessly battered the door, yet within, the classic upbeat melody resonated, only fueling their fury. "Zhang Yi, your arrogance will be your downfall. I shall see you dead. You must pay for my brother's life today," they shouted, wielding wooden stakes with increasing fervor. However, after dozens of attempts to breach the door, they sorrowfully realized it remained entirely unmoved. The collective strength of over a dozen grown men, amounting to thousands of pounds, left merely faint white marks and almost imperceptible indentations on the imposing black iron barrier. The hearts of the neighbors sank. What kind of door is this, so remarkably sturdy? At this rate, when will we ever break it down? Each person gasped for breath, enduring the bitter cold of -70 degrees, their strength sapped by hunger. As fatigue set in, many found their legs weakening, requiring others to take their place. Yet, given the current pace, it seemed likely they would exhaust themselves without success. Just then, one individual approached, scrutinizing the door for a considerable time before exclaiming, This is a bank vault security door, employed at a bank." He quickly discerned the truth. Despair washed over the onlookers upon hearing this revelation. Then it cannot be breached? The bank employee shook his head grimly. "Do not even think that wooden stakes will suffice. This top-tier security door cannot be breached, even with explosives. Without a key, the likelihood of access is slim, save for the world's most distinguished locksmiths." At this moment, Zhang Yi, brandishing a crossbow, approached the firing aperture. Chapter 57, Heavy Casualties. Observing the group outside who were chattering and deliberating strategies, Zhang Yi found no need to aim with precision. Since they sought his life, there was no obligation for him to show mercy. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised the crossbow and commenced firing. Soon, several individuals were struck by arrows and fell. It was then that those outside realized the potency of Zhang Yi's weapon. He possesses arms. Caution! The surrounding crowd shrieked in terror and hastily attempted to disperse. However, the corridor was confined, with hundreds packed closely together, rendering escape impossible. In their panic, they stumbled and fell en masse. Unperturbed by the chaos, Zhang Yi remained focused on his task. The whistling of arrows echoed like a deadly mantra, instilling greater fear among the others, who frantically surged toward the stairwell. Some fell to the ground, and, before they could rise, were trampled underfoot. Cries of anguish filled the air. Chun Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs, gun in hand, confronting those attempting to flee. What are you afraid of? There's only one of him. Charge. His cold gaze and the ominous barrel of his gun deterred the fleeing crowd. Chun Jinghao's aim was to use them as cannon fodder to deplete Zhang Yi's defensive resources, and he would not permit their escape. In a desperate bid for survival, Sun Jichao and others took refuge at a distance, successfully evading the arrows. Zhang Yi unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely packed crowd, nearly every shot found its mark, inflicting great suffering upon the neighbors. Yet, amidst this dire predicament, the latent potential of the neighbors proved formidable. Someone quickly discerned the location of the shooting aperture, exclaiming, "There's a hole above the door. He is firing from there. If we can just block it." Instantly, individuals brandished mops and brooms, sealing the shooting hole above the door. Others attempted to hurl objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unfazed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and secured the iron door behind the shooting aperture, which could only be opened from within. Impervious to external assault, in a single stroke, Zhang Yi had incapacitated dozens of adversaries. It was only when the neighbors realized Zhang Yi could no longer shoot that they emerged from their terror. The ground lay strewn with chaos, many wounded by arrows, their injuries varying in severity. A few had sustained fatal wounds, perishing on the spot. However, when the neighbors beheld the rusted, tetanus-laden arrows, a wave of despair washed over them. They understood that survival was unlikely for all those struck. Some, having lost loved ones, wept bitterly while cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you despicable scoundrel! You shameless wretch! Come out if you dare! I challenge you to a duel! You fiend, I will fight you to the death! Zhang Yi, I will kill you!" Yet, the only response to their outcries remained the pulsating, exuberant music emanating from within the room. Only after love is lost do we comprehend its profound depth. Only after parting do we realize what truly deserves our cherishment. Outside, shouts of anger resonated, while inside, the atmosphere was filled with vibrant music, mirroring Zhang Yi's provocation towards everyone. Indeed, this was the case. Zhang Yi had released dozens of crossbow bolts in one breath. Feeling a slight strain in his hands, and then he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and gulping it down. Ah, refreshing. Zhang Yi gazed at the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, the neighbors, witnessing the impenetrable fortress that was Zhang Yi's front door, felt a mix of anxiety and despair. What could they do? Just then, Sun Jichao called out, "Everyone, do not fret. I have a solution." The crowd turned toward his voice, seeing Sun Jichao, who was clutching his injured leg, laboriously making his way over. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house with a grin, saying, "Their door is made of alloy and cannot be breached. However, this wall is merely brick and cement, is it not? I refuse to believe we cannot break through it." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Of course, why hadn't they thought of that? If they could not break the door, they could demolish the wall. With so many of them, it wouldn't take long to bring it down. Huh, Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel. Surely you never anticipated we would resort to such a tactic. Inside the house, upon witnessing the sudden jubilation of his neighbors, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. The music was blaring so loudly that he could not discern their words. However, he remained unperturbed, opting to observe the unfolding events with patience. Regardless of the myriad of tactics employed by the adversary, he remains unperturbed, for they are far outnumbered. After a month of relentless effort, he has painstakingly constructed an impregnable fortress. Should it be breached so easily by you, then I, Zhang Yi, would indeed deserve my fate. These individuals arrived equipped with tools, and thus, they swiftly formed a queue before the outer wall of Zhang Yi's residence, brandishing hammers and axes to commence their fervent assault. Bang! A burly man exerted every ounce of strength, driving the hammer forcefully against the wall. Instantly, cracks appeared, and white dust cascaded down like snow. Witnessing this, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with exhilaration, convinced they had discovered the weak point of Zhang Yi's stronghold. They redoubled their efforts in their relentless hammering. However, when the burly man swung his hammer for a second strike, an unexpected sound of metal clashing rang out. Clang! Simultaneously, the man let out a piercing scream, and the hammer clattered to the ground. He staggered backward and collapsed, revealing deep gashes along his hands, from which blood gushed forth, quickly congealing in the frigid air, creating a ghastly sight. What could possibly be the cause of this? The crowd was utterly bewildered. What sort of wall could withstand the force of a mighty hammer? One individual approached, brushing aside the outer layer of dust, and upon revealing the concealed layer, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. This wall is also forged from steel. The crowd gasped in unison, gathering closer to inspect. Indeed, once the exterior layer of white dust was cleared away, a substantial black metal surface emerged, identical in material to the gates. One person could not contain his disbelief and bellowed towards the heavens. Why is it like this? Whose abode is constructed with steel plates for walls? I cannot believe this dwelling is entirely fashioned from iron. Some individuals have reached a point of utter despair, seizing hammers to strike at various locations. Several join in unison, hoping to uncover a flaw in the wall as facade. Yet, from every conceivable angle, they ultimately discover only the formidable, weighty steel barriers. In the living room, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip. The questions they pondered were ones I had already considered. I apologize, but even my walls are forged from 20 centimeters of premium steel. Not even cannon fire could breach them. Why would I fear your feeble hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's greatest virtue was his fear of death, which compelled him to resolve every conceivable issue. During the initial inspection, he meticulously examined every inch, hammering as he went, until he felt assured. After all, the psychological scars from a previous life, where he was invaded and devoured, loomed too large for him to endure a second encounter. The cacophony of strikes continued outside, and Zhang Yi, finding it unbearable, activated the room's noise cancellation feature, a precaution against potential assaults masked by the clamor. After approximately 20 minutes, the noise finally subsided. The owners of the entire building stared vacantly at the imposing metal wall before them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It stood like a merciless fortress, severing their hopes of acquiring resources. How could this be? Why would anyone construct such a dwelling? One individual, covering their face, cried out in despair. The young couple living next to Zhang Yi lamented, "Initially, I was aware that they were renovating their home, but I never anticipated it would turn out like this. There are probably very few normal families in this world that would construct such a house." Sun Jichao and Zhou Peng, with bloodshot eyes, were filled with despair. If the residents of the entire apartment building could not breach Zhang Yi's defenses today, they would be left to await their demise. Sun Jichao bit down hard on his lip, so much so that he drew blood, yet remained oblivious to his own injury. Zhang Yi must have known there would be a snowstorm. Everything he has done is to protect himself. Sun Jichao shouted in anger, pointing at Zhang Yi's house. The neighbors cast him a glance, weeping and cursing Zhang Yi in their anguish. That despicable man Zhang Yi, only concerned with his own survival, without a thought for the rest of us. If we all perish, what meaning is there in your solitary existence? Wouldn't you feel lonely in a world where you are the only one left? One day, you will be engulfed in endless regret and self-reproach for failing to warn us, for not aiding us. Can you truly sleep at night? Do you not feel guilt? As some individuals realized they were powerless against Zhang Yi, they began to console themselves with a spirit reminiscent of AQ. Humph. One day, the heavens will make you pay, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, your conscience will never find peace, and your life will be filled with suffering. They were oblivious to the fact that Zhang Yi was living a life of joy within his home, indifferent to the plight of these familiar yet distant strangers. Chun Jinghao stood at the back, holding a gun and supervising the situation. At this moment, upon gazing at the wall crafted entirely of metal, he felt the gravity of the predicament. His interest in others waned, fixated solely on seizing Zhang Yi's residence. What are you all in such a hurry for? This is merely the beginning. Even if their walls are forged from iron, what of the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he has constructed a veritable iron box. Chun Jinghao coldly addressed the gathering. Zhang Yi, eavesdropping via surveillance, nodded in approval. This fellow's intellect was quite commendable. Yet, he sighed and shook his head, remarking, however, regrettably, "I am not foolish. Upon hearing Chen Jinghao's words, the neighbors hastened to both the upper and lower levels of Zhang Yi's home. Armed with hammers, axes, chisels, and wooden sticks, they employed every means at their disposal. They were a mere 20 centimeters away from their glimmer of hope, fixated on breaching that distance. However, despair soon enveloped them more profoundly. They discovered that Zhang Yi's abode was indeed a veritable iron box. Every angle, above, below, left, and right, was sealed off by thick steel plates. In this power outage, lacking electric saws or drills, their only hope of breaking through these walls lay in a year of relentless toil without sustenance. Chapter 58. Despair. Chen Jinghao and his companions toiled around Zhang Yi's house, laboring tirelessly throughout the morning. Yet, upon peeling away the layers of wall, floor, and ceiling, they found themselves thwarted by a formidable barrier of thick steel. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate was, to them, akin to a waking nightmare. To rely solely on human strength now presents no hope of breaking free from this dire situation. After all, working in such frigid temperatures, without sufficient energy to replenish their waning strength, only accelerates their demise. Many have collapsed, utterly exhausted, with the sound of their groans echoing in unison. They clutch their emaciated bellies, hunger threatening to conquer them entirely. Yet, little sustenance remains. Some individuals catch a glimpse of their neighbor's flesh through the seams of their clothing, and a horrifying thought suddenly emerges in their minds. Is that not flesh? As this terrifying notion takes root, a chilling fear envelopes them, compelling them to banish the thought from their consciousness. However, once this idea has arisen, it unwittingly presents a grim option in their dire predicament. They are acutely aware that if the day ever comes, cannibalism among them is inevitable. Is there truly no alternative? Sun Jichao's face is contorted in anguish, feeling as if his arm has begun to fester and rot. With no antibiotics, not even ordinary anti-inflammatory medication, he cannot effectively cleanse his wounds. Rust still clings to the injury, making death seem almost unavoidable. Damn you, Zhang Yi. Why must you be so cruel? What value does your solitary existence hold compared to the lives of so many? What harm is there in sacrificing yourself? Why? Sun Jichao howls to the heavens, despair twisting his very soul. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly emerges. Perhaps you might consider venturing onto the balcony. During the renovation of their residence, the balcony was transformed into a floor-to-ceiling window, predominantly composed of glass. There may be an opportunity to break in. The other residents are unable to see the rear of Zhang Yi's home, yet his neighbors certainly can. Building 25 features some floors equipped with a balcony, and coincidentally, the 24th floor where Zhang Yi resides possesses a modest platform. Typically, it is utilized for planting flowers and airing out bedding. Upon hearing the remarks of Zhang Yi's neighbors, a group of despondent individuals abruptly lifted their heads. A window? Huh. Indeed. Since his home possesses a window, there must be an exit. It cannot be entirely sealed. As long as there is a window, they can storm in. Without hesitation, the group surged through the adjacent unit. In reality, there exists a gap of approximately 15 centimeters between the two balconies, separated by a railing. However, these barriers were utterly insufficient to deter the frenzied crowd. Yet, the balcony was not akin to the hallway. At this moment, the hallways had been sealed off by the various households, impenetrable and even somewhat insulated. Conversely, outside, the northern winds howled while snowflakes danced in the air, capable of freezing a person solid within mere hours. Chen Jinghao and his companions paid no heed to such concerns. As long as they could burst into Zhang Yi's dwelling, everything would be within their grasp. The mob howled, resembling lunatics as they leaped onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Naturally, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of this unfolding scene. Their gazes met for less than a second before the neighbors brandished their tools, wildly striking at the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi leisurely dragged his white lounge chair to the window, reclining into its embrace while pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. The modest balcony soon became crowded with a throng of individuals, their faces pallid and reminiscent of the undead. Coupled with their wildly contorted expressions, they bore no semblance of the living. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies truly existed, they would likely resemble this disheveled assembly. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed against the floor-to-ceiling windows as the frenzied group relentlessly pounded against the glass. Even when they inadvertently struck their own hands, they displayed no sense of pain, allowing blood to flow freely, only to congeal later. Moments earlier, when they were hammering against the walls, their yearning had not been fully palpable. However, now separated by merely a pane of glass, they were starkly reminded of the opulence of Zhang Yi's existence. Inside, a roaring fireplace cast a warm glow, while Zhang Yi lounged in a simple garment, resembling a wealthy landlord. Beside him rested a freshly brewed cup of coffee, its steam curling upwards, indicative of a cappuccino with a generous froth. The coffee table was cluttered with an array of weapons, though that was not the focal point. What truly captured attention was the mound of half-consumed snacks discarded beneath the table. Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roasted chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. These delectable treats drove the neighbors on the balcony to the brink of madness. Having been deprived of such indulgences for merely 2 weeks, they reacted as if they had reunited with a long-lost father. Their ecstatic cries erupted into primal howls, as they momentarily forgot the use of language, resorting instead to desperate screams to convey their exhilaration. Then, with relentless determination, they exerted every ounce of strength to shatter the window. Zhang Yi, cradling a cup of coffee, reveled in this dramatic spectacle. He merely remarked, "Who says glass is inherently more fragile than metal?" The cost of this wall was exorbitantly high. For the sake of quality of life, Zhang Yi had declined the proposal from the Dragon Security Company to use metal here. Instead, he invested a substantial sum in custom-made bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling windows. He recalled the words of Wu Huiran, the manager of the Dragon Security Company, who had stated that such a thick wall was designed not merely to withstand bullets, but to repel cannon fire. The bulletproof glass used in the vehicles of heads of state in Western countries, capable of resisting sniper fire, is composed of a material that is not even half the thickness of Zhang Yi's wall. Indeed, as the group continued their futile attempts to break through, they soon realized something was amiss. They had initially presumed it was merely acrylic, believing that a few forceful strikes would suffice to shatter it. Yet, after numerous attempts by over a dozen individuals, they had not even succeeded in creating a single crack. What kind of glass was this? Could it truly be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The words rasped from the throat of a bespectacled man, filled with despair, as if they were echoes from the depths of hell. If it could withstand cannon fire, how could it possibly be vulnerable to their handiwork? No, I refuse to believe it. A young man shouted defiantly to the heavens. My fate is mine to command. I refuse to accept that I cannot break it. If I can shatter it, the fireplace and provisions within will all be mine. I must break it. Beneath the bone-chilling temperatures, amidst a tumult of hope and despair, the minds of the people seemed to have frozen. They chose to abandon reason, recklessly striving to carve out a future. Zhang Yi applauded them, touched by their fervor. However, he began to feel a twinge of hunger. Thus, he retrieved some provisions from his space, including delectable braised pork knuckle, caramelized bananas, and a few snacks, indulging in pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Strike vigorously. Have you not eaten? Separated merely by a pane of glass, the people outside braved the biting wind and snow, contorting their faces as they desperately pounded on the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring his delightful feast. This stark contrast incited a frenzy of jealousy among the neighbors outside. They hurled curses, their voices hoarse, eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Yi, just wait. I will make you pay. Once I shatter this glass, it will be the end for you. You despicable, selfish scoundrel. Your time to gloat is running out. Today shall be your demise. All those delicious treats, and the hot coffee, they are all mine, all mine. Upon hearing their outcry, Zhang Yi raised his cup of coffee in a gesture of encouragement. Go on, keep at it. Soon enough, the group outside began to tire. After all, they were on the 24th floor, where the wind roared and the heavy snowfall rapidly sapped their warmth. They were obliged to rotate every few minutes. Yet, after half an hour, the glass bore only a few insignificant scratches. Their spirits sank deeper into despair. Yet, separated by a transparent barrier, witnessing Zhang Yi's untroubled existence, the pangs of jealousy compelled them to persist. Half an hour later, their efforts remained unwavering. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted a few of Qin Zhenghao's subordinates, the Karamis. It was evident that Qin Zhenghao could not remain entirely uninvolved at such a juncture. Zhang Yi sensed that the moment had arrived. He rose from his reclined position, approached the coffee table, and grasped a bottle. The glass exterior was adorned with a layer of frost, and initially, the neighbors were oblivious to the contents of Zhang Yi's possession, mistaking it for a beverage. However, in the next instant, they witnessed Zhang Yi produce a lighter and ignite an object. Subsequently, an aperture appeared above them, and a fiery projectile was hurled forth. As a means of counterattack, Zhang Yi's residence was equipped with multiple shooting ports. The bottle traversed a yellow arc through the air, landing amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. With a sharp crack, flames erupted. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail, which, even in sub-zero temperatures, allowed gasoline to ignite fervently, releasing a wave of heat. The gasoline splattered everywhere, igniting a fierce blaze. The balcony, already limited in space, was soon engulfed in flames as the down jackets and thermal trousers of the dozen or so individuals caught fire. A smirk of mockery curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips as a multitude of individuals was crammed together and the balcony was separated, making it rather challenging to leap onto the adjacent balcony. These individuals were ensnared, their bodies consumed by flames. Zhang Yi beheld them transforming into grotesque, burning orbs. Some attempted to roll on the ground, hoping to extinguish the fire with snowflakes, but alas, such an effort proved futile. Even gasoline could ignite upon contact with water. Others, in a desperate attempt to escape to the neighboring balcony, lost their footing in their haste and plummeted from the 24th floor. With a prolonged scream, a resounding crash followed. At such a height, it remained uncertain whether the snow below could mitigate the impact. However, according to the principles of physics, even if one survived, they would likely suffer shattered bones and ruptured organs, rendering them as good as dead. Zhang Yi chuckled. At least dying from a fall is preferable to being burned alive. Suddenly, a grotesque visage slammed against the glass. Its expression twisted in terror as it glared menacingly at Zhang Yi. "Help me, please." The voice emerged from a place of extreme agony. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute. "I'd rather not, you pitiable fool. Go meet your demise." The individual emitted a sound of despair, ultimately engulfed by the flames. On the adjacent balcony, another 60 or 70 souls awaited their turn, pale and horrified at the sight of this hellish scene. "Help! Please save me. I do not wish to die." A person, a flame, attempted to crawl over in desperation, grasping the railing with the intent to reach out for aid. At that moment, a man over here did not hesitate and forcefully kicked the other's hand. "Scram! Get out of here. You are beyond redemption. Do not drag us down with you." With each kick, the fiery figure stubbornly clung on, gritting his teeth as the man intensified his assault, delivering blow after blow, until he even severed a finger. The unfortunate soul struggled for a while, finally gazing at them in despair before gradually collapsing before the fence. The air was thick with a familiar, acrid scent, reminiscent of the summer days spent strolling along the streets. In a short span, the dozen or so individuals met their demise. Some, though initially only slightly burned, attempted to flee, yet were thwarted by their neighbors, terrified that the flames might consume them as well, choosing instead to condemn these individuals to death. Others, overwhelmed by pain, leapt from the 24th floor. The raging inferno, paradoxically, offered these people a fleeting sense of warmth long forgotten. As a result, they slowly advanced, extending their hands toward the fire, their faces betraying a hint of a smile, fearful of being detected. The flames raged for over 20 minutes before finally subsiding. The neighbors gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. To confront Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 or 40 lives. With no opportunity to breach the door from any angle, they pondered what action could possibly enable them to seize the supplies in Zhang Yi's possession. A palpable air of despair lingered, yet another sensation began to intensify, subtly altering the expressions of the neighbors. Many, plagued by hunger, were reluctant to acknowledge the emergence of a frenzied notion within their hearts. Their throats were incessantly convulsing. Suddenly, a woman began to weep uncontrollably. "I cannot bear it any longer." After an exhausting day, the crowd had hoped to easily breach the Zhang family's defenses. Yet, the outcome left them in despair. So many had perished, and not a single crack marred the walls or the expansive windows of the Zhang residence. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forward and climbed onto the balcony of the Zhang household. Just as Zhang Yi anticipated another wave of assailants intent on shattering the glass, she unexpectedly knelt before it. "Zhang Yi, I am on the brink of starvation. I implore you, please save me. Even a mere morsel of bread would suffice." She was not alone. One by one, others approached, bowing deeply, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded with Zhang Yi for a morsel of sustenance. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who witnessed it. Most of those bowing were women, desperately seeking Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60. The bounty on Shenzhen. How the cries for help from outside were relentless. Their foreheads bled from the fervor of their pleas, a truly heart-rending spectacle. Zhang Yi sighed, moving to the window and addressing the crowd. Please, do not despair so. It pains me to witness your suffering. As he spoke, he lifted a steaming bowl of noodles in his hand. When my heart aches, I find solace in food. Slurping, Zhang Yi savored his noodles, provoking envious glances from the neighbors who could hardly contain their hunger. Upon hearing his words, the cries intensified, and the fervor of their bowing escalated. Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We only wish to survive. Please, grant us a portion of food, so we may continue to live like dogs. In the future, do you wish for us to follow your every command? Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to consume his noodles. In moments of hunger, the ability to indulge in a hearty meal brings immense joy. After finishing half a bowl, he carelessly placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window. Just a pane of glass away, his neighbors gazed longingly, unable to partake. Each of them pressed their faces against the glass, resembling dogs, as if that would allow them to savor the noodles. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Whoever dares to venture forth and bring me Chen Jinghao's head will find that I could relish such noodles for an entire week, feasting to my heart's content. Zhang Yi certainly felt no pity for these individuals. Yet, their incessant attempts to break down walls and carve windows were quite bothersome. Thus, letting them engage in a canine brawl, turning against one another, seemed the most entertaining course of action. As he uttered these words, he shared them in a group message, informing all within the building. The neighbors by the window, upon hearing this declaration, revealed expressions of hesitation. Chen Jinghao wielded a firearm. To seek his head could very well lead to their own demise. However, if they struggled against Chen Jinghao, could they truly contend with Zhang Yi? The corpses of 30 or 40 individuals lay scattered around Zhang Yi's residence. It became evident that Zhang Yi was far more formidable than Chen Jinghao. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao observed the unfolding events from his balcony, his brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering his next move. 2 of his men had perished this time. To maintain control over the entire building, he must bolster his ranks. While deep in thought, Chen Jinghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, causing the hairs to stand on end. He swiftly turned around, raising the gun in his hand, only to find the peculiar gazes of the crowd fixed upon him. What are you trying to do? Upon seeing the weapon, a hint of trepidation washed over the onlookers, compelling them to retreat. Get away from me, Chen Jinghao bellowed. Yet, the strange looks in their eyes persisted, almost resembling that of predators eyeing their prey. A chill ran down Chen Jinghao's spine, prompting him to hastily lead his few subordinates away from the scene. Wait, what about Zhang Yi's family? Sun Jichao inquired from the side. Chen Jinghao cursed in frustration. Damn it, we can't even breach their defenses. What else can we do? We'll think of a solution later. With that, he departed, muttering under his breath. At Zhang Yi's residence, 2 groups of individuals, one pleading for mercy and the other intent on breaking the windows, could no longer withstand the biting cold and gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined comfortably within the warmth of his home, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. After all, this encounter had resulted in the loss of approximately 40 individuals from their unit, with nearly everyone participating in the attempted invasion of his abode, leading to significant depletion of their strength. Consequently, resources had become increasingly scarce, and the conflicts among individuals grew ever more harrowing. Before long, Zhang Yi received numerous private messages. Following this confrontation, the neighbors had completely capitulated. Their limited stamina had been nearly exhausted, rendering them incapable of mounting a large-scale offensive against Zhang Yi's family. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of Zhang Yi's household, they had resigned themselves to despair. As a result, many individuals began to implore Zhang Yi for his compassion or propose exchanges of benefit. For instance, the affluent heir Su Hao offered an audacious proposition. He presented his girlfriend in her entirety, addressing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I can offer you my woman, if you could kindly provide me with some food. She is renowned as a model in Tianhai City. Just behold her beauty and visage, truly exquisite. I assure you, you will be pleased. Please assist me. Zhang Yi recognized the model. Su Hao had purchased a residence here solely to accommodate her. Typically, she adorned herself provocatively, akin to a seductive vixen, perpetually exuding an air of temptation. In the past, she had barely spared a glance for the men around her, always maintaining an arrogant demeanor in Zhang Yi's presence. Yet now, Su Hao was willing to barter her for mere meals. This woman appeared considerably haggard, seemingly quite amenable to the prospect of exchange. At the very least, she was aware that Zhang Yi had an abundance of food, which compelled her to exert herself during the shoot. What a pitiful display of worthlessness. Zhang Yi scoffed. It must be said, the model possessed an alluring figure and striking looks. However, such a shameless woman would never be granted entry into his abode. Who knows? Perhaps one day, while he slumbers, she might plunge a knife into him and seize his home. A woman willing to sell her body for monetary gain clearly possesses no moral compass. Zhang Yi disdainfully viewed her video 5 times before contemptuously closing the chat window. There were other conversations below, but fewer men reached out to him, as they lacked the means to barter food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Jude happily congratulated Zhang Yi for repelling the enemy. However, he was besieged by women seeking his attention. For instance, Fang Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, you are so amazing. I knew you would be fine. I am currently unable to come see you. They are too despicable, keeping me locked up at home. Rest assured, I will definitely find a way to come to you." Zhang Yi scoffed and chose to disregard her. Nightfall arrived swiftly, as it does around 5 o'clock each day, with days growing shorter and nights extending longer. The temperature would drop another 10 degrees at night. On the television, the few remaining channels continued to broadcast their programs. With the government's efforts to maintain order, the snow disaster in our country was gradually improving, and it was hoped that everyone would remain calm. The issues would soon be resolved. In such frigid weather, it was advised that individuals refrain from venturing outdoors to avoid frostbite and to provide assistance to those in need. Together, we shall unite in purpose, overcoming the current challenges, for tomorrow will surely be brighter. Zhang Yi found the news far more engaging than trivial skits. Yet, he was also curious about where these television stations had relocated and how they managed to operate. While listening to the intriguing news, Zhang Yi perused the chat records. Observing his neighbor's vitriolic rants, pleas, and desperate cries brought him great amusement. Most of those cursing him had experienced loss in their families. In his elevated spirits, Zhang Yi even extended his blessings to them, mockingly congratulating those who had lost loved ones. "Congratulations to you for being able to roast meat for the funeral and mix the ashes with your rice." His playful taunts only incited further ire among them. Suddenly, he noticed some commotion on the balcony. Zhang Yi, filled with curiosity, approached the window. Outside, due to the heavy snowfall, the light was remarkably bright. It was then that he observed individuals stealthily transporting those bodies, specifically the charred remains. These individuals were bundled up tightly, and upon realizing Zhang Yi was watching them, they were startled. "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Please do not misunderstand. We are merely here to move the bodies," they explained, their voices trembling with unease, unable to meet his gaze. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips into a smirk. "Oh, moving bodies? Are you their relatives? Furthermore, if you intend to bury them, simply toss them below. Do you intend to construct a grave in your home?" The individuals were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's inquiries. "Well, you have no use for these bodies, so just ignore us," they stammered, mustering their courage as they hurriedly dragged the corpses away. Zhang Yi waved dismissively at the glass. "You are quite ruthless. Have you truly reached this point?" Chapter 61. Zhou Kuter could no longer endure the next day. Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing in the corridor. Bang, bang. The 2 shots sounded akin to the detonation of large firecrackers. It was undoubtedly the doing of Chen Zhenghao. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had taken effect. In the face of impending doom, the fear of death began to gradually dissipate among the people. The promise of a week of all-you-can-eat noodles proved to be an irresistible temptation for them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance, witnessing the explosive clash unfold before him. 2 men, armed with wrenches and kitchen knives, lay sprawled on the floor, the corridor stained crimson with blood. However, Chen Zhenghao was not in a far better state. He leaned against the wall, a firearm clutched tightly in his hand, his demeanor reflecting lingering dread. They would intercept those seeking water here, and naturally, others could seize this opportunity to retaliate against them. Chen Zhenghao ordered his subordinates to drag the 2 corpses away, hastily returning to his residence. A pistol remained firmly grasped in his hand, now his sole reliance. Upon bringing the bodies home, Chen Zhenghao signaled to his underlings, who promptly transported the remains to the kitchen's rear. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Chen Zhenghao sank into the frigid embrace of the sofa, finding little solace in its coldness. Since his return yesterday, he had seen messages in the group chat, revealing that Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on him. This incited a fury within him. He perceived himself as the hunter, while Zhang Yi was merely the prey. How dare the prey retaliate against the hunter? Yet, He underestimated the madness that desperation could evoke in a person. Early this morning, two hopeless young men had come seeking his life, instilling a sense of peril within Chen Zhenghao, which only fueled his madness further. Die! I will kill you all. If you wish for my demise, you must perish first. Chen Zhenghao bellowed. Once he had calmed down, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He called over a subordinate to assess the situation. Upon a quick glance, the subordinate exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter-long gash marred the down jacket of Chen Zhenghao, inflicted by a kitchen knife. The crimson stain was not immediately discernible against the dark fabric, only becoming apparent upon closer inspection. Moments ago, the biting cold outside and the adrenaline coursing through his veins had masked his pain, but upon hearing his companion's words, a sharp cry of anguish escaped his lips. How dare these two scoundrels ambush me? Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead as he hastily reached for his phone, dialing Dr. Zhou Kuer. "Dr. Zhou, I've sustained some injuries. Please come quickly to attend to my wounds." Before long, Zhou Kuer arrived at Chen Zhenghao's residence, medical kit in tow. Upon beholding this ruthless villain, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, in the face of peril, she had no choice but to tend to his injuries. Previously, her medical expertise had kept Chen Zhenghao's arrow wound from festering. Though reluctant, she was compelled to act under the threat of his malevolence. "I will not assist you for free," Zhou Kuer declared coldly. Chen Zhenghao chuckled, gesturing toward the kitchen. "I'll share a portion of what I'll be eating later." Zhou Kuer wrinkled her nose, detecting the pungent scent of blood. Her countenance shifted. Having worked in a hospital for years, she recognized the source of the odor. Suppressing her urge to retch, she replied icily, "No, thank you." Chen Zhenghao replied with a sinister grin. At such a time, Dr. Zhou still upholds her lofty principles? "One day, you will partake. Refuse, and you shall perish." "I would rather die," Zhou Kuer retorted, her brow furrowing. "That would be a pity. In the current world, having a doctor by one's side is of paramount importance," Chen Zhenghao lamented. Had it not been for Zhou Kuer treating the injury on his leg, he would have lost not just one limb, but potentially his very life. "Rest assured, if a day comes when I must consume you, I shall keep you for last," Chen Zhenghao declared, his gaze fixed on Zhou Kuer, a fervent glimmer flickering in his eyes. He had long coveted this exquisite beauty. Were it not for her current utility, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow and fell silent, attending to his wound instead. In a short while, she had completed a simple bandaging of the injury. As she lifted her medical kit, preparing to depart, Chen Zhenghao signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly blocked the door. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhou Kuer. "What are you planning?" she inquired, anxiety creeping into her voice. Chen Zhenghao replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. You cannot leave until my injury is healed." At that moment, he too felt a pang of fear. Countless individuals sought his demise, and lacking medical supplies heightened his trepidation. With a doctor at his side, he felt a semblance of security. Ignoring Zhou Kuer's resistance, he insisted on her presence. Before long, one of his men brought forth a pot of cooked food. The mere thought of its contents almost made Zhou Kuer retch. Fortunately, her experience in the hospital, where she frequently encountered the deceased, had steeled her nerves. Chen Zhenghao insisted she partake, but she resolutely refused. He smirked coldly, dismissing her defiance. He believed Zhou Kuer was merely pretending. Eventually, when hunger became unbearable, she would inevitably relent. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. These beasts have begun to rebel against us, which poses significant disadvantages. The only way to secure our safety is to eliminate that fellow Zhang Yi and seize his family's residence. Their home resembles a fortress, replete with ample resources sufficient for our sustenance for several months. By then, perhaps the snow disaster will have passed. Therefore, we must contemplate strategies to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao addressed his subordinates. The group exchanged glances, apprehensive. "Brother Hao, we have attempted to assault Zhang Yi's home on numerous occasions, yet each attempt has ended in failure. It is as impenetrable as a turtle's shell." Chen Zhenghao retorted, "I refuse to believe there are no vulnerabilities in their defenses, nor that he never ventures outside. Here is the plan. We shall relocate to the residence next door and keep watch in shifts. At the first opportunity, we will eliminate him. Additionally, residing on a higher floor offers more security." In this moment of uncertainty, the group nodded in agreement to Chen Zhenghao's every word. Zhou Kuer listened intently to their conversation. Under the pretense of visiting the restroom, she slipped away to send a message to Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon learning of their plans, Zhang Yi merely chuckled, dismissing the notion that he would ever step outside. Keep observing the situation from your position, he instructed. As a doctor, Zhou Kuo was not in immediate danger, for Qin Zhenghao would not harm her. Zhang Yi remained unhurried in his response, having set a bounty, knowing that soon enough someone would be reckless enough to attempt to eliminate Qin Zhenghao. Qin Zhenghao and his companions gathered their supplies and, accompanied by Zhou Kuo, ascended to the 24th floor. The young couple residing next to Zhang Yi was utterly terrified upon realizing Qin Zhenghao's arrival. Chapter 62. A feast for the neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. It is I, Qin Zhenghao. I demand to exchange residences with you. Hurry, unlock the door, or I shall resort to violence. Inside, the young couple huddled together in fear. What shall we do? They intend to seize our home. We may not even be able to safeguard our meager provisions, the wife lamented, her face etched with despair as she gazed at her husband. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, comforted her. Do not fear. Everything will be all right. If they desire our home, let us relinquish it willingly. Quickly, conceal the remaining food on your person. They hastily tucked away their scant supplies within their garments and, trembling, opened the door. Upon sighting the fierce and menacing Qin Zhenghao and his entourage, the man swallowed hard and bowed, saying, Brother Hao, this residence is yours from now on. We shall vacate immediately, as he attempted to lead his wife away before they could take more than a few steps. One of Qin Zhenghao's subordinates let out a cold snicker and raised his steel pipe. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, darkness enveloping him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not comprehend why, despite his compliance in yielding their home, the assailants would still resort to violence. The woman stared in horror at her husband, now motionless on the ground. She covered her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Another stick struck her head. Two small figures approached, uttering no words, ensuring that this couple would never speak again. Zhou Kuo clamped her mouth shut, utterly petrified. This was her first encounter with murder, no matter how resilient her psyche. She could not maintain her composure. Qin Zhenghao merely cast a glance at her and sneered. It's far too cold. They were bound to perish sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you must acclimatize yourself to such occurrences. Having taken many lives, he had completely lost his reverence for life. Moreover, Qin Zhenghao was reluctant to admit a certain truth. After being targeted by Zhang Yi and subsequently attacked, he too harbored an inner sense of dread. Thus, he felt compelled to suppress the various property owners with greater brutality, compelling them to submit. Zhou Kuo stifled her nausea and remained silent. Qin Zhenghao swaggered into the house, instructing his lackeys to dispose of the two individuals. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi was constantly greeted by a cacophony of clanging sounds. The noise emanated from next door. He knew it was Qin Zhenghao and his cohorts searching for vulnerabilities in his room. Furthermore, those men were taking turns surveilling the front door and rear windows of Zhang Yi's home. Qin Zhenghao presumed that Zhang Yi would at least emerge to dispose of garbage or to collect melted snow. If only he could seize an opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yi, he could claim everything that rightfully belonged to him. However, he did not foresee that Zhang Yi possessed a vast alternate space, rendering the water supply a non-issue. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open the window to discard trash, for Qin Zhenghao wielded a firearm, and he would not take such a risk. However, for a reclusive individual, a little clutter at home is of no consequence. When boredom strikes, he immerses himself in video games or indulges in films and dramas he has pre-downloaded. In the residence group, his pleas echo incessantly each day, accompanied by frenzied tirades born of desperation. Zhang Yi, you heartless scoundrel. You could allow us all to live a little longer. Why are you so selfish? You are destined to be alone for a lifetime. Do you not possess a heart? By refusing to assist us, you shall spend the remainder of your days engulfed in guilt and regret. Faced with the neighbor's vitriol, Zhang Yi's response was remarkably straightforward. He decided to broadcast himself dining live in the group, recording his life for all to witness. Greetings, dear family members. Today, I shall prepare a dish of braised pork. With that, a slab of pork belly weighing no less than 2 pounds was unceremoniously cast onto the cutting board. The neighbors in the group were filled with envy. How can one use so much pork belly for braised meat? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me, please. Zhang Yi, you are not human. You are a beast. You do not deserve to savor that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't tasted anything oily in a week. I implore you to let me have a piece of pigskin. I would even settle for a sip of oil. Surely that is something you do not want? Please. I beg you. Those starved beyond measure found themselves utterly defenseless against such a rich, greasy delicacy. Zhang Yi executed his culinary tasks with zeal and through the screen. It seemed as though the neighbors could almost catch a whiff of the delectable aroma of braised pork. However, after a brief period of cooking, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. He picked up a piece of pork belly, took a bite, and promptly spat it into the trash bin. Too much soy sauce. Alas, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi usually cooked, he often prepared elaborate dishes. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he had overindulged in soy sauce, transforming what should have been a delightful dish into a mouthful of soy flavor. To make matters worse, the caramelization of sugar was poorly executed, leaving a bitter taste. How could one possibly enjoy this? Sigh, what a waste, such a tremendous waste. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation. He had intended to showcase his culinary skills, only to have it all fall apart. Regrettably, there were no stray dogs at home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to discard everything. With no other option, he poured the entire pot of pork into the trash. Instantly, the chat group erupted in chaos, with neighbors going wild. Don't throw it away. My mouth is the trash bin. I'm right here. Oh dear, why are you discarding it? Why? Hurry up and throw out your garbage. I'm coming to collect it. Young master, I have arrived late. May I inquire if you still require a dog? One to help you dispose of waste. Some were so incensed by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted on the spot. Their hearts bled for the loss. In the cold and frigid weather, with gas supplies cut off at home, cooking had become an insurmountable luxury. The desire for a warm meal had become a profound indulgence, let alone braised pork. They could scarcely bear to dream of such a delicacy. Yet, Zhang Yi had callously disposed of an entire pot. It was utterly outrageous. I might as well just eat something ready-made. As Zhang Yi shifted the camera, a beautifully arranged table appeared, adorned with an array of delectable dishes. The warm glow of the yellow lamps illuminated the table, rendering the food even more appetizing. With enthusiasm, Zhang Yi began to introduce each dish. Behold, this evening's feast includes oil-braised prawns, scallion-braised sea cucumber, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, sautéed fish slices, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, black fish roast soup, and candied yam. My dear friends, the dishes are served. Let us commence our meal. Zhang Yi propped his phone up, resembling a culinary live streamer, and eagerly picked up his chopsticks to indulge in the feast. The neighbors in the group chat were in a frenzy. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I bow to you. Zhang Yi, please let my child have a taste of the fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father, and I am your son. Just let me sip some soup. The cacophony of pleas filled the air, with some neighbors frantically calling Zhang Yi. Unfazed, he savored his meal with delight, relishing the sight of his neighbor's growing frustration, which only made the food taste even better. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth left the other residents of the building feeling as if their hearts were bleeding for them. Even the scraps discarded from Zhang Yi's table were considered a culinary delight. Yet, he offered them nothing. Meanwhile, in Sun Jichao's home, following the failed attempt to raid Zhang Yi's abode, their hopes of acquiring antibiotics had been dashed. Merely 2 days had passed, and the repercussions began to manifest. The 3 injured individuals experienced an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandage, the bloodstains began to take on an unsettling hue, manifesting an abnormal yellow. Sun Jichao could not restrain himself from tearing away the gauze to ascertain the situation. To his horror, he discovered that the wound had begun to fester. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of decaying animal carcasses, assaulted his senses. No, not like this. I do not wish to perish yet. Sun Jichao was overcome with fear and began to sob, his tears and snot flowing freely. Witnessing this scene, Sun Ping and Gu Jiaoyang were equally stricken with dread. They unveiled their own wounds, fervently praying to avoid infection. Alas, the aspirations of hope clashed cruelly with the harshness of reality. Had their injuries been mere abrasions, perhaps there might have been a chance for self-healing. However, they were afflicted by grievous puncture wounds, the rusted crossbow bolts deeply embedded in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and the lack of adequate nourishment and medication rendered the deterioration of their wounds an inevitable fate. The group emitted anguished cries, their despair bordering on madness. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably. Clutching her phone, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they have gone mad. I am so frightened. Please come to rescue me. I promise I will be obedient. I will do whatever you ask. After a while, Zhang Yi's reply arrived. Qinger, seeing you like this pains me greatly. However, I cannot leave. Qin Zhenghao is right next door. Why not come over instead? But do be cautious on your way. Do not let them collide with you. Yesterday, the neighbors beside me were all murdered by them, and with your delicate frame, you may become their target. Zhang Yi, with a face full of mockery, harbored a singular thought in his mind when confronted with Fang Yuqing. The epitome of a white lotus, to employ every conceivable means to torment her, leading her to an agonizing demise steeped in despair. Indeed, upon hearing that Qin Zhenghao resided next door, Fang Yuqing's expression contorted with inner turmoil. Qin Zhenghao had claimed far too many lives, instilling in her a paralyzing fear of risk. Brother Zhang, I am frightened. Could you come to fetch me? Do you not possess weapons? Zhang Yi cursed silently. You audacious wretch, how dare you demand my presence? I too wished to comply, but I was unsettled by their intimidation a few days prior. He hastily added, I feel rather fatigued. Farewell. As Fang Yuqing listened to the anguished cries from beyond the door, her complexion turned ashen. Yet, when she attempted to send another message to Zhang Yi, he had already disregarded her. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi's existence remained one of abundance and tranquility. No longer burdened by the need to work, he reveled in the freedom to slumber and awaken at his leisure, unencumbered by the trials of life or the scrutiny of others. Should anyone dare to provoke his ire, he would retort with scathing words, relishing the ease of his new life. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenghao plotted daily on how to eliminate him and seize his residence. Yet, for several consecutive days, Zhang Yi remained elusive. As long as Zhang Yi stayed hidden, Qin Zhenghao found himself devoid of any opportunity to confront him. Ironically, it was Qin Zhenghao who, having been placed under Zhang Yi's bounty, lived in constant trepidation. He grew increasingly distrustful of even his closest associates, clutching a firearm in his hand as he attempted to sleep. In no time, his nerves began to fray. After much contemplation, Qin Zhenghao finally discerned his next course of action. Zhang Yi, through surveillance, meticulously monitored the entire building. Any individual appearing in the corridor was within his sight. In recent days, he had observed that Qin Zhenghao seemed to be scheming something. Gradually, individuals began to enter Qin Zhenghao's abode. These newcomers were predominantly young and vigorous, all single and living alone. Some came voluntarily, while others were coerced by Qin Zhenghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Qin Zhenghao's entourage expanded to 10, surpassing his previous numbers. Zhang Yi realized the gravity of the situation. Qin Zhenghao, gripped by fear, sought to rally a group to shield himself from being murdered and subsequently collecting the bounty on his head. However, Zhang Yi perceived this tactic as merely a futile attempt to quench a thirst for survival with poison. Zhang Yi had already eliminated over 40 residents in the building, leaving approximately 70 inhabitants. According to predictions from his past life, the vast majority of households were on the brink of depleting their resources. Therefore, the next sustenance would inevitably be human flesh. With Qin Zhenghao amassing a cadre of subordinates, a massacre of the remaining residents was imminent. Yet, this also implied that Qin Zhenghao would need to provide sustenance for 10 individuals. Consequently, even if infighting ensued, it could not be sustained for long. Moreover, everyone harbored their own ulterior motives. The crippled Qin Zhenghao clung to power with a mere gun, which likely had only a few bullets remaining. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Kuer, inquiring about the situation with Qin Zhenghao. After a considerable delay, Zhou Kuer finally responded to Zhang Yi's inquiry. Qin Zhenghao and his companions have succumbed to madness. They have exhausted all food supplies and have resorted to cannibalism. I have not consumed anything for 2 days and feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. This revelation does not come as a surprise to Zhang Yi. If ever faced with the dire prospect of starvation, he would likely choose death over resorting to such barbarity. Of course, now that Zhang Yi enjoys plentiful food and drink, he harbors such thoughts. Yet, should he find himself in a similar plight of scarcity, he cannot predict what actions he might take. Zhou Kuer continued to inform Zhang Yi that they have been venturing out daily in search of survivors. Whenever they locate a residence with inhabitants, they breach it and slay the occupants. It is rather ironic that, having run out of supplies, the very individuals Zhang Yi had previously slain have inadvertently prolonged the lives of many. However, they have also faced resistance. The remaining survivors have banded together and suffered their own casualties. After a considerable pause, Zhou Kuer sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon reading this, Zhang Yi sensed the vulnerability of this aloof female doctor. It appeared that she had little faith in him now. In these uncertain times, when every individual struggles for survival, who possesses the capacity to care for others' fates? After much contemplation, Zhang Yi reached a resolution. Zhou Kuer, this woman, still holds value. He cannot allow her to perish so easily. It is no simple task to find a chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital, especially one with whom he is familiar. Help me with a task, and upon its successful completion, I shall ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The thrill of being sixth. Zhang Yi was willing to accept Zhou Kuer, yet she must present a declaration of allegiance. His demands were straightforward. She must be beneficial, pose no threat, and, most importantly, refrain from adopting a saintly demeanor. The first two conditions Zhang Yi felt confident about. However, he was curious whether Zhou Kuer could be resolute in critical moments. Thus, he entrusted her with the task. Zhou Kuer hesitated in responding, evidently grappling with her decision. Zhang Yi remained unperturbed, for time was on his side. Should Zhou Kuer fail this test, he would decisively abandon her. After all, Zhang Yi was in good health, with a low probability of falling ill, and he was not one to venture out carelessly, minimizing his risk of injury. Yet, the duration of Zhou Kuer's life remained uncertain. The following day, Zhang Yi rose at 10 o'clock in the morning. He threw off the velvet blanket and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After donning his workout attire, he began exercising on the treadmill. In a world fraught with peril, maintaining physical fitness was of utmost importance. A robust physique was essential for better handling impending dangers and avoiding illness. He sweated profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before finally stopping to take a hot shower. As he bathed, a sense of pride washed over him. Such indulgence was an unimaginable luxury for many in these times. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly wrapped himself in a towel and stepped out. He soon discerned a cacophony of curses emanating from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance, only to witness Zhou Peng outside his door, furiously hacking at it with 2 kitchen knives. Zhang Yi, come out. You spend all your time hiding in your house. You are nothing but a cowardly turtle, an utterly useless waste. Zhang Yi smirked slightly and replied, yes, you are absolutely right. And then what? How amusing it is that a worthless creature, unable to survive, dares to employ provocations against me. It seems you are the one in a greater hurry, doesn't it? Observing Zhou Peng's attempts to break down the door, Zhang Yi noticed that he was exerting force with his left hand while struggling to lift his right. It was evident that Zhou Peng's arm had succumbed to infection. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the swelling in his arm. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in his pockets, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Zhou Peng, do you find the sensation of infection unpleasant? During my biology class, the teacher once lectured us on the consequences of wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rusted metal enter your wound, it is akin to maggots discovering a decaying corpse, initiating a frenzy of reproduction. Your arm's wound must be at least several centimeters deep. The outside temperature is frigid, yet your flesh is warm. The bacteria thrive in that fertile environment, voraciously consuming your tissues. Soon, the wound begins to fester, oozing black fluid, and as the bacteria multiply, your injury expands. Ultimately, they will travel through your bloodstream, spreading throughout your entire body. As Zhang Yi vividly illustrated the scenario, Zhou Peng felt an increase in pain in his arm. Cold sweat poured down his face as he imagined bacteria coursing through his body, intent on devouring him whole. Even though he was aware that Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to intimidate him, the fear within could not be suppressed. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng had already lost his sanity. His arm had indeed begun to rot, and he knew he was doomed. In a final desperate attempt, he came forward. Yet this endeavor was destined to be futile. In the adjacent room, Chen Jinghao's subordinates heard Zhou Peng's frenzied shouts and inquired, shall we dispose of him? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jinghao replied, haven't you heard he's nearly dead from infection? Would you dare consume meat from a pig that died of disease? They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against taking such a risk. Zhou Peng pounded on the door for a while, cursing vehemently. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed before Zhang Yi's door, begging for mercy through tears. Zhang Yi spoke softly, you are as good as dead. Your wounds are festering, terminal. Rather than waiting for death, why not accomplish those things you dared not do while alive? Zhou Peng's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he sank into deeper despair. Was he truly to die? Fear enveloped him like an abyss. Yet, soon after, a surge of anger arose, unrestrained fury. I am about to die. What is there left to fear? He struggled to rise and kicked the iron door with all his might, intending to unleash a torrent of curses, but the door's unyielding nature nearly rendered him unconscious from the pain. Ignoring the agony, Zhou Peng stumbled back down the stairs. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze was vacant, and he vaguely perceived Sun Jichao roasting a knife with a candle before applying it to his own wounds. The sound of sizzling fat accompanied by wisps of blue smoke erupted, and Sun Jichao's eyes bulged in agony, despite biting down on the quilt. He could not suppress his painful wails. He seemed to believe that this would eradicate all the bacteria. How tragically ignorant. Cousin. Wang Min watched in despair as she looked at Zhou Peng, unsure of how to console him. She knew that Zhou Peng had little time left. The stench of decay from several bodies filled the room daily. Though life still lingered, their bodies were already decomposing. The depth of such suffering was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhou Peng disregarded Wang Min and rushed toward the room where Fang Yuqing was imprisoned. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing screamed in fright. Zhou Peng, what are you doing? Zhou Peng approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her. Yuqing, would you marry me? This pitiful lovesick fool, even as his life drew to a close, harbored the humble wish of marrying Fang Yuqing. In this apocalyptic world, how absurd yet profoundly humble such a request seemed. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose and replied, No, I do not wish to. Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for Fang Yuqing, even his own life. Yet, she had never felt a flicker of affection for him. No, you love me. You do love me. I will have you. Before I die, I want you to be my woman. Zhou Peng lost his sanity, unwilling to accept that he had given so much yet received nothing in return. If he could not have it, then he would destroy it. The individuals outside heard the commotion within, but paid no heed. To them, Fang Yuqing was the architect of their current plight. She deserved her fate. No. Get away from me. You stink. It's revolting. Fang Yuqing spat vehemently. How dare you call me foul? Zhou Peng retorted, his frustration boiling over as he suddenly tore away the bandage from his arm. At that moment, his wound swelled grotesquely, appearing dark and purplish, with pus oozing in a horrifying manner. In a macabre display, he clawed at the rotting injury and forced the putrid flesh into Fang Yuqing's mouth. This is what you get for insulting me. She gagged in disgust, yet Zhou Peng relentlessly stuffed the decaying meat into her mouth. A sinister grin crept across his face as he reveled in the degradation of his goddess, experiencing an unprecedented thrill. Chapter 65. Zhou Kuer's resolution. Zhou Peng ripped off Fang Yuqing's clothing, unfazed by the frigid temperature plummeting below 60 degrees. Fang Yuqing lay there, too weak to resist, her eyes vacant. However, upon removing his trousers, he confronted a harsh reality. He was utterly incapacitated. The extreme cold, coupled with his diminished physical state, rendered him ineffective. Get up. You must rise. Zhou Peng anxiously tried various methods, but to no avail. It seemed he had lost all sensation. Observing his plight, Fang Yuqing sneered, You are truly useless. The room echoed with Zhou Peng's despairing roar, reminiscent of a teddy bear caught in a vice. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Kuer ultimately provided a definitive response to Zhang Yi. She understood that this was a test set forth by him, although fraught with peril. She realized that if she did not take action, it would not be long before she met her demise at the hands of Chen Zhenghao and his cohorts. She had to take a chance. That evening, Chen Zhenghao and his associates were seated in the living room, instructing a subordinate to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Zhou Kuer, observing them from a corner, suddenly rose and declared, I shall assist him. Chen Zhenghao cast a cold glance in her direction, his smile unsettling. Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Zhou Kuer felt a chill run through her, as if her very blood had begun to congeal. Chen Zhenghao continued, 2 days without sustenance is unbearable for anyone. Dr. Zhou, for the sake of survival, there's no shame in it. Zhou Kuer felt a slight release of tension within her. Biting her lip as she replied, You are correct. I do not wish to die. I wish to live. Chen Zhenghao, believing Zhou Kuo had come to a realization, nodded and said, That is for the best. You still hold some value to me. I do not wish to see you perish so soon. Zhou Kuo took a deep breath and silently turned to assist in the kitchen. The space was drenched in blood. Even with her nose blocked, she could perceive the overwhelming stench. She suppressed her discomfort and approached the subordinate preparing the meal, who bore a vacant expression and said nothing, merely gesturing toward an axe and shattered furniture nearby, indicating that she should chop wood for the fire. Zhou Kuer complied without hesitation. In these times of scarce resources, Cooking necessitated the burning of furniture for fuel. In the kitchen, a makeshift stove had been hastily constructed, upon which a cast-iron pot rested. As the flames flickered to life, the snow within began to gradually melt, transforming into water. However, this melted snow was far from pristine. It was particularly turbid, laden with impurities. Yet, the prospect of having something to eat was a blessing, and no one seemed inclined to be finicky about it. Zhou Ku'er kept a vigilant eye on the young man, while simultaneously monitoring the commotion outside the kitchen. Beads of perspiration formed on her palms, for the forthcoming action, if discovered, would surely spell her doom. After a brief interval, the young man tossed the ingredients into the pot, carelessly adding a sprinkle of seasoning. "Watch closely," he remarked coldly before exiting the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er waited for what felt like an eternity, ensuring the coast was clear before cautiously retrieving a small vial from her pocket. In a flurry of anxiety, she unscrewed the cap and poured a considerable quantity of white powder into the simmering broth. Once this was accomplished, she hurriedly stowed the vial back into her pocket. At that moment, she could feel her heart racing like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled with tension. With a determined swallow, she grasped a ladle and stirred the powder into the pot. Despite the perilous nature of the undertaking, no unforeseen mishaps occurred. This was not a film, devoid of dramatic twists. The harshness of their environment had rendered everyone numb, incapable of imagining that Zhou Ku'er would dare to poison their meal. At midday, Zhou Ku'er presented a large pot of food at the table, and they immediately approached with reddened eyes, eager to feast. In a bid to gain their trust, she filled a bowl with soup and quietly retreated to her room. No one is concerned for her. Everyone is solely focused on savoring a warm meal. Warm food signifies life. Each additional bite offers a glimmer of hope for survival. After returning to her room, Zhou Ku'er sat on her bed with a bowl of soup in hand. She then began her silent vigil. She had poured a substantial quantity of sleeping pills into the pot, over half a bottle. These pills take effect swiftly. Just one can induce slumber within 30 minutes. Particularly after a meal, when blood naturally pools in the stomach, one becomes easily drowsy. Such a large dosage would render even an elephant into a deep sleep. As a physician, Zhou Ku'er was acutely aware of the extent of drowsiness this dosage would induce. Unless subjected to extreme stimulation, it would be nearly impossible to awaken in a short time. Before long, Zhou Ku'er could hear the rhythmic sounds of snoring emanating from the living room. Cautiously, she ventured into the space, discovering that everyone lay asleep on the sofas and chairs. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. "I administered a significant amount of sleeping pills. They are all unconscious now. What do you plan to do next?" Just a wall away was Zhang Yi's residence. He had been awaiting Zhou Ku'er's update to ascertain her success in fulfilling the task. Only by proving her worth could she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's game. Upon reading her message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed her, "Drag them out onto the balcony." He would not go himself, wary of falling into a trap. Zhou Ku'er bit her lip and ultimately responded, "All right." For an ordinary person, the situation would undoubtedly be terrifying. The sudden awakening of Chen Zhenghao and his associates could spell doom for her. However, Zhou Ku'er, as a seasoned physician, possessed a profound understanding of the effects of the medication. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she methodically dragged Chen Zhenghao and the others one by one, discarding them onto the balcony. Despite the biting cold outside, they would remain in a deep slumber for the foreseeable future, as those entrenched in such a state of unconsciousness often do. In fact, the frigid air would prompt their bodies to instinctively lower their temperatures, entering a state of dormancy to prolong their existence. Zhang Yi observed every detail from his vantage point by the window. He was acutely aware of the number of individuals under Chen Zhenghao's command. Nothing could escape his scrutiny through the surveillance. Only when he witnessed Zhou Ku'er, breathless yet determined, successfully transporting each individual outside, did he nod in satisfaction. "What must I do next?" Zhou Ku'er inquired, her voice trembling. "That's sufficient. Just wait a moment," Zhang Yi replied, setting his phone aside and retreating to the bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a thick, insulated coat from an alternate dimension and donned it. He then secured 10 ropes, each the thickness of a child's arm, around his waist. In his left hand, he grasped a readied crossbow, while a formidable machete was slung across his back. Yet, sensing a lingering insecurity, he retrieved a handgun, previously untouched since its acquisition, and disengaged the safety, firmly gripping it in his hand. With this arrangement, a sense of security enveloped him. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, He reached out to unlock the door of the glass panel. The process is intricate, with the door lock featuring fingerprint recognition, electronic mechanisms, and a physical lock, comprising 3 layers in total. Once the lock was disengaged, Zhang Yi stepped onto the balcony. The biting cold wind swept over him. However, through his professional-grade thermal attire, the chill felt less profound. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the superiority of high-quality cold-weather gear. By the window, Zhou Ku'er stood with her arms crossed, shivering as she watched him. "Are you going to kill them?" Zhang Yi smirked, raising the firearm in his hand. Aimed not only at the nefarious individuals on the ground, but subtly at Zhou Ku'er as well. He casually tossed the ropes at her feet. "It's not me. It's you." Chapter 66. The token of loyalty. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body leaning against the window frame, ready to retreat to the safety of the room at the slightest hint of danger. Chen Jinghao and his henchmen were sprawled on the adjacent balcony, appearing unconscious. Yet, Zhang Yi could not ascertain the veracity of their state. What if this was a ruse devised in collusion with Zhou Ku'er to ensnare him? It was conceivable that upon his approach, they would rise and eliminate him. Moreover, a gap of several centimeters separated the 2 balconies, the stainless steel railing particularly slippery in the snow. Should he attempt to climb over, a mere push from Zhou Ku'er could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi directed his firearm toward Chen Jinghao and his associates on the ground. Use those ropes to bind their hands behind their backs. Additionally, I recall that Chen Jinghao possesses a firearm. Bring it to me. Zhou Ku'er wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had gone without food for 2 days, subsisting only on a meager amount of water, and had dragged 10 individuals onto the balcony, utterly devoid of strength. Observing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, even his reluctance to offer assistance, she bit her cracked lips and said indignantly, "You are being excessively careful. Caution prolongs life, yet I will not put myself at even the slightest risk." Zhang Yi replied coolly. Faced with Zhang Yi's gun, Zhou Ku'er had no choice but to comply with his orders. She picked up a rope and firmly bound the hands of those individuals behind their backs. As she retrieved a handgun from Chen Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also trained on her head. "Remove the magazine and toss it over here," he commanded. Zhou Ku'er gazed at Zhang Yi, biting her lip, and asked, "How can I trust you? What if, after I do all this, you turn against me?" Zhang Yi responded, "At this moment, your only option is to trust me. Only by placing your faith in me can you hope to survive in this dire situation." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ku'er realized that her only recourse was to trust Zhang Yi. Unable to breach her moral boundaries, to resort to cannibalism. She was destined to perish from starvation. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she removed the magazine from the handgun and tossed it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced sideways to confirm that it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun and instructed Zhou Ku'er, "You may return to the room now." With great caution, Zhou Ku'er made her way back inside, her heart racing with trepidation. As the possibility of Chen Jinghao and his companions regaining consciousness loomed, Zhang Yi could retreat to the safety of the room, whereas she faced certain demise. Yet, as Zhang Yi aptly pointed out, she had no alternatives. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Yi did not hastily cross the balcony. Instead, he retrieved Chen Jinghao's firearm from the floor, glancing at the magazine, which still contained 3 rounds. He discarded the weapon into an alternate dimension and re-entered the room to procure a length of hose from the bathroom. Subsequently, he directed a torrent of water towards the group of individuals on the balcony. The decision to refrain from gunfire stemmed from a desire to conserve ammunition and to avoid attracting undue attention that could complicate matters further. With a resounding splash, water gushed forth from the hose, traversing a distance of 3 to 4 meters to drench Chen Jinghao and his compatriots. The stark contrast between the 20-degree warmth inside the room and the frigid -70 degrees outside created an almost 100-degree temperature differential. This caused the initially warm water to emit steam as it was released. However, upon contact with their bodies, it instantaneously began to freeze. Observing this chilling spectacle, Zhou Ku'er instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, contemplating the cruelty of succumbing to such an icy fate. At that moment, the onslaught of icy water gradually roused the group from their stupor. The freezing liquid seeped into their very beings, encasing them in ice. "Ah!" A young Karami, his lips turning a shade of purple, emitted a terrified scream. He attempted to rise, only to discover his hands bound tightly behind him. The ground was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, causing him to slip repeatedly, rendering any effort to stand futile. Chen Jinghao, too, was jolted awake by the frigid water splashing against his face. He wore a look of astonishment, only to suddenly realize that he had been drugged. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder who had administered the drug. The relentless cold water that cascaded over him enveloped him in a frigid abyss, sending piercing chills coursing through his body, as if 1,000 needles were pricking every pore. Everyone around him awakened, emitting terrified screams. Yet, they struggled in vain. Unable to rise due to the cramped space of 10 individuals on the balcony, each hindering the other. Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao roared upon spotting Zhang Yi across the balcony, where a pipe was spraying them with water. Finally, Zhang Yi emerged from the room. A narrow gap opened in the once impenetrable window. Unfortunately, his hands were bound, and he could see his life slipping away. You've caused enough chaos. It's time for you to die, Zhang Yi said coldly. Chen Jinghao and the others had slaughtered nearly half of the neighbors in the building, their numbers almost rivaling Zhang Yi's. If they allowed him to live, it would not be long before he would retaliate with equal ferocity. Although Zhang Yi was unafraid, he deemed it prudent to eliminate them. He would not gamble with his own life. What could be safer than death? Chen Jinghao and the others strained with their last vestiges of strength, howling in defiance. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not rise. The icy water cascaded over their faces, flooding their mouths and seeping into their collars. Their clothes became drenched, solidifying into rigid blocks of ice. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground, stripped of their voices, their bodies turning blue and purple as they convulsed. 3 minutes later, they were utterly motionless, having transformed into 10 massive ice blocks. 5 minutes later, the mass of ice had grown even larger, congealing into a solid block of frost. In an effort to conserve water, Zhang Yi ceased his spraying. With such a freeze, and lacking modern medical intervention, survival was impossible. He retreated to his room, securing the floor-to-ceiling windows with great care. After shedding his thick winter attire, he called Zhou Kuer. You have passed the test. You may come over now. In the adjacent room, Zhou Kuer heard Zhang Yi's voice, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally began to dissipate. She trembled as she replied, "All right. I will be there immediately." Grabbing her medical kit, she hurriedly flung open the door, escaping the hellish confines of her room. Zhang Yi unlocked the heavy security door, disengaging its 4 locks, then stepped back 2 paces, raising his handgun towards the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance monitor, confirming that Zhou Kuer's condition was satisfactory before using his mobile app to unlock the final electronic door. "You may enter." Zhou Kuer, standing outside, heard his voice and lifted her cold, pale hand, pushing against the door with all her might. The door was heavy, and her efforts were laborious. Yet, as a sliver of space appeared, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her. A spark of excitement ignited in Zhou Kuer's eyes. It had been far too long since she had felt such warmth. With renewed vigor, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. In that moment, entering felt akin to stepping into paradise. The icy chill that had once enveloped her was rapidly dissipating, replaced by an intoxicating warmth, as if she had immersed herself in a soothing bath. Gradually, she began to experience an unbearable, searing sensation. After all, she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, with 2 of those being down jackets. In the sweltering 27°C temperature of Zhang Yi's home, the heat became intolerable. Thus, disregarding the handgun he pointed at her, she hastily removed her garments. Chapter 67. Prove your harmlessness. The heat within the room was stifling. Zhou Kuer felt as though she were roasting in an oven, particularly uncomfortable in her down jacket. Ignoring the gun aimed at her, she quickly shed the thick layers to find some relief. She gasped for air, her eyes glistening with tears that betrayed her inner turmoil. It was so warm, too warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was indeed the ideal environment for human existence. Yet, she had long been deprived of this simple joy. Have you forgotten something? For instance, this is my home, and you have yet to fully pass my test, Zhang Yi said coldly. It was only then that Zhou Kuer remembered the man before her. The muzzle of Zhang Yi's gun remained steadfastly directed at her. She struggled to muster a faint smile. You are quite cautious, I see. I have followed your instructions, dealt with your enemies. Surely that is enough to earn your trust? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Those individuals were also a significant nuisance to you. Your elimination of them was not solely for my sake. You had your own survival to consider. Removing them merely demonstrates your utility, fulfilling the basic requirement to become my assistant. However, you must now prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi articulated the crux of the issue. After enduring a prolonged existence in a post-apocalyptic world, he was reluctant to place his trust in anyone. for he understood that regardless of one's past character, the trials of the apocalypse could strip away humanity. He could only rely on himself. It was the sole means of survival in such a desolate landscape. Zhou Kuo felt a sense of helplessness. She had complied with Zhang Yi's demands, yet remained uncertain about how to earn his trust. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her unwillingness to abandon this warm abode. "What must I do for you to believe that I pose no threat?" Zhou Kuo gazed at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with imploring desperation, bordering on a humble plea. Zhang Yi scrutinized her and cautiously inquired, "You aren't concealing any weapons, are you?" Zhou Kuo, at a loss for words, raised her hands. "Look, in this manner, it is impossible for me to hide any dangerous weapon." Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive as he brandished his firearm. "Raise your hands." His intent was clear, a search to ensure that Zhou Kuo bore no concealed weapons. Initially, Zhou Kuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, she recognized that she held no bargaining power in this situation. Zhang Yi's home was far too inviting. In stark contrast to the environment she had previously inhabited, it was nothing short of paradise. She understood well that to attain certain desires, one must be willing to pay an equivalent price. "All right, I understand." Zhou Kuo summoned her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a perceptive woman, aware of the sacrifices required to obtain what she sought. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed intently upon her, vigilant against any sudden emergence of a lethal weapon. This was solely for safety. A man of his virtue would harbor no ulterior motives. Zhou Kuo slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached, conducting a thorough search. "Is this sufficient now?" Zhou Kuo inquired after he had completed his inspection. Zhang Yi confirmed that she was unarmed, then glanced at the medical kit on the floor and suggested, "I recommend you take a shower first." Zhou Kuo's face flushed deeper. It had indeed been quite some time since her last bath, and she might carry an unpleasant scent. But such circumstances were beyond her control. In her embarrassment, she hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Zhang Yi retrieved some women's clothing from an alternate space and tossed them outside the bathroom door. "Here are some clean clothes for you. Please try them on. I selected a set based on your measurements. If they do not fit, I shall find something else." Having spent considerable time managing the storage room, Zhang Yi had developed a keen eye and could easily discern Zhou Kuo's clothing size. Inside the bathroom, she responded with a soft acknowledgement, followed by the sound of running water. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opening it to inspect its contents. He discovered it was nearly devoid of medication, containing only a few rolls of nearly depleted bandages and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's contemplation, he took the syringes, placed them into the alternate space, and closed the medical kit. He sat leisurely on the sofa, awaiting Zhou Kuo to finish her shower before continuing their conversation on other matters. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Kuo turned on the shower, and as the warm water cascaded over her head, tears filled her excited eyes. It is only after losing something that one truly comprehends the essence of happiness. In the mundane aspects of daily life, she had never recognized their significance. Yet, with the onset of calamity, she realized the preciousness of those simple things. After millennia of human civilization, the conveniences and comforts it has afforded have rendered them increasingly fragile. Having gone without a bath for half a month, Zhou Kuo washed herself with meticulous care. After half an hour, she suddenly remembered that she was at Zhang Yi's home and hastened her washing, for water resources had become exceedingly valuable. Zhang Yi, however, offered no objections nor urged her to hurry, as he had an ample supply of water. Even in extreme circumstances, there was an abundance of snow and ice available for use. Human activity had been suspended, and the natural melted snow was remarkably clean, even potable. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open. Zhang Yi glanced over to see a steaming arm emerging from within, reaching for the clothes he had set outside. Moments later, Zhou Kuo emerged, clad in a nightgown, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held a gun in his hand, yet he remained oblivious to her allure, his gaze still brimming with caution. Until he could ascertain the trustworthiness of this woman, he would not lower his guard. Regardless of whether they appear to be delicate women or innocent children, in a post-apocalyptic world, they may prove to be formidable threats. "Thank you, Zhang Yi. It has been a considerable time since I last bathed, and I have squandered your water. You do not hold it against me, do you?" Zhou Kuo's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. Entering the abode of a stranger, she felt an overwhelming sense of restraint. Especially now, She was entirely unaware of the true nature of Zhang Yi. In such circumstances, it is always prudent to exercise caution and respect. She certainly did not wish to incite Zhang Yi's ire and risk being cast out. Transitioning from modesty to opulence is a simple endeavor. Yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Having experienced the comforts of a safe haven, who would willingly return to a frigid, desolate wilderness? Chapter 68. Today's agreement. Zhou Ku'er observed the lingering wariness in Zhang Yi's demeanor and could not help but think, no wonder he thrives so effortlessly in this apocalypse. Please, have a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards the sofa beside him, his firearm having been drawn at some point unbeknownst to her. Obediently, Zhou Ku'er settled onto the sofa 2 meters away, her hands clasped demurely on her lap, resembling an obedient child. Listen closely. I have permitted you to reside here because you possess certain value to me. However, you must always bear in mind that this is my home. Your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you are obliged to adhere to all my commands. Should you fail to comply, I will unceremoniously expel you. If you entertain any inappropriate intentions towards me, and I uncover them, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. As Zhou Ku'er absorbed Zhang Yi's cold declarations, she inwardly scoffed, truly heartless. Though she understood Zhang Yi's reasoning, she would have felt a semblance of warmth had he expressed himself with a touch more gentleness. Little did she realize that Zhang Yi had indeed shown tenderness before, but it had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi then gestured towards a room. Their home was structured as a 3-bedroom apartment. Aside from the master bedroom occupied by Zhang Yi, there were 2 additional guest rooms. You will reside in that particular room. However, let it be known that every nook and cranny of the house is under surveillance. You will always be within my watchful gaze, devoid of any privacy. The door is a security door, constructed with materials only slightly thinner than the main entrance, yet it cannot be opened by mere human strength. The key rests in my possession, and you will only be granted exit during periods I permit. Should you have any objections? Zhang Yi pointed to the main door. You may leave at this very moment. Zhou Ku'er had no intention of departing. Even if Zhang Yi's conditions were harsh, this abode, in stark contrast to the unforgiving world outside, felt akin to paradise. She nodded, affirming her compliance. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Zhou Ku'er's obedient demeanor greatly pleased Zhang Yi. Truly, she was a woman of intellect, making communication effortless. Had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, those delicate creatures might have wept and protested. It was only fitting that they succumbed in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi holstered his weapon and adjusted the position of another firearm. He gazed at Zhou Ku'er, his tone softening slightly. You are quite astute. This will facilitate our interactions moving forward. You should grasp the nature of the hell that lies beyond these walls. Apart from relying on me, you have no other means of survival. Therefore, I must now divulge a secret to you, so listen closely. Zhou Ku'er widened her eyes in astonishment. A secret? You are willing to share it with me? She believed that for someone as cautious as Zhang Yi, any secret he might easily disclose would undoubtedly be far from simple. Zhang Yi replied, revealing this secret serves to ensure your loyalty to me. However, if you were to betray that trust, I would not be overly concerned. After all, in this world, everyone struggles for self-preservation, and I fear no one who could pose a threat to me. He shrugged, remarking that those who previously sought to kill him had all been eliminated, a fact Zhou Ku'er had witnessed herself. Zhou Ku'er nodded, gazing earnestly at Zhang Yi, eager to discover the nature of his revelation. Zhang Yi spoke deliberately, explaining that the cause of the recent snow disaster, as you may have observed online, was due to the explosion of a supernova, resulting in a gamma-ray burst. Such radiation can have significant effects on the human body, potentially leading to mutations. Thus, I have acquired a unique ability, the possession of an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou Ku'er's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued, stating that the reason he has managed to live so freely until now is that his space contains a vast store of resources. Otherwise, as you can see, this house alone cannot accommodate a substantial amount of supplies. Therefore, my survival enables you to partake in those resources, ensuring that there is food to eat and hot water for bathing. If I were to perish, this house would swiftly become indistinguishable from any other. You would still succumb to hunger. Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Ku'er, despite his awareness of her benevolence. He placed his faith solely in self-interest, rather than in human nature, for the latter can be distorted with little effort. Only by conveying to Zhou Ku'er that my existence is essential for yours would she become irrevocably bound to his interests. To foster her trust, Zhang Yi produced a long sandwich from an alternate dimension and tossed it to Zhou Kuo. Witnessing this astonishing feat, her astonishment gave way to a flicker of trust. Superpowers? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Gazing at the sandwich in her hand, she swallowed hard, hesitating to take a bite, instead awaiting Zhang Yi's command. Such a substantial piece of bread, left unattended, could sustain an entire family. Not to mention, she had not eaten for 2 days. Zhang Yi calmly instructed, "Eat, it is yours." Unable to resist any longer, Zhou Kuo took a hearty bite. Observing her hurried consumption, Zhang Yi, concerned she might choke, offered her a glass of water. As Zhou Kuo devoured the bread, this fast food she had once scorned now brought her to tears of gratitude. Goodness, how could a mere piece of bread taste so exquisite? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi softly articulated the rules of their cohabitation. "I do not place much trust in you, so you must be sensible. Keep the place tidy and prepare meals. Do not wait for my instructions." The sewage system has long since frozen over, necessitating the use of specialized plastic bags for restroom visits, which are then discarded through a concealed window hatch. Henceforth, this task will fall to you. In essence, you are now my domestic servant, expected to earn your comfortable living conditions and sustenance through labor. Is that understood? I do not tolerate idleness within my household. Zhou Kuo devoured her meal ravenously, nodding repeatedly. "I understand, and master," she uttered shyly. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, impressed by her quick adaptation. No wonder she managed to become an attending physician at such a young age. Seeing her satiated, a smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips as he rested his chin in his hand, his gaze lingering on her alabaster neck. "Do you know," he began, "why, among all the residents of this building, I chose you, despite our lack of familiarity?" Zhou Kuo pursed her lips. "Because I am a doctor. You may lack nothing, but you cannot guarantee immunity from illness or injury." Zhang Yi nodded slightly. "That is the first reason. Although my health is robust, one must always take precautions." He retrieved a half-empty bottle of red wine from beneath the coffee table and, as if by magic, produced 2 stemmed glasses. He poured 2 servings, pushing one towards Zhou Kuo. "Now, the second reason. Do you know why?" Zhou Kuo accepted the wine, pausing momentarily before taking a sip. A glimmer of understanding dawned in her eyes. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Because I am a woman, and a rather beautiful one at that." The woman possessed a profound self-awareness. Zhou Kuo set down her goblet and rose to her feet. In the presence of Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi, shedding any pretense of virtue, was burdened by a plethora of pent-up energy after more than half a month of restraint. He sought a means to alleviate it. Thus, the arrangement for today was made. Chapter 69. A restful slumber this night was destined to be interminably long. Zhou Kuo had secured the warm room she desired. At last, she could indulge in a comfortable sleep for the first time since the apocalypse loomed. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside, concealing the sole key. Business was business, yet certain principles must be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Kuo as a kind-hearted individual, allowing her entry and survival was already an act of immense mercy. In the foreseeable future, he could not afford to lower his guard. He first took a shower before retreating to the bedroom for rest. After a prolonged slumber, he awoke refreshed, his gaze brighter than usual. The presence of a woman by his side added a touch of joy to life. The solitude he often experienced raised concerns of a potential mental breakdown. After all, humans are inherently social beings. However, this was contingent upon Zhou Kuo being obedient and entirely harmless. Upon checking the surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Zhou Kuo was still soundly asleep on the bed. She had not rested properly in quite some time, resulting in her deep slumber, undisturbed even now. Raising an eyebrow, he donned his attire and proceeded to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he entered the living room, prepared to have breakfast. Zhang Yi retrieved some provisions from the alternate space and laid them upon the coffee table. He arrived at Zhou Kuo's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked gently, calling out, "Come out and have something to eat." It was rather amusing. Despite the fact that he was fully aware of everything within the room, he still chose to knock out of courtesy. After all, if they were to coexist in the long term, a fundamental level of respect was essential. Zhou Kuo's voice floated softly from within, tinged with a hint of fatigue. "All right, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi approached the dining table, picking up a beef and cheeseburger, and as he ate, he made his way to the window. After a night had passed, the massive ice formation next door had grown even larger, blanketed in fresh snow, with the distorted shapes of 10 corpses faintly visible within. Zhou Kuo emerged from her room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. As a proud graduate of a prestigious medical school, she had always held herself in high esteem, treating men with indifference. This was why she had remained chaste until now. For those of high society placed immense importance on such matters. Yet, unexpectedly, she had not reserved herself for her husband or even a lover. Instead, in this apocalyptic world, she had exchanged that which was sacred for survival with a man she hardly knew. However, the sight of Zhang Yi, his tall stature, and the composed, rational beauty of his features brought her an unusual sense of comfort. Women often harbor a unique sentiment for their first man. Zhang Yi found himself quite taken with Zhou Ke, for her beauty was undeniable. What man could resist a figure as exquisite as hers? Yet, the notion of love was far from the present reality. Perhaps, in due time, as trust blossomed between them, he too would gradually invest his affections. After all, living in a post-apocalyptic world is exhausting for an individual. One inevitably requires emotional solace. Zhang Yi gestured towards the table where food was laid out for Zhou Ke. Upon glancing over, she discovered a steaming array of hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries, delicacies that Zhang Yi had procured in abundance from fast food establishments such as KFC and McDonald's prior to the calamity. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of the alternate space, these treats still retained their warmth. Zhou Ke swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure, and approached to seize a hamburger. Devouring it with fervor, what once seemed beneath her dignity now tasted sublime, bringing her to the brink of tears. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had polished off the entire spread. Reclining in her chair, she contentedly released a satisfying belch. Noticing Zhang Yi's bemused expression, she shyly covered her mouth, a blush gracing her cheeks. However, Zhang Yi was unperturbed by her embarrassment. "Are you finished?" he inquired. Zhou Ke tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "Not quite full yet. But one shouldn't overindulge at once, as it may lead to gastrointestinal distress. So that means you're done? Come over and help," Zhang Yi instructed, gesturing towards the outside. Obediently, Zhou Ke made her way over. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of winter gear from the alternate space, and Zhou Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it was not her first encounter with such wonders, it still struck her as remarkably extraordinary. In her heart, her resolve to follow Zhang Yi solidified further. In this desolate world, the number of survivors was scant. Only by aligning oneself with powerful individuals could one enhance their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of winter gear to Zhou Ke for her to don, and he donned his own as well. "What are we to do?" Zhou Ke inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yi pointed to the block of ice on the neighboring balcony and commanded, "Go shatter that mass of ice." Zhou Ke shivered at the thought. The bodies had become one with the ice. If the ice were to be shattered, their remains would be scattered as well. They were undoubtedly deceased. Why take such action? Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it is simply my deep-seated disdain for them. Upon witnessing Zhou Ke's astonished expression, he added with a smile, "In this building, nearly everyone harbors a desire to eliminate me and seize my room and resources. I must do something to convey that I am not to be trifled with." He smirked, recalling how they regarded him as a timid turtle who merely hid at home. "Of course, I am indifferent to their opinions of me. However, over time, it becomes rather tiresome. It would do them good to remember." There was another reason that Zhang Yi chose not to disclose, one he deemed unnecessary to share with Zhou Ke. He was a man who repaid grievances in kind. Chen Zhenghao had made repeated attempts on his life, and Zhang Yi felt a simmering rage within him. To merely let them freeze to death seemed too lenient. Zhou Ke appeared to grasp his intent, pointing to herself in disbelief. "You cannot possibly expect me to do it again, can you?" She was utterly exasperated. It seemed that throughout this ordeal, she had been the sole contributor to the demise of Chen Zhenghao and his cohorts. Now that they were dead, why did Zhang Yi still seem so timid? Zhang Yi responded earnestly, "This is a matter of prudence. What if I go over there, and you close the window on me? Though my supplies are safely stored away, I need not worry about starvation. However, accustomed to a life of comfort, who would willingly seek out suffering?" Zhou Ke rolled her eyes, utterly bemused. Internally, she lamented the existence of such a cautious individual. She was no fool. How could she engage in actions that were detrimental to herself as well as others? Zhang Yi, unfazed by her reticence, gestured for her to proceed and then handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Ke noted that as he presented the bat, his posture was evidently defensive. Infuriated, she found Zhang Yi's excessive caution exasperating. Yet, despite her verbal reluctance, her body obediently accepted the baseball bat, and she vaulted over the railing to the adjacent balcony. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Intimidation. Zhou Kuer raised the baseball bat, gazing at the massive ice lump before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively brought the bat down with force. Having studied medicine, her aversion to corpses was not as severe. With a crack, the ice shattered into pieces. The recoil stung her hand, and she exclaimed in surprise as she dropped the bat. Frowning slightly, she rubbed her palm. How solid it was! Before Zhang Yi could utter a word, she stepped inside the house, returning with a hefty iron hammer in hand. This will do nicely, she declared with resolute determination. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, sensing that he had perhaps underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Kuer hefted the hammer and brought it down with great force. Given that the water spread was not excessive, the ice layer was not overly thick, and with her considerable strength, she succeeded in shattering a substantial chunk. Zhang Yi held his phone, capturing the entire event on video. After Zhou Kuer struck the first blow, her confidence grew, dispelling any remnants of fear. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the block of ice shattered into countless pieces. At that moment, the contents within were obscured, revealing a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, Zhang Yi was well aware of what lay inside. Once Zhou Kuer fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she crawled back. What purpose does this recording serve? She inquired curiously as she changed her clothes. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he sent the video to the homeowners group. Zhou Kuer suddenly understood. You intend to establish your dominance in the group, so they will think twice before bothering you? Zhang Yi replied with a subtle smile, not merely that. I aim to supplant Qin Zhenghao in their esteem. The neighbors held a far greater fear of Qin Zhenghao, for he wielded a gun and would not hesitate to storm in and eliminate them, seizing their resources. Even if Zhang Yi were to eliminate numerous foes, he would still be perceived as a furtive figure, lurking at home and relying on ambush tactics. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for a potential day when he might venture outside. Zhou Kuer nodded in support of Zhang Yi's strategy. He reclined on the sofa, perusing the dynamics of the chat group. Zhou Kuer nestled beside him, her legs elegantly together, resembling a delightful kitten. Her head rested against Zhang Yi as they both observed the reactions within the homeowners group, their demeanor akin to that of a pair of enamored lovers. Zhou Kuer's feelings for Zhang Yi stem from a sense of dependency, a manifestation of the innate admiration for the strong that resides within women. However, for Zhang Yi, she presently embodies more of a servantess role. As for the matter of love, that can be addressed in due time. Should it arise, he would not object. Yet, if feelings do develop, they are unlikely to be profound. Recently, the internet seems to have deteriorated somewhat. It took an entire minute for Zhang Yi to successfully upload a video. Evidently, the heavy snowfall has affected the surrounding communication towers. Nevertheless, as a nation renowned for its exceptional infrastructure, China boasts a telecommunications standard that ranks among the best in the world. Thus, it is not yet at a stage of complete communication breakdown, although long-distance connections may encounter significant interference. The neighbors, upon viewing the video, were intrigued and clicked to watch. When they beheld the gruesome demise of Qin Zhenghao and his associates, countless bursts of laughter erupted, mingled with tears. Qin Zhenghao, that fiend, has finally met his end. Xiao Chui, you may now rest in peace. At long last, he is dead. We can finally step outside. That wretched creature, it serves him right. Ha ha, ha ha. Weia. The neighbors harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Zhenghao. Had it not been for his instigation of a bloody rampage, many within this building would still be alive. Their relatives, friends, and loved ones were ruthlessly slain by Qin Zhenghao and his ilk. Such animosity is beyond the realm of mere words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Qin Zhenghao is dead. I, Zhang Yi, am responsible. Beside him, Zhou Kuer cast a lingering glance, her heart murmuring, wasn't it I who did this? Zhang Yi continued, from this moment forth, this building shall be under my stewardship. It was only then that the neighbors recalled that it was Zhang Yi who had released the video, in which Zhou Kuer also appeared. Zhang Yi, did you truly kill Qin Zhenghao? You are indeed remarkable. Thank you for ridding us of that despicable demon. Zhang Yi, do you have any food at home? I am nearly starving. My son has already perished, and my daughter too. Yet, I wish to live. Zhang Yi, do you have any provisions? Please share a morsel with me. I would do anything you ask. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's presence, the neighbors immediately clamored with desperate pleas. To them, the name Zhang Yi was synonymous with abundant resources, a symbol of sustenance. Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless. Their demeanor suggested they held little fear of him. He turned to Zhou Ku'er beside him and inquired, I killed Qin Jinghao. Yet why do they not fear me? Without hesitation, Zhou Ku'er replied, because. Compared to that madman Qin Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi, bemused, pointed at himself, a good person? Please, do not place such an accolade upon me. Yet Zhou Ku'er spoke with earnest conviction. In my eyes, you are indeed a good person, for you have never taken the initiative to kill. As for Qin Jinghao, he met his fate as he deserved. Zhang Yi smiled silently. He did not consider himself a good person, but at the very least, he felt he was not yet a bad one. This is because he has not yet been driven to the brink of despair, allowing him to retain the fundamental moral compass of humanity. At this moment, a voice message was sent. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Ku'er moved into your home? On what grounds do you allow Zhou Ku'er to stay, but not me? Why am I being excluded? She discerned a critical point. The Zhou Ku'er in the video was assisting Zhang Yi. It was highly likely that the two were together. Many felt a surge of envy. They had long dreamt of entering Zhang Yi's abode. It was rumored to feature a fireplace and resemble a greenhouse with a temperature of 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. The atmosphere was cozy and inviting, with an abundance of supplies filling the room, enough to last for a decade. Previously, they had attempted forceful incursions, but had ultimately failed. However, Zhou Ku'er's situation instilled a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do everything Zhou Ku'er can do, and I assure you I would excel beyond her. Please, allow me to enter your home. Zhang Yi, I must confess that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I am a man, I would. Zhang Yi found the declaration utterly shocking. Zhou Ku'er was also taken aback, while simultaneously feeling a slight sense of crisis. In truth, whether as a doctor or as a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, when it came to romantic pursuits with men, she was indeed not very adept. What if Zhang Yi encountered someone better in the future and neglected her? Zhou Ku'er bit her lip, resolutely deciding to showcase her worth and firmly hold onto Zhang Yi's support. The neighbors were consumed with envy and resentment towards Zhou Ku'er, clamoring for Zhang Yi to take them out as well. In particular, Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to madness upon seeing these messages. Zhang Yi, are you currently with Zhou Ku'er? She inquired, but Zhang Yi chose to ignore her. Fang Yuqing, however, was in a state of desperation. At that moment, she was huddled in a foul-smelling room, disheveled and resembling a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoliang had been dead for several days. Yet Fang Yuqing still harbored glimmers of hope and brightness within her heart. She believed that one day she would be able to step into Zhang Yi's abode and relish in a beautiful life. With her cracked hands trembling, she typed, Brother Zhang Yi, now that Qin Jinghao is deceased, may I come to stay with you? Did you not promise to live a good life with me? Did you not vow to ensure that I would be well-fed, warmly clothed, and live a life of happiness? You promised me. You must have me. You cannot be with any other woman. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that Fang Yuqing was still alive. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, You're not dead yet? Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with realization. So, it was Zhang Yi's belief that she had perished, which allowed that wretched Zhou Ku'er to reside in their home. It must be so. Now that he knew she was alive, he would surely choose her over Zhou Ku'er. Her excited lips trembled as she spoke to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, I am still here. You used to care for me so deeply. You wouldn't have changed your heart, would you? Do not allow Zhou Ku'er to remain in your home. Let me go instead. I am the one who loves you most dearly. Evict her from the house. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kai-ning noticed Fang Yuqing's peculiar behavior. Upon seeing the spark in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. The two rushed over, their faces twisted with rage, and exclaimed, Fang Yuqing, do not think you can abandon us to pursue a better life on your own. The three of them grappled for a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Kai-ning declared, Zhang Yi, I am no less than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I am far more considerate. And I would never treat you as a backup. Wang Min added, Zhang Yi, although I am a bit older, it is precisely that maturity which allows me to understand the importance of cherishing others. Young girls simply do not comprehend what it means to be gentle and caring. Please give me a chance. Zhang Yi regarded the scene as if watching a performance, chuckling at the messages filled with contention and the cacophony of their voices. Meanwhile, Zhou Ku'er felt an increasing sense of urgency, clinging tightly to Zhang Yi's arm, fearful that he might slip away. In Chapter 71, Do Not Contact Her. I fear she may misinterpret. Zhou Ku'er's proactive proximity brought a flicker of happiness and warmth to Zhang Yi's heart. although he was not easily swayed by women. He too required tenderness and affection. There was no denying that Zhou Kuo was a beauty, and it was entirely reasonable for her to have such an impact on him. He relished the process of her initiating closeness, and a sense of wicked amusement stirred within him. Would Fang Yuqing be driven to madness upon witnessing the intimate bond between herself and Zhou Kuo? Contemplating this, Zhang Yi promptly seized his phone and sent a selfie to both individuals. In the photograph, Zhou Kuo nestled beside him, her arm wrapped tightly around his. He then forwarded the image to Fang Yuqing, stating, "Qinger, you are a wonderful person. Regrettably, your arrival was too late. I have now encountered someone far better. You will wish us well, won't you?" Fang Yuqing was still desperately grappling for her phone. Ding dong. The three of them turned their attention to the sound of a notification. Each message from Zhang Yi represented a flicker of hope for their survival. However, the outcome revealed the affectionate demeanor between Zhou Kuo and Zhang Yi, unmistakably portraying them as a couple. Zhou Kuo surpassed them in every aspect. Her education, abilities, and beauty left them feeling utterly inadequate. Fang Yuqing, with her modest academic background, merely held a clerical position in a warehouse. In comparison to a refined and affluent figure like Zhou Kuo, she felt as though she had been annihilated without a trace. Consequently, an intense jealousy ignited within her. Zhang Yi, no, you cannot treat me this way. Qinger loves you. She loves you the most. She must be deceiving you. Her affections are not genuine. Grant me a chance, and I shall prove that I am the one who truly loves you. Zhang Yi scoffed, responding, "There is no need. My love for Kuo is indeed genuine. She far surpasses you in every way. How could I possibly forsake her for you? Do you believe you are worthy? Thus, let us refrain from further contact. I fear she may misunderstand." Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his words would undoubtedly drive Fang Yuqing to the brink of madness. He understood that he was the last vestige of hope for her in this apocalyptic world. To extinguish a person's hopes so completely was an exquisite pleasure, particularly in such a manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, destined only to be adored by men. Yet today, she found her presumed partner usurped by another woman. What compounded her agony was the undeniable truth that this woman was indeed more accomplished and more beautiful than she. The anguish and despair she felt were thus magnified. Overcome with regret, she wished to inflict harm upon herself, questioning her own blindness in failing to seize the opportunity to marry a man as splendid as Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to insanity, emitting frantic cries from the depths of her throat. "I refuse to believe this. Zhang Yi, you were my devoted admirer. You adored me for 2 years, so why, now that I am so proactive, do you not reciprocate? That wretched woman, why has she taken what is mine? You are truly despicable. Yes, it is all that vile Zhou Kuo's fault." Lin Caning and Wang Min, upon receiving Zhang Yi's message, pointed and laughed at Fang Yuqing. "Huh, you foolish woman, this is merely your comeuppance. How delightful to witness your downfall." Lin Caning, once Fang Yuqing's closest confidant, spat with contempt. With reddened eyes, Fang Yuqing attempted to message Zhang Yi again, only to find herself blocked. This signified that Zhang Yi had decisively chosen to sever ties with her entirely. Before long, she would perish in this apocalyptic world, and Zhang Yi found a twisted satisfaction in her torment and humiliation. He set down his phone, a blissful smile gracing his face. The more anguish this wretched woman endured, the more joy it brought him. Zhou Kuo nestled closely against him, gazing up at him with curiosity. As their eyes locked, a sudden frown crossed Zhang Yi's brow, and he grasped her delicate hand firmly. "Do you think me cruel?" Zhou Kuo's breath quickened, her face flushed with a mix of anxiety and excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this." Zhang Yi's gaze deepened, recalling how he had been treated by Fang Yuqing in his previous life. He had sacrificed everything for her, only to be betrayed, lured into opening his door, which led to him being devoured by neighbors. The excruciating pain was beyond human comprehension, especially when one must witness the dull blades severing their limbs, piece by piece. "You understand, then." Zhang Yi preferred not to elaborate further. It was beyond explanation, after all, as those events bore no relevance to Zhou Kuo. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuo eliminated Shen Zhenghao, a sense of tranquility enveloped them, at the very least. There would be no more incessant knocks or prying eyes next door. Shen Zhenghao remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Yi's decision to end his life was primarily due to the annoyance he had caused. The atmosphere around them lightened somewhat, less oppressive than before. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. As the apocalypse unfolded, the essence of humanity would grow increasingly distorted. Even in the absence of Qin Zhenghao, those who have tasted the thrill of violence may still resort to murder. Yet, what relevance does that hold for him? That morning, Zhang Yi rose from his slumber and made his way to the door of Zhou Kuer, assisting her in opening it. Zhou Kuer, her cheeks flushed, hurried to the restroom before returning to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her culinary skills were rather average, yet they surpassed Zhang Yi's own abilities. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi craved freshly prepared food, he would request her to whip something up. Naturally, before partaking in the meal, Zhang Yi would insist that Zhou Kuer sample the food first, ensuring its quality before he himself indulged. During their meal, Zhang Yi would peruse WeChat and the few remaining news outlets still operational. Presently, only a minuscule fraction of the software remained functional, largely due to the intervention of official entities. In the face of frigid temperatures, the majority of people found it nearly impossible to survive. Nevertheless, the higher-ups had contingency plans in place to weather the impending calamity, thus sparing a few so-called important figures. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face in the WeChat group, a certain Linda Ma, who had previously caused quite a stir. Linda Ma proclaimed, "The snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a key official in Jiangnan province. He informed me over the phone. You all must heed my words, or I shall have you all dragged out and executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food immediately." Yet, no one in the group paid her any heed. She had lost her grip on reality. However, her survival thus far was nothing short of a miracle. "I recall that Qin Zhenghao's first target was indeed her," Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer, seated across from him, subtly displayed a hint of sorrow. "When I initially visited Lin Xiaohu for treatment, I felt pity for them and thus provided them with some supplies." Chapter 72. Uncle Yu's borrowed medicine. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing this. Zhou Kuer, fearing Zhang Yi might view her as a benevolent saint, hurriedly explained, "At that time, the snow disaster had just begun, and I believed it would pass quickly." Zhang Yi smiled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and intertwining his fingers. "That is not the issue. The supplies you provided must have been consumed long ago. What has she relied upon to endure until now?" Zhou Kuer, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently placed it into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Lin Xiaohu had succumbed to death nearly 10 days prior due to the lack of medication. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging the logic in her statement. He suddenly chuckled. In the past, Lin Xuanxia always claimed that Lin Xiaohu was her heart's treasure, wishing to keep him close at all times. She certainly lived up to her words. Zhou Kuer couldn't help but cover her mouth, shooting a playful glare at Zhang Yi. "I'm in the midst of eating." "Ha ha." Zhang Yi, delighted by his successful jest, laughed heartily. He suddenly felt that sharing life with a woman brought much more joy, if only for the sake of conversation that wouldn't be so dull. In the midst of their dialogue, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. The two turned their gazes towards the window. Approximately 40 meters away, on the balcony of Building 18, a naked man stood, arms raised as he shouted into the wind. Suddenly, under the gaze of the two individuals, he plunged down like a diver. Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow slightly and couldn't help but sigh. When will this snow disaster come to an end? In this apocalyptic world, many have chosen to end their lives, unable to see a glimmer of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are beyond the grasp of humanity's current technological capabilities. As long as we are alive, that is what matters. While they were conversing, Zhang Yi's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he found it to be a call from Uncle Yu, the gatekeeper. Drawing from his past experiences in this life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two individuals, Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuer. Both had sacrificed for others and adhered to the moral standards of humanity until their demise. This was why he permitted Zhou Kuer to enter his home and become his servant. As for Uncle Yu, he was the second biggest hoarder of supplies in the entire building, second only to Zhang Yi himself. Even now, his stockpile remained relatively abundant. As a single man in his 40s, without children, and working as a gatekeeper, he tended to stockpile inexpensive noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi answered the call. "Hello, Uncle Yu." Zhang Yi, haha, how are you doing? Uncle Yu stammered, accompanied by an awkward chuckle. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that such behavior typically indicated that Uncle Yu had a favor to ask. Zhang Yi pondered internally. If Uncle Yu were to borrow supplies, he could certainly spare a little. After all, this gatekeeper had served as a soldier for 5 years, possessing commendable skills. In the future, should any troubles arise, he could be summoned as an ally, perhaps even to shield against danger. Thus, Zhang Yi was more than willing to extend some small favors to him. Uncle Yu, I'm managing well. It's just that with an additional person at home, the consumption of resources has accelerated, he remarked, casting a glance at Zhou Ku'er, who blushed slightly and continued to pick at her rice. Ah, that indeed poses a problem. With more mouths to feed, the food depletes more swiftly, Zhang Yi acknowledged. Uncle Yu's tone gradually diminished, as if he felt somewhat embarrassed to speak further. However, after a moment's hesitation, he ventured, Zhang Yi, I have a matter to discuss with you. Uncle Yu, there's no need for formality. Please, speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way I can, Zhang Yi encouraged. Uncle Yu, feeling shy, explained, it's about this. Xie Mei's daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever, and we have no medicine at home. She is burning up, and both her mother and I are nearly frantic with worry. Do you happen to have any medicine? As he spoke, Uncle Yu's voice trembled, imbued with a sense of desperation. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. To his surprise, Xie Mei had chosen Uncle Yu as a potential caretaker. The woman truly had an eye. Selecting a man who, among the many bachelors in the building, was second only to Zhang Yi himself in merit. Yet, recalling Xie Mei's circumstances from his previous life, Zhang Yi felt an immediate sense of understanding. She appeared pitiable, yet ultimately lived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as simple as she seemed. This year, Xie Mei is not yet 30, possessing an average beauty, but her figure has become quite voluptuous after childbirth. Uncle Yu, having remained a bachelor his entire life, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' private affairs. If Xie Mei could entice a man like the Yuanzhong to support her child, that was her own talent. Zhang Yi remarked, so that's how it is. Uncle Yu, congratulations. Uncle Yu felt a bit sheepish, replying, congratulations for what? It's merely cohabitating. You know my situation. If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't stand a chance at finding a wife. Zhang Yi said, I still have a few boxes of medicine here. Come over later to collect them. His tone was light, yet the mention of having a few boxes revealed a crucial piece of information. He, too, had very little antipyretic medicine left. Nevertheless, in this frigid weather and amidst scarce resources, he generously offered it to Uncle Yu. Consider this, ponder deeply, how honorable Zhang Yi truly is, and how benevolent he has been towards you. How could you not strive for him in return? Indeed, Uncle Yu was so moved that he found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Yi, how can I ever repay you? You've helped me immensely on 2 occasions. I, Yu Jiguang, vow here that whenever you need me, if I dare utter a no, I shall not be worthy of being called a man. Uncle Yu swore passionately. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, such words seem a bit distant. We are long-time acquaintances. To me, you are as dear as my own uncle. Do not bother with pleasantries. Come and fetch the medicine, Zhou Ku'er pouted, casting a mischievous glance at Zhang Yi and even sticking out her tongue in jest. It was then that she realized beneath Zhang Yi's austere and cautious exterior lay a rather cunning side. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ku'er curiously inquired, Is your relationship with Uncle Yu that close? Zhang Yi picked up his utensils and replied nonchalantly, The relationships between individuals are fundamentally rooted in mutual benefit. A truth that becomes even more pronounced in apocalyptic times. Uncle Yu is a benevolent man with formidable strength. Securing a favor from him may prove advantageous in the future. At this juncture, Zhang Yi paused momentarily before adding, Moreover, on a deeper level, I genuinely wish for the brilliance of his humanity to endure amidst this desolation. Such qualities are exceedingly rare. Chapter 73. The Cunning Mother. After a short while, Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door, followed by Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it is Yu Jiguang. Are you home? Habitually, he glanced at the surveillance monitor outside, only to furrow his brow in concern. Standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman cradling a child. Though she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xie Mei. What was her purpose for being here? Zhang Yi held a favorable view of Uncle Yu, yet he had no acquaintance with Xie Mei. His past experiences led him to perceive her as a woman of considerable complexity. Zhang Yi rose from his chair and approached the door. Zhou Ku'er merely cast a glance but took no action. In this household, Zhang Yi was indeed the master. Upon reaching the door, he refrained from opening it. Is it Uncle Yu? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Yes, it's me, Uncle Yu replied. At that moment, Xie Mei interjected. Her voice tinged with desperation. Zhang Yi, Our Tang Bao has a high fever that one tea subside. Please, help her. Zhang Yi retrieved a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine that he had prepared earlier, tossing them out through the opening. Quickly, take the medicine to the child. In times like this, illness is no trivial matter. Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the scattered medications, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. I can't express my gratitude enough. Xieli Mei accepted the medicine. Uncle Yu had intended to take her away. Yet a peculiar glimmer passed through her eyes as she spoke. Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask. Could you let the baby stay at your home for a while? I know you have a heater, which makes it much warmer. Our place is freezing. I'm worried she might get worse in this cold. Could you assist us with this? Uncle Yu was momentarily taken aback. During their journey here, Xieli Mei had not mentioned this to him. He felt a twinge of awkwardness, having not discussed this with Zhang Yi beforehand. Now, with Xieli Mei's unexpected request, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position, feeling a strain on his pride. Upon encountering Xieli Mei's forlorn gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. In the room, Zhang Yi, having heard her pleas, curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Pushing one's luck, are we? It must be Sister Xie, he mused. I truly regret to inform you that, given the current circumstances, I cannot permit anyone to enter. Moreover, the coal in their home was nearly depleted, and to be frank, the warmth inside was scarcely superior to that outside. Zhang Yi was not swayed by her eloquent words, which were ostensibly for the sake of the child. However, both he and Zhou Kuer lacked any experience in childcare, and even if they had, he had no intention of engaging in such trivial matters. Allowing the child inside would inevitably grant Xieli Mei the opportunity to enter under the pretense of caring for the child. Inviting in a deity is easy, but sending them away is arduous. Should she harbor any ill intent, Zhang Yi would find himself on perpetual guard. He had no desire to exert such effort. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly remarked to Xieli Mei, Zhang Yi has been considerate towards us, even providing medicine for the child. Let us return home and ensure the little one is warmly dressed to avoid the cold. Xieli Mei wiped her tears and, in a pitiful tone, retorted, What do you know, being a man? The baby is so small and exceptionally fragile. She then turned to Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, I recognize that this request may be somewhat inappropriate, but I am truly at my wit's end. My sister is aware of your kind heart, which is why she has mustered the audacity to make this appeal. I implore you, for the sake of the baby and in consideration of Brother Yu's reputation, to allow the child to stay with you for a while. With her words reaching this point, she had also entangled Uncle Yu in her plea. Generally speaking, unless one possesses a particularly hardened heart, they would relent under such circumstances. When one makes a considerable request of another, it is often wise to begin with a modest one. Once the individual acquiesces to the smaller demand, they may feel too hesitant to refuse the subsequent larger request. This illustrates that the woman in question is quite astute. Xieli Mei deliberately refrained from communicating with Uncle Yu in advance, waiting until Zhang Yi had delivered the medicine to propose that the baby stay at his residence. However, she underestimated the resoluteness of Zhang Yi's heart. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, he said, Sister Xie, if this request had been made before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed. As you know, everyone in this building is eager to seize my home and even my life. I am genuinely terrified and cannot allow strangers to enter. I trust you can understand this. Right? Uncle Yu, you must comprehend this as well. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling quite awkwardly caught in between. Nevertheless, his gratitude toward Zhang Yi prevented him from further complicating matters. Indeed, Zhang Yi has been exceedingly kind to us. Who else would be willing to provide us with medicine? Do you realize how challenging it is to obtain medication these days? Xieli Mei bit her lip, not contradicting Uncle Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. However, had he not allowed Zhou Kuer to reside in their home? Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully and replied, Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer felt a flicker of amusement, aware that Zhang Yi was merely placating the other party. Yet her lips curled into a subtle smile. For women, sweet words often hold greater significance than the stark truth. Even though she was fully aware of the deception, she would engage in self-hypnosis, convincing herself of its authenticity. Xieli Mei furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating her words. However, Uncle Yu did not possess her level of audacity. After all, Zhang Yi had assisted him on several occasions. He could not afford to lose face as a man. Thus, he grasped Xieli Mei's hand and, with a somewhat serious expression, said, Let us depart. We must not trouble others further. Zhang Yi has been quite generous to us. Let us not overstep our bounds. Noticing that Uncle Yu is genuinely upset, Xiao Mei immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. I understand. I do not wish to act in such a manner either. It is all for the sake of the child. Uncle Yu turned to the room and said, I apologize, Zhang Yi. Please do not hold it against her. I am truly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Zhang Yi replied, It is nothing. Such feelings are quite understandable. Let us continue to support one another. Through the surveillance footage, Zhang Yi observed Uncle Yu escorting Xiao Mei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and remarked to Zhou Kuer, This woman is somewhat troublesome. Zhou Kuer dismissively replied, Isn't there an abundance of such people? Zhang Yi shrugged, That is true. However, I share a good rapport with Uncle Yu. I fear she may disrupt the relationship between us. Uncle Yu is indeed the ideal worker chosen by Zhang Yi. And he certainly did not wish for a woman to whisper malicious thoughts into Uncle Yu's ear. Zhang Yi's wariness towards Xiao Mei grew, at the very least. She harbored covetous feelings towards the house and resources belonging to Zhang Yi's family. Chapter 74. The night raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu returned home with Xiao Mei and the child. Upon closing the door, he expressed his displeasure, saying, What kind of talk was that? How could you expect someone to assist you with your child? The outside world is so chaotic. One cannot discern whether others are human or specter. The fact that he can provide medication for the child indicates that he is a trustworthy individual. How can you possibly take advantage of this? Xiao Mei, cradling the child, sat on the bed, administering the medicine while loosening her garment to nurse him, allowing the medication to pass smoothly. Rather than arguing with Uncle Yu, she spoke softly, Isn't all of this for the child? You know that my sole motivation for living is the baby. If anything were to happen to her, what would be the point of my existence? Tears began to fall once more as she spoke. Uncle Yu turned to see her delicate form, which softened his heart, yet he remained somewhat resolute. His tone softened. I understand your feelings. However, in life, one must at least possess the virtue of gratitude. Reflecting on how Zhang Yi had aided him on 2 significant occasions, Uncle Yu thumped his thigh and lamented, Were it not for Zhang Yi, I would never have considered stockpiling supplies in advance, nor would I be here today. This immense kindness, I, Yu Jiguang, must find a way to repay. At that moment, a gentle voice from Xiao Mei reached his ears. In truth, I believe you need not feel such profound gratitude toward Zhang Yi. At the very least, he remains cautious of you, does he not? Uncle Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, What do you mean by that? Xiao Mei appeared fragile and said, Consider this. If he truly trusted you, he would have opened the door for us to come in and sit for a while. Instead, the medicine was tossed out through the window. And he didn't even show his face. Isn't he merely wary of you? Uncle Yu, visibly displeased, interjected, Do refrain from speaking carelessly. He has shown goodwill. And what do you turn that into? Unfazed, Xiao Mei continued in a soft tone, I am not speaking without reason. I believe he has assisted you. Yet he has not suffered significant loss. Perhaps he offers you small favors with the hope that one day you might serve him. If he were genuinely a good person, could he employ such cruel methods to eliminate dozens of neighbors? I would only believe in his goodness if he were willing to welcome us into his home. Besides, his house is quite spacious. Our presence would hardly be a burden. Before Xiao Mei could elaborate further, a thunderous shout rang in her ears. Enough. Uncle Yu's face flushed with anger as he glared at her, startling Xiao Mei. The baby in her arms began to wail. She quickly embraced the child, softly apologizing. I'm sorry, it was my fault. What I said was for your benefit. It's always wise to exercise caution in these times. Uncle Yu retorted coldly. Do not utter such words again. I, Yu Jiguang, can distinguish right from wrong. If I begin to doubt my benefactor, what does that make me? Uncle Yu is honest and straightforward, yet there exists a distinct difference between sincerity and foolishness. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi's assistance is driven by ulterior motives, what of it? In this world, genuine kindness seldom appears without reason. Having lived over 40 years and spent a decade as a security guard, he has seen the intricacies of human relationships. How could he not grasp this truth? Xiao Mei recognized that Uncle Yu was enraged and understood that further provocation would be unwise. Thus, she chose to remain silent. However, this did not signify her abandonment of the idea to sway Uncle Yu. The warm home of Zhang Yi was a coveted dream of hers. Xiao Mei glanced down at her 8-month-old baby, silently resolving her determination. My dear child, for the sake of our survival, I am willing to pay any price. That night, the pale moonlight bathed the silver ground, imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. The snow had fallen continuously for nearly a month, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, yet it never ceased for a single day. The snow in Yuelu community had accumulated to the 4th floor, blanketing the ground in a pristine white. By habit, most people were asleep at this hour. The entrance door of Building 25 was entirely obstructed by several tons of snow, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift slightly, causing a few ice fragments to tumble to the ground. But soon, a large mass of ice and snow bulged outward, and with a vigorous push, it was expelled. From the gaping hole emerged a shovel. The opening gradually widened, and a dozen individuals clad in heavy clothing, wielding shovels, rebar, and axes, began to emerge from within. The leader of the group was of short stature, with a slender build and deeply sunken cheeks. However, he possessed a pair of piercing eyes that instilled fear. Upon entering the corridor, he lowered his voice and commanded, "Let us go up." A throng of individuals cautiously brandished their weapons as they ascended the stairs in a disorganized mass. Their formation was remarkably orderly, with some at the front wielding wooden planks and frying pans as makeshift shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a resident stealthily descending to fetch snow. Without uttering a word, a burly man swiftly brought a shovel down upon the unsuspecting individual's head. Blood splattered against the wall, and the victim fell without even a cry of anguish. The robust man gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and inquired of the diminutive leader, Uncle Air. "What now?" Uncle Air replied, "For now, let us leave him here. We'll take care of it later." The group obediently continued their ascent. Their objective for the day was room 2401 in Building 25. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was peacefully slumbering, while Zhou Kuer was confined in the adjacent bedroom. The intruders silently reached the 24th floor, and despite the considerable height they had climbed, they showed no signs of fatigue. Clearly, they were no ordinary individuals. They were likely professionals of a unique kind. The group arrived at Zhang Yi's door, yet none rushed to batter it down. Uncle Air raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt, and quietly called out to the back, "Old donkey, come here." From the rear, a middle-aged man donned in a gray woolen hat approached, a gray backpack slung over his shoulders. "Open the door." Uncle Air pointed at the door of Zhang Yi's residence, and the old donkey nodded, saying, "Watch me." He approached the entrance, set down his backpack, and swiftly retrieved an array of tools. Most conspicuous among them were detonators and several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After fiddling for a considerable time, everyone hurriedly took refuge in the corridor. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire building, rousing all from their slumber, Zhang Yi included. Given that the blast occurred right at his doorstep, his ears were still ringing, and he felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. Chapter 75. The might of white phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted with remarkable speed, leaping from his bed clad only in pajamas. He promptly retrieved his handgun from the alternate space, disengaged the safety, and held it firmly. He activated his phone to check the external surveillance. The living room appeared unscathed. In the adjacent room, Zhou Kuer was a picture of terror, tightly cocooned in her blanket, cowering in the corner. Relieved to see that everything inside was fine, Zhang Yi then turned his gaze back to the external camera. To his dismay, he spotted a group of a dozen suspicious figures, armed predominantly with shovels. They also wielded steel bars, wooden planks, and axes. Upon closer inspection, one of the wooden planks seemed familiar. It was unmistakably the red 3-in-1 wooden board commonly used at construction sites. Zhang Yi distinctly remembered that there were no construction workers residing in their building. However, in the adjacent Building 26, a group of about 20 workers from a nearby site were indeed living in a shared accommodation provided by their company. As the dust settled, those individuals rushed to the entrance to ascertain the success of the explosion. This appearance clearly indicates that they came prepared, with their objective unmistakably directed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze was frigid, suggesting that news of the abundant resources within his home had long since reached the outside world. Outside the door, his uncle and the others stood in stunned silence before the sturdy metal barrier, unwavering and intact. "Old donkey, what on earth have you done? You've made it so this wretched contraption can't even blow open a door." A worker angrily questioned Old Donkey. He too was taken aback by this outcome. "This is unusual. The explosives I prepared were perfectly fine. Perhaps they got damp." Old Donkey, a skilled demolition expert in the engineering team, relied on rudimentary methods. Thus, while the explosives produced a loud noise, their power paled in comparison to those crafted by professionals. Otherwise, even if they couldn't breach Zhang Yi's door, they could have easily destroyed the surrounding walls. In simpler terms, the damage was minimal, but the intimidation factor was immense. Zhang Yi, having confirmed through a mobile application that his home remained unscathed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, simultaneously, a fierce anger ignited within him. These individuals sought his demise. Then he would ensure their demise first. Outside the door, a group continued to grumble, with some resorting to striking the door with shovels. They remained oblivious to the small window that had opened above them in the iron gate. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outside. The flames erupted instantly. Not yet satiated, he retrieved several small white bottles from his space, containing a nearly transparent liquid. This is a few bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, representing the most rudimentary version of a white phosphorus bomb. Known as the fire of hell, the white phosphorus bomb burns at temperatures exceeding 1000 C, capable of annihilating all living organisms within a certain radius. The explosion of a white phosphorus bomb produces intense illumination and scattering burning fragments, which, once they come into contact with the skin, are difficult to remove in a timely manner, resulting in horrifying wounds. This not only inflicts a terrifying lethality, but also instills a profound psychological intimidation. Internationally, the use of white phosphorus bombs is prohibited. However, Zhang Yi is unconcerned with such regulations. He is willing to employ any means necessary to effectively eliminate his enemies. The incendiary bottle crashes to the ground, igniting a raging fire, yet the lethality of such a device is not particularly substantial. The individuals present have traversed through layers of snow, their clothing soaked, making it challenging to ignite. Nevertheless, the burning bottle on the ground creates flames that cause sulfur dioxide to evaporate rapidly, igniting the dissolved white phosphorus within. In an instant, it generates temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees in the air. The flames leap upon their garments, proving impossible to extinguish. In a moment, the corridor outside transforms into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's actions surpassed the expectations of this group, leaving them unable to react within mere seconds. Numerous individuals are ensnared by the flames of the burning white phosphorus. The down jackets and cotton clothing they wear serve as excellent combustible materials. Ah, help me. Save me. The piercing screams resonate as if from the depths of hell, a slow and agonizing death by fire. Arguably, one of the most excruciating ways for a human to perish. Even an ordinary person would feel excruciating pain from a mere match burn on a fingertip. Moreover, every inch of his skin felt as though it were being consumed by flames. Zhang Yi, feeling far from satisfied, brandished his handgun and unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire into the outside world. Bang, bang, bang. He disregarded the conservation of ammunition, firing as if celebrating with firecrackers. Soon, one lifeless body after another collapsed to the ground. Among the assailants, only 8 bodies remained, while 5 or 6 fortunate souls managed to escape. Zhang Yi refrained from pursuing them, adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety. Only after confirming their demise did he close the firing port and activate the air filtration system, preventing the acrid smoke from infiltrating the room. He glanced at his weapon, realizing he had exhausted all his bullets. He couldn't help but shake his head. This piece of equipment truly lacked durability. Fortunately, I did not purchase a machine gun. Otherwise, a single magazine would have consumed hundreds of rounds. It seems I must devise a plan to acquire some formidable weaponry in the future. Until now, his sense of crisis had not been particularly acute. However, today, the workers from the adjacent floors had delivered a stark reminder through their explosive tactics. Those who survive in this apocalyptic world are anything but ordinary. The adversaries he will face henceforth will undoubtedly be ruthless characters. Who knows, should a well-armed engineer with a cache of explosives arrive one day, he could potentially obliterate this very building. Of course, that is merely an exaggerated notion. The quantity required is far beyond what an average person could procure. Nevertheless, this compels Zhang Yi to prepare for the unforeseen. I shall ensure that every last one of you is exterminated. He muttered fiercely as he approached the room of Zhou Ke and opened the door. Zhou Ke curled up in the corner, burying her head tightly between her snow-white legs. It's all right, Zhang Yi reassured her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Ke felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over her. Although this man was often overly cautious and frequently wore an air of indifference, at that moment, he represented the greatest warmth in her heart. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Yi, playfully retorting, I'm not scared. I merely thought it was an earthquake, and hiding in the corner would be safer. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. On the 24th floor, if there were an earthquake, there's nowhere you could hide that wouldn't crush you. Zhou Ke rose to her feet and inquired, "What just happened?" Zhang Yi sat upon her bed. Before her arrival, the room was quite dreary, lacking even a blanket on the bed. However, since she moved in, it had transformed, imbued with a sense of warmth. A pink velvet quilt adorned the bed, complemented by yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung her freshly washed black lace underwear and stockings, revealing her penchant for refinement. It was evident that she was a woman of exquisite taste. Moreover, it wasn't just her own room. The entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was impeccably cleaned by her every day. Zhang Yi mused to himself how fortunate it was to have such an understanding woman by his side. Without the apocalypse, a woman like her would be unattainable without an extravagant bride price of 88 million. Chapter 76. The Alliance of Heaven in Building 26. Zhang Yi recounted the recent events to Zhou Ke. It was the workers from the neighboring Building 26. A new residential community had been developed nearby, prompting many workers to rent accommodations in the vicinity. Zhou Ke felt a sense of curiosity. Our neighborhood could be considered mid to high-end. Could they truly afford to spend such a significant amount of money? Zhang Yi replied. In a single room, with 10 individuals residing, how expensive could it possibly be? Zhou Ke let out a soft "oh" and nodded in acknowledgement. However, her expression soon turned grave. If that were the case, they were indeed more perilous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao was merely a societal ruffian. During peaceful times, ordinary folk refrained from causing trouble, which led to their fear of him. Yet now, with uncertainty looming, if he were not armed, he would have long been eliminated. In contrast, these workers were different. They engaged in laborious tasks daily, possessing far superior physical strength and formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, they were familiar with one another, and their numbers provided them with considerable advantage, facilitating any endeavors they wished to undertake. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and lamented, "Fortunately, we eliminated that bombastic fat man yesterday. Otherwise, sleeping soundly at night would have been a challenge." Zhou Ke inquired, "What shall we do next? Should we seek revenge?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed fiercely. "Of course we must. However, I cannot venture into their territory. That would be unwise. Just look at them. Haven't I already taken out a significant portion of their numbers?" Zhou Ke replied in exasperation, "But you possess a firearm." Zhang Yi retorted with conviction, "Even with a gun, it matters not. Even if I were to eliminate all of them, should I sustain even a minor injury, I would feel it to be a tremendous loss." Zhou Ke rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "You are indeed excessively cautious, far too prudent. However, how do you intend to exact your vengeance if you do not venture out to confront them? They hardly appear to be individuals who fear for their lives. They seem more akin to desperados. After all, who in their right mind would engage in demolition within an apartment building? A single misstep could lead to their own demise." Zhang Yi stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. It seemed that to secure a tranquil existence in the future, he would need to enlist some individuals as expendable pawns. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and accessed the Owner-S group chat for Unit 25. Due to the recent explosion, the neighbors were all alarmed, and chaotic messages flooded the chat. What was that noise? An earthquake? Or perhaps a bombardment? The sound originated from above. Could it be a meteorite crash? It was quite plausible. If it were not for a meteorite falling from the sky, how could there be such an unusual temperature fluctuation? Perhaps humanity would face extinction akin to the dinosaurs. The discussions were a cacophony of speculation. Zhang Yi interjected, "Just now, a group of workers from Unit 26 invaded our building with the intent to kill and seize resources. Fortunately, I discovered them in time and drove them away. However, Zhang Meng, who resides on the 16th floor, has already been murdered. As for that noise, it was caused by their use of explosives." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors grew anxious. "What? We just dealt with Chen Zhenghao, and now those ruffians from next door have returned. They are ruthless. I've heard that brawls frequently erupt at that construction site. How did the individuals from the 26th floor manage to ascend?" Zhang Yi remarked. "They excavated a snow-laden tunnel from below and surged up to the first floor." Immediately, anxiety swept through the crowd as someone urged, "Quickly, collapse that tunnel and secure the door." Zhang Yi replied, "It is futile. Such doors can be easily breached. Even if you block it, they can still access the building through the windows on the 4th floor." The neighbors were filled with trepidation. That night, had it not been for Zhang Yi driving those individuals away, they might have invaded their homes and taken their lives. What are we to do? How can we possibly contend with those laborers? Half of the residents in our building have perished, and those who remain are predominantly the elderly, the infirm, and women and children. Indeed, many of those who were once capable of defending themselves have met their demise near Zhang Yi's residence. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Fortunately, we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are remarkable. You managed to drive away such a multitude single-handedly. With you here, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." Following this revelation from the earlier speakers, the others also came to a sudden understanding. Zhang Yi had become the most formidable force in their building, and he possessed a firearm. It was indeed the wisest choice to have him confront the workers from the adjacent building. Zhang Yi found this scene quite amusing. Previously, they had incessantly berated him in their group chats, branding him as selfish and shameless. A significant number of families had lost loved ones at his hands, and they harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet now, in their hour of need, they hailed him as a hero. Did they truly consider Zhang Yi a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lips and remarked, "I have expended a considerable amount of weaponry to deal with them. Now, safeguarding myself has become a challenge. Let us each fend for ourselves." It was absurd to think he would protect them. What right did he have? Their fate was of no concern to him. After uttering these words, Zhang Yi fell silent. The members of the group became agitated, pleading with him to intervene on their behalf. "Zhang Yi, you cannot stand by and watch us perish. If we all die, only the two of you will remain. Won't you feel lonely? Once we are all gone, you too will become a target for many, as countless eyes will be upon you." Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. The words rang true. He was indeed under the scrutiny of many. After all, the video he shared in the group had surely been disseminated by the neighbors. Those outside might merely feel a twinge of jealousy, but the residents of the surrounding buildings had the opportunity to come to 25 and seize everything from him. Yet, he remained silent. Conversely, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, inquiring with genuine concern whether he needed assistance. "I know those scoundrels from 26. I have shared drinks with them before. Those bastards are plotting against you, and I will not let them get away with it. If you have any plans, let me know, and I will help you deal with them." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, don't they have quite a number of people?" Uncle Yu replied, "Indeed. They originally had over 30 members. However, about 10 have perished recently, so they are down to roughly 20. I am acquainted with their leader, Huang Tianfang, and we have been conversing not long ago. However, this group of rogues is utterly despicable. They caused the demise of many on the 26th. I would never align myself with such scoundrels. Uncle Yu and those workers hail from rural backgrounds. Yet, while the workers navigate the complexities of society, Uncle Yu has spent many years within the military, rendering their mindsets vastly divergent." Chapter 77, Zhang Yi, "If you do not emerge, I shall take the life of your neighbor." Thanks to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a modicum of understanding regarding those individuals. The workers are employed under a construction company known as Tianhe Group. They are not formal employees. Rather, they work under a contractor who has taken on the job, following him in their endeavors. Nevertheless, they boast of being employees of Tianhe Group to bolster their image. Thus, they refer to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, with their leader being the wiry, diminutive man, Huang Tianfang. "Zhang Yi, what are your plans regarding them? Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Uncle Yu remarked. Zhang Yi offered a faint smile. It was inconceivable for him to launch an attack on this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest asset was this fortress of steel. Once he stepped outside, confronting nearly 20 individuals would be perilous, even with a firearm in hand. "Uncle Yu, for safety's sake, I currently have no intentions of seeking vengeance. It is primarily a solitary endeavor. Even with your assistance, there is no guarantee of victory. Unless," his eyes gleamed with a spark of brilliance, "he could rally the neighbors within the building." Uncle Yu grasped Zhang Yi's implication. "Are you suggesting that we, like Huang Tianfang and his associates, unite against external forces?" "Indeed, that is the essence of it," Uncle Yu replied. "Very well. I shall propose this notion in the group and ascertain how many are inclined to join." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, there is no need for such eagerness. If you press them to join our ranks, they may perceive you as having ulterior motives, or even take advantage of your goodwill." Uncle Yu inquired. "Then what course of action should we take?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "We are in no rush. Our supplies at home are ample. We can afford to wait. The members of the Tianhe Gang have come once, and they will undoubtedly return. Not to mention, having lost so many of their comrades at my hands, they are bound to seek retribution. When the time comes, Our neighbors in this building will surely approach us for assistance. Uncle Yu could not help but admire Zhang Yi. Your insight is truly remarkable. The two reached a consensus and decided to temporarily disregard the Tianhe gang. In the homeowners group, the neighbors expressed a desire for Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to lead the charge against the Tianhe gang. They were masters of moral coercion, praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as virtuous individuals, though Zhang Yi found this to be an insult, thinking, "You are the good ones. Your entire family is composed of good people," while simultaneously concocting excuses about lacking food or strength to engage in combat. Some even invoke their status as elderly or women. Refusing to step forward, Zhang Yi, well acquainted with these shameless neighbors, chose to ignore them. After all, once the blade strikes them, they will surely learn the meaning of pain. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. He, of course, refrained from inquiring personally, as there were too many individuals eyeing the resources at his home, and the information he received could very well be misleading. He enlisted the help of Shouke and Uncle Yu to investigate. One was a doctor, and the other a gatekeeper, both possessing considerable connections. Zhang Yi sought to discern which individuals posed a threat to him within the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community. Such intelligence was not difficult to procure. One could easily ascertain who had committed the most killings and who currently wielded the greatest influence. Zhouke eagerly produced a chart with paper and pen, assisting Zhang Yi in compiling a statistical overview. When Zhang Yi glanced at it, he noted the descriptions of the opposing forces' manpower and armament. After perusing the information, he felt considerably reassured. After all, the Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end residential area, devoid of many truly malevolent individuals. Based on the intelligence gathered by Zhouke and Uncle Yu, the primary concerns revolved around 2 factions. The first was the Tianhe gang from the adjacent Building 26, which had formed around a small engineering team under the Tianhe group, known for their formidable combat capabilities. Their primary weapons consisted of shovels and steel bars, as they were not armed with firearms. The bomb used in the previous encounter against Zhang Yi was a homemade device crafted by one of their workers skilled in explosives, yet its power was limited. That worker had since been incinerated by Zhang Yi, thus precluding any further production of improvised explosives. However, it remained uncertain whether they possessed any remaining stock. I must stay vigilant. Find an opportunity to send over a few expendable pawns to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi mused. Beyond the Tianhe gang, another faction had also caught his attention. In Building 21, there exists a faction comprised of a group of young individuals who refer to themselves as the Wolf Pack. The name may sound rather juvenile, yet their combat prowess is formidable. According to intelligence gathered by Zhouke, this group includes both students and some aimless street dwellers, with an average age of around 20. The team consists of a dozen or so members, led by 2 individuals named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu, both of whom Zhang Yi is acquainted with. These 2 are notorious local street dwellers in the Yuelu community. After graduating from a mediocre university, they have resorted to living off their families, not quite fitting the mold of wealthy second-generation elites, yet they are considered part of the middle class. Their refusal to seek employment has led them to remain at home, eventually associating with certain elements of society. In the past, they would have paled in comparison to Qin Jinghao, yet within their building, there is no one as formidable as Zhang Yi, allowing them to grow in influence. For Zhang Yi, only these 2 factions pose a significant threat. In other buildings, many units have dwindled to a mere handful of residents. Numerous individuals, unable to withstand the terror of an apocalyptic scenario, have succumbed to despair and chosen to end their lives. Others have resorted to brutal infighting over scarce resources, resulting in complete annihilation. Zhang Yi felt a sense of determination as he spoke to Zhouke, urging her to continue gathering intelligence and to ascertain the situation, minimizing any potential danger. Particularly critical is the question of whether they possess firearms. Zhouke nodded obediently and resumed her inquiries via her phone. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus to remain indoors, avoiding any unnecessary outings. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered a previous defeat, harbored an intense hatred for Zhang Yi. They had lost 8 brothers over 8 long years, and those who remained bore the scars of a fierce blaze. 2 individuals succumbed to their injuries shortly after returning that very night. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to enact a bloody revenge on Building 25, determined to slay Zhang Yi in retribution for their fallen comrades. However, a twist awaited them. The person they despised most was also the one they feared the most, Zhang Yi. Having witnessed his prowess and the formidable defenses of his abode, they hesitated to confront him directly. So what could they do? They resolved to target Zhang Yi's neighbors instead. Huang Tianfang's rationale was clear. If I cannot kill you, Zhang Yi, can I not eliminate those who dwell beside you? When you witness the demise of your neighbors, will you not feel a pang of guilt? How will you face their accusations? My slaughter of your neighbors shall serve as the greatest act of vengeance against you. Huang Tianfang, embodying a rather Na'vi spirit, recognized that one must select the softest fruit to squeeze. Thus, in the following days, he returned with a band of followers to stealthily attack several households. After the killings, they defiled the corridors with blood, inscribing messages. Zhang Yi, if you do not emerge, I shall annihilate your neighbors. Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang fancied himself clever, believing that by killing numerous residents of Building 25, he could coerce Zhang Yi into revealing himself. In a cinematic portrayal, a compassionate protagonist would undoubtedly be unable to restrain themselves and would confront Huang Tianfang for negotiations. Yet, regrettably for him, Zhang Yi not only felt no remorse, but was instead filled with delight. His true aim was to incite Huang Tianfang to slay even more neighbors, thereby sowing seeds of panic. The neighbors found themselves compelled to seek his intervention. Indeed, merely 2 days later, they could no longer endure the situation. They had seen the bloody words left behind by Huang Tianfang upon his departure, and unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront Huang Tianfang to resolve the pressing issue at hand. Consequently, the group bombarded Zhang Yi with messages, and private messages and voice calls poured in incessantly. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat, observing the neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, the trouble you stirred must be resolved by you. The Tianhe gang was summoned by you, and it is you who has dealt with them. What concern is it of ours? Yes, indeed, one should bear their own burdens. Surely, you cannot expect us to shoulder the consequences on your behalf. They have warned that as long as you remain hidden, their killing spree will persist. Zhang Yi, if you possess even a modicum of conscience, you ought to address this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to witness the demise of others because of your actions? Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He felt no anger, for he understood the nature of his neighbors all too well. He casually typed a few responses in the group chat. It's not as if I summoned them. How is it my fault that they came to kill me and were ultimately thwarted by my hand? Your inability to resist them is of no concern to me. You yourselves have acknowledged the peril they pose. In that case, I shall refrain from stepping outside. My home remains my sanctuary. Hee. After sending this, Zhang Yi added a smiling emoji. This response infuriated the neighbors within the building. Zhang Yi, you may be safe, but what are we to do? Have you not brought ruin upon us all? The individuals you have summoned, why should we bear the brunt on your behalf? Do you possess no sense of conscience? In the face of their neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. He was well aware of their brazen audacity. With a derisive sneer, he retorted, What concern is it of mine how you fare? Your lives are of no consequence to me. Don't dare speak to me of conscience. When you launched your assault on my home, which of you remained innocent? It is merely my magnanimity that spared you from a direct confrontation with firearms. Or else I would have seen each of you perish. Yet here you are, raising your voices, presuming to discuss morality with me? His tone turned ominous as he continued. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to eliminate you? With that final proclamation, many found themselves at a loss for words. It dawned upon them that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. How had Qin Jinghao met his demise? Frozen solid and subsequently shattered. That was the work of Zhang Yi. He ceased his verbal onslaught and sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it is time for you to take action. Uncle Yu responded, Rest assured, I will handle it. In the homeowners group, those berated by Zhang Yi were left flabbergasted. Their moral coercion had failed. Negotiations had collapsed, which meant they would still have to contend with the ever-looming threat of the Tianhe gang, ready to strike at an unpredictable moment. With a significant portion of the men from 25 either dead or injured, the remaining combat capability rested solely on Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu. What were they to do? They had thought that with Qin Jinghao's death, their survival was assured. The members of the Tianhe gang are even more ruthless. Qin Jinghao committed murder to establish his authority and secure sustenance. In contrast, Huang Tianfang and his associates kill out of vengeance, mercilessly attacking anyone in their path without a moment's thought. Are we truly left with no choice but to await our doom? How could this world have devolved into such a state? Is a barbaric society destined to become our new normal? The snowstorm will not pass swiftly, and we may all find ourselves buried beneath its icy grasp. Many have succumbed to profound despair, convinced they have but a few days left to live. It is at this desperate juncture that the usually taciturn Uncle Yu suddenly makes his appearance. Do not panic, he reassures. The Tiana gang comprises only about 20 individuals. If we unite, we can stand against them. The sight of Uncle Yu ignited a spark of hope in many eyes. After all, this retired soldier exudes an aura of simplicity and reliability. Thank goodness you are here, Uncle Yu. We thought you might have perished in silence. Your presence assures our safety. Uncle Yu, please tell us your plan. We shall wholeheartedly support you. Uncle Yu, upon hearing the neighbor's words, could not help but feel a twitch of disbelief. Support me? Does that imply they expect me to take charge while they merely spectate? He found himself at a loss for words. Alas, Uncle Yu lamented. Relying solely on me is futile. Our supplies have run dry, and we have gone several days without food, leaving us too weak to fight. I suspect your situations are not much different. In this state, how can we possibly contend with the Tiana gang? Some neighbors remain silent, while a portion of them, whose recent diet has been rather decent, indulge in barbecued meats. Once your spirit becomes numb, the flavors of such fare can still be quite delightful. Uncle Yu, what shall we do? Everyone is indeed struggling with hunger and cannot assist you. Just a moment ago, they pledged their unwavering support. Yet now they are reluctant to part with even a morsel of food. If you have any suggestions, please share. Everyone is inclined to heed your counsel. Once again, flattering words begin to circulate. Uncle Yu remarked, in our building, in order to confront the others, we can only rely on Zhang Yi. His household is stocked with an array of weaponry, and he is well-fed and strong. Having him lead us would be the most suitable choice. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Rendered speechless, they had just driven Zhang Yi away, and now they were contemplating having him lead them. Was that even feasible? However, Zhang Yi had just declared that we should fend for ourselves. It was unlikely he would leave his abode, nor could they summon him. Yet, if he were to come and guide them, that would indeed be ideal. They acknowledged that although Zhang Yi was detestable, he was undeniably formidable. Half the residents of the unit had perished at his hands. What of the ruthless thug Chen Zhenghao? He too had been reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu suggested, how about this? I can still converse with Zhang Yi. I will seek him out and see if I can persuade him to come forth. The crowd quickly responded, Uncle Yu, we are counting on you. Chapter 79. Subduing neighbors as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi observed the conversations within the group attentively. Uncle Yu turned to send Zhang Yi a private message, asking, what shall we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the time is nearly ripe. When the moment arrives, lend your support to ensure these individuals heed my words. A blend of both kindness and authority will compel their compliance, thus ensuring our building's future safety. Zhang Yi was uncertain about the neighbor's safety, but he was certain that his own security would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, many of these neighbors would ultimately be regarded as expendable pawns by Zhang Yi, destined to be sent to the front lines. Most of them had family members who had fallen victim to Zhang Yi's actions, and should the opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Consequently, it was prudent to eliminate them now. After concluding their discussion, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi returned to the homeowners group. Uncle Yu feigned concern as he tagged Zhang Yi, saying, Zhang Yi, everyone is in dire need of your assistance at this moment. If you were the last household remaining in this building, you would surely feel lonely, wouldn't you? Therefore, I implore you to show some compassion and lend a hand to everyone. They will undoubtedly express heartfelt gratitude towards you. The neighbors quickly chimed in, yes, yes. If you can save us, we will forever be grateful. From now on, the decisions regarding our building will rest in your hands. Zhang Yi, the lives of our families depend on you. Flattering words poured in, but Zhang Yi merely scoffed. I am here only out of respect for Uncle Yu. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with any of you. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself, so why should I concern myself with your plight? Venturing out to toil under perilous circumstances, I find it utterly unworthy. The more Zhang Yi expressed this sentiment, the more uncertainty enveloped the neighbors. Zhang Yi, please. From now on, whatever you ask of us, we shall comply, all right? In their desperate bid to survive, even when plunged into despair, they clung to the faintest glimmer of hope, unwilling to contemplate death. Zhang Yi, with a sardonic smile, inquired, oh, is that so? You will do whatever I command. Do all of you concur? The neighbors hesitated momentarily. One finally ventured, as long as you do not ask us to perish, we can agree to other terms. Zhang Yi retorted, if I were to instruct you to arm yourselves and confront the Tiana gang, would you comply? An uneasy silence descended upon the group. No one dared to speak, each awaiting another to take the lead. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. So, you wish for me to bear the brunt of the battle, correct? Very well, I shall leave you to your fates. When Huang Tianfeng arrives with his men, simply extend your necks and let them strike. Farewell, Uncle Yu. In a state of urgency, implored Zhang Yi, please. We shall certainly heed your guidance. After all, death is inevitable. If we fight together, we might still have a chance to survive. I stand with you. With that, he began rallying the others. What are you all hesitating for? If we unite and fight, there lies a path to survival. Must we wait until our names are called, one by one, to face our doom? Uncle Yu's fervent encouragement indeed proved effective. In a moment of desperation, everyone expressed their willingness to heed Zhang Yi's command. Together with Uncle Yu, they harmonized their efforts, thus seizing control of the entire building. Zhang Yi calmly proclaimed, from now on, all actions must align with my directives. The situation was dire, and the enemy could strike at any moment. Any sign of negligence would be deemed a betrayal against the entire community of homeowners. Should such a scenario arise, do not blame me for taking lethal measures against the offender. Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the list of group members. I sincerely hope not to uncover anyone lurking in the shadows, refusing to join the fight. Should I discover even one, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. There will be no sanctuary for those seeking to reap the rewards while shirking responsibility. Zhang Yi's remarks stemmed from his observation that only about 20 individuals in the group were actively engaging in conversation. Clearly, some had chosen to remain silent, hoping to evade conflict and allow Zhang Yi to bear the brunt of the struggle. His words ignited discontent among those neighbors who had resolved to confront the impending threat alongside him. Fang Lin, come forth. I know you're alive. I saw you shoveling snow yesterday. Liang Yulu, where are you? Do not hide, nor feign ignorance of the group messages. We will seek you out. The neighbors, their eyes aflame with indignation, tagged those who had chosen to retreat. Human nature is inherently selfish, determined to fight. They were unwilling to witness others cowering behind the scenes. Reluctantly, those hiding began to surface. I just dozed off and have only now seen the messages. Oh, what is happening? Are we gearing up for a counterattack? How splendid. I am not afraid of death. I simply have not witnessed it, a group of individuals murmured anxiously. Zhang Yi paid no heed to their trepidation. After all, since they had chosen him as their leader, they were obliged to heed his commands. Anyone who dared to falter would be betraying all the homeowners and, consequently, deserved death. The homeowners fell silent, fully aware that Zhang Yi was indeed capable of taking their lives. The 50 or so lost souls served as gruesome testament to his resolve. Once he had wielded the metaphorical club, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and decided to offer them a carrot. Rest assured, I, Zhang Yi, am a benevolent soul, unwilling to witness you suffer from hunger. As long as you obey, I shall venture out to procure supplies for you. This was a plan Zhang Yi had contemplated some time ago. Given the presence of engineering teams utilizing demolition techniques, it was difficult to guarantee that more formidable adversaries would not emerge in the future. Residing on the 24th floor, although his abode was constructed entirely of metal, he understood that a collapse below could significantly impact his dwelling. Therefore, he sought to cultivate a cadre of expendable individuals below him to serve as sentinels and, when necessary, to sacrifice themselves. It was clear that sustaining them required resources, and Zhang Yi was unwilling to part with the supplies within his own space, necessitating a search for more. Furthermore, his ammunition was depleting at an alarming rate. He had exhausted 20 rounds in a recent skirmish and needed to consider acquiring additional weaponry. As for the means of travel, that posed no great challenge. The heavy snowfall outside had accumulated to over 10 meters, rendering vehicles useless. However, there existed a specific type of vehicle designed for traversing snowy terrain, snowmobiles. In Zhang Yi's space, there are 5 vehicles, 2 snowmobiles equipped with cabins, and 3 compact snow scooters. In this era of heavy snow that has paralyzed the city, others find it immensely challenging to step outside their doors. Yet, he is able to traverse the city with ease. The neighborhood chat is bustling with excitement. Zhang Yi, can you venture out to gather supplies? With such deep snow, how can anyone drive? Do you intend to wade through the snow? Wouldn't he that freeze you to death? Zhang Yi replied, no matter how harsh the conditions outside. For the sake of everyone, I must give it a try. Rest assured, I have spent several years in warehousing. I am well acquainted with where the warehouses, large shopping centers, and supermarkets are located in Tianhai City. Finding supplies will not pose a challenge for me. Chapter 80. Snowmobiles, the neighbors regarded him as a beacon of hope. Even those who had resigned themselves to despair, wrapped in blankets at home, now gazed at him with renewed vigor. Zhang Yi, can you truly go out and bring back supplies? If that is the case, we might survive, they exclaimed. Despite the blizzard's grip on the city, the abundance of resources produced by society over the past few decades is indeed sufficient for survival. Zhang Yi, I am truly overwhelmed with gratitude. Despite how we treated you before, you are still willing to help. Some individuals were choked with emotion. Though many in their households had perished due to Zhang Yi's actions, their animosity had seemingly vanished, leaving only profound appreciation in their hearts. Zhang Yi spoke with profound sincerity. Now that I have taken on the role of building leader, I must take responsibility for each individual. Furthermore, our supplies at home are dwindling. Venturing out to seek resources is our only path to survival. Upon hearing his words, a sense of reassurance washed over everyone. In the face of the apocalypse, proclaiming oneself a do-gooder often invites skepticism from others, who may perceive such declarations as insincere. However, when one also has personal stakes in the matter, it is deemed more acceptable. After all, nearly a month had passed since the onset of the cataclysm, and many neighbors had already suffered the tragic fate of starvation within their homes. They understood that even if Zhang Yi had stockpiled considerable provisions, there would inevitably come a day when they would run out. Moreover, with only 2 individuals in his household now, the depletion of supplies would occur even more swiftly. The neighbors held Zhang Yi in immense gratitude, extolling him with reverence akin to that of a deity. It prompted Zhou Ku to jest. If you were to establish a cult at this moment, you could easily become its founder. In times of calamity, the proliferation of religion accelerates, for humanity often seeks a spiritual anchor. Zhang Yi merely smiled faintly, recognizing that there was no need for complexity among those he deemed expendable. With just a moldy bun, he could evoke a familiarity in them that surpassed even that of a biological father. Curiously, Zhou Ku inquired, "But are you truly going out?" Her gaze betrayed a hint of concern and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she genuinely believed his resources were scarce and felt that she was a burden to him. He playfully pinched her delicate cheek and, with a squint and a smile, reassured her, "Do not worry. The supplies at home are more than sufficient to sustain you. I merely sought a suitable opportunity to venture outside and observe the situation beyond." Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Yi would hesitate to step out, fearing an ambush from the deranged neighbors. However, he has now become the beacon of hope for all, naturally rendering him less susceptible to attack. Zhou Ku nodded and proposed, "Then I shall accompany you." Aware that Zhang Yi harbored reservations about her trustworthiness, she took the initiative to join him. Zhang Yi gazed deeply into her eyes, slowly yet resolutely shaking his head. "Given our current relationship, do you truly believe I would still doubt you? A woman ought to remain at home." Patiently awaiting her man's return, he rose to his feet with measured grace. A wave of emotion washed over Zhou Ku, but it was fleeting. Zhang Yi swiftly gathered the remaining food and coal from their home into his spatial storage. "I have complete faith in you," he stated with a cheerful smile. Zhou Ku, taken aback, wore an expression of bemusement. She had just been moved, only to see him revert to his previous demeanor. Ignoring her forlorn expression, Zhang Yi retreated to change his attire. This marked his first decision to leave the apartment building since the apocalypse. The city lay blanketed in heavy snow, devoid of life, with the danger level significantly mitigated. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he donned a snug leather jacket, which would withstand a knife's thrust unless sufficient force was applied. After careful consideration, he retrieved 2 frying pans from his alternate space, positioning one in front and the other behind him. Even when confronted with an armed adversary, an ordinary handgun would be incapable of inflicting serious harm upon him. Ultimately, he donned a winter coat, his figure appearing somewhat bulky yet brimming with a sense of security. Zhang Yi retrieved a crowbar over a meter in length, testing its heft in his hands. In the throes of combat, such a substantial crowbar proves far more effective than a machete. A wound inflicted by a blade may not immediately incapacitate, yet a strike from this implement would undoubtedly bring one to the ground. Armed with the crowbar, he filled his handgun magazine to capacity and stowed it in his pocket. Fully equipped, he finally stepped out of his home. The air outside was frigid, and even clad in professional-grade sportswear akin to that of the national mountaineering team. A chill still permeated. However, this chill would not deter Zhang Yi. After a bout of exercise, his body would soon warm. Grasping the crowbar firmly, he descended the stairs at a measured pace, always pausing to survey his surroundings beforehand. Caution begets safety. He encountered no incidents along the way. For the recklessly ambitious are but a rare breed. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he noted that due to the activities of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had migrated to the upper levels. There were no inhabitants below the 10th floor. As he pushed the door open, he was met with disarray. The windows had long been shattered, and even the flimsy security bars had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. The wind howled as it rushed through this opening into the building. Zhang Yi cautiously climbed through the aperture, his feet landing upon the ground where snow and ice reached up to his knees. However, as the snowfall continued to accumulate, the ground beneath had become somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking entirely. Yet, traversing such snowy terrain proved to be quite a challenge. Zhang Yi raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. The vast Yulu community was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the sound of the wind breaking the stillness. He noticed no curious gazes upon him. From an alternate dimension, Zhang Yi summoned a snowmobile, which had been filled with fuel prior to his arrival. The operation of this vehicle was not overly complicated. After a brief contemplation and a glance at the user manual, he grasped the mechanics of it. He mounted the vehicle, turned the key, and was immediately greeted by the roar of the engine. Zhang Yi navigated the snowmobile, making his way towards the outskirts of the community. As he departed, he sensed that some individuals were peering at him through the windows. This was hardly surprising. After all, the outside world was devoid of human presence, and the noise of the snowmobile rang out sharply. It seemed inevitable that others would harbor covetous thoughts about his snowmobile. A faint smirk crept across Zhang Yi's lips. He was unfazed by the prospect of revealing the existence of the snowmobile. There were far too many who would seek to exploit him. It was not unusual for one to commit acts of violence over something as trivial as a biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, having many debts does not weigh one down. The heavy snow had buried many of the smaller houses, rendering the streets invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could discern his bearings by referencing the towering landmarks. Thus, he had no fear of losing his way. Chapter 81. The Armory of the Police Station. The desolate city of Tianhe. The vast expanse of pure white snow enveloped everything, and from a lofty vantage point, only the silhouettes of towering skyscrapers could be discerned amidst the blanket of pristine snow. Zhang Yi, astride a snowmobile, raced swiftly across the snowy terrain. Having self-isolated at home for nearly a month, this was his first exhilarating venture outside. The wind whipped past his ears, eliciting an unparalleled sense of freedom that compelled him to let out a few joyous howls. The noise of the snowmobile was particularly striking. As Zhang Yi navigated the route, he caught glimpses of shadows moving behind the glass of the high-rise buildings. Even in this apocalyptic world, a resilient segment of humanity persevered, much like locusts. The frigid environment resembled a landscape dusted with pesticide, yet in the aftermath of this calamity, the survivors would gradually adapt. Zhang Yi's hand brushed against the gun in his pocket, instilling a profound sense of security within him. Each individual still alive in this city could potentially pose a threat. In a world ravaged by chaos, one must never place faith in human nature. Zhang Yi's initial destination was not the nearby supermarket. Instead, he steered his vehicle directly towards the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau, convinced that it housed a cache of weapons. He recalled the adage, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Thus, an abundance of weapons, particularly firearms, was essential. After more than half an hour of travel, he arrived at the Public Security Bureau's location, only to find it largely submerged. The 6-story structure had 3 of its floors completely hidden beneath the snow. Fortunately, the Bureau was an independent building with a greater height than residential homes. Had he delayed his arrival by another 10 days, there would have been nothing left to salvage. Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle in front of a 4th-floor window. He dismounted, extracted the key, and seized a crowbar to strike. The tempered glass shattered into countless pieces. With a gun drawn from his pocket, Zhang Yi entered the building. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Yet this posed no challenge for him as he summoned a miner's lamp from another dimension. This compact device, typically employed by underground workers, emanated an extraordinary brightness. Once illuminated, it transformed the surroundings into a dazzling realm, akin to a miniature sun. Unfamiliar with the internal layout of the police station, Zhang Yi resorted to searching room by room. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, blanketed in snow, he forcefully pried open a locked door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene within. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 officers huddled together, wrapped in thin blankets, their bodies now paler than the snow itself. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of sorrow. These were the officers on night duty, who, when faced with the onslaught of a blizzard, had been left without adequate clothing to withstand the cold. The sight of their lifeless forms suggested they had perished from the freezing temperatures. Zhang Yi contemplated giving them a proper burial. However, after some reflection, he considered that being interred in this place, the very site to which they had dedicated years of service, might indeed offer a sense of fulfillment. With a bowed head, he paid his respects, observing a moment of silence for those who had safeguarded the city. Subsequently, he maneuvered around the bodies to continue his search. The police station was cluttered with numerous items, thus prolonging the search process. Exhausted, Zhang Yi retrieved a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his pocket and savored it heartily, replenishing his energy to continue his endeavors. After nearly 2 hours, he finally located the armory, only to find it secured with a formidable lock. Despite his attempts to pry it open, he was met with frustration, prompting him to slap his forehead in realization and retrace his steps to find the key. Fortunately, he was aware that the key would undoubtedly be in the duty room, making it a relatively simple task to uncover. Upon acquiring the key, Zhang Yi successfully unlocked the door. Entering the armory was an enlightening experience. It housed an impressive array of firearms, including both handguns and rifles, totaling in the dozens. To his astonishment, he even discovered a sniper rifle. Although he had never encountered such weaponry before and was unfamiliar with their names, he was undeterred and gathered them enthusiastically, planning to study them in detail upon his return. The sniper rifle, in particular, struck him as an exceptional asset, an exquisite tool for stealthy engagements that promised immense satisfaction. Even if his aim was not perfectly accurate, instilling fear in others was certainly within his capabilities. Zhang Yi believed he possessed a natural talent for marksmanship, considering himself a semi-professional, particularly adept with handguns. Since his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting had become increasingly decisive. During his previous encounter with the Tianhe gang, he had scarcely missed a shot. I am a prodigy with firearms. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, a blend of pride and self-deprecation. Moreover, he discovered over 1,000 rounds of ammunition within the armory, alongside an assortment of antiquated firearms that had likely gathered dust for years. Whether they could still fire was uncertain. Yet, Zhang Yi harbored no disdain and collected every last one. This expedition had proven to be exceedingly fruitful for him. In addition to firearms and ammunition, Zhang Yi also discovered a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of explosive-resistant gear, including riot helmets, blast shields, and batons. These items would undoubtedly suffice for him to assemble a formidable team. Zhang Yi was exceedingly pleased. The mere acquisition of these items made his outing worthwhile. Within the precinct, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. This also confirmed one crucial fact for him: an abundance of supplies still existed outside. After all, the heavy snowfall that blanketed the night of December 12th left over a meter of snow by the time people awoke the following day, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. Thus, at that moment, most individuals were oblivious to the onset of the apocalypse and had not yet begun to frantically hoard resources. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late to venture outside. Having found what he sought, Zhang Yi departed from the police station. Outside, a thick layer of snow had settled atop his motorcycle. It dawned on him that he had been out for quite some time. It was time to procure some pig feed, he mused, thinking of those despicable neighbors. Taking a brief survey of his surroundings, he located a supermarket that had not yet been completely buried. He then broke a window to gain entry. Upon entering, however, he was met with a stark realization. The shelves were nearly bare, as pristine as if they had just been stocked. The only remnants were some frozen, spoiled vegetable leaves scattered across the floor. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and remarked, given its proximity to the residential area, it is unsurprising that this convenience store has been emptied. However, the large shopping malls in the city center and suburbs are certainly devoid of visitors. Many newly constructed large shopping complexes are typically situated at a considerable distance from residential areas due to exorbitant land acquisition costs. Zhang Yi, who is in the warehousing business, is well aware of the large shopping malls in Tianhe City that are far removed from the populace. Consequently, he mounted his snowmobile and headed towards the economic development zone, where a Wanda Plaza had recently been established 2 years ago, with the nearest residential building located 3 kilometers away, thus minimizing the probability of being looted. Chapter 82. Meals for the neighbors. Zhang Yi arrived at the Wanda Plaza in the economic development zone. Upon his arrival, he could only see the rooftop. Following his previous method, he He shattered the glass above and utilized climbing ropes to hoist himself inside. Once within the mall, remnants of its former splendor lingered faintly. The circular shopping center featured storefronts adorned with exquisite merchandise, luxurious clothing, shoes, and various household items, all rendered worthless at this moment, easily taken without consequence. Zhang Yi selected several useful items from the shops, directly stuffing everything from the stores into his own space. The supermarket was located on the basement level. After casually gathering supplies, he made his way to the lower floor. As he had anticipated, this area, being remote, still brimmed with goods. However, the quality of the items left much to be desired. Portions of the mall had collapsed under the weight of heavy snow, allowing frigid air to seep inside, resulting in shelves coated in frost. The cold had thoroughly ruined the food stored within. Certain puffed snacks and biscuits were even encased in layers of ice. Particularly in the vegetable section, although there is no rotting or foul odor, the produce is severely dehydrated, likely devoid of any flavor. The meat section fares somewhat better. Everything has been frozen into solid blocks, resembling authentic zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they have burst due to the freezing, rendering any hope of consuming fish futile. In summary, the food here, in a normal era, would likely be discarded as refuse, or perhaps sent through connections to a food processing factory to be transformed into pre-packaged meals. Zhang Yi shrugged. I wouldn't eat this even if it were given to me for free. He couldn't be bothered to store them in his spatial compartment. After all, he was not in need of supplies. Why would he want such inferior goods? However, this was inconsequential, regardless of the poor quality of these provisions. To his neighbors who had not savored proper food in ages, they would be considered an exquisite delicacy. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 large duffel bags from his space and carelessly tossed in some wilted vegetable leaves and zombie meat, along with a few swollen loaves of bread and biscuits that had absorbed moisture. Soon, the bags were filled to capacity. He decided to leave the remaining items untouched for now. Perhaps they could save someone else's life in the future, as he had no need to take them with him. After completing this task, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had been treated for cold resistance and continued to function even in extreme temperatures. While the time may not be entirely precise, it provided a general indication. The Rolex displayed the time as 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take approximately an hour to return to the Yuelu community, so Zhang Yi wasted no time. In any case, he would have ample opportunities to venture out again in the future, and no one could contest that. The other places could be slowly explored later. Zhang Yi, having gathered the necessary supplies, departed from the supermarket and set off on his snowmobile, hastening his return. By the time he arrived at the Yuelu community, the sky had begun to dim. The roar of the engine resonated distinctly in the tranquil neighborhood. As he returned, faces emerged from the windows of various buildings, fixated upon him. In room 26 on the 15th floor, Huang Tianfeng, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his small eyes, intently gazing at the gleaming snowmobile. One side of his face bore the scars of fire, rendering him even more fearsome. That night, although he and a few others had narrowly escaped, a flicker of flame had licked his face, leaving him with this disfigured visage. Such a contraption exists. It can traverse the snow. If we could harness such a marvel, we would be able to venture out in search of food, eliminating the need to consume that spoiled meat, he mused. Beside him, a burly man glanced over and remarked, Uncle, I recognize that. In our region, we call it a sled. This one is an electric sled. Huang Tianfeng's eyes remained fixated on Zhang Yi's snowmobile as he spoke in a low tone. Regardless of what it is, we must devise a plan to acquire it. Huang Tianfeng was not alone in his thoughts. Every individual fixated on Zhang Yi shared the same desire. After more than half a month of isolation, many had succumbed to madness. For the remaining few, it was merely a matter of time before they too spiraled into insanity or death. They needed to escape this place in search of sustenance and a space to survive. The once overwhelming snowfall had obstructed their path, yet Zhang Yi's snowmobile rekindled their hopes. He could perceive the insatiable greed and blatant malice lurking behind the multitude of gazes directed at him. However, as he felt the reassuring weight of the handgun at his waist and recalled the vast array of weaponry he had unearthed that day, a sense of calm enveloped him. Upon dismounting the snowmobile, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to find the residents of Unit 25 watching him with palpable excitement. Their eyes were fixated on the 2 duffel bags he had brought back. A smirk crept across his lips as he theatrically maneuvered the snowmobile into the underground garage, deftly avoiding the scrutiny of onlookers, before finally returning with the bags in hand. The substantial weight of the contents left deep impressions in the snow, which sent the residents of Unit 25 into a frenzy, some even pressing their faces against the windows, howling in anticipation. Next door, Huang Tianfeng and his companions watched with wide-eyed fascination. "Uncle, could it be food?" the stout man exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfeng retorted, "Of course. At a time like this, who would venture out for anything other than food?" The group of Tianhe gang workers, hearing this, swallowed hard and converged around him. "Is there food? Did he find something to eat out there? This is incredible. There's still food outside. We're saved." They clamored. "Enough talk. Let us go after him. Snatch everything he has, including that vehicle." A chorus of crimson-eyed voices erupted. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Tianfeng coldly interjected, "Hold on. This lad is likely the one who took down Shen Zhenghao. The young man is quite ruthless. The last time he caused the demise of so many of our brothers. We must exercise caution. Moreover, it is said that he possesses a firearm. If we are to act, it must be done discreetly." Huang Tianfeng remained exceedingly vigilant. Although the two buildings were adjacent, there were still several dozen meters of distance between them. Traversing that thick layer of ice and snow would render them easy targets. Thus, despite their envy of the supplies Zhang Yi had brought back, they refrained from rash actions. However, where there are composed individuals, impulsive ones are sure to follow. A few workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfeng's arrangements. After a brief discussion, they concluded that if they did not seize the opportunity now, they would lose their chance once Zhang Yi returned to the building. So, a few of them stealthily descended the stairs, armed with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the corridor through the window, carrying the supplies, and then took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu of his return, requesting him to come and assist. In truth, there was no need for him to say anything. Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile and had hurried over to meet Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you actually found so many things." The astonishment and admiration in Uncle Yu's eyes were palpable as he beheld the two large bags in Zhang Yi's hands. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. For anyone else, it would be nearly impossible to navigate. Indeed, such specialized tasks should be left to the professionals. Chapter 83. The intruder Zhang Yi replied calmly, "Indeed. The supplies outside are exceedingly difficult to procure. As soon as I stepped out, I scoured all the nearby supermarkets and shopping centers I could recall. However, the surrounding stores had long been stripped bare. There was nothing left. Yet I have not surrendered. I am acutely aware that everyone is eagerly awaiting my return. In order to ensure that all can enjoy a hearty meal, I shall scour the entirety of Tianhe City for sustenance, determined to bring back provisions for all." Reluctantly, I found myself wandering through the city, and after considerable effort, I managed to procure this modest bounty from a shopping mall. Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu before returning to open the door for Zhou Kuo, guiding her down the path. It was only then that he sent a message in the group, summoning the neighbors to collect the food. Before long, the neighbors flocked to him. The staircase was filled with eager faces, these emaciated and famished individuals fixating hungrily on the bags at Zhang Yi's feet. Some were restless, contemplating snatching the goods. However, upon catching sight of the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, their courage waned. Zhang Yi squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I exerted a tremendous amount of effort to procure these supplies for you." He gestured for Zhou Kuo to open the bags. Obediently, Zhou Kuo unzipped the bags and emptied their contents onto the ground. With a clatter, a veritable feast of food appeared before the crowd: vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Though the quality left much to be desired, with most items previously deemed unworthy even for dogs. The sight of the long-awaited provisions ignited a fervor in the eyes of the starving neighbors. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors quickly grasped the sentiment, raising their voices in unison, fists in the air, chanting, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. From this moment on, you shall be my elder brother. Allow me to pay my respects to you." Now, even if Zhang Yi were to command them to crawl like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food is indeed overwhelming. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to make their way out. Their appearance was quite disheveled, with greasy, unkempt hair, resembling 2 wild women. Upon seeing Zhang Yi return with such a bounty of food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved her hand and called out, "Brother Zhang Yi, it's me, Qing'er." She gazed at the heroic figure of Zhang Yi, her heart swelling with delight, believing that he still held affection for her despite the presence of Zhou Kuo. Surely, With such an abundance of food, he would share more with her. Lin Caning, trailing beside her, implored, Yuqing, we are the best of friends. Please, could you persuade Zhang Yi to give me a little extra? Fang Yuqing shot a disdainful glance at Lin Caning and pushed her away, exclaiming, get away from me. You wretched woman. This scuffle caught Zhang Yi's attention, causing him to frown. Immediately, someone growled at them, stop causing trouble, listen to brother Zhang Yi. The onlookers cast fierce glares at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, and they quickly quieted down. Fang Yuqing muttered under her breath, why are you glaring at me? Do you even know what my relationship with brother Zhang Yi is? Once Zhang Yi noticed that everyone had settled down, he spoke, this time. I exerted considerable effort to procure these supplies. My intention, of course, is to share them with all of you. His tone suddenly turned cold. However, in this moment of peril, I shall not tolerate idleness. Those who consume these provisions must take up arms to confront the enemy. Should anyone dare to partake without contributing, I assure you they will regurgitate far more than they have consumed. Observing the firearm in Zhang Yi's grasp and the provisions scattered on the ground, everyone nodded in acquiescence, succumbing to Zhang Yi's formidable blend of carrot and stick. Very well, let us distribute the food, Zhang Yi declared, preparing to call names. At that moment, two arms emerged from the window of the fourth floor. Several workers from the Heavenly Alliance barged in. Their eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the abundance of food laid out on the floor. Brother Zhao, there is so much food. We've struck gold. One worker exclaimed with enthusiasm. What else is there to discuss? Let us seize it. For workers brandished their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These individuals were truly ruthless. Even in the presence of dozens, they showed no concern. They recognized that the others were mere sheep, with only a handful capable of fighting back. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted, instinctively drawing his gun to aim at them. Yet, suddenly, he reconsidered. He refrained from firing and retreated, shouting, this food is for you. Do not let them take it. Whoever takes down one of them, I will reward with 5 portions of food. Upon hearing this, the previously fearful neighbors who only wished to flee halted in their tracks. Indeed, this food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. If it were to be snatched away, what would they eat? Food is life. Without it, are they not as good as dead? Moreover, Zhang Yi had proclaimed that for every individual dealt with, 5 would be provided with sustenance. The neighbors surveyed their surroundings. With dozens among them, they harbored no fear. A few young men, steeling themselves, drew their weapons and charged forward. Nowadays, when venturing out, it was customary for everyone to be armed, offering great convenience. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retreated to the rear, his pistol aimed ahead, vigilant against opportunists seeking to seize food amidst the chaos. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught unawares. They had anticipated that these timid souls would flee in terror, yet inexplicably, the crowd surged forward with fervor, akin to being invigorated by an elixir. In the blink of an eye, a melee ensued. The limited space on the 4th floor became a tumultuous battleground, as dozens of individuals jostled together, the clanging of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives resonating through the air. Driven by desperation for sustenance, their eyes turned crimson with rage. The frigid conditions dulled their senses, rendering even injuries bearable. Soon enough, casualties began to emerge, yet before collapsing, they continued to wield their weapons with fervent determination. Uncle Yu, a formidable presence in the fray, swung a heavy iron rod with great ferocity, bellowing as he struck down upon his foes. Though the Tianhe gang members were undeterred by the prospect of death, they could not withstand the onslaught of so many. Before long, they were all toppled to the ground. The air was thick with the echoes of anguished roars and emotional release. For far too long, they had existed in a state of dread, relentlessly besieged by the Tianhe gang. Thus, the swift resolution of the 4 adversaries brought a sense of relief and satisfaction, diminishing their fear of the Tianhe gang considerably. When the tumult subsided, 6 bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. Aside from the 4 members of the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow slightly. As a professional surgeon, she recognized that there was still hope for these 2 individuals. However, this hope was contingent upon access to specialized surgical conditions, a plethora of medications, and blood transfusions. Given the current state of their survival environment, such a prospect was utterly unattainable. She sighed in resignation. Is this truly the essence of a lost world? Chapter 84. Zhang Yi. Do not raise waste. Zhang Yi gazed at the neighbors before him, nodding in satisfaction. After having taken lives, these neighbors could now serve as competent vanguards, mere pawns in his larger scheme. This would greatly facilitate his dealings with assaults from other buildings. What he needed to offer in return was merely a handful of scraps, along with a plethora of empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi applauded cheerfully. Well done. Did you all see that? As long as we stand united. What is there to fear from these individuals? He beckoned to the two most fervent young men in the front. You two, come here. The young men, their faces alight with joy, rushed to Zhang Yi without pausing to wipe the blood from their faces. He reached down and grabbed a generous handful of food from the ground, thrusting it into one of their arms. One handful was insufficient, so he seized another. Inflated bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a sizable chunk of pallid, rotting meat. These were all genuine treasures. The other neighbors looked on with envy, swallowing hard, yearning for those provisions to be theirs. Zhang Yi bestowed a generous assortment of provisions upon the two individuals, gently patting their shoulders. Work diligently, and as long as you maintain this fervor, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. The two young men were overwhelmed with emotion, their bodies trembling in response. The bounty was sufficient to sustain them for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. It had been far too long since they had tasted proper nourishment. Brother Zhang Yi, we will surely follow your lead and work hard from now on. We are all in your service. You are like a brother to us, exclaimed the two young men, Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei, their voices ringing with fervor. At that moment, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they gazed at Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, the other neighbors, witnessing this glimmer of hope, felt a tinge of regret for not having exerted themselves more earnestly. This scene was precisely what Zhang Yi had hoped to witness. After rewarding the two most diligent youths, Zhang Yi addressed the remaining crowd. Now, it is time to distribute the food. Step forward, one by one. He had observed everyone's performance intently. Those who had displayed exceptional effort would receive a larger share, while those who had faltered would receive less. However, the majority were allocated merely a piece of bread or a couple of bags of small biscuits, scarcely the size of a child's palm. Zhang Yi, having raised dogs, understood a fundamental principle. If a dog is overfed daily, it becomes lethargic and less obedient. Thus, the optimal approach is to ensure it does not starve but remains in a state of mild hunger. Only in this way can one maintain a dog's obedience. The same principle applies to humans. Although the neighbors felt a pang of disappointment at the meager rations in their hands, they dared not voice their discontent. Because Zhang Yi first presented two typical examples for them to observe. You claim your food is scarce. You have no one to blame but yourselves for your lack of effort. Look at Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei. Why do they have such an abundance of food? Instead of casting blame on others, seek the reasons within yourselves. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the wealthy heir Su Hao, who hurriedly approached, extending his hands. Where is my food? Zhang Yi regarded him with disdain, then shuffled his feet on the ground and casually placed a piece of fruit candy in his palm. This is your food. The surrounding neighbors erupted in mocking laughter. Even those who received meager rations felt a sense of balance at that moment. See, although my portion is small, there are others with even less. Haha. Su Hao is truly unfortunate. Su Hao's eyes widened. A wave of intense humiliation engulfed him. Angrily, he shouted, Are you joking? Why do I only get a single piece of candy? Zhang Yi scoffed. Do you still have the audacity to complain? While others were engaged in action, you merely lingered in the background. You didn't even attempt to confront those few individuals. Granting you this piece of candy is an act of kindness on my part. Su Hao was exceedingly cunning. When he entered the fray, he shouted loudly, brandishing a stick, clamoring to kill, to eliminate them. Yet, despite his loud voice, he retreated honestly, unwilling to engage in the fight. In front of Zhang Yi, he treated others as if they were fools. Su Hao argued with wide eyes. Can you blame me? There were only 4 of them, and everyone was packed tightly. I had no opportunity to step forward. Zhang Yi remarked, That is not my concern. I am indifferent to the process. All I desire is the outcome. Su Hao, exasperated and reluctant to accept his fate, retorted, This is unjust. Your actions are blatantly targeted at me. Zhang Yi responded with a scornful smile. Fairness? Have you mistaken the situation? Who do you think you are to discuss fairness with me? Do you genuinely believe I am reasoning with you? I am issuing a command. You shall comply with my demands. Do you understand, you worthless fool? Casting a glance at Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei beside him, Zhang Yi pondered how to deal with such insubordination and disorder. At that moment, Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei had transformed into Zhang Yi's loyal henchmen. With a single command, they gently placed their food on the ground, then approached Su Hao and began to assault him mercilessly. Initially, Su Hao attempted to defend himself, But when a fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, his body convulsed in agony. In a post-apocalyptic world, one who still clings to reason is undoubtedly a fool. There was no need for further discourse. The lesson had to be taught through force. After Su Hao had endured a prolonged beating and was left gasping for breath, Zhang Yi finally commanded Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei to cease their assault. Although Su Hao was deemed worthless, he could still wield a weapon and serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and declared to the assembly, "This is the fate of those who defy the master's orders. Do not accuse me of tyranny. I assure you, I am quite fair. Should anyone consider me tyrannical, you may lay down your food and leave with dignity. I will not pursue any trouble with you." The neighbors exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward. It was a jest. Food was their lifeblood, and how could they part with it? Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, we have reached a consensus." He approached Su Hao, who, despite being beaten into a state of convulsion and curling up like a shrimp, still clutched tightly. A single piece of candy might very well be the key to his survival. Zhang Yi's gaze was icy as he forcefully stomped down on Su Hao's hand. He wore snow boots with a rugged and hard sole. The pressure on Su Hao's hand stripped away a layer of skin, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Su Hao's anguished scream escaped him, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and, in the face of Su Hao's despairing eyes, remarked, "I hope you learn to behave next time. I, Zhang Yi, do not nurture the incapable." With this display of authority, everyone else fell into line, obediently awaiting Zhang Yi to allocate the rations. No one dared to voice any dissent. Before long, Zhang Yi had distributed the provisions, leaving only a few individuals empty-handed. Chapter 85. The humiliation of the White Lotus. Very well. The supplies have been fully allocated. Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Kuo to collect the remaining items into her pockets. At that moment, a distressed voice arose from the crowd. "Brother Zhang, I haven't received anything yet." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing. She had always believed that Zhang Yi would offer her preferential treatment, providing her with the most food. However, after waiting in vain for a considerable time, her hopes remained unfulfilled. Beside Fang Yuqing, Lin Canning anxiously exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Yi, how could you forget me as well?" Zhang Yi gazed at the two with a teasing smile, assuring them, "I haven't forgotten you at all." Their faces brightened, momentarily believing that Zhang Yi was giving them special treatment by mentioning them last. However, his next words plunged them into despair. "You two were never included." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning stared, wide-eyed, as if they could hardly believe their ears. Lin Canning blurted out, "Why not? Everyone else has won. Why not me?" Fang Yuqing found it even more difficult to accept this revelation. She rushed towards Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Brother Zhang Yi, you're just joking with me, right? Right? This can't be true. You wouldn't treat me like this. You said you liked me, didn't you?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, replying, "I did say I liked you. However, I hope you didn't take it to heart. I say that the mini girls, we're all just here to have fun, and we understand each other. I've lost my interest in you now. So please refrain from bothering me in the future. I already have a girlfriend." As he spoke, he deliberately pulled Zhou Kuo into his embrace, standing next to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Kuo was indeed a striking contrast. One was a graduate of a prestigious university, a proficient doctor at a top-tier hospital, flawless in physique, beauty, and demeanor. The other was merely an employee at a small company, frequently mingling with various men and engaging in nightlife. Which option to choose is something everyone understands deep down. Moreover, at this moment, Fang Yuqing appears disheveled and utterly disheartened, while Zhou Kuo is impeccably made up and elegantly attired. The contrast between the two is akin to that of a celestial being and a beggar. Fang Yuqing finds it unbearable to endure such a blow to her pride. Her most cherished attributes, her beauty and charm, are ruthlessly trampled upon by Zhang Yi. With tears streaming down her face, she points accusingly at Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be true. Just a while ago, you invited me to stay at your home. Why are you treating me like this now?" Zhang Yi smirks, "Oh, that? I was merely toying with you. Just look at how ridiculous you appear now." He then turns to Wang Min and Lin Canning, saying, "Hey, doesn't she constantly brag about how I am infatuated with her, and that I would welcome her into my home?" Wang Min and Lin Canning quickly nod in affirmation. Indeed, this woman is utterly deluded, lost in her daydreams. Such trash is oblivious to her own worth. She even caused the demise of my cousin, and she truly deserves her fate. Zhang Yi publicly humiliates Fang Yuqing, stripping her of her dignity. The gazes of those around her are filled with contempt. Fang Yuqing's complexion turns ashen as she clutches her head, pleading, "No, please stop. I beg you stop." Unperturbed, Zhang Yi continues. "Women like you delude themselves into believing they are divine beings, endlessly yearning to ensnare the scions of the wealthy. Yet you remain blissfully unaware that your reputation in the elite circles of Tianhai City precedes you. Who doesn't know that you are merely a fleeting indulgence for a bit of money?" Zhang Yi then looks at Su Hao and asks, "Su Hao, what is her nickname?" Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Self-righteous gold digger." Laughter erupted around him. Who would have thought there were such talents in our apartment building? I even had a secret crush on her before, damn. It seems a few $100 would suffice. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my energy. What a shameless woman. The waves of mockery and abuse enveloped Fang Yuqing completely, despite her efforts to cover her ears. The cacophony persisted. "Ah!" she screamed in a frenzy before dashing out. Zhang Yi produced a small bag of cookies and tossed it in front of Su Hao. "Here. This is a reward for you for being understanding. Just like training a dog, one must offer rewards for good behavior." Su Hao's eyes sparkled with joy. He never expected to regain the food, diminishing his hatred towards Zhang Yi significantly. He began to perceive Zhang Yi as a fair individual. Acknowledging his own fault in the prior encounter and realizing he should not have resisted. "Thank you, Brother Zhang. I promise to behave from now on." At that moment, Lin Kai-ning stepped forward. "Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing has wronged me in the past, but I have no conflict with you, right? I even spoke up for you just now. Shouldn't you share more food with me?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and replied, "No." Lin Kai-ning immediately flared up, shouting, "Why not? You are pursuing her, not me." Zhang Yi looked at her earnestly and said, "I find you rather bothersome. I simply do not wish to give you anything. Is that unacceptable?" Lin Kai-ning was taken aback by the statement. "You," Zhang Yi retorted. "The items were retrieved by me. It is my prerogative to decide to whom they are given. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself." "This is unfair." Lin Kai-ning began to weep. How foolish to even mention fairness. Zhang Yi chose to disregard her, while the others looked at Lin Kai-ning with expressions of schadenfreude. Li Changbin and Zhang Lei, exhibiting a sense of propriety, promptly ushered Lin Kai-ning away to spare themselves from her presence. Once the supplies were allocated, Zhang Yi declared, "Now, let us discuss the measures for effective defense." Beside Uncle Yu, Xieli Mei furrowed her brow and whispered in his ear, "Why was there nothing for our group?" "You did eliminate 2. We should rightfully receive provisions for 11. Uncle Yu responded, "Zhang Yi will not overlook us. Please hold your tongue for now." Xieli Mei shot him a discontented glance before turning to Zhang Yi, murmuring softly to herself. Zhang Yi continued, "In our building, excluding the children who cannot walk, there are 47 individuals. I, Zhou Kuer, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei are not included in this count. This leaves 43 individuals, which we shall divide into 6 groups of 7 or 8 members each. They will take turns on duty every 24 hours to prevent any assaults from the other buildings. Should anyone approach, you are to sound the alarm by banging on the stair railing or any metallic object to alert everyone. Once the occupants of the other floors are awake, they too should employ this method to notify those above." Zhang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, stated earnestly, "The rewards I just mentioned remain in effect. To slay an enemy warrants a reward of sustenance sufficient for 5 individuals. In the absence of such merit, those merely on duty will receive but a single portion of food each day, though selection will be at the discretion of others, and the quantity is not guaranteed." With these words, Zhang Yi addressed Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, please take charge of this matter." Uncle Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, it shall be done." Chapter 86. The sniper. Once Zhang Yi had spoken, the neighbors bowed their heads in contemplation of the pros and cons. A voice inquired, "Zhang Yi, it is understandable that you and Zhou Kuer are exempt from duty, but why is Uncle Yu also free from this obligation? He is, after all, the most formidable fighter." Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the questioner and replied deliberately, "Precisely because Uncle Yu is a vital asset in combat. He must conserve his strength and be prepared for the decisive battles ahead. Do you comprehend?" This rationale seemed somewhat tenuous, yet none dared to contest Zhang Yi's assertion. In truth, Zhang Yi's underlying intention was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were deployed at the front lines, tasked with fending off assaults from rival buildings, effectively serving as cannon fodder, or, more diplomatically, as expendable resources. Uncle Yu, with his remarkable skills and honorable nature, was Zhang Yi's ideal subordinate. Thus, it was imperative that he remain unscathed for future service. After the arrangements were made, Zhang Yi instructed the neighbors to return to their homes, allowing only those on duty to remain near the fourth floor. To launch an assault on their building, the fourth floor was a necessary passage, whether through tunneling below or climbing through the windows above. By securing this position, they could swiftly detect any encroaching adversaries. Once the others ascended, Zhang Yi escorted Shokur back home. He would never turn his back on those he did not trust. At that moment, there were no bystanders around. Xiaolime, unable to contain herself, asked Zhang Yi, "Have you forgotten about the food from our home?" Zhang Yi glanced at Xiaolime, a hint of icy amusement gleaming in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly tugged at her arm, admonishing her, "What are you saying?" Yet Xiaolime persisted, "Clearly, Brother Yu has contributed the most, yet receives nothing in return." "This is too," Zhang Yi interjected. "The supplies I brought back are not limited to this. What I gave to others were inferior items. The good ones are being reserved. Uncle Yu, you can come to my house later to collect them." Upon hearing this, Xiaolime immediately donned a bright smile. "I knew you wouldn't let him toil in vain." Uncle Yu shot her an exasperated glance, saying, "I've already told you. Brother Zhang Yi is a man worthy of trust." Zhang Yi merely smiled in silence. Once home, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of instant noodles from his otherworldly space and placed it at the doorstep, then informed Uncle Yu to come pick it up in 10 minutes. After entering his room, he hurriedly shed his cold-resistant clothing. Clang! A frying pan fell to the ground from within his leather jacket. Shokur giggled as she picked it up, teasing, "There's probably not even a ghost outside. You're being overly cautious." Zhang Yi smiled slightly soon. "I won't need this anymore." He had discovered something far superior. The police-issued bulletproof vest was both snug and secure, returning to the warmth of his home. The feeling of happiness within Zhang Yi deepened profoundly. As he ventured outside, confronted by the biting cold of over 70 degrees below zero, even clad in winter gear, the chill was palpable. This sensation was particularly acute while riding his motorcycle. Zhang Yi retrieved some provisions from another realm and placed them upon the table. Shokur, having fasted throughout the day, was equally famished. Prior to his departure, Zhang Yi had confiscated all the food, leaving neither of them with anything to eat. The two sat at the dining table, indulging heartily. Curious, Shokur inquired, "What is it like outside now?" Zhang Yi replied, "What do you think? The heavy snow has besieged the city, and the lower buildings are entirely enveloped. At this rate, even if the snowfall ceases and temperatures return to normal, it will take at least half a month for the snow to melt." Shokur nodded in agreement. "But winter is approaching swiftly. The temperatures will only plummet further." "This is not our primary concern," Zhang Yi stated. "What we must contend with now is humanity. In the apocalypse, people can be more fearsome than demons." Once they had finished their meal, Shokur nestled beside Zhang Yi, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Zhang Yi cast her a sidelong glance, questioning her intent. With a slight blush, Shokur responded, "I'm merely seeking warmth." As she spoke, she pressed her ample figure against him. Ever since Zhang Yi had ignited her awareness, she seemed to have undergone a transformation, clinging to him daily. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was young and vigorous. Otherwise, an ordinary man might have found it overwhelming. Zhang Yi chuckled, playfully smacking her curvaceous rear. "There's no time for that now. Go take a shower and then lie down in your room." Shokur cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yi before obediently retreating to the bath. What could possibly divert Zhang Yi's attention, even from such beauty? Naturally, it was the universal passion shared among men. From an alternate realm, Zhang Yi retrieved the firearms he had gathered that day. His knowledge of weaponry was not without merit. After all, he had previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and frequently visited the shooting range. The police firearms, of course, surpassed those he had procured through the black market in terms of performance. Consequently, Zhang Yi decided to retire his previous weapon in favor of 2 police handguns, each fully loaded with ammunition. The holster and tactical belt were readily available, allowing him to affix them to his waist with ease. He then began to examine the rifles and the formidable sniper rifle he had managed to acquire. While the shooting range in Tianhai City offered specialized rifles, it lacked sniper rifles. However, with the advancement of modern technology, comprehensive information about various firearms was readily accessible online. Zhang Yi retrieved his phone to search the internet, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the servers were still operational. Indeed, large corporations possessed their means, Zhang Yi mused. Despite the apocalypse causing numerous online enterprises to collapse and a plethora of software to cease functioning, a select few large companies had managed to keep their servers running, albeit in cooperation with the authorities. At the very least, humanity had not entirely forsaken the reconstruction post-apocalypse. A flicker of civilization's flame remained. With little time for nostalgia, Zhang Yi diligently studied the operational instructions for the firearms online. Given his prior experience with weaponry, he assimilated the information with remarkable speed. The accuracy of shooting is not the primary concern. At the very least, one should possess the knowledge of how to operate a firearm and reload it. Even in the worst-case scenario, it can serve as a means of intimidation, which suffices. The mere existence of firearms embodies the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi contemplated this and filled all the magazines with ammunition, disengaging the safety before placing them in a different dimension. This way, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could readily retrieve a firearm for defense. However, he found himself particularly enamored with the sniper rifle. Firearms represent a man's romance. It is a natural inclination for men to cherish their weapons. Zhang Yi lifted the rifle and, utilizing the scope, peered at the building across the way. Approximately 50 meters away, the window of a particular unit was distinctly visible, even to the extent of discerning the lock upon it. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to test the prowess of this gun, for it was indeed a tool of stealth. A smirk graced Zhang Yi's lips. Engaging in direct confrontation was not to his liking. Lurking in the shadows and eliminating foes before they could ascertain his presence was the true thrill. Chapter 87. The Revenge of the Tianhe Gang. Zhang Yi reveled in the experience with the sniper rifle, scrutinizing the entire neighborhood through the scope. As night enveloped the area, most residences remained unlit, rendering the interior of the apartment buildings shrouded in darkness. However, the reflection of the snow illuminated the surroundings, casting a pallid glow where faint outlines of the scenery could be discerned. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. As he directed his attention toward a nearby garage, he noticed two small black figures moving within his line of sight. The garage, individuals. It appeared they were headed towards my snowmobile. A sardonic smile crept upon Zhang Yi's face. Earlier in the day, he had feigned placing the snowmobile inside the garage upon his return. Indeed, as night fell, someone stealthily approached. Alas, it was destined to be a futile endeavor. After a while, Uncle Yu arrived. He beheld an entire box of unopened instant noodles at the door, and his eyes glistened with excitement. To his pleasant surprise, it was of the White Elephant brand. Oh, Zhang Yi, you are truly generous. If they rationed it carefully, this box of noodles could sustain the three of them for an entire week. Reflecting on the fact that Zhang Yi himself had limited supplies at home, yet still gifted him such a bounty, Uncle Yu felt a profound sense of gratitude. There were not many such instant noodles in Zhang Yi's household. The warehouse contained merely over 20,000 boxes. Moreover, he had yet to consume a single packet. Considering the abundance of gourmet meals prepared by renowned chefs at home, who would indulge in such fare? Uncle Yu picked up the noodles and knocked on the door, saying, Zhang Yi, I am taking the noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi set down the sniper rifle he had been holding and approached the door, replying, Uncle Yu, why would you be so polite with me? The well-being of others is inconsequential, but I must ensure you are well fed. Only then can you continue to be my invaluable ally and human shield. It is not that Zhang Yi is heartless. He would not allow Uncle Yu to sacrifice himself unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. You mustn't take to heart the words Shi Li Mei spoke to you during the day. She can be quite the chatterbox. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. Oh, why would I bother quarreling with a woman? I, Zhang Yi, am not that petty. However, Uncle Yu, are you truly considering raising someone else's child? Zhang Yi's tone carried a hint of probing. He harbored no fondness for Xie Li Mei, yet he was reluctant to strain his relationship with Uncle Yu. Thus, his attempts at sowing discord were subtle and gradual. Uncle Yu chuckled, remarking, what more is there to say in these times? It is already fortunate for me to have found such a woman. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have a point. In truth, Sister Xie is a commendable woman. She possesses both charm and the ability to bear children. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a belief that you underestimate yourself, Uncle Yu. In this era, a robust man like you, skilled in combat, is indeed quite sought after. I jest, yet even securing a celebrity as a partner would not be an exaggeration. Uncle Yu appeared quite pleased by the compliment. Am I truly as remarkable as you suggest? Zhang Yi responded. You have witnessed the current state of affairs. Those effeminate lads who sing, dance, and rap are utterly useless. They cannot even sustain themselves. It is men like us who can provide women with a sense of security. At this juncture, Zhang Yi shifted the conversation. However, let us return to the matter at hand. Sister Xie is genuinely quite exceptional. With some effort, Perhaps she could bear you a child in the future. After all, a man ought to have his own offspring. Raising another's child can, to some extent, feel, well, somewhat burdensome. Uncle Yu felt a twinge of discomfort within. Zhang Yi's words stirred certain thoughts in his mind. He did indeed hold a liking for Xiaolime. Her ample figure and skills were capable of satisfying his needs as a lifelong bachelor. However, the child, still under a year old, was undeniably a burden in these times. To care for her, Uncle Yu often found himself awakened in the dead of night, his rest continually disrupted. If it were his own child, it might be bearable. But the truth remained that it was someone else's. Human nature is inherently selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored his dissatisfaction, albeit he chose to suppress his thoughts. Furthermore, Xiaolime incessantly filled his mind with notions, suggesting he treat the child as if she were his own daughter, assuring him that she would be grateful to him in the future. Over time, Uncle Yu dutifully took on the role of caregiver for this child. However, Zhang Yi's words served as a wake-up call, prompting a shift in his perspective. The prospect of having children was something he dared not contemplate at present. Perhaps it was a matter to address once stability was achieved. Uncle Yu bore the peculiar feelings within, managing a smile as he replied, "Indeed, that makes sense. Haha. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart, Uncle Yu. I hold you and Sister Xia in the highest regard and sincerely wish for your happiness." Uncle Yu nodded in acknowledgement before stating, "I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to contact me should anything arise." After Uncle Yu departed, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of the sniper rifle and returned it to his alternate space. These firearms would serve as his clandestine arsenal. Presently, the sound of water ceased from the bathroom. Zhou Ke emerged, wrapped in a towel. Beneath the pink fabric lay her skin, as pure as milk. Her well-toned legs, gracefully elongated, reflected a captivating sheen under the light. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose, and lazily remarked, "I feel a bit weary today. Come over and give me a massage." Zhou Ke nodded gently and approached Zhang Yi, tenderly massaging his body. That night, the Tianhe gang, having lost 4 members, launched another assault on Unit 25. Their recent string of successes had led them to underestimate everyone in the building except for Zhang Yi. However, this time, they unexpectedly faced fierce resistance. Leading the charge was Huang Tianfang's nephew, Huang Wei, who excelled in stealth attacks under the cover of darkness. Around 2 in the morning, he and 8 others stealthily entered Unit 25. To their astonishment, as they reached the staircase, bricks began to rain down upon them. The guards on duty quickly realized the enemy's presence and retaliated with whatever they could find, armed with kitchen knives, clubs, and other weapons. They fought valiantly from an elevated position, obstructing the Tianhe gang. They hurled stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could grasp, hoping to buy time. In their resistance, they also pounded on the staircase and windows, creating enough noise to awaken the neighbors. Soon, the entire building was roused from slumber. Driven by a thirst for vengeance and a scarcity of resources, Huang Wei and his group opted for a full-scale assault. Yet, their numbers were too few. And despite their fierce combat skills, they were outmatched. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, each captured enemy was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors, fueled by adrenaline, eagerly rushed to join the fray. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with all combatants fighting to the death, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies. Recognizing the dire situation, Huang Wei quickly shouted, "Retreat. Let's go, go, go." As they fled, the neighbors from Unit 25 were overjoyed, shouting and pursuing them closely. One worker, who was slower than the rest, failed to escape through the window in time and suffered a severe blow from a kitchen knife, which lodged itself deep into his backside. With a painful cry, he struggled to crawl out, his body contorted in agony. Once they had escaped, the neighbors hesitated to chase them further, wary of the unknown dangers lurking outside in the dark of night. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was awakened by the commotion. He stepped onto the balcony and gazed down at the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang. Suddenly struck by a thought, could he eliminate them from this distance with a sniper rifle? Chapter 88. Precision shooting, perfect hits when a man encounters a beautiful woman. His first instinct is to engage in a profound exchange. Similarly, when one acquires a formidable weapon, the urge to test its might is irresistible. Such impulses are ingrained in human nature. Even as a child, finding a sturdy bamboo stick could prompt one to wield it like a sword. Thus, when Zhang Yi obtained a sniper rifle, an item most ordinary citizens in Huagua could scarcely dream of possessing, let alone using it for harm, his curiosity was piqued. Zhang Yi retrieved the sniper rifle from another realm and positioned himself on the balcony of the 24th floor, aiming down below. The eightfold scope proved exceptionally effective. What had appeared as mere ants from such a height was now distinctly visible. He held his breath, mindful that exhaling could fog the lens of the scope. The 7 individuals trudging through the snow were moving at a slow pace, making them easy targets to aim at. Zhang Yi subdued the excitement bubbling within him and aimed at the back of a man before pulling the trigger, for reasons unknown. At the very moment the bullet left the chamber, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. This bullet was destined to find its mark. Bang! The sound of the gunshot resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Countless souls were jolted from their restless slumber by that piercing noise. Through the scope, Zhang Yi beheld the man crumple to the ground, blood staining the vast expanse of snow. Goodness, how could my aim be so precise? Am I a genius? Zhang Yi was both astonished and elated. He had merely intended to test the firearm's efficacy without harboring much hope. Yet, to his astonishment, the bullet struck true. What was that peculiar feeling he had just experienced? Zhang Yi pondered, but there was no time for contemplation. Upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing a comrade fall, a few nearby individuals hastened their pace in fear. Zhang Yi swiftly reloaded and then set his sights on the next target. As he concentrated intently on one individual, that enchanting feeling surged within him once more. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and yet another man collapsed in response. This time, Zhang Yi comprehended that his ability to hit enemies from the 24th floor was no mere coincidence. It was a gift. Ahem, to be precise, it was a special capability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, "It seems that the power I have awakened is far more profound than simply traversing alternate dimensions. It is merely that my potential had remained untapped until now. Yet, it is certain that his extraordinary ability must be intricately tied to space, which has rendered him a natural sharpshooter. Previously, equipped with a crossbow and a pistol, he engaged in close-quarters combat, scarcely recognizing the significance of his skills, merely relishing the tactile sensation of firing. However, now wielding a sniper rifle, that sensation became profoundly pronounced. Zhang Yi's heart surged with exhilaration. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing an additional ability meant a greater chance of survival. He swiftly reloaded and aimed at a man's head. Bang! As the shot rang out, he witnessed the man's skull erupt in a gruesome mist of blood. Confirming his accuracy, he realized he possessed an extraordinary talent for precision shooting. Zhang Yi's elation intensified as he targeted several others. Crack! 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 With each shot, he deftly cycled the bolt to reload, the echoes of gunfire reverberating throughout the neighborhood. One shot per person. Those few had no time to flee and fell lifeless along their path. 7 corpses lay sprawled across the expanse of white snow, their blood staining the ground a vivid crimson, an unsettling sight. A smile involuntarily graced Zhang Yi's lips. From this moment on, he could conceal himself and become a master strategist, executing others from the shadows. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, upon hearing the gunfire and witnessing Huang Wei and others collapse one by one, were struck with terror. The shots originated from above. It had to be Zhang Yi. At such a distance, it could not have been a pistol. The power of a sniper rifle was unmistakable. My heavens, such distance. A single shot to kill. Zhang Yi was indeed a sharpshooter. They stood in stunned silence, engulfed by a wave of dread. Given Zhang Yi's remarkable abilities, eliminating them would be as effortless as crushing an ant. They engaged in wild speculation, convinced that Zhang Yi might be a concealed warrior residing within the city. After all, how else could he possess such extraordinary marksmanship? It seems prudent to heed Zhang Yi's counsel from now on. Indeed, our survival thus far can be attributed to Zhang Yi's restraint. The human capacity for imagination is astonishing, and at this moment, their reverence for Zhang Yi soared to unprecedented heights. And it was not just them. The gunfire in the dead of night startled the entire neighborhood awake. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle lacked a suppressor, yet anyone with even a modicum of knowledge could discern that the sound was far more potent than that of a mere handgun. In a scenario where a single pistol could dominate an entire building, the terror of someone wielding a more lethal rifle, or even a sniper rifle, is unimaginable. Zhang Yi stored away the sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder, which had begun to ache from the incessant firing. Fortunately, his physical condition was commendable, otherwise, he might have suffered for days. This night, many would likely find themselves sleepless. Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a message, inquiring whether he was the one who fired the weapon. Having served in the military, Uncle Yu quickly recognized it as a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not conceal the truth, responding, "I obtained this from the police station today." Uncle Yu, intrigued, asked, Did you serve in the military before? What was your unit's designation? Zhang Yi's marksmanship was astoundingly sharp. In the discerning eyes of Uncle Yu, he was undoubtedly of the caliber of a sharpshooter in the military. Zhang Yi chuckled, attributing his prowess merely to innate talent, and laughed heartily. Uncle Yu, believing Zhang Yi was reluctant to elaborate, refrained from further inquiry. As long as it was you who fired, we are safe. If it were someone else, we could be in peril. Zhang Yi engaged in casual conversation with him before retreating to his room, where he succumbed to the embrace of his warm, soft bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke past 9 o'clock, refreshed and ready for the day. After his morning ablutions, he liberated Zhou Kuer from her confines. Let us prepare something to eat. I crave freshly made food. Could you whip up 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles? Zhang Yi requested of Zhou Kuer. With a smile, she replied, but my cooking pales in comparison to that of a restaurant. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, then practice more. After all, we have ample time. After dining out for an extended period, one occasionally yearns for home-cooked meals to vary the palate. Zhou Kuo obediently proceeded to the kitchen, and before long, she emerged with 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles. Zhang Yi took a taste, finding it quite delightful. It is worth mentioning that he had installed surveillance throughout the entire residence, including the kitchen. The ingredients were also supplied by him. On her first day, Zhou Kuer had undergone a thorough inspection by Zhang Yi, leaving no stone unturned. To this day, he continued to conduct daily examinations of her, ensuring every nook and cranny was scrutinized, thereby eliminating any possibility of her administering drugs. Otherwise, he would never consume food presented to him by another. Seated at the table, Zhou Kuer inquired with curiosity, "Yesterday, I heard gunshots. Were you the one firing from the balcony?" Chapter 89, Warehouse District. Zhang Yi glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed." He took a bite of noodles. Zhou Kuer's culinary skills were merely average, but fortunately, noodles are not particularly difficult to prepare. I found it while I was out. It's a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi's tone was nonchalant. Excitement flickered in Zhou Kuer's beautiful eyes. A sniper rifle? Can you handle it? Not only can I, but I excel at it, Zhang Yi asserted, gesturing towards the window. Last night, I dispatched 7 individuals with 7 bullets. He took pride in this, as men often relish boasting about their conquests to women. Zhou Kuer gazed at Zhang Yi with newfound admiration. Being alongside such a man afforded her a greater sense of security. "Zhang Yi, you are truly impressive," she exclaimed, cradling her chin in her hands. Looking up at him with awe. "What's wrong? Aren't you curious how I came to wield a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi countered with a grin. Zhou Kuer shook her head. "What does it matter to me? Even if you were once a murderer or a psychopath, I am steadfastly by your side now." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "It's certainly better than perishing out there. I assent it?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are quite astute, unlike some foolish women who incessantly pry into matters." On the side of the Tiangang gang, Huang Tianfang discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and others only by morning. Last night, upon hearing the gunfire, he sensed that something was amiss. However, out of caution, he refrained from taking anyone outside to investigate. Though he was largely aware that Huang Wei and his companions would not be returning, by morning they discovered 10 corpses piled outside, causing Huang Tianfang's pupils to constrict as a wave of intense anger surged within him, but the fear in his heart was tenfold greater. Now, only 9 members remained in their Tianhe gang, a drastic reduction in their combat strength. Even if they forcibly recruited the surviving owners, it would not compensate for the loss of the workers' fighting capabilities. Should a battle erupt with the other building at this juncture, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Their adversaries were armed, and not with mere firearms. I suspect they wield rifles or sniper guns. The dense barrage of bullets last night indicated that they possessed ample ammunition. This opponent was indeed formidable. Huang Tianfang's expression was grave, and his subordinates mirrored his trepidation. "Boss, what shall we do? Da Wei and the others are dead, and we've lost over half our numbers. Should we continue?" Huang Tianfang glared menacingly at Building 25 next door, gritting his teeth as he replied, "What is there to do? They have guns. What can we fight them with?" His subordinates grew anxious. "If we don't seize their sleds and supplies, the owners in our building will run out of food in a few days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang spoke in a low voice. "Tonight, we will sneak over and retrieve Daoi's body." The group exchanged glances, a flicker of struggle evident on their faces. They have been brothers for many years, sharing both life and death. Now, however, they face a grim reality that weighs heavily on their hearts, yet no one dares to speak. They understand that. In the grand scheme of things, survival outweighs all other concerns. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yi stood up and declared his intention to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer promptly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi offered no further remarks. Yet this time he refrained from putting away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. Having lived together for an extended period, he held unwavering trust in Zhou Kuer's intellect. Unless a better opportunity presented itself, she would not commit the folly of betraying Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi descended to the ground floor, the few individuals on duty immediately straightened upon his arrival. "Brother Zhang, you're heading out?" Zhang Yi glanced at them, perceiving genuine reverence in their eyes. His prowess had earned him the acknowledgement of all. Nodding slightly, he encouraged them. "Do well." He climbed out of the 4th-floor window and, after a moment of contemplation, pretended to take a detour to the rear garage. Shortly thereafter, he mounted his motorcycle and departed the community. Shadows began to appear at the windows of numerous homes, watching Zhang Yi fade into the distance. Their gazes were multifaceted, some filled with excitement, others with envy, and some with malice. At that moment, the building was under the management of an organization that called itself the Wolf Pack, composed of a group of young men in their 20s. Wang Chong, the leader of the Wolf Pack, stood by the window, a bloodied and slightly rusted machete at his side. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community, his brow furrowing in concern. Where exactly is his motorcycle hidden? Last night, he had someone sent to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. Beside him, his right-hand man, Xiao Lu, remarked, "Our community is quite expansive. It's indeed difficult to locate it, as he has concealed it very well." Wang Chong scoffed softly, crossing his arms as he declared, "Regardless, this vehicle must remain under the control of our Tianlang gang. With a snowmobile, we can venture out in search of supplies. Subsequently, expanding our ranks and establishing a formidable gang would pose no challenge." Xiao Lu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, in chaotic times, heroes emerge. This era presents a splendid opportunity for us brothers." He gazed toward the direction in which Zhang Yi had departed, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. "For now, we must figure out a way to procure some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in half a month. I feel as though I'm going mad." In other apartment buildings, the leaders were also convening to deliberate on Zhang Yi. His emergence posed a threat to them, primarily due to his possession of firearms, particularly large weaponry. Yet, it simultaneously represented an opportunity, as Zhang Yi owned a snowmobile capable of fetching supplies. Some were inclined to confront him, while others preferred collaboration. However, one thing was certain: they would inevitably come into contact with Zhang Yi. Upon his departure, Zhang Yi first visited a nearby supermarket for a brief inspection. Regrettably, the nearby supermarkets were not sufficiently tall, with some small ones being merely a single story, all buried beneath the heavy snowfall. It appeared that unless the snow melted, the only places to procure food within the entire city would be a few independent large supermarkets and warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly recalled his previous workplace. To the southwest of the economic development zone lay a vast expanse of wasteland, which had been transformed into a hub for various enterprises to construct factories and warehouses. Due to the affordable land prices, most of the city's warehouses were situated there. Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, yet other companies' goods still remained: medical supplies, food products, automobiles, toys, a veritable cornucopia. He thought to himself that perhaps there might be something useful to be found if he took a look. Resolute in his decision, he turned his vehicle around and headed towards the warehouse district. The warehouses were only about 10 kilometers away, and within 20 minutes, Zhang Yi arrived at his destination. The area was remarkably spacious, with factories constructed to considerable heights, devoid of the excessive snow accumulation typically seen in the city. Thus, upon his arrival, he could still glimpse the rooftops of some warehouses. Chapter 90. Gas Station. Zhang Yi was exceedingly familiar with this region. Throughout Tianhai City, hundreds of group warehouses were concentrated here, varying in size. If he could gather all the resources back, it would not only sustain himself, but could support thousands of individuals. The pressing concern, however, was whether those resources were still present. Zhang Yi retrieved his handgun and crowbar, making his way to the nearby Artimart warehouse for inspection. Armed with the crowbar, he smashed the window from the top. Peering inside, he was met with the sight of the once vast factory now rendered desolate. Had the goods been transported away? Zhang Yi had anticipated this outcome, thus he was not overly surprised. He proceeded to other warehouses, only to find the same disheartening reality. The warehouses containing medical supplies, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food have been completely emptied, just as I had anticipated. when disaster strikes. The official experts are the first to report the calamity. Those in power will undoubtedly prioritize the transfer of resources. This is precisely why Zhang Yi decided to clear out the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He understood that once disaster befalls, the influential figures would only consider their own interests, neglecting the plight of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not abandon his search. There are hundreds of warehouses here, and perhaps some items remain untouched, which could be of use to him. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. After a day of effort, Zhang Yi discovered a warehouse for storing automobiles. The expansive area exceeded 1 million square meters, offering ample space. The cars were lined up on steel racks, resembling sardines in a can, neatly organized. Among them were many luxurious vehicles that, prior to the apocalypse, could fetch prices in the millions. Yet now, they are rendered utterly useless, their purpose seemingly lost. Upon seeing such a multitude of vehicles, Zhang Yi felt a sense of futility. He pondered deeply, and after much deliberation, he resolved to take the plunge. After all, there was still plenty of space available. Why not store them away? Who knows when they might come in handy later? Men have an inherent fondness for cars. Gazing at the array of exquisite luxury cars, Zhang Yi envisioned collecting them for enjoyment. Although he could not drive them at the moment, the mere act of admiring them would suffice, as if they were high-end models. Thus, he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and placed them into his alternate space. Subsequently, for the duration of an entire day, Zhang Yi busied himself within the confines of the warehouse district. The majority of the storage units had been entirely emptied, with only items that were cumbersome to relocate remaining behind. These included sizable mechanical contraptions or vast quantities of construction materials. Not a morsel of sustenance or any useful item could be located. Zhang Yi, gritting his teeth and suppressing his inner turmoil, gathered up a variety of objects as if he were a scavenger. Heavy-duty trucks, excavators, a Rolls-Royce Wraith, bulldozers. What if they prove useful in the future? Zhang Yi reasoned with himself. Immediately thereafter, he found his own rationale amusing. In this frigid, snow-covered landscape, these vehicles would be rendered immobile, unable to traverse even a centimeter. Of what possible utility could they be? Fortunately, the alternate dimension was sufficiently capacious to accommodate all of these vehicles without becoming cramped. After toiling for a considerable period, Zhang Yi concluded that he had reached a point of diminishing returns. There was no further value to be derived from exploring this location, and he was not presently in dire need of any other items. He retrieved a chocolate bar from his alternate dimension and promptly consumed it. The only drawback was the intrusion of the frigid wind into his mouth while eating, which somewhat detracted from the experience. Alas, the prospect of consuming hot water was out of the question, as it would rapidly lose its warmth within half a minute of uncapping the container. Zhang Yi scooped up a mouthful of snow from the ground and inserted it into his mouth, making do with melting it for hydration. Subsequently, he conceived of another destination that warranted his attention. His acquisition of numerous vehicles brought to mind the necessity of gasoline and diesel fuel. The existing reserves of these fuels within the alternate dimension were sufficient for ordinary daily consumption. However, given the present circumstances, he would be relying heavily on snowmobiles as his primary mode of transportation. Consequently, the quantity of fuel currently stored might prove inadequate. Out of an abundance of caution, Zhang Yi resolved to visit the gas station, hoping to procure some fuel. He mounted his snowmobile and, after a moment's contemplation, set off towards the largest gas station in Tianai City. Before long, he arrived at the location etched in his memory. However, upon his arrival, the scene before him caused him to exhale a long plume of white vapor. The vast gas station lay entirely shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow. Zhang Yi found himself reliant on the surrounding tall buildings to ascertain its position. Despite having mentally prepared himself, a tinge of disappointment was unavoidable. Gas stations lacked towering structures. If that were the case, how could he possibly find a place to refuel? This was truly vexing. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless in light of the situation. Given the current thickness of the snow, manual excavation seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, who could say how long the snow calamity would persist? Would he have to conserve fuel in the future? Based on the reserves from his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it could be entirely depleted in as little as 20 years. This was certainly not auspicious news. Humanity's limitations were stark. If only he could employ heavy machinery for the excavation. Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and depart, a thought struck him. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator suffice? He had recently salvaged several operational vehicles from the warehouse, including a few excavators. Initially, he had merely intended to collect them for potential future use. Little did he expect to put them to use so soon. Digging into the snow with an excavator would undoubtedly be a trivial task. However, to speak candidly, this occurrence is indeed quite rare. After all, on the planets of yore, one seldom encountered such an abundance of ice and snow. Moreover, no one would typically employ an excavator to toil in the Arctic. Icebreakers are the vessels of choice for such endeavors. Yet, after a moment of careful contemplation, Zhang Yi deemed this notion entirely feasible. Currently, the accumulation of ice and snow has lasted less than a month, and has not yet formed an excessively hard layer of ice, making it possible to excavate with the machinery. The ice and snow beneath do not extend beyond a dozen meters. As soon as he reaches an entry point such as a door or window, he can simply break through. Thus, it would not require an inordinate amount of time. Feasible indeed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi summoned a large excavator from the other realm. Thud! The nearly 20-ton machine crashed heavily to the ground, sinking over a meter into the surface. Observing this scene, Zhang Yi chuckled softly. This works out well, saving me the trouble of digging further. The snow atop the surface, after all, was relatively thin and could not support such weight. However, the snow below should be more compacted. It was Zhang Yi's inaugural experience operating an excavator, yet he felt confident. During his previous employment in a warehouse, he had maneuvered cranes, forklifts, and large trucks. This contraption was no exception. With a bit of contemplation, he quickly grasped the mechanics of driving it. While he wouldn't claim mastery of the craft, he was certainly capable of operating it. Chapter 91. A new path discovered. The operation of the excavator was quite straightforward, primarily involving two control levers for propulsion and a joystick for maneuvering the bucket. Zhang Yi located the fuel tank, retrieved a barrel of diesel from the other realm, and poured it in. He then climbed into the control cabin and turned the key. Rumble. Fortunately, the low temperatures exerted minimal influence on the new machinery, allowing the excavator to function seamlessly. Zhang Yi deftly maneuvered the excavator, skillfully casting the snow aside. Initially, his pace was somewhat sluggish, but it gradually picked up momentum. After half an hour, he had excavated a substantial pit, 3 meters deep, allowing the tracks to traverse slowly. Thankfully, the excavator was equipped with tracks rather than wheels. Zhang Yi even contemplated that, in extraordinary circumstances, this machine could serve as a transport vehicle. Although its speed was somewhat diminished, the excavator navigated through the snow with remarkable ease. It could conquer even the most treacherous muddy terrain, truly impressive. Despite his lack of experience, Zhang Yi toiled for nearly 2 hours before finally unearthing solid construction material. Elated, he swiftly cleared the snow away from the structure, gradually revealing the expansive rooftop platform of the gas station. Locating the gas station's building made the task more manageable. He now needed to clear the accumulated snow around it. Due to his inexperience, Zhang Yi labored for an exhaustive 4 to 5 hours before reaching the convenience store window of the gas station. Thankfully, it was the excavator that accomplished the digging, or he would have been utterly exhausted. After descending from the excavator, Zhang Yi retracted it into the spatial realm and shattered the glass of the window to leap inside. Upon entering the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had breached the door, filling much of the interior space. Fortunately, he could still discern the rear door. Zhang Yi stepped through the snow, determined to locate the oil storage area. The oil storage facilities at gas stations are typically located underground, thereby mitigating the risk of being buried under snow. Before long, Zhang Yi discovered the entrance to the oil storage chamber. Despite the seemingly expansive area in front of the gas station, the space behind it was rather limited, making the search for an entrance relatively straightforward. Zhang Yi pried open the iron gate with a crowbar and illuminated the area with a miner's lamp. The sight before him took his breath away, for enormous oil tanks filled the storage room, containing approximately 200 cubic meters of fuel. At first glance, it was indeed a magnificent sight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi quietly stepped back outside, briefly discharging the static electricity from his body before daring to enter. By this time, the gas station had ceased operations, shrouded in darkness. Zhang Yi activated the miner's lamp and proceeded to seal off the oil pipelines above. He meticulously wrapped the pipe openings with several layers of plastic sheeting and cling film to prevent any leaks. Only then did he transfer the 4 massive tanks into his alternate space. Logically, with 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel at his disposal, he would no longer have to worry about refueling his vehicle in the future. Wait. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Yi. If I can utilize an excavator to dig through the snow, Does that not imply that I could similarly unearth other locations buried beneath it? If that were the case, the entire world could transform into an immense treasure trove, perhaps even a treasure trove solely for my enjoyment. At this moment, as ideas flooded his mind, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming joy. Beneath the heavy snowfall lay countless hidden treasures, all of which were indeed remarkable finds. Zhang Yi felt a sense of assurance within. He would no longer need to worry about any shortages of supplies. The vast world was at his disposal. He ascended to the snowy surface along the path formed by the excavator's tracks and mounted his snowmobile. Time was of the essence, and today a search would conclude here. He made a trip to the supermarket in Wanda Plaza, returning with 2 bags of junk food. As his motorcycle emerged from the community, many residents peered out from their windows, observing him intently. Zhang Yi maneuvered his vehicle to the rear of the building, feigning the act of parking it in the garage, before carrying the 2 bags of food back to Unit 25. Without him needing to issue a command, the neighbors had already gathered. However, Fang Yuqing did not appear this time. She seemed to have realized that Zhang Yi would no longer provide her with any food. Yet, Lin Caning was undeterred, still intent on trying her luck. Zhang Yi did not spare her a glance. Everyone had toiled hard in dealing with the invaders yesterday. Today, as provisions were a reward for their efforts. The distribution of food would adhere to the rules they had previously established. He allocated supplies based on each individual's contribution. Given the limited quantity of food, those who took more would inevitably leave less for others. In short, those who contributed little should not expect to indulge. The recent events surrounding the sniper rifle had instilled a deeper sense of fear in the crowd towards Zhang Yi, rendering them hesitant to speak out. Moreover, they were aware that Zhang Yi had eliminated the majority of their foes. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei, who had not been on duty the previous night, received only a single portion of food each. Zhang Yi's mention of a single portion implied an insufficiency. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the two. Li Chengbin addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhang, if we simply wait for them to come, we do not know how long it will take. You have already eliminated over 10 of their men. They are likely too afraid to approach us now. If this continues, how shall we secure our rewards?" Young men are often quick to impatience. Zhang Yi, with a gentle smile and a thoughtful touch to his nose, replied, "Opportunities are bestowed upon those who are prepared. I have stated that for each enemy slain, a reward of provisions for 5 individuals shall be granted. However, I never claimed that you must solely await their attack." Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei's eyes sparkled with realization. "Are you suggesting that we can take the initiative?" They inquired eagerly. "If we eliminate those from other buildings, can we exchange their lives for rewards?" Their excitement was palpable, as they were in dire need of sustenance and harbored a desire to prove their worth within the group. They aspired to demonstrate their capabilities and earn Zhang Yi's trust, hoping to align themselves with him. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. Thus far, apart from the Tianhe gang in Building 26, no one had dared to challenge them in Building 25. Yet, no one could predict future events. Especially after Zhang Yi's snowmobile had become known, it was certain that more individuals would covet it. The suggestion from Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin intrigued Zhang Yi. These individuals were initially recruited to serve as fodder, and if they wished to engage in reckless behavior, he would allow them to do so. After all, such worthless provisions held little value for Zhang Yi. A smile of approval graced his face as he nodded, saying, "Certainly. The outside world is filled with adversaries. Eliminating them will ensure the safety of our collective. Now, regardless of which building it is, except for our own, anyone can be killed to exchange for rewards." While this is what they say, due to the biting cold and heavy snowfall outside, they can only target a few nearby buildings. Naturally, the first to be targeted is the neighboring Tianhe gang's Building 26. Li Chengbin and Zhang Lei erupted in exuberant cheers. The expressions of the others were varied, revealing an array of thoughts, yet it was evident that some were tempted. After all, who wouldn't desire to procure more food? Chapter 92. If you do not save my grandson, he shall perish. After the food distribution, Lin Caning caused another ruckus, but was severely beaten by Zhang Lei and Li Chengbin, the henchmen of Zhang Yi. Subsequently, Zhang Yi instructed them to return. Zhou Kuer walked beside him, linking her arm with his, and whispered, "The atmosphere in the community feels somewhat off today." Zhang Yi silently withdrew his arm, casually inquiring, "Oh, what is the matter?" Zhou Kuer was slightly taken aback, quickly realizing that Zhang Yi preferred not to be constrained. At home, it was tolerable, but outside, Zhang Yi exhibited an unwavering demeanor. She continued, "I have this overwhelming sense that many eyes are watching us. It feels incredibly intense." Zhang Yi smiled lightly. "That is not surprising. The appearance of snowmobiles is bound to incite envy in others. After all, this is the South, where such means of transportation are exceedingly rare. With it, one can venture out in search of supplies, which symbolizes the will to survive. Who would not wish to live? Zhou Ku'er felt a twinge of anxiety. Do you think the residents of the other units might also launch an attack? I fear it could become quite perilous. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi glanced around, ensuring that no one was within earshot before lowering his voice to respond. But there are still plenty of cannon fodder, aren't there? Moreover, no matter how skilled they may be, breaching our defenses would be akin to scaling the heavens. Zhou Ku'er chuckled lightly. Yet, when pushed to their limits, one can never predict what actions a person might undertake. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging her insight. As the two conversed, Zhang Yi instinctively surveyed their surroundings, mindful that their exchange should remain clandestine. However, in doing so, he abruptly noticed a dark fissure emerging at the edge of his peripheral vision. They had just passed the 13th floor, and the iron door of the stairwell was ajar. A blood-red eye peered through the gap, fixating on him with an unsettling intensity. Who is it? Zhang Yi's muscles tensed in response. Despite his boldness, the suddenness of the situation instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Suddenly, the stairwell door swung open with a resounding bang. A disheveled woman burst forth, shrieking, brandishing a blood-soaked kitchen knife aimed directly at his head. Ah! Zhou Ku'er screamed in terror. Zhang Yi swiftly shoved Zhou Ku'er aside with considerable force, the recoil causing his own body to lurch. The knife missed its mark, slicing through the air. Yet, the woman, in a frenzied state, relentlessly lunged at Zhang Yi with the weapon still raised. Who knew that Zhang Yi would roll down the stairs in a swift motion, dressed in thick clothing, equipped with a bulletproof vest? He was unperturbed by the prospect of injury. After tumbling several flights, he finally steadied himself and recognized the woman pursuing him. It was the long-missing Aunt Lin. Unrelenting, she brandished a kitchen knife, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for my grandson's life. Cursed old fool. Zhang Yi, now composed, summoned a long, sturdy crowbar from another dimension and swung it down upon her. The staircase was narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to evade. She never even had the chance to strike with her knife. Instinctively, she attempted to dodge the crowbar, which missed her head but struck her shoulder instead. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Zhang Yi heard the sound of bone fracturing. Her frail limbs could hardly withstand the blow. Aunt Lin was sent sprawling on the stairs, utterly devoid of resistance. Yet, she clung tenaciously to her blood-stained knife, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. Kill me. Avenge my grandson. Zhang Yi coldly gazed down at her before raising the crowbar and bringing it down forcefully onto her hand. In the bitter cold, the frailty of the human body became painfully evident. With that strike, 3 of her fingers were shattered, and the knife clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. Ah! Her anguished scream echoed through the staircase like that of a slaughtered pig. The patrolling guards, alerted by the commotion, hurried over to investigate. Upon encountering Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, I could not help but inquire, Brother Zhang, what is happening? Zhang Yi replied coldly, This old woman wants to kill me. The others, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, This old hag deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wishes to harm you, we might as well eliminate her. She has already gone mad. Keeping her alive will only lead to trouble. Indeed. Aunt Lin had long since lost her sanity, having spent her days in the group spouting nonsensical ravings. Zhang Yi instructed, You all should leave. I will handle this matter. The group, unwilling to defy Zhang Yi's wishes, obediently departed. Zhou Ku'er stood on the staircase, covering her mouth with her hands. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you hurt? Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head, coldly asserting, She is not capable of harming me. Aunt Lin defiantly lifted her chin, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. You are the one who caused my grandson's death. May you descend to the deepest depths of hell. Zhang Yi did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he calmly questioned, Your grandson's death was not caused by me. Why seek vengeance upon me? Aunt Lin's timing was remarkably cunning, clearly indicating she had meticulously planned this. Aware of Zhang Yi's return, she had concealed herself behind the door, waiting for the opportune moment to launch her ambush. Zhang Yi, engaged in conversation with Zhou Ku'er and momentarily distracted, had unwittingly granted her this chance. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi's vigilance, he would have certainly noticed the issue with the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi wished to inquire of this madwoman why she had chosen to attack him. Aunt Lin glared fiercely at Zhang Yi. her teeth clenched and spittle flying, resembling a rabid she-dog. You are the one who caused my grandson's death. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I wish to drink your blood and devour your flesh, biting you to death piece by piece. Zhang Yi maintained a calm demeanor. However, I do not recall killing your grandson. In fact, I might be considered your benefactor. It was Chun Jinghao's men who killed your grandson, and I assisted you in eliminating Chun Jinghao. You ought to be grateful to me. Aunt Lin was momentarily taken aback. But soon her fury intensified as she begrudgingly recognized the validity of Zhang Yi's words. Yet, how could a woman, especially one as unreasonable as she, admit to her own mistakes? Stop pretending to be the good guy. My grandson was not dead at that moment. He later succumbed to pain due to lack of medical treatment. It was you who refused to lend me the medication, leading to his demise. You are the real culprit. Aunt Lin spat venomously, her eyes reddened from rage, resembling a fierce demon. Chapter 93. The one at fault is yourself. Zhang Yi finally grasped the situation. Oh, so that is your interpretation. He nodded. However, might there be a misunderstanding in this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin, meeting her gaze filled with hatred. Lowering his voice, he said softly, in truth, I am quite stubborn yet soft-hearted. How could I bear to watch a child suffer to death? Thus, later on, I delivered medicine to your home. Aunt Lin widened her eyes, exclaiming, You are speaking nonsense. No, no, no. I truly am not fabricating tales. I have indeed been to your residence. Think carefully, Zhang Yi implored. Oh, right, you were so engrossed at that time that it is possible you have forgotten. A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. In truth, little Tiger was still alive then. I distinctly observed his chest rising and falling. Yet, how could you have? Alas, he had a chance to survive, but you deprived him of that possibility. What a commendable grandmother you are. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, his tone chillingly indifferent. Aunt Lin's mental state had already been precarious. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, her mind became even more chaotic, a glimmer of panic flitting across her eyes. Could it be that little Tiger truly was not dead? Was it she who inadvertently caused his demise? No, that cannot be possible. Little Tiger had already perished, and it was you who led to his death. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter, pointing at Zhou Kuer and declaring, If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Dr. Zhou. Is there still hope for Lin Xiaohu? Aunt Lin, bewildered, turned her gaze toward Zhou Kuer, who, upon witnessing Zhang Yi's sinister smile, felt a chill run down her spine. It became clear why Zhang Yi had not directly killed Aunt Lin, but instead engaged her in conversation for so long. His intention was not only to see her demise, but also to devastate her heart, allowing her to perish in profound agony. Zhou Kuer lowered her head and nodded slowly. Indeed, there was a chance for Lin Xiaohu to be saved. At that moment, I reached out to Zhang Yi, who agreed to deliver the medicine. However, you did not wait for his arrival and mistakenly believed that Lin Xiaohu had already passed away. If only you had been patient, perhaps he would still be alive. The final words of Zhou Kuer lingered unspoken, for she felt that her assertion had already inflicted sufficient emotional turmoil. Lin Dama, in her despair, covered her face and began to wail in agony. No, it cannot be. This cannot be true. I was unaware that he was still alive. I thought he had perished. Her mind had long since unraveled, memories swirling chaotically, at times leaving her uncertain of her own actions. She had survived thus far solely fueled by her hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet, the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer blurred the lines of her reality. Was it possible that the one responsible for her grandson's demise was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Suddenly, Zhang Yi exclaimed with a loud, mocking laughter. Ah, so this is the esteemed grandmother of the Lin family. You profess to cherish your grandson, yet you have unwittingly led to his demise while he still drew breath. How deeply you care for him. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their child to your care. Can you truly face them? Lin Dama's gaze became vacant as she clutched her head, emitting a cry of anguish. No, this is not true. It cannot be. Yes, yes. This is not true. It cannot be. Yes, yes. It is you who did this. Lin Dama wailed in profound despair, while Zhang Yi stood nearby, grinning as he delivered the final blow. Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. Someone like Zhang Yi should never be provoked, even in death. His torment is truly terrifying. Ah, suddenly, Aunt Lin let out a scream and violently hurled herself against the wall. She had completely collapsed, losing all hope for survival. Death seemed to her the ultimate release. However, at that critical moment, Zhang Yi chose to be the Good Samaritan. How could he, in his kindness, bear to witness his neighbor perish before him? Zhang Yi shouted no, and with a swift kick, sent Aunt Lin sprawling away. Thud! She fell to the side and tumbled down the stairs to the lower level. Zhang Yi, with earnest concern, implored, Aunt Lin, one must look forward in life. Please, do not despair. After all, your survival came at the cost of your grandson's life. If you were to die, how would you face your entire family down below? At that moment, Aunt Lin coughed up blood, unable to utter a word. Yet her eyes were filled with a plea directed at Zhang Yi. Please, stop talking. I beg you, do not say any more. Meanwhile, neighbors from several floors above, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to see what was happening. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and exclaimed, Everyone, come quickly. Aunt Lin is contemplating suicide. How peculiar it was that she had survived for so long. Oh, do you still have any rations left? Upon hearing this, the neighbors displayed expressions of utter disgust. Even though some resorted to desperate measures for survival, not a single person could inflict such harm upon their own kin. That was their final moral boundary. Aunt Lin was under the scrutiny of these gazes, her mental state deteriorating further, as she coughed up blood in great heaves, her eyes filled with struggle and anguish. She had little time left to live, at most half an hour before succumbing to the cold. Zhou Ku'er approached Zhang Yi and spoke to him. Zhang Yi had struck her with considerable force, causing internal injuries. Frozen to death? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. How can one be so cruel? In such frigid weather, allowing her to perish in the cold is something I cannot bear to witness. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that he intended to spare Aunt Lin? Only Zhou Ku'er, who understood Zhang Yi, cast him a helpless glance, asking, What do you plan to do? Zhang Yi sighed. The elderly have had a difficult life. Let her be warm at the end. He reached into his clothing, feigning to retrieve something, but in reality, he extracted a bottle of alcohol from an alternate space. Unscrewing the cap, he poured the liquid over Aunt Lin. Upon witnessing this, the neighbors began to comprehend Zhang Yi's intentions. While they were at a loss for words, they also found this approach entirely reasonable. After all, this was Zhang Yi. When had he ever shown mercy to others? After emptying the bottle, Zhang Yi swiftly retreated, igniting a cigarette lighter, taking a couple of puffs before tossing it towards her. In an instant, flames erupted fiercely. Soon, the stairwell echoed with piercing screams. Zhang Yi turned and walked away, not even glancing back. The other neighbors, terrified, hurriedly made way for Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with trepidation.